Super Devouring System Chapter 1 to Chapter 87. Someone come, someone come. Young master has committed suicide by slitting his wrists, someone come. When Xian woke up, he found himself lying on a large bed. Ugh, my head is so dizzy. Xian sat up. At this time, waves of pain came from his wrist, causing him to frown. He looked at his left wrist and saw that it was wrapped up like a dumpling. F***ck, what is this? Xian was a little confused, but he could feel that his left wrist was injured. However, in the next moment, his eyes suddenly widened. He felt that there were suddenly a lot of things in his head. They were memories. Profound Sun Empire, Nanlin County, Lianyun City, Yi family's young master, Xian. This memory stimulated his brain, causing him to grit his teeth and let out a hoarse scream from his throat. After a long while, the bulging veins on his forehead disappeared. What's going on? Did I transmigrate? Xian felt the memories in his mind and hurriedly climbed out of bed to look at himself in the mirror. He found that the owner of this body looked exactly like him, even the black pigment deposits under the sun were the same. He vaguely remembered what happened before he transmigrated. At that time, he was still reading a novel on a website called Palm Reading when the lights on the ceiling suddenly began to flicker, like something big was about to happen in a movie. However, what happened in the next moment was still fresh in his memory. The lights on the ceiling suddenly went out, followed by the 30-inch monitor in front of him that he spent a lot of money to buy. It started to suck in things like a vacuum cleaner. The instant noodle cup, mouse, keyboard, and phone were all sucked in by the monitor. In the end, even Xian was not spared. He could clearly hear the hiss of the current, which was extremely ear-piercing. Did I really transmigrate? Or am I dreaming? Xian was a little uncertain. Just as he was about to pinch himself to see if he was dreaming, a series of footsteps suddenly came from outside the door, followed by a petite figure. Young master, you're awake. The speaker was a young girl who was about 12 or 13 years old. She was slender and elegant, and her face was so delicate that it seemed to be made by nature. Xian had just turned around when a memory surfaced in his mind. This was his personal maid, Lu. Before Xian could say anything, he suddenly felt as if his stomach was being pierced by thousands of needles. The pain was so sudden that he almost fainted from the pain. Now, Xian was sure that he had transmigrated. Ah, Xian screamed. Young master, quickly lie down. When Lu saw this, she hurriedly went forward and helped him to the side of the bed. At the same time, she said, Young master, your dantian is shattered, and you've lost all of your cultivation. It's better for you to rest on the bed for a while, what? Xian was a little surprised. He sensed it carefully and found that he had gained an inner vision ability. He felt that his dantian was empty, and there was a strange sense of emptiness in his heart. What's going on? I've transmigrated into an unlucky guy with a shattered dantian. Then why did I transmigrate? Xian was helpless. However, he suddenly found something different in his shattered dantian. It was a golden ball. The hole in my dantian is the same size as this golden ball. So it was you who caused me to lose all of my cultivation. Xian immediately understood. However, even though he had read many fantasy novels, he could not find any relevant information. What exactly was this golden ball? He began to recall. 3 days ago, the unlucky guy who had been replaced, Xian, was practicing martial arts in the mountains behind the Yi residence when he happened to pick up a golden ball. Then, the golden ball directly entered his dantian and smashed a hole in it, causing his spiritual energy to leak out and be unable to condense it. After using up all of his spiritual energy, he could still use his cultivation method to recover it. Besides the dantian, martial artists could also hide their spiritual energy in their various meridians. However, not only did the golden ball break his dantian, it also absorbed all of the spiritual energy and realm in his body. As a result, he became an ordinary person. He was originally the #1 genius of the Yi family. At the age of 15, he had already broken through to the 4th level of the martial path. Those who could compare to him could be counted on one hand. However, now, he did not have any spiritual energy in his body. He was probably worse than a child of the Yi family. One had to know that the Yi family practiced martial arts since young. Even a 10-year-old child had reached the first level of the martial path. After losing all of his cultivation, he continued to cultivate, trying to prevent the golden ball from absorbing his spiritual energy. He even consumed a large amount of treasures, but to no avail. After the news spread, the entire Lianyun city was in turmoil because he had been accepted by a sect called the Shattering Cloud sect as an outer sect disciple. After the new year, he would report to the Shattering Cloud sect. The Shattering Cloud sect was a powerful sect. Even 10 Lianyun cities combined could not compare to it. The reason why the Shattering Cloud sect accepted Yixian was because of his good aptitude. However, now that Yixian had lost all of his cultivation and could not recover, the Shattering Cloud sect would definitely not accept a trash disciple. After learning that Yixian had lost all of his cultivation and could not recover, the entire Yi family was in a state of despair. If Yixian had entered the Shattering Cloud sect, then the Yi family would have been able to rise. Unfortunately, Yixian had already become a cripple. Now, Yixian had also figured out what had happened. The unlucky guy from before had his dantian broken by the golden ball. Then, he could not bear the blow and slit his wrist to commit suicide. Moreover, he had succeeded in killing himself. Then, Yixian had transmigrated and replaced that unlucky guy. "Young master, are you all right?" Seeing that Yixian did not speak, Lu hurriedly asked. "Oh, I'm fine. Lu, don't worry. I won't commit suicide again. One who survives a great disaster is destined for good fortune," Yixian said seriously. Hearing Yixian's words, Lu also smiled and hurriedly said, "Then your young master will rest here. Lu will go and get you a bowl of blood-nourishing porridge." "Okay." Yixian nodded. Due to excessive blood loss, Yixian could only stay on his bed and rest for an entire day. During this day, he had also gained something. First, he had adapted to this body. Secondly, he had learned how to circulate his cultivation technique and condense his spiritual energy. However, when the newly condensed spiritual energy flowed to his dantian, it was all absorbed by the golden ball, leaving nothing behind. Moreover, even if it was not absorbed by the golden ball, it would still dissipate due to the broken dantian. "I don't believe it. I heard that this unlucky Yixian was the #1 genius of the Yi family. His uncle allowed him to go to the treasury every month to receive 100-year blood ginseng. I'll go get one now." Now, Yixian had already fused with the unlucky guy's memories, so he was very familiar with the Yi family and would not get lost. This trash actually dares to come out, he really doesn't find it embarrassing. That's right, that's right. He must have done something that angered the gods and caused him to lose all his cultivation and become an ordinary person. TSK, my cousin has already stepped into the martial Tao, but he doesn't even have a bit of spiritual energy. I'm afraid he can't even beat my cousin. How sad. From the #1 genius of the Yi family to the #1 trash of Lianyun city, if I were him, I would have killed myself already. Hey, didn't he just cut his wrist to commit suicide? Haha, maybe he suddenly remembered that he has a beautiful fiancée, so he doesn't want to die. Some of the Yi family's disciples were whispering. On the way to the treasury, Yixian also met quite a few people. However, these people all looked at him with strange gazes. After all, this was the first time that someone's cultivation disappeared for no reason in Lianyun city. Everyone suspected that Yixian did something that angered the gods and caused him to be punished by the heavens. Although the Yi family was established less than 200 years ago, it was still a big family in Lianyun city. Yixian was originally the #1 genius of the Yi family, but now, it was different from the past. When Yixian arrived at the Yi clan's treasury, the steward at the entrance looked at him with disdain. At the same time, he shouted, "Yixian, what are you doing here?" "Manager, I want to take 100-year-old blood ginseng." When Yixian heard the manager call his name, he was a little unhappy, but he did not show it. 100-year-old blood ginseng? When the manager heard it, he also scolded, "You still think you're the #1 genius of the Yi family? It's a waste to use such a precious thing on a trash like you. Go away, go away." The family head said that I can take 100-year-old blood ginseng every month. Yixian retorted. Family head? The family head sent an order yesterday, so you can't take it now. The manager of the treasury showed a superior attitude. Can't take it? When he heard the news, Yi Xian's heart sank. The family head that the manager of the treasury was the head of the Yi family, who was also the uncle of the unlucky guy. When the unlucky guy's cultivation was still there, his uncle did his best to nurture him. He allowed him to take 100-year-old blood ginseng every month to strengthen his blood qi and body. That's right, you can't accept it. Who knows if you'll commit suicide tomorrow? The manager of the treasury said coldly. You. Yi Xian was slightly angry. Back then, when the manager of the treasury saw him, he would speak to him respectfully. But now, he was looking at him with a condescending attitude. The treasury. Isn't there still the spirit enhancement pill? As long as you are a disciple of the Yi family, no matter what your cultivation is, you can receive 3 spirit enhancement pills every month. To think that you still remember this matter. However, the patriarch has ordered that you can't even receive a single spirit increasing pill. The manager of the treasury coldly snorted. What? Not even a single one? Yi Xian's eyes widened. He thought he heard wrong. Spirit-boosting pills were pills that could increase spiritual power. One spirit-boosting pill was worth 100 taels, so 3 pills were worth 300 taels. The 100-year-old blood ginseng that Yi Xian took was worth 100,000 taels of silver each. Now that he had lost his cultivation, his uncle was so stingy that he couldn't even give him 100 taels. This was like hitting a dog when it was down. Yi Xian didn't say much and only clenched his teeth. It was truly a case of a tiger being bullied by a dog. Previously, he could send the steward flying with a single slap, but now, the other party only needed a single finger to stab him to death. Wait until I recover my strength. I'll show you. Yi Xian made a mental note of this grudge and remembered the manager's eyes. However, if he couldn't recover his strength, then everything would be in vain. Yi Xian returned to his room and began to think carefully. However, not long after, a person walked into his courtyard. When he saw who it was, Yi Xian immediately shouted, Uncle. Yi Xian, I heard that you've already been to the treasury. The person who came was Yi Xian's uncle, the current family head, Yi Zhang. Yes. Yi Xian nodded. Don't blame uncle. Now that your cultivation has fallen, it would be best if you could recover. However, in these 3 days, you've already spent 1,000,000 taels of heaven and earth treasures, but you still haven't shown any signs of recovery. Thus, we've decided that you can't receive any more cultivation resources. Yi Zhang shook his head in pity. Have they already given up on me? After hearing this, Yi Xian felt bitter. It's not that we've given up on you. It's just that you can no longer cultivate like before. Thus, when your body recovers, pack your luggage and help the family manage the business. Yi Zhang said slowly. Okay, I understand. Yi Xian nodded. It seemed that the Yi family had really given up on him. Otherwise, Yi Zhang wouldn't have told him to pack his luggage. This was because they wanted him to leave Lianyan City. Right now, he was the #1 trash in Lianyan City. Everyone knew that. If he left Lianyan City, it would be good for the Yi family. After some time, people would forget about this matter. Just as Yi Xian was about to turn around and enter his room, Yi Zhang suddenly called out, Yi Xian, don't go yet. There's one more thing. Uncle, what's the matter? Yi Xian turned around. It's like this. Previously, the family arranged a marriage for you. That marriage is between you and the Lin family's Lin Shui'er. However, after you lost your cultivation, the Lin family is a little. Yi Zhang didn't continue speaking. However, Yi Xian understood and said, Uncle, do you mean that the Lin family wants to break off the engagement? Yes. Moreover, the Lin family has already arrived. They're in the main hall and even brought the betrothal gifts. Yi Zhang nodded. Uncle, I understand. I'll go now. Yi Xian said seriously. This matter proved another saying, when a tiger falls to the ground, it will be bullied by dogs. However, this was also human nature. Who would be willing to let the family's beloved daughter marry a trash? A trash who couldn't cultivate. A trash who couldn't take the blow and slit his wrist to commit suicide. In Lianyan City, even some farmers knew how to cultivate. Although they weren't strong, they still had some spiritual energy in their bodies. Yi Xian didn't have any spiritual energy at the moment. He probably couldn't even beat a strong man who didn't know how to cultivate, let alone those martial artists. Is that so? Yi Xian's eyes flickered. Since Lin Shuer was accepted as a disciple by this expert, she would become a direct disciple after entering the sect. She would not have to start from the outer sect, and her status would be higher than that of an inner sect disciple. It was no wonder that the Lin family was in such a hurry to break off the engagement. After all, even with that unlucky guy's aptitude, he would only be above average in the Shattering Cloud sect. There were many disciples who cultivated faster than him. Although Lin Shuer's aptitude was slightly lower than that unlucky guy's, she was definitely outstanding to be chosen by a sect expert. Yi Xian immediately followed Yi Zhang to the main hall. After all, he had been reduced from the #1 genius of the Yi family to the #1 trash of Lianyan City. Why would he be afraid of losing face when the engagement was broken off? At this moment, there were already many people sitting in the main hall of the Yi family. Among them, the 4 elders of the Yi family were all present. On the other side, only 2 people from the Lin family came. One was a middle-aged man, and the other was an old man. The atmosphere in the main hall was a little strange. There was no sound at all. Yi Xian followed Yi Zhang into the main hall and immediately became the center of attention. This was because the Lin family was here for Yi Xian. Very good, he is here. After Yi Xian entered the main hall, the middle-aged man from the Lin family nodded. Yi Xian sat down and his gaze fell on the 2 people from the Lin family. Yi Xian had seen the middle-aged man before. He was Lin Shuer's father, Lin Ming. As for the old man, no one in the Yi family knew his origin. However, from the old man's clothes, it was obvious that he was not a servant. This was because he sat beside Lin Ming. Before Yi Xian could sit down, Lin Ming said, "Old brother Yi, I believe you already know the purpose of our visit today. These are the betrothal gifts that your Yi family sent to my Lin family." "Old brother Lin, I know." Yi Zhang nodded. "In that case, old brother Yi, you." Lin Ming paused and did not continue speaking. Yi Zhang immediately understood. He looked at Yi Xian and said, "Yi Xian, take out the marriage contract." "All right." Without another word, Yi Xian took out a piece of paper. It was the marriage contract between him and Lin Shuer. Seeing this marriage contract, Lin Ming's eyes lit up. He smiled and said, "Nephew is really forthright. As long as you break this marriage contract, then these betrothal gifts will be returned to your Yi clan." Yi Xian looked at him, then glanced at Lin Shuer and said, "I can break the engagement, but what?" Lin Ming raised an eyebrow. Could it be that Yi Xian had other requests? "This marriage was brought up by your Lin family. It's only been a month, so it's not impossible to cancel it. However, I remember that there is a rule for canceling an engagement." Yi Xian did not continue. He knew that Lin Ming would understand. Hearing this, everyone present frowned. "Nephew, you mean double the betrothal gift?" Lin Ming's expression froze. However, before he could finish his sentence, Yi Xian shook his head and said, "No, I want 3 times. "What?" When this voice fell, everyone present was shocked. Yi Xian, he was really asking for a lion's share. "Nephew, you're not joking?" Lin Ming asked in astonishment. "Uncle Lin, do I look like I'm joking?" The corners of Yi Xian's mouth slightly curled up as he continued, "In our Lianyan city, the betrothal gift is at most 100,000 taels of silver. Uncle Lin, you should know that the betrothal gift my father prepared for me when he left home is a full 1 million taels of silver. If you want to cancel this engagement, then you have to pay 3 times the amount. Otherwise, I will not agree." He was already a cripple. Why would he need a wife? Of course, cultivation was more important. "You." Lin Ming was at a loss for words. Indeed, the betrothal gift they accepted was a little too expensive. It was 10 times more than the usual amount. However, now that Yi Xian had suddenly asked for 3 times the betrothal gift, it was different. This was 3 million taels of silver, equivalent to 30 years of income for a small family, and even more than a year's income for the Lin family. "Yi Xian, what's wrong with you?" Yi Zhang suddenly scurried over and asked softly. Uncle, since the Lin family dared to accept it, then they should be prepared for it, Yi Xian replied coldly. If you do this, you will put the Yi family in a difficult position, Yi Zhang reminded him. Uncle, don't worry. If I receive 3 times the amount of the betrothal gift, I will definitely make up for all the treasures I used up these past few days, Yi Xian ignored him and continued. You. Yi Zhang was also at a loss for words by Yi Xian. In front of them, Lin Ming was talking to the old man. After a while, Lin Ming nodded and said, all right, 3 times the amount of the betrothal gift. The Lin family is willing to return 3 times the amount. After he finished speaking, he stared straight at the engagement in Yi Xian's hand. Uncle Lin, before I see the returned betrothal gift, I will not cancel this engagement, Yi Xian said clearly. All right. Lin Ming's face darkened. Then, the old man waved his right hand and took out a jade bottle. He said, there are 2 essence gathering pills in here. Each pill is worth 1 million taels of silver. What? Everyone present was shocked again. However, they were not shocked by the price of the essence gathering pills, but by the old man's methods. An interspatial ring? An elder of the Yi family exclaimed. An interspatial ring was an extremely precious item. It could store hundreds of items in the space within the ring. It was very convenient. Even in the entire Lianyun city, or even the Shattering Cloud sect, one would not be able to find one. This old man actually had such a precious interspatial ring. Who exactly was he? Could it be that this old man is an expert from that powerful sect? Is he Lin Shuer's master? Everyone thought so. However, in the next moment, they personally overturned this conjecture. This was because if this expert was here, Lin Shuer would definitely be here as well. Therefore, they guessed that this old man was only a follower of that expert. If a follower had an interspatial ring, then how powerful was that expert? When Yi Xian saw this old man's ability, his heart trembled. He suddenly felt a little regretful. He felt that his price was too low. However, since the price was already called, there was no point in regretting it. Immediately, he walked over and took the jade bottle. Then, he handed over the engagement in his hand. Pung! The old man took the engagement in his hand. Suddenly, a strong wave of spiritual energy gushed out from his right hand and shattered the engagement in an instant. Now, Yi Xian had nothing to do with Lin Shuer. However, the former did not regret it. After all, he had only met Lin Shuer once. May I be so bold as to ask for Senior's name? Yi Xian put away the jade bottle and suddenly asked. Without waiting for him to finish his sentence, Yi Zhang shouted, Yi Xian, don't be rude. Hee, you're quite bold, kid. The old man glanced at Yi Zhang and said, I'm Eugene, the Heavenly Yuan Sect's protector. Heavenly Yuan Sect, when this name entered the ears of everyone present, they were all stunned. They were not shocked, but astonished, because they had never heard of this sect before. The old man did not intend to explain and said, Kid, the 3 times betrothal gift has been returned, and the marriage contract has been broken. Then, Miss Lin Shuer has nothing to do with you. Yes, Senior. Yi Xian said respectfully. You'll know in the future that breaking off this marriage contract has great benefits for you, Eugene said casually. He knew that Yi Xian would not understand, so he continued, Miss Lin Shuer has been accepted as a disciple by our Heavenly Yuan Sect's elder. Her future achievements will far surpass all of you. Not only that, even the overlord of this area, the Shattering Cloud sect, may not be comparable to her. In the future, Miss Lin Shuer will definitely have many suitors. If they know that Miss Lin Shuer has a marriage contract, not to mention your Yi family, even Lianyun City will be destroyed. When the old man finished speaking, everyone took a deep breath. What was the Heavenly Yuan Sect's background? Could it be that it was stronger than the Profound Sun Empire? Alright, the marriage contract has been broken. I won't stay here any longer. The old man stood up and prepared to leave. Yi Xian also cupped his fists and said, Goodbye, Senior. Haha, goodbye, we won't meet again. The old man laughed and said, I've heard about you. You suddenly lost all your cultivation and became a cripple. Although I have precious elixirs in my interspatial ring that can help you recover, these elixirs are extremely precious. Moreover, your aptitude can be found everywhere in the Shattering Cloud sect. In my heavenly Yuan sect, you can't even compare to a servant disciple. So, we won't meet again. Oh? Senior, how can you be so sure? Yi Xian suddenly looked up. Of course I'm sure. Do you think you can still come to my heavenly Yuan sect? The old man turned his head and looked at Yi Xian. Then, Senior, please wait and see. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. After accepting the bottle of soul-amassing pills, he had a strong premonition that this time, he would definitely be able to recover his cultivation base. This was because when the spirit-gathering pill appeared, the golden ball in his dantian trembled violently. Although your aptitude is not high, your character is to my liking. Alright, if you can come to the heavenly Yuan sect, I will accept you as a direct disciple. Eugene casually said before he waved his sleeves and left. Lin Shuer's father, Lin Ming, followed closely behind, leaving behind a group of stunned family members. They didn't expect the old man to be so easygoing and even chat with Yi Xian. If Yi Xian could really reach the heavenly Yuan sect, then the old man would fulfill his promise and accept Yi Xian as his successor disciple. However, was this possible? Yi Xian didn't have any cultivation base at the moment. Even if he recovered his cultivation base, he would only be able to enter the Shattering Cloud sect at most. The Heavenly Yuan sect was 100 times stronger than the Shattering Cloud sect. No one knew where it was, so Yi Xian wouldn't be able to meet the old man. After the old man and Lin Ming left, Yi Xian turned around and said to Yi Zhang, "Uncle, take these betrothal gifts as my compensation. Also, if I can't recover my cultivation base, you will definitely assign me to another city or town. Rather than that, why don't you let me leave the Yi family on my own?" Leave the Yi family? Yi Zhang couldn't react for a moment. Yes, leave the Yi family. In other words, I, Yi Xian, am no longer a member of the Yi family in Lianyan City. Yi Xian nodded. What did you say? Yi Zhang's eyes suddenly widened. He couldn't believe that Yi Xian would say such a thing. Uncle, I said that I want to leave the Yi family. I sincerely hope that you will grant me my wish. Yi Xian cupped his fists with a serious face. You, Yi Zhang pointed at Yi Xian, speechless for a moment. Now that Yi Xian had obtained 2 precious spirit-gathering pills, he suddenly wanted to leave the Yi family and establish his own family. This matter had developed so quickly that he couldn't react. Fine. Without waiting for Yi Zhang to speak, a Yi family elder on the side said sternly, I agree. I also agree. Since this brat wants to establish his own family, then let him be. After all, there's nothing we can do to change the situation. Another elder nodded. That's right. I'm afraid that an ordinary person like him won't be able to handle the family business. Let him be. The third elder also agreed. In the Yi family, there were only 5 people at the highest level of decision-making. They were Yi Zhang and the 4 elders. If something big happened, they would gather to discuss it and then vote on it. Now that 3 elders had agreed, even if Yi Zhang and the remaining elder rejected it, it would be useless. Many thanks to the 3 elders for granting my wish. From today onwards, I, Yi Xian, will have nothing to do with the Yi family in Lianyan City. Today, I will move out of the Yi family. Yi Xian cupped his fists towards the 3 elders and then quickly left. At this time, the 4th elder suddenly said, this brat's actions are strange. Don't tell me that he thinks that he has a chance to recover his strength? How is that possible? In these 3 days, he used up nearly 1,000,000 silvers worth of cultivation resources. There's no sign of him recovering at all. How can he recover with a mere 2,000,000 silvers? This brat is probably holding a grudge. When we needed him, we nurtured him. Now that he has lost his cultivation, we kicked him away. He must be holding a grudge. Don't tell me that we have to continue investing in him to recover his strength. Don't you understand the meaning behind that elder's words? That's right. That elder meant that Yi Xian can recover his strength, but he will need to pay a huge price. This price is not something that our Yi family can bear. A mere 2 spirit-gathering pills is definitely not enough to recover his strength. Yi Zhang listened to the 4 elders' conversation and sighed helplessly. Yi Xian was his nephew after all. He was the son of his younger brother. Although his younger brother had left the Yi family for several years and had yet to return. After leaving the Yi family's main hall, Yi Xian directly returned to his residence. Now that he had been abandoned by the Yi family, there was no use for him to stay in the Yi family. Immediately, he began to pack his luggage. At this time, a beautiful figure suddenly flashed in. "Young master, why are you packing?" "Lu, I wanted to go out and look for you." "You should pack up too. We're leaving the Yi clan." Yi Xian said to Lu. "Leaving the Yi clan? Why?" Lu didn't understand and asked in astonishment. "I can't cultivate right now because the Yi clan dislikes me." "Lu, do you want to leave with me?" Yi Xian stopped what he was doing. Lu was brought back by his father. At that time, she was still a child and Yi Xian was only 3 years old. They grew up together and were very close. However, Yi Xian treated Lu like his own sister and so did Lu. Lu was stunned when she heard Yi Xian's words. Tears immediately gushed out of her large eyes as she cried, "Why are the patriarch and the others like this? Young master is already like this, yet they're still chasing young master away." Yi Xian was helpless. Lu had been very obedient since she was young. However, she had a small flaw, which was that she loved to cry. With no other choice, he walked over and stroked Lu's hair. "No, I'm the one who wants to leave." "Lu, do you trust me?" "Yes." Lu nodded obediently. "Then let's go. I promise you that they will beg me to come back." Yi Xian said solemnly. "Young master, I trust you." Lu wiped her tears and looked at Yi Xian with her hazy eyes. Suddenly, her tears turned into a smile. "Then go pack up. If they go back on their word, we won't be able to leave." Yi Xian gently pinched Lu's little face and smiled. "Okay, I'll go now." Lu nodded and left as fast as she could. Yi Xian watched her leave and couldn't help but sigh. He muttered, "I hope these 2 energy-gathering pills are useful. Otherwise, we can only rely on these 10,000 taels for the rest of our lives." He was considered wealthy before, but in the past 3 days, he had spent a lot of money. At this time, he only had 10,000 taels of silver left after the 2 energy-gathering pills. However, 10,000 taels of silver was enough for the 2 of them to live an ordinary life. Lu quickly finished packing and Yi Xian didn't take much with them. The 2 of them carried a bag each and left the Yi clan. Along the way, many Yi clan members saw them. It wouldn't take long for this news to spread. Before leaving the Yi family, Yi Xian had planned for a bit. They now had 10,000 taels of silver, and an ordinary and didn't even need a tael of silver to stay for a day. However, for the sake of convenience, Yi Xian directly bought a small house for only 100 taels of silver. There were only 2 of them, so they didn't need a big place to stay. They just needed a place to stay. After that, Yi Xian gave Lu some silver and told her to go out and buy some necessities. As for him, he stayed in the house and prepared to try again. "A energy-gathering pill worth 1 million taels of silver? Let me see its effects." Yi Xian poured out a pill and popped it into his mouth. He swallowed it without chewing. He didn't have any spiritual energy in his body, so he couldn't help with the refinement. He could only wait for the energy-gathering pill to digest on its own. After a while, Yi Xian felt a surge of warmth in his body. Then, a trace of spiritual energy was produced. He immediately used the Yi clan's martial arts and began to refine the energy-gathering pill. More and more spiritual energy was produced. This time, Yi Xian learned his lesson. He didn't let the spiritual energy flow into his dantian. Instead, he let it circulate in his body. Previously, whenever he had any spiritual energy, he would immediately store it in his dantian. This caused the spiritual energy to be absorbed by the golden ball. Now, as long as he continued to use his martial arts, he would be able to continuously produce spiritual energy. After about 10 minutes, Yi Xian felt a large amount of spiritual energy circulating in his body. Most of it was due to the energy-gathering pill. "It's about time. Go on, let's see how much you can absorb," Yi Xian estimated in his heart. Then, he controlled the spiritual energy and slowly gathered it in his dantian. Each energy-gathering pill was worth 1 million taels of silver. It was extremely precious. The spiritual energy in his body right now was probably several times more than when he was at his peak. Of course, this spiritual energy wasn't his. It was just that the energy-gathering pill absorbed the yuan qi of heaven and earth. After some time, this spiritual energy would dissipate. Therefore, energy-gathering pills were usually used for breakthroughs. Furthermore, it was only used by martial artists above the 6th grade of the martial path. After 3 days of continuous failure, Yi Xian had figured out a little. The golden ball in his dantian was like a bottomless pit, constantly absorbing spiritual energy. Therefore, this time, he wanted to fill the golden ball up in one go. 1/10, 2/10, 3/10, Yi Xian's spiritual energy continuously flowed into his dantian and was then absorbed by the golden ball. He was very nervous and was already prepared to take the second energy-gathering pill. However, when half of the spiritual energy was absorbed, the golden ball in his dantian suddenly trembled. It's moving, it's moving. Yi Xian couldn't calm down because this was the second time in 3 days that the golden ball had trembled. The first time was when he received the 2 energy-gathering pills. 6/10, 7/10, when 70% of the spiritual energy was consumed, the golden ball trembled again. 8/10, 9/10. The golden ball trembled again. Yi Xian was very excited. He controlled the last 10% of spiritual energy and gathered it in his dantian. At the same time, he prepared to take the second energy-gathering pill. When the last 10% of spiritual energy gathered in his dantian, the golden ball in his dantian suddenly trembled again. This time, the trembling was the most violent it had ever been. Yi Xian screamed. He felt as if his dantian had been pierced by a needle. It was burning hot. However, in the next moment, his brows suddenly relaxed. This was because he realized that there were some changes in his body. Ha! Ha ha, my realm is starting to recover, Yi Xian couldn't help but cry out in surprise. He endured the pain and revealed a smile. The heavens didn't disappoint the faithful. He was finally starting to recover his strength. Martial Path Level 1. Martial Path Level 2. Martial Path Level 3. Martial Path Level 4. Originally, Yi Xian was in the early stage of the Martial Path Level 4. However, he had now surpassed this threshold and reached the middle stage of the Martial Path Level 4. Moreover, it was still rising. What's going on? My strength has increased? Yi Xian was a little confused. How is this possible? What is going on? Could it be that the spiritual energy absorbed by the golden ball suddenly exploded? This thought flashed through Yi Xian's mind. When he thought about it, it really was possible. Previously, he had consumed nearly 1,000,000 taels of silver. Now, with the addition of the spirit-gathering pill, it was possible for him to jump 2 levels. After all, the spirit-gathering pill was a pill used to break through the 6th stage of the martial path. Heavens, the 5th stage of the martial path. I'm actually a 5th stage martial artist. What is this golden ball? At this moment, the environment in his body had stabilized and his cultivation had stabilized at the early 5th stage of the martial path. He felt that it was inconceivable. Everything happened too suddenly and he wasn't mentally prepared. Originally, he didn't have any spiritual energy. But now, not only did he recover his strength, but he also broke through to the 5th stage of the martial path. However, Yi Xian didn't think too much about it. After all, he had climbed from the abyss of trash to the peak of geniuses. Moreover, he was much stronger than other geniuses. A 15-year-old 4th stage martial artist was the #1 genius in the Yi clan. Then, with his current 5th stage martial artist, wouldn't he be the #1 in Lianyun City? One had to know that the 10th stage of the martial path was getting harder and harder. In the history of Lianyun City, the youngest person to break through to the early 5th stage of the martial path was 17 years old. However, Yi Xian was only 15 years old. He was 2 years ahead of his opponent. Unlucky brat, since I've transmigrated into you, I'll live well in your place. Yi Xian secretly said in his heart. In the next moment, he helplessly shook his head and muttered, but, what is the origin of this golden ball? Why is it still in my dantian? Why didn't it repair my dantian? The dantian was where martial artists stored their spiritual energy. If there was a hole in the dantian, the spiritual energy would leak out. Although the meridians and other places could store spiritual energy, it was still a small amount. All the meridians added together were probably not even 1/5 of the dantian. Just as Xian was surprised, a sharp pain erupted from his dantian. This pain lasted for more than 10 seconds. Then, a series of strange sounds rang in Xian's mind. Ding! The devouring system has merged with the dantian. The devouring system has been successfully activated. Initial detection of host health. Ding! Light injury. Beginning treatment. Treatment complete. As these strange sounds faded away, the intense pain Xian felt disappeared. By the time Xian reacted, he realized that his dantian had disappeared and was replaced by the golden ball. What's going on? Why is my dantian gone? Xian was so shocked that he almost swallowed his tongue. Previously, he still had his dantian, but because it was damaged, he was unable to store spiritual energy. Now, his entire dantian was gone, replaced by a golden ball. At the same time, after his dantian disappeared, the recovered spiritual energy in his body was once again absorbed by the golden ball. Don't absorb it. I don't want to become a normal person again. Xian shouted. However, he suddenly realized a problem. His level did not seem to have dropped. Could it be that this golden ball is my dantian, and my spiritual power will be stored in it in the future? This thought flashed through Xian's mind. He frowned. Indeed, a trace of spiritual energy flowed out of the golden ball. This really was his dantian, a golden dantian. However, what was the difference between a dantian formed by a golden ball and a normal dantian? Xian suddenly thought of another problem. He clearly heard a strange sound just now. The devouring system and the dantian fused. What the hell is this devouring system? Could it be this golden ball? Xian suddenly revealed a look of realization. Could this be the benefit of his transmigration? At that moment, he shouted in his mind, "Devouring system." Sure enough, something extraordinary appeared in his mind. Usually, after transmigration, there will be a mysterious cultivation method or system. Looks like my luck is not bad. I am not a real trash, but I will be immersed in it for a period of time. So this is the benefit of my transmigration. This golden ball is the devouring system. Xian was pleasantly surprised. After he finished reading the description of the devouring system, he raised his eyebrows and continued to mutter, "Good stuff, really good stuff. It can actually devour all things and convert them into spiritual power. This is much easier than cultivating." As the name suggested, the devouring system relied on devouring to improve. Xian still had many questions in his mind, but he did not think too much about it. He got off the bed and used his right hand to pick up a flower vase on the table. Devouring this item will yield 0 benefits. Does the host confirm to devour this item? This sentence rang in his mind. Yield 0 benefits? Xian was somewhat helpless. This was obviously discrimination. So what if it was a flower vase? Was a flower vase useless? Confirm. Xian replied in his mind. The host's posture is incorrect. Unable to devour. The system prompted. Posture is incorrect? Do you really want me to swallow it? Xian rolled his eyes. Then, he really did bring the small flower vase to his mouth. Then, he opened his mouth wide and sucked in a deep breath. A strange thing suddenly happened. He saw a black energy wrap around the flower vase. Then, the flower vase quickly shrank and was directly sucked into his mouth. Xian was almost scared to death. He hurriedly covered his throat and coughed violently twice. It can't be. I really swallowed the flower vase. Can it be digested? Xian was extremely shocked. If he performed this move, it would definitely shock the entire world. Even if it was played 10 times slower, no one would be able to see any clues. At this moment, the system prompt rang in his mind again. *CK this Chinese rural dog. It really didn't give me anything. It seems that I need to devour some pills or other precious items. Xian suddenly remembered that he still had a spirit-gathering pill that was worth 1,000,000 taels of silver. He immediately put it to his mouth and said in his mind, "Devour." The spirit-gathering pill shrank like the flower vase and was sucked into Yixian's mouth. The host has successfully devoured a spirit-gathering pill. You have received 1 devouring point. The spirit-gathering pill was successfully devoured and turned into a large amount of spiritual energy that was fed back to Yixian. F*CK, a spirit-gathering pill is worth 1,000,000 taels of silver. Furthermore, it is usually used by a martial artist in the 6th stage of the martial path to break through. But now, it doesn't even give me a single level up. Yixian was helpless. He estimated that he would need at least 1 more spirit-gathering pill to break through to the 5th stage of the martial path. However, there was a benefit to this. As long as there were good things to devour, he could level up without limit. There was no need to worry about breaking through too quickly and going berserk. Speaking of which, there was now a new term, which was devouring points. Devouring points? What are devouring points? Yixian asked in his mind. The spirit-gathering pill he had just consumed was worth 1,000,000 taels of silver. It was extremely valuable, but it only gave him 1 point. What was the use of these points? Devouring points can be exchanged for martial arts, bloodlines, weapons, treasures, etc. Before Yixian could ask, a list appeared in his mind. He looked at it carefully and found that a rank 5 martial arts only required 1 point. Roaring Tiger Fist, Falling Goose Kick, Thunderclap Sword Style. Yixian could not help but murmur. All the martial arts he saw were rank 5 martial arts, and each one was worth more than 1,000,000 taels of silver. System, how do I get devouring points? Yixian asked. Devouring some precious items will give the host devouring points. Hearing this, Yixian's eyes lit up. He had just consumed a spirit-gathering pill worth 1,000,000 taels of silver and received 1 devouring point. If he exchanged this point for martial arts and taught them, he would earn a lot of money. Then, he could buy spirit-gathering pills to level up. Wouldn't he be invincible? But in the next moment, he remembered something. Even though rank 5 martial arts were precious, there had to be someone who could afford it. In Lianyun City, other than the 4 great families, who could take out hundreds of thousands of taels of silver at once? Sigh. Yixian shook his head in disappointment. But at this moment, his eyes suddenly lit up. Devouring points could not only be used to exchange for martial arts, but also pills, weapons, and treasures. Among them, a segment called Bloodline attracted Yixian's attention. Beast King Bloodline, top-tier bloodline. Can make beasts submit and greatly increase physical strength. Blood Kindred Bloodline, top-tier bloodline. Can consume the blood of others to grow. Can transform into a bat. Can undergo the embrace. Moonlight Werewolf Bloodline, top-tier bloodline. Greatly increase physical strength. Can transform into a werewolf. Bathed in the moonlight to increase power. Deep Sea Jiao Dragon Bloodline, a top-notch bloodline. Greatly increases the strength of one's physical body, allowing one to transform into a Jiao Dragon. Golden Titan Bloodline, a top-class bloodline. Greatly increases the strength of one's physical body, allowing one to transform into a titan. Looking at these bloodlines, Yixian was so shocked that he was speechless. However, above these top-notch bloodlines, there were even higher-grade divine bloodlines, such as Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, and Unicorn. Apart from that, he also saw the Divine Battle Bloodline, the Demon King Bloodline, the Daluo Golden Immortal Bloodline, and so on. There were at least thousands of them. When Yixian saw the price of these bloodlines, he was dazzled. All he saw was a lot of zeros. He didn't dare to look anymore and quickly clicked on the elementary bloodline section. Wind-seeking leopard bloodline. Increases running speed. Low-grade bloodline, 100 beasts bloodline, increases the strength of the body and possesses the strength of 100 beasts. Low-grade bloodline, the Centauria bloodline increases recovery ability and immunity to poison. Low-grade bloodlines, there were many low-grade bloodlines. However, Yixian couldn't afford any of them because he only had 1 devour points. Looks like I'll have to devour more good stuff. Yixian felt a little regretful. These bloodlines were extremely good. If he had the 100 Beasts bloodline now, he could probably punch through a wall with a single punch. The Centauria bloodline was not bad either. It was immune to poison and he wouldn't have to worry about being poisoned in the future. Just as Yi Xian was thinking about how to level up, suddenly, a figure pushed open the door of the courtyard and walked in. Logically speaking, Lu Er shouldn't have returned so quickly. However, it was indeed Lu Er who had returned. However, there was something wrong with Lu Er. Young master, after Lu Er entered, she purposely tightened her clothes and called out softly. Although Yi Xian hadn't known Lu Er for long, he could see some clues. Lu Er seemed to have just cried. Moreover, Lu Er's clothes were dirty and there were some light bruises on her body. It was obvious that she had been beaten up. Immediately, Yi Xian darted forward and grabbed Lu Er. Lu Er, what happened? Who bullied you? No, no one. I accidentally fell when I entered. Lu Er hurriedly shook her head. Nonsense. Tell me, who hurt you? Yi Xian glared and lifted Lu Er's collar. Indeed, there were some scratches on her shoulders. They seemed to have been made by a woman's fingernails. How could he believe Lu Er's nonsense? She obviously had scratches on her body. She couldn't have been scraped by a rock, right? He was also very angry because he treated Lu Er as his younger sister. How could he remain calm when his younger sister was bullied? Lu Er, tell me. Yi Xian's expression was cold. Lu Er, who had just cried, also felt Yi Xian's angry roar. However, when she recalled what had just happened, her tears immediately gushed out again and she threw herself into Yi Xian's arms. Lu Er went out just now to pick a piece of cloth for the young master to make a shirt. Who knew that I would run into Chen Mei on the way? She said that the young master was a good-for-nothing. Lu Er was so angry, so I retorted. Lu Er said with tears streaming down her face. And then? Yi Xian's expression grew colder. And then she hit me, tore my clothes, and even threw my clothes on the streets. Lu Er stammered. What? When he heard this, Yi Xian's expression darkened. He immediately asked, this Chen Mei is very bold. Who is she? Lu Er wiped her tears. She's the servant of the Chen family's young master, Chen Song. Chen Song, Yi Xian had some impression of this person. This Chen Song was 2 years older than him and was in the mid-4th grade of the martial path. He could be considered a top figure. This Chen Song was also there? Yi Xian asked again. Lu Er nodded lightly. When Chen Mei hit me, he was eating upstairs at the Drunken Immortal restaurant. Fortunately, the city guards passed by. Otherwise, okay, I understand. Yi Xian suppressed the anger in his heart and gently stroked Lu Er's hair. There were a total of 4 top families in Lianyan City. Besides the Yi and Lin families, there was also the Chen family and the Wu family of the city lord's mansion. The Chen family's strength was not to be underestimated. However, even so, Yi Xian had to get back at them. Young master, don't go. Lu Er was a little worried. However, before she could finish, Yi Xian gently stroked her hair and said, it's okay. I've already recovered my strength. Furthermore, my cultivation is even more profound. Ah? Young master, you're Dan Tian. Lu Er widened her eyes in shock. To Yi Xian, bullying Lu Er was the same as bullying him. He swore that he would take revenge and pay back double. He immediately left the restaurant and walked towards the Drunken Immortal restaurant. He had heard that Chen Song liked to eat at the restaurant. If there were no accidents, he should be able to find the restaurant. After a while, Yi Xian arrived at the restaurant called the Drunken Immortal restaurant. Before he entered, he heard hearty laughter coming from the 2nd floor. Yi Xian had seen Chen Song before, so he recognized his voice. The loud laughter belonged to Chen Song. However, the person who was talking to Chen Song had a voice that was extremely familiar to Yi Xian. This person was actually Yi Zhang's son and also Yi Xian's cousin, Yi Kai. This Yi Kai was the same age as Chen Song, but he was only in the early 4th stage of the martial path. This Yi Kai, when did he hook up with Chen Song? Yi Xian was surprised and walked upstairs. The 2nd floor of the Drunken Immortal restaurant was filled with private rooms. He followed the voice, but before he entered, he heard Chen Song's voice coming from inside. Ha ha ha, who would have thought that after that trashy Xian's Dantian was destroyed, the Lin family immediately broke off the engagement. That damned old man Lin Ming, that day when my father came to propose marriage, he actually ignored him. I didn't expect it either. That unlucky guy Yixian lost his cultivation. However, that Lin Shuer is quite mysterious. I heard that she is very beautiful. If I can marry her, I will definitely feel good. Sigh, Brother Yi, be careful. She has already been accepted as a disciple by a mysterious and powerful sect. Her future is limitless. What are you afraid of? I heard that Lin Shuer has already left Lianyun City. Are you afraid that she will hear about it? It is better to be safe than sorry. Let's talk about that trashy Xian. Brother Yi, you may not know, but when Brother Yi was still here, my servant girl saw his servant girl and humiliated her. If it wasn't for the city guards, that servant girl would have been stripped naked. To be honest, that trashy Xian's luck is pretty good. He actually has such a beautiful maid, and he doesn't know how to cherish her. If it were me, I would have broken her long ago. Before Chen Song could finish his words, Yi Xian, who was outside the room, couldn't sit still any longer. He directly kicked the door. Clang! The door couldn't withstand a single kick from a cultivator of the 5th stage of the martial path. It immediately fell in and smashed onto the dining table. How dare you? Who is it? Chen Song, who was in the private room, jumped up from his chair. However, before he could react, he saw a person rushing in front of him. Then, the person grabbed his throat with one hand and lifted him up. Who was so daring to strangle the Chen family's young master? Yi Kai was shocked. When he walked to the side and saw the person's side profile, his mouth opened so wide that one could stuff an egg in it. Wasn't the person who had rushed into the private room the trashy Xian that they had been discussing earlier? You deserve to die. Yi Xian roared furiously and slapped him across the face. Slap, the slap was very loud. Chen Song covered the side of his face with his hand and looked stunned. He couldn't react in time and didn't know who was strangling him. Yi Xian, what are you doing? Put Brother Chen down, Yi Kai shouted anxiously. What? When Chen Song heard this, he was completely dumbfounded. The person who had strangled him and lifted him up was actually Yi Xian, the person he had just called trash. Yi Xian, the person who couldn't stand the provocation and committed suicide. How was this possible? Ugh. Yi Xian. You. Chen Song stuttered as he was strangled. Do you want to die? Yi Xian tightened his grip and asked. In an instant, his entire body emitted a cold aura. His face was completely devoid of blood and expression, as if he was a block of ice. For some reason, Chen Song subconsciously shook his head. Moreover, he was a level higher than Yi Xian. However, when he saw Yi Xian in person, he actually became timid. If you don't want to die, that's fine. But you'll have to pay the price, Yi Xian said coldly. Before he could finish, Yi Kai shouted, Yi Xian, stop. As he shouted, he stepped forward and prepared to grab Yi Xian. Get lost. Yi Xian turned his head and threw a side kick, sending Yi Kai, who was in the early stage of the 4th stage of the martial path, into a corner. Yi Kai was also stunned. He was in the same level as Yi Xian. How could he be sent flying with a single kick? At this moment, Chen Song also reacted. He was a level higher than Yi Xian. Why should he be afraid of him? He immediately freed one hand and threw a punch at Yi Xian's chest. However, the hand that was strangling his throat suddenly tightened and forcibly removed his strength. Ugh, Chen Song felt that he couldn't breathe. The force that he used to punch Yi Xian's chest was also much weaker. What are you trying to do? Do you still want to kill people in the city? Yi Kai shouted as he endured the pain. Chen Song was the nephew of the Chen family's patriarch. If anything happened to him, the Yi family and the Chen family would definitely fight to the death. He's not worthy. As Yi Xian spoke, his left hand, which had just healed, suddenly pulled out a dagger and stabbed. Rip. A crisp sound rang out. Chen Song's clothes were directly cut open. Then, Yi Xian kicked Chen Song into another corner. Then, he shot forward and brandished the dagger a few times. In an instant, he actually cut open Chen Song's clothes, revealing his upper body. Now, Chen Song finally understood what Yi Xian was trying to do. Just now, his servant had wanted to strip Lu Er naked. Now, she wanted to strip him naked too. You're courting death. Chen Song took a deep breath and immediately climbed up from the ground. With a shout, he threw a punch at Yi Xian. Penetrating fist technique, bull's charge. Facing this punch, Yi Xian did not dodge. Instead, he used his left hand to meet it. Now that he had recovered his strength and reached the 5th grade of the martial path, he could instantly gather large amounts of spiritual energy. Even though the penetrating fist technique was only a grade 2 martial art, it was enough. Crack! A crisp sound rang out. Chen Song's arm was actually broken. Chen Song took a step back and hit the wall. He let out a heart-wrenching scream. Rip! Yi Xian stabbed with the dagger and cut open Chen Song's pants. Then, he pulled hard, tearing the pants apart. Now, Chen Song was only left with a piece of cloth. You don't do anything rash. Do you want to become enemies with the Chen family? At this moment, Chen Song no longer thought about why Yi Xian was so strong. He immediately threatened. Enemies, huh? So what? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and kicked out again. This time, he ruthlessly stomped on Chen Song's chest. This huge force caused the latter to almost gasp for breath. Your maid wanted to strip Luer naked. Today, I'll strip you naked and throw you on the streets. As soon as Yi Xian finished speaking, he grabbed Chen Song's leg and dragged him to the window right under Yi Kai's eyes. Yi Xian, don't be rash. Do you want our Yi family to start a war with the Chen family? Yi Kai cried out in alarm. If Yi Xian really threw the naked Chen Song on the streets, it would cause a dispute between the Yi family and the Chen family. After all, this was a matter of reputation. If such a thing really happened, how could Chen Song establish himself in Lianyan City in the future? Yi Xian lifted the limp Chen Song up again. The latter had been beaten by Yi Xian a few times and was in a daze. He had no strength to resist at all. At this time, he could only threaten, don't do anything stupid. If you dare to throw me down, my father will definitely kill you. He definitely will. Chen Song had a status in the Chen family. His father was the younger brother of the Chen family's patriarch. His strength was in the 6th realm of the martial path, and he was considered an expert in Lianyan City. However, Yi Xian was still not afraid. At this time, he had already lifted Chen Song's upper body out of the window. As long as he loosened his grip, Chen Song would fall down. Chen Song's body was trembling non-stop. He did not care about covering his body and grabbed Yi Xian's arm tightly with one hand. On the streets, people came and went. Some people noticed the commotion on the 2nd floor of the Drunken Immortal restaurant and immediately gathered together. Look, someone is being carried out naked. 2 young men. Why do I feel like I've seen that naked young man before? Isn't that Chen Song from the Chen family? He often comes to the Drunken Immortal restaurant to eat. What, Chen Song? Who has the guts to strip him naked and hang him out of the window? The streets were already in an uproar. At least 100 people stopped to watch. Now, whether Chen Song fell or not, he was going to become famous. Don't let go, don't let go. It's not too late to pull me back. Chen Song also glanced down. He was not afraid of falling. After all, he was a martial artist in the 4th stage of the martial path. Falling from a height of 4 to 5 meters would at most cause minor injuries. What he was afraid of was losing face. Haha, it's too late. Yi Xian suddenly smiled and pulled Chen Song back with his left hand. Chen Song was overjoyed, but in the next moment, his eyes widened. This was because Yi Xian's foot had already landed squarely on his chest. What? Chen Song's jaw dropped. He thought Yi Xian was pulling him back, but he didn't expect him to kick him out. Yi Xian, you're dead meat. Chen Song was kicked flying, but he didn't forget to shout as he flew through the air. Plop. Not long after, Chen Song's naked body smashed into the ground. The huge impact caused him to involuntarily spit out a mouthful of blood. However, the physical injury was nothing compared to the mental injury. At this moment, Chen Song happened to be in front of the crowd. After falling, his consciousness was blurred. In addition to the injuries on his body, he didn't have the ability to cover his vital parts. The surrounding people saw everything clearly. There were also some girls in the crowd. When they saw Chen Song's body, which was as fair as a woman's, they let out sharp screams. This time, Chen Song's name would spread throughout Lianyan City. However, it shouldn't be as famous as Yi Xian. After all, when he fell, he shouted Yi Xian's name. It's over, it's over. The Yi family and the Chen family are really going to war. Yi Xian stripped Chen Song and threw him down. The two families will definitely fight this time. What's going on? Didn't they say that Yi Xian did something that angered the gods and caused his dantian to shatter for no reason and become a cripple? That's obviously fake. How can a cripple lift Chen Song up and throw him down the stairs? That's not right. I heard that this Chen Song is in the mid-4th level of the martial path. Yi Xian was only in the early 4th level of the martial path when he was at his peak. Could it be that Chen Song is a paper tiger that was piled up with pills? That's impossible. This Chen Song is one of the 4 heroes of the Chen family. How can he be a paper tiger that was piled up with pills? The surrounding people discussed softly. However, at this moment, another shout came from the sky. Following that, another person fell from the sky. However, this time it was a fully clothed person. Plop. This person fell beside Chen Song, who was in a daze. Isn't this Shi family's Yi Kai? Good lord, what's going on with this Yi Xian? Not only did he beat up Chen family's Chen Song, he even beat up his own family's Yi Kai. That's strange. Don't the Yi and Chen family mind their own business? Why is this Yi Kai with Chen Song? The surrounding people couldn't understand what was going on and could only surround them. However, this wasn't the end of it. After Chen Song and Yi Kai fell from the sky, another figure flew out from the 2nd floor of the Drunken Immortal Inn. However, this person didn't fall to the ground horizontally. Instead, he landed on his feet. This person was the one who threw Chen Song and Yi Kai down the stairs, Yi Xian. Those who are unjust are doomed to destruction. Yi Xian snorted coldly and left without looking back. The surrounding people recognized him and exclaimed, "It's really Yi Xian." After leaving the Drunken Immortal Inn, Yi Xian went straight home. He knew that this time it was going to be a big mess. He also knew what the result would be, but he never regretted it. Luo wasn't just his servant, she was also his younger sister. How could he swallow his anger when his younger sister was bullied? However, this time, he did reap some benefits. Chen Song was the Chen family's most valued disciple and he had many good items on him. After Chen Song and Yi Kai were kicked down the stairs, Yi Xian took away their belongings. They were 2 treasured swords and 3 bottles of elixir pills. Yi Xian immediately found a small alley and carefully sized up the 2 treasured swords. Not bad, not bad. These 2 treasured swords seem to be low-grade mortal weapons. I wonder how much spiritual energy I will gain after I devour them. Yi Xian decided to first devour Yi Kai's treasured sword and its scabbard. This treasured sword was also a good item. It was worth at least 100,000 taels of silver and increased Yi Xian's spiritual energy by a lot. I never thought that I would be able to try devouring swords in my life. It would be wrong of me not to try some magic tricks. Yi Xian helplessly shook his head. He suddenly had an idea. In the future, he might be able to devour his opponent's weapon when he fought. Don't provoke me, or else I will devour your divine weapon. This was a domineering line that Yi Xian thought of for himself. Yi Xian swallowed all 3 bottles of pills without exception. He estimated that he would be able to break through to the mid-stage of the 5th realm with another 500,000 taels of silver. Unfortunately, although he swallowed a lot of things, they weren't particularly valuable, so he didn't get any swallowing points. Now, he was 1 step closer to the mid-stage of the 5th realm. As long as he broke through, he would be able to sweep through the entire younger generation of the Chen clan. Even the strongest of the Chen clan's 4 heroes wouldn't be his match. Even in the entire Shattering Cloud sect, there were only a handful of people with such aptitude. If he entered the Shattering Cloud sect, he would definitely be heavily nurtured. However, 500,000 taels of silver wasn't a small amount. Just now, he only got 20,000 taels of silver from Chen Song and Yi Kai. After all, he didn't need to bring so many taels of silver with him. This isn't bad. As long as I have money, I can level up. It's much easier than cultivating normally. Yi Xian thought to himself. Then, he took Ye Kai's treasured sword and went home. Previously, the unlucky ghost's dantian was shattered and his cultivation was lost. Therefore, he threw away all his belongings and bought pills in hopes of recovering. Although this treasured sword was stolen from Ye Kai, it now belonged to him. Moreover, Yi Xian had his own plans. He needed a treasured sword, so he didn't swallow it. As for Qin Song's mess, he'll let the Yi clan clean it up. On the way home, Yi Xian bought a lot of things because he needed to leave Lianyun City for a period of time. Young master, you're back. Luer ran out of the house. Yes, young master has avenged you. I stripped Qin Song of his clothes and threw them on the streets. Yi Xian nodded. When she heard this, Luer was shocked. Yi Xian went out for less than half an hour and he already took revenge? Young master. Luer's eyes were wet. Probably only Yi Xian dared to strip the Qin clan's clothes and throw them on the streets. Sigh, Luer, you're crying again. It's not a big deal. Yi Xian stroked Luer's hair before taking out a small jade bottle. He said, this is healing medicine. Luer, treat your wounds. Also, I brought back quite a few things. Remember not to go out in the next few days. Although Luer was only 12 or 13 years old, she was not stupid. She quickly asked, young master, where are you going? I need to leave the city for a while. Now that we have no one to rely on, I want to contact my father's good friend, Yi Xian said slowly. However, this was just an excuse he made up on the spot. This time, he was not going to look for someone, but to gain experience. He only had 30,000 taels of silver and Ye Kai's treasured sword. If he wanted to upgrade it in the future, he would need a large amount of treasures and elixirs. Therefore, this time, he was going out to kill some demonic beasts and sell those precious materials. Luer wants to go too, Luer said worriedly. Don't be afraid. I've already recovered my strength, and I'm even stronger now. I'll be back in a while. You must not go out in the next few days. Remember, Yi Xian said as he shook his head. For an ordinary person like Luer, it was safer to stay in the city. Moreover, the house he bought was very secluded. There were not many people around, so she should be fine. All right then. Young master, you must be careful. Luer also knew that she would be a burden to Yi Xian, so she did not insist. If something happened along the way, Yi Xian would definitely protect her. This was equivalent to having another burden. All right, then I'll be leaving. I'll be back as soon as possible. Yi Xian repeated. Luer nodded and waved at Yi Xian. Her face was filled with reluctance. Young master, you must come back soon, all right. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xian left. After leaving the house, Yi Xian went to the stable and bought a good horse. Because he was going out to train, he only brought 10,000 taels of silver with him. He left the remaining 20,000 taels of silver for Luer. Then, he went to buy some necessities for training and hurried out of the city. He guessed that the Yi family should be looking for him now. After all, he had stripped Qin Song, a mid-stage 4th-grade martial artist, naked and left him on the streets. This meant that his cultivation level had definitely recovered. TSK. When I'm useful, I'll be heavily nurtured. When I'm not, you'll kick me aside. When I return from training, I'll definitely give you all a surprise. Yi Xian thought to himself. Then, he mounted his horse and galloped into the distance. Although he didn't know how to ride a horse before transmigrating and hadn't even seen one with his own eyes, the unlucky ones did. Therefore, Yi Xian could be considered to know how to ride a horse. This time, he was going to a place called the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun. There were countless demonic beasts there. Yi Xian was in the early stage of the 5th-grade martial path. As long as he did not encounter any demonic beasts of the 6th grade or above, he should be fine. Moreover, in the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun, the stronger the demonic beasts were in the later mountain ranges. Yi Xian's goal this time was to train in the first 10 mountain ranges. He spent more than a day on the road and finally arrived at the entrance of the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun in the evening. This place was an excellent training ground in Nanlin County, so there were many people. However, because it was night time, there were not many people outside. It's already late. Let's rest for the night and go in tomorrow. Yixian thought for a while and then sat down to rest. He also took the time to practice his martial arts. Unlucky Guy was the #1 genius of the Yi family. The martial arts he practiced were of a high grade. When Yixian transmigrated, he was just an ordinary person. He could not even beat a Chinese dog, let alone martial arts. However, after a few days of rest and practice, as well as the combat skills that Unlucky Guy figured out, his combat strength was not bad. The next day, he woke up early and entered the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun. The first few mountain ranges of the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun were filled with weak demonic beasts. As soon as Yixian entered, he encountered a green-skinned wild boar. According to Unlucky Guy's memory, Yixian knew that this was a demonic beast called the green-skinned boar. Its strength was in the 2nd stage, which was equivalent to a 2nd-grade martial artist. Tisk, I'll send you to meet your grandmother with one punch. Yixian did not draw his sword. Instead, he directly punched the green-skinned boar's head. In an instant, that powerful punch killed the green-skinned boar. There are 10 stages of the martial path, and each stage can increase my strength by 50 kilograms. A casual punch of mine has a strength of 600 to 700 kilograms. With the help of the grade 2 penetrating fist, I should be able to kill any monster below grade 3 with a single punch. Yixian said as he prepared to leave. There was nothing valuable on the green-furred boar. The entire carcass was probably worth only a dozen taels of silver. However, at this moment, Yixian suddenly stopped in his tracks and muttered, "The devouring system can devour anything. Does that mean I can also devour this monster's carcass?" He walked back and squatted down. He opened his mouth and sucked. Sure enough, the green-furred boar's carcass began to shrink and was devoured by him. It can actually be devoured, and there's even a gain in spiritual energy. Haha, then if I were to madly kill demonic beasts, wouldn't I be able to level up as well? Yixian was overjoyed. This was another way for him to level up. However, this green-furred boar's level was too low, so the feedback from the devouring system was not much. Yixian could not calculate whether he should sell the carcass for money or devour it directly. He did not know which was more cost-effective. However, it was more convenient to devour it directly. Sigh, using my mouth to devour is still too shocking. If someone finds out, I'm afraid they will treat me as a monster and kill me. It's better to get 3 devouring points as soon as possible so that I can exchange for the devouring hand. In the future, I can use my hands to devour monsters. Yixian shook his head and continued on his way. Along the way, he checked the devouring system whenever he had time and found many good things. Other than the cultivation techniques of this world, there were other things such as magic and battle energy. However, these skills required a specific bloodline, such as the magician's bloodline. Yixian felt that it was better to forget about it. These were too sci-fi. After all, this was a fantasy world. It would be too inappropriate to change to these. It was better to change to martial arts. He walked forward alone, killing all the demonic beasts he encountered. Grade 3 monster black striped leopard, take my punch. Grade 2 monster sharp-fanged wolf, take my punch too. Grade 3 monster great bull, Yixian was seething with excitement. Every time he killed a demonic beast, his strength would increase. This was exactly the same as leveling up by killing monsters in games. However, the devouring system was not omnipotent. The golden ball had only become his dantian. His spiritual energy was not limitless. Once it was used up, he would have to sit down and recover his spiritual energy. In less than a day, Yixian had killed his way to the 6th mountain range. There were many 3rd and 4th stage demonic beasts here, so his improvement was relatively quick. At this rate, I should be able to break through to the mid-5th stage of the martial path within 3 days. Yixian estimated in his heart. Previously, Xianxia estimated that he would need 500,000 taels of silver to level up. However, in the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun, he would only need 4 days to level up, and he would be able to earn 100,000 taels of silver every day. Of course, this was just the exchange of the money earned from killing demonic beasts. If he really wanted to come in to earn money, he estimated that he would not be able to earn more than 10,000 taels of silver before he would have to leave. After all, after a martial artist killed a demonic beast, they would have to cut it up and store it away. Everyone would not carry a lot of things with them. Once they were full, they would have to go back and sell them. This round trip would take many days. Therefore, it was still relatively difficult to earn money. It was just that Xian was more convenient. At this time, Xian was resting on a tree. He was checking the devouring system for good things to satisfy his cravings. However, at this time, a sudden movement in the wind caught his attention. "There's something." Xian immediately sat up straight. His right hand rested on his low-grade mortal sword as he listened carefully. The forest at night was more dangerous. Most people would spend the night in the trees. Very few people would move around in the forest. Moreover, Xian could tell that the sound of the wind blowing through the grass seemed to be caused by demonic beasts. Swish! A sound came from not far away. Xian frowned and turned his head to look. However, because the surroundings were too dark, he could not see what kind of demonic beast it was. The sound was getting closer and closer. This demonic beast happened to be walking in Xian's direction. However, when it appeared in front of Xian's eyes, it also made the latter's body tremble. "Oh my god, this is a husky. It's actually a huge python." Xian clearly saw what kind of demonic beast it was. It was a huge python that was 3 meters long. The radius of its body was almost comparable to Xian's thigh. This seems to be a white-scaled python. When it reaches adulthood, it will become a rank 4 demonic beast. Xian recognized it. Rank 4 demonic beasts. Even the stronger ones were only equivalent to a martial artist at the peak of the 4th stage of the martial path. Xian was at the 5th stage of the martial path. The martial arts he learned were even more advanced, so it should not be a problem for him to deal with it. This white-scaled python did not seem to notice Xian and directly slid under him. "This is the first rank 4 demonic beast I've encountered. After killing it and devouring it, I should be able to improve a lot." "Kill." Xian gripped the hilt of his sword tightly and suddenly pulled out his sword. Then, he directly jumped and slashed at the white-scaled python's body. Although he did not learn any sword techniques, under the suppression of his level, killing this white-scaled python was not a problem. Clang, however, what Xian did not expect was that when his sword slashed at the white-scaled python's scales, it actually made a crisp sound. It did not break through its defense. What? Xian was shocked. Could it be that he had mistaken the demonic beast for someone else? Impossible. My sword with all my strength can definitely break through. Xian did not dare to believe it. However, when he took a closer look, he realized that the white-scaled python's scales had a black luster. Because he was on the tree earlier, he did not notice it. After being attacked, the white-scaled python immediately turned around and opened its bloody mouth to bite Xian's neck. Back-penetrating fist technique, Raging Bull's charge. Xian formed a fist with his left hand and directly punched the white-scaled python's chin, forcing it to retreat. At the same time, he slashed out with his sword again, hitting the same spot as before. Clang, the second slash still did not break through the white-scaled python's defense. This is too strange. This is not an ordinary white-scaled python. Xian was puzzled. At this moment, he struck again. This time, it was a stab. The sword pierced through the gap between the white-scaled python's scales, and a crisp sound rang out. He broke through its defense. As long as I can break through your defense, then I can kill you. Xian was overjoyed. This white-scaled python was not very strong. It was just that its scales were very hard. However, fortunately, Xian had a low-grade mortal weapon in his hand that could cause damage to the white-scaled python. Otherwise, he would have had to punch the python. After a few rounds, the white-scaled python was bleeding profusely from Xian's stab. In the next moment, it actually fled. This was a forest. Although the white-scaled python was huge, its speed was not slow. Furthermore, it walked around the trees, giving Xian a headache. Sigh, the unlucky guy is not interested in swords, so his swordsmanship is not very good. Otherwise, I would have hacked it to death. Xian felt helpless. The unlucky guy was not interested in swords, but he felt that swords were very cool. At this moment, Yi Xian was also thinking about whether he should exchange his points for a rank 5 martial arts technique. He was hesitant because it was not easy to obtain devouring points. However, when he thought about how the corpse of the white-scaled python was worth at least 10,000 taels of silver, he made up his mind. He quickly searched the menu of the devouring system and finally chose a martial arts technique, the Gale Sword technique. Do you want to spend 1 point to exchange for the Gale Sword technique? The system prompted. Yes. After Yi Xian replied in his mind, the system deducted that point of devour points. Immediately after, a cultivation technique appeared in his mind. It was the Gale Sword technique. In the outside world, Yi Xian was still chasing the white-scaled python, but in his mind, Yi Xian had spent a long time. It is indeed magical. After exchanging for the martial arts technique, it gave me a period of time to practice with the shadow holding the sword. It's just like a skill display in a game. Haha, don't go, Orochi, Yi Xian was excited. With his early stage of the 5th stage of the martial path, using a rank 5 martial arts technique, he could definitely kill the white-scaled python quickly. Immediately, he gripped his sword tightly and swung it. Gale Slash. A stream of pure spiritual energy turned into sword chi and swept out. In an instant, it swept across several meters and slashed the white-scaled python's body. In an instant, the white-scaled python was cut in half. However, due to the dim vision, Yi Xian's accuracy was not very good. The only part of the white-scaled python that was cut was the tail. This time, the white-scaled python fled even faster. The consumption of a rank 5 martial arts technique is really high. When I was at my peak, I would have used my spiritual energy 10 times. But now, I can only use it 2 or 3 times. Yi Xian thought for a moment and chased after the white-scaled python using the Yi family's martial arts technique. Gale Slash, die. Yi Xian's eyes turned cold as he suddenly attacked with his sword. A stream of light flashed, and a crisp sound floated. This time, the white-scaled python's head was cut in half and died instantly. A rank 5 martial arts technique is indeed powerful. Yi Xian was surprised, and then directly swallowed the 3 sections of the white-scaled python's body. When he saw the extent of the increase, he revealed a satisfied expression and muttered, "Not bad, not bad." This white-scaled python is equivalent to 20 to 30 rank 3 demonic beasts. It would be even better if there were a few more. Cave? Could it be the white-scaled python's nest? He focused his mind. It seemed that the white-scaled python felt threatened and wanted to escape back to its nest, but it was unexpectedly killed by Yi Xian. Since there was a nest, then there might be other white-scaled pythons inside. He heard that white-scaled pythons usually lived in pairs. If there was another one, then it would be an unexpected gain. I can still use Gale Slash 2 more times. Even if I don't use it, I can still beat the white-scaled python into fleeing. Yes, I should recover my spiritual energy first, just in case. Yi Xian made up his mind, but he couldn't help but take out a bottle of pills to recover his spiritual energy. Just now, he killed the white-scaled python, but it only increased his spiritual energy limit. He took the pills and used the Yi family's martial arts technique to quickly recover his spiritual energy. After a while, he got up and entered the cave. The cave wasn't big, but what surprised Yi Xian was that there seemed to be something emitting a faint light in the depths of the cave. Maybe there's something good inside. Yi Xian was looking forward to it. In the wild, there were still some natural treasures other than monster beasts. They were the raw materials used to refine pills. Yi Xian walked into the cave for a while. Then, he heard a different sound. It was the sound of the white-scaled python hissing. There really is another white-scaled python. Yi Xian thought to himself. Then, he turned a corner and poked his head out. Sure enough, there was a white-scaled python entrenched in the depths of the cave. The source of light was a stone in the center of the white-scaled python. The stone emitting a black light seems to be some kind of ore. The white-scaled python's scales are so hard. It seems that it was affected by it. Yi Xian saw the clues at a glance. He immediately drew his sword and rushed out. However, in the next moment, he discovered that something was wrong. This white-scaled python seemed to be much bigger than the white-scaled python he had just killed. Even its body had reached 5 meters. Hiss. Seeing that a human had barged into its territory, the white-scaled python spat out its tongue and directly swam towards Yixian. Seeing the white-scaled python open its mouth wide and pounce toward him, Yixian's eyes flashed. He aimed a gale slash at the python's head. Clang! The sword chi slashed the white-scaled python's scales, producing a metallic sound. Yixian's attack did not break through the python's defense. Oh no, it's a rank 5 monster beast. Yixian immediately reacted. Moreover, this white-scaled python was probably equivalent to the middle of the 5th level of martial Dao, or even the peak of the 5th level of martial Dao. While Yixian was still in shock, the white-scaled python had already rushed to his side and bit him. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and moved his leg away. Otherwise, his thigh would have been pierced by the white-scaled python's venomous fangs. Yixian was shocked by the white-scaled python's strength. However, he did not lose his rationality. He calmly thought about it. Right now, there were only 2 paths in front of him. 1. He immediately turned around and ran with all his might. 2. He quickly passed the white-scaled python and devoured the glowing black stone. If all went well, he might be able to directly reach the mid-stage rank 5 martial path. Then, his spiritual energy might have the power to destroy the white-scaled python. However, this was very risky because he did not know what the stone was. If he could not increase his spiritual energy, then he would be in danger. Forget it, this stone is not ordinary. I'll go all out. Yixian made up his mind. He directly stepped on the white-scaled python's body and with a powerful kick, he pounced toward the black stone. Hiss. The white-scaled python also understood Yixian's intention and chased after him. The host has devoured a piece of obsidian ore. You have gained 5 devouring points. Ding. The host has broken through to the mid-stage of the 5th level of the martial path. In an instant, Yixian's aura grew stronger, and the spiritual energy in his body also soared. Hiss. When the white-scaled python saw that Yixian had taken away its item, it immediately opened its bloody mouth and bit at Yixian's head, as if it wanted to swallow Yixian. Gale cut. Yixian flicked his long sword, and an even sharper sword chi slashed at the white-scaled python's body. Hiss. With a muffled sound, the white-scaled python's head flew over, and its body was separated from its body. Instant kill. Looking at the python's head and body that were still moving, Yixian wiped his cold sweat. It seemed that he had made the right bet. The black stone was indeed a good item. 5 devouring points meant that the black stone was worth around 5 million taels of silver. What a disgusting animal. Its head is already chopped off, but its body and head can still move. If I'm not careful, I'll be bitten. Yixian shook his head helplessly. Snakes were a special kind of creature. If a part of its body was separated from its body, it could still maintain its original movement for a period of time. Therefore, the severed tongue could still carry out conditioned reflexes, opening its mouth or spitting out its tongue. Now, Yixian had 5 devouring points. He directly spent 3 points to exchange for a skill called the Devouring Hand. From now on, as long as he touched something with his hand, he could devour it. It was very convenient. Moreover, the devouring skill could be upgraded and could devour an area. Not only that, the devouring points could be exchanged for a devouring space, which was similar to an interspatial ring, but much safer. Yixian placed his hand on the swaying python and devoured it. Then, he pierced the python's head with his sword and devoured it as well. It's really a 5th-rank monster. It has improved a lot. Yixian nodded with satisfaction. Originally, he only needed 500,000 taels of silver to break through. Now that he suddenly obtained 5 million taels of obsidian, he directly broke through to the mid-stage of the 5th stage of the martial path. Furthermore, he was not far from the peak of the 5th stage of the martial path. The devouring system was indeed a good thing, however, the amount of resources required to level up was too large. 5 million silver was enough to nurture an ordinary person to the 6th stage of the martial path. After cleaning up the mess, Yixian looked around but didn't find anything. Then, he left the cave and found a tree in the forest to rest. The night passed uneventfully. The next day, Yixian woke up early and continued hunting. Now that he had broken through to the mid-5th stage of the martial path, He was just a step away from breaking through to the peak of the 5th stage of the martial path, so he wanted to return to Lianyan City after breaking through. With the devouring hand, Xian could kill demonic beasts with ease. However, things were not that simple. Big brother, when I went out to relieve myself, I saw a kid kill an iron-armored bull. Then, the iron-armored bull disappeared in the next moment. In a forest somewhere in the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun, a skinny man ran up to a scarred man and said, "Disappeared? Are your eyes playing tricks on you?" The knife-scarred man was startled and asked in astonishment. "No, the iron-armored bull is a third-rank demonic beast. It's much bigger than the two of us. I didn't see wrongly," the skinny man said seriously. "If you didn't see wrongly, then there's only one possibility." The scarred man's eyes suddenly lit up. "An interspatial ring." The skinny man hurriedly nodded. That's right. Only an interspatial ring can do that. Big brother, we've hit the jackpot this time. Someone actually has an interspatial ring." An interspatial ring was an extremely precious item. Most people had heard of it but had never seen it before. Previously, the heavenly Yuan sex enforcer, Eugene, had one. However, this person's identity was extremely mysterious, so it was reasonable for him to have an interspatial ring. Moreover, even the sect leader of a sect might not have an interspatial ring. However, it was impossible for a kid who came to the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun to have one. "Are you sure that the kid lost an iron-armored bull?" The scarred man couldn't help but ask again. "I swear on my head that I didn't see wrongly. Moreover, big brother, we've done that kind of thing before. Since there's no one here, why don't we?" The skinny man raised his eyebrows. "Alright, let's kill him." The scar-faced man was also moved. An interspatial ring was priceless. If they could really obtain it, they would definitely become an expert in their own right. As for the kid that the skinny man was talking about, he was actually Yixian. When he was devouring the demonic beast's corpse, the skinny man had accidentally seen it. Immediately, the two of them picked up their weapons and chased after him. However, at this moment, Yixian was still looking for the next demonic beast to kill. He was completely unaware that danger was approaching him. Footsteps? Yixian, who was looking for his prey, suddenly felt that something was wrong. He immediately frowned and turned his head. He saw two figures following him out of the forest. These two people were the skinny man and the scarred man. "Little brother, please wait a moment." Seeing that Yixian had discovered him, the skinny man shouted loudly and jogged over. Yixian frowned. He sized up the two of them and found that they were around 40 years old. As for their strength, he couldn't tell. "Stop." Yixian suddenly raised his hand and signaled for the skinny man to stop. Although he hadn't been in this world for long, after fusing with the memories of the unlucky guy, he wasn't a newbie anymore. In this wilderness, there were always some discordant things happening, such as killing and robbing. "What's the matter?" Yixian looked at the skinny man who stopped 20 meters in front of him and asked loudly. The skinny man revealed a harmless look and said, "Little brother, it's like this. We accidentally lost our map, so we wanted to ask you if you have an extra map of the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun." "Map?" Hearing this question, Yixian's frown loosened. He then took out a sheepskin scroll and threw it to the side. "Brothers, it's only right for us to help each other when we're outside. I'll leave the map here. Come and get it after I leave." After he finished speaking, he turned around and left. If the two of them were really looking for him because they lost their map, he was more than willing to help because he had a spare map on him. Damn it, this kid is so vigilant. The bag on his back is obviously filled with clothes. "It must be used as a cover," the skinny man said carefully. "That's right. But his sword is probably worth a lot. It should be an inferior mortal weapon." The scar-faced man's eyes were quite sharp. He saw through it immediately. "Then The skinny man's eyes flickered. An inferior mortal weapon was worth 100,000 taels of silver. They had only earned 10,000 taels of silver each time they entered the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun. Killing one person would earn them 10,000 taels of silver. Even if they did not have an interspatial ring, they would still make a lot of money. "Approach him quietly." When he notices us, we'll kill him quickly. Don't give him any chance. The scar-faced man tightened his grip on his broadsword. Okay. The skinny man nodded and then lowered his footsteps. They estimated that Xian was only about 15 years old. Even if he was a descendant of a certain family, he should only be at LV3 or LV4 martial path at most. As for the two of them, one was at the middle stage of LV4 martial path while the other was at the peak of LV4 martial path. It would be easy for them to kill Xian, but because they were cautious, they went all out in every battle. Xian, who had turned to leave, jogged for a while. Then, he felt that something was wrong and immediately turned back. He saw that the skinny man and the scar-faced man suddenly burst out with speed and rushed toward him. Damn it, you really want to kill me and steal my treasures. Damn it, don't think that I'm easy to bully. Since you want to die, I don't mind killing you. Xian's anger soared. Although he hadn't killed anyone with his own hands, he'd killed quite a few bandits in the past. Furthermore, this was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. If you didn't kill someone, you would be killed by someone else. Immediately, Xian drew his treasured sword and prepared to fight. He could see that the two of them were at LV4 martial path. He should be able to handle them. Every breakthrough in the 10 LV of martial path was a great improvement. However, there were 3 small realms in each realm, so the gap was not very obvious. Therefore, there were often some geniuses who challenged those of higher realms and defeated those stronger than them. And now, even though Xian was at a disadvantage in terms of numbers, he was much stronger than the two of them. Before the two of them even got close, he had already launched an attack. A few ordinary sword chi slashes slashed towards the two of them. These sword chi slashes were not very powerful, so they were shattered by the two men's weapons. However, the two men's faces turned pale in an instant. They had underestimated Xian. In for a penny, in for a pound. Kill him with all your might. The scarred man snorted coldly. He could sense that Xian's strength was not ordinary. Just those few sword chi slashes were something that neither of them had the ability to unleash. Unlucky guy can be considered a genius. He has some understanding of battle. Although my realm is higher than his, I don't have the advantage in terms of numbers. So, the best way is to instantly reduce his opponent's numbers. Xian muttered in his heart as he watched the two swiftly approach. Soon after, his gaze landed on the skinny man. This was because he was the weaker of the two. Have a taste of this move. When the skinny man was only 10 meters away from Xian, the latter instantly rushed out. With a flick of his right hand, a powerful spiritual energy instantly cut through the air and slashed towards the skinny man. Gale slash. What? Be careful. The scarred man opened his eyes wide and shouted. He could see that this move was no small matter. Whoosh, with a flash of cold light, the gale slash swept past the skinny man's body. The skinny man's legs instinctively paused. Then, he felt a chill. Whoosh, the skinny man's body was sliced diagonally in half by the gale slash. He fell to the ground. Although he did not die instantly, he was probably not far away. Second brother. The scarred man's eyes turned red. He turned his head and launched an attack at Xian. He wildly swung the large sword in his hand a few times. Slashes swept out one after another, preparing to tear Xian apart. However, this was simply throwing an egg at a rock. Insignificant skill, gale slash. Xian paused his feet and instantly sent out 2 gale slashes, completely destroying the scarred man's attack. One had to know that he was in the mid-stage of the 5th grade of the martial path. Furthermore, he was using a 5th grade martial arts. Even if the scarred man instantly sent out 10 slashes, he was afraid that he would not be able to block one gale slash. Not good. The scarred man thought to himself. He hurriedly twisted his body, preparing to dodge between the 2 gale slashes. However, the 2 gale slashes were at extremely tricky angles. As a result, his right shoulder was grazed. Fortunately, it was only a small injury and would not affect the rest of the battle. However, when the scarred man suddenly saw a figure flash in front of him, there was no trace of blood on his face. He was so focused on dodging the gale slash that he forgot that Xian could still move. At this moment, Xian had already swept in front of him and suddenly attacked with his sword. Gale triple stab. Poof, 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 3 muffled sounds rang out. The scarred man's green shirt was already stained red. In an instant, he was stabbed 3 times by Xian. However, in any case, he had experienced many life and death battles and was able to successfully avoid being hit in his vital points. Stinking brat, I'm going to kill you. The scarred man roared. He waved his large sword as if he wanted to cut off Xian's head with one slash. Humph. Faced with this attack, Xian coldly snorted. His right foot suddenly took a big step back, and at the same time, his entire body sank down. Whoosh whoosh, Xian could hear the whistling of the wind above his head. The scarred man's large sword swept past his head. At this moment, his spiritual energy had already gathered in his right hand again. Gale triple stab, poof, 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 the scar-faced man was injured once again, and this time, he was injured in his thigh. In order to maximize the damage, Xian also stabbed 3 times at the same time. Although the wound wasn't deep, it cut off the scar-faced man's thigh artery. Not good. The scarred man's expression had already sunk to rock bottom. The arteries in the thigh were critical. If it was not handled properly, his life would be in danger. Furthermore, they were still in the middle of a battle. If he did not quickly finish off Xian, he was afraid that he would lose too much blood and die. Die. The scarred man did not care anymore. He raised his large sword and aimed it at Xian's head and viciously chopped down. However, his movements were not fast and Xian nimbly dodged it. One more time. Die for me. Xian's right hand moved quickly. This time, he aimed for the scarred man's throat. Poof. Poof. Poof, all 3 strikes hit. After the 3 sword strikes, the scar-faced man threw away his broadsword. He covered his bleeding throat with both hands as he retreated. Who are you? The scar-faced man spat out 3 words with difficulty. This was probably the last question he would ever ask in his life. Xian. Xian swung his sword to dry the blood. Then, he watched as the scar-faced man fell to the ground and began to convulse. Not long after, the scar-faced man's windpipe was blocked by the gushing blood. He could no longer breathe and finally died. On the other side, the skinny man who was cut in half by Xian was also dead. Looking at the 2 corpses on the ground, Xian took a deep breath. He had killed many demonic beasts in the past few days and had seen countless corpses, but this was the first time he had killed someone with his own hands. Is this the feeling of killing someone for the first time? It doesn't seem like much. Xian shook his head and sheathed his sword. Then, he unwrapped the 2 men's bags. One of them was in the mid-stage of the 4th stage of the martial path, while the other was in the peak of the 4th stage of the martial path. As expected, when Xian calculated the value of the items in the 2 men's bags, his face paled. The value of the items in the 2 men's bags was about 200,000 taels of silver. Swallow them all. The stronger the better. Xian swallowed all the elixir pills, demonic beast materials, and treasures in one go. His strength increased again. No wonder so many people kill others to steal their treasures. This is indeed a fast way to earn money. However, if one's eyes are bad and they provoke an expert, they will have to pay the price in blood. After Xian said this, he prepared to leave. Then, a thought suddenly flashed in his mind. He could swallow demonic beast corpses, but what about human corpses? Although it's a little inhumane, I'll still try. Xian thought to himself. He squatted down beside the dead scar-faced man and placed his hand on his body. At the same time, he said in his heart, swallow. Unable to swallow human corpses. The system notified him. Sure enough, it doesn't work. Hearing the notification, Xian heaved a sigh of relief. If he could swallow human corpses, he was afraid that he would become a homicidal maniac. Since it didn't work, he chose to turn around and leave. After swallowing a large amount of good stuff, he was one step closer to the peak of the 5th stage of the martial path. He estimated that he would be able to break through again after a few 100,000 taels of silver. However, he remembered that Lu'er was still waiting for him in Lianyan City. In order not to make Lu'er worry, he decided to return. Of course, he would kill his way back. Ever since Xian entered the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun, he did not know why, but he had not encountered many humans. The two martial artists today were the first batch he had encountered. However, when he walked towards the entrance of the mountain range, he encountered a second group of people. At this moment, Yi Xian heard the frantic footsteps behind him and could not help but stop in the middle of the grassland. He turned around and saw a white figure rushing towards him. She's also wearing a bamboo hat, but she looks like a woman. Yi Xian thought to himself as he watched in silence. The woman was about a few hundred meters away from him, but what surprised Yi Xian was that the woman was running towards him at an extremely fast speed. What a fast speed! She must have cultivated a movement martial art of the 4th stage or above. Yi Xian was shocked. He also had a movement martial art, but it was only of the 4th stage. However, he was from the Yi clan, one of the 4 great clans of Lianyun City. A 4th stage movement martial art would cost millions of taels of silver. It was definitely not something an ordinary person could possess. Out of curiosity, Yi Xian did not dodge. He just stood there quietly. The woman in white was extremely fast. In less than half a minute, she was dozens of meters in front of Yi Xian. When the woman saw Yi Xian, her beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light. She said, "Friend, can you help me?" Again? Yi Xian was already helpless. He had just killed 2 people who had designs on him, and now there was another one. Was there an end to this? However, in the next moment, he was startled. This was because he had guessed wrongly. The woman in white was about the same age as him. He could tell from her voice. However, the woman in the bamboo hat was still wearing a veil, so Yi Xian could not see her face. What can I do? Yi Xian tensed up all the nerves in his body. This woman's movement martial art was extremely profound. Her strength was probably even greater than that of the scarred man. The woman in the bamboo hat revealed a happy expression. She carefully sized up Yi Xian and said, "There is someone behind us who wants to kill us and steal our treasures. He has been chasing us for a long time. Can you help me chase him away? Kill us and steal our treasures?" Hearing this, Yi Xian's brows furrowed even tighter. He had indeed encountered such a situation. At this moment, his eyes focused again. Sure enough, there was a figure rushing towards them from 1,000 meters away. What is this person's strength? Yi Xian slowly asked. He believed this bamboo hat woman for the time being. The bamboo hat woman hesitated for a moment before replying, "The early 5th stage of the martial path." What? The early 5th stage of the martial path? Yi Xian was also shocked. He asked again, "What about you?" "I am in the middle 4th stage of the martial path, but I am not his match." "I think you are from a large family, so your strength should not be ordinary. If we join forces, we should be able to fight him." The bamboo hat woman's face was pale. This was the after effect of running a long distance with a movement martial art. Yi Xian was currently in the middle 5th stage of the martial path. In a one-on-one situation, he was stronger than the person in front of him. However, he was still too young and lacked battle experience. If this person was an expert, then he would be finished. "Miss, we have only met by chance. Moreover, this is the first time we have met and you want me to help you. The opponent is such a strong expert, I am afraid." Yi Xian frowned. In this wilderness, he had to be vigilant at all times. He could not let his guard down just because the person in front of him was a woman. What if this woman was in cahoots with the person who was chasing after them? If this woman suddenly attacked him while he was helping, then it would be a tragedy. Eh? Before Yi Xian could finish speaking, the bamboo hat woman suddenly asked. She jogged forward and stopped 10 meters away from Yi Xian. "Yi Xian?" the bamboo hat woman exclaimed. Yi Xian was even more surprised. He asked in astonishment, "You know me?" He was also drunk. To be able to meet an acquaintance in this wilderness, his luck was really good. However, he could not figure out who this woman was. However, her voice sounded familiar. The woman was actually a little uncertain. However, when she saw Yi Xian's expression, she immediately took off her bamboo hat. Under the bamboo hat was a delicate little face. It was like carved jade, like a porcelain doll. Don't you recognize me? I'm Xianxia. The girl said in surprise. Xianxia. When this name fell into Yi Xian's ears, his body trembled. Suddenly, a person appeared in his mind. When his father, Yi Cheng, was traveling, he coincidentally encountered a caravan. Moreover, it was when the caravan was being robbed by bandits. At that time, Yi Cheng took action and resolved the crisis of the caravan. At the same time, he became acquainted with the owner of the caravan. The owner of the caravan was called Shuai. He was very grateful to Yi Cheng. After learning that Yi Cheng was a member of the Yi family in Lianyan City, he visited many times to express his gratitude. And this merchant called Shuai was the father of the girl in front of Yi Xian. It's you? Yi Xian also reacted. It turned out that he also knew this girl. Of course it's me. Humph, it's only been a few years and you actually don't recognize me. The girl, Xianxia, said somewhat angrily. However, she suddenly remembered that the last time she went to the Yi family in Lianyan City was 4 years ago. At that time, she was only 10 years old. Xianxia's father and Unlucky Brat's father are friends, and also the only trustworthy friend. It seems that I have to help. Yi Xian made up his mind. Before he left Lianyan City, he used a reason to lie to Lu Er. He said that he was going to find his father's friend. At that time, the person that appeared in his mind was Shuai. After all, this was the only friend that his father, Yi Cheng, could trust. So it's you, girl. Come here quickly. Yi Xian hurriedly said. At the same time, he glanced in the distance. The person chasing them was already halfway there. He estimated that in less than half a minute, he would catch up. Xianxia also hurriedly ran towards Yi Xian. However, in the next moment, she suddenly muttered, "It's over, it's over. Why did I meet you?" "Girl, what do you mean?" Yi Xian didn't understand, but he could hear Xianxia's tone. It was obvious that she disliked him. "I heard that you were only at the early 4th stage of the martial path, even weaker than me. I'm afraid we can't stop him." Xianxia was very helpless, her delicate hand was already on the hilt of her sword. Yi Xian was also speechless by these words. In his memory, this Xianxia seemed to be 1 year younger than him, but her talent was actually much higher than his. At the age of 14, she had reached the middle stage of the 4th stage of the martial Tao. She could definitely be called a genius. What should we do? I don't have much spiritual energy left in my body. Even if we work together, I'm afraid we won't be a match for him. Xianxia said with a worried expression. You don't think highly of me? I'm still the number 1 genius of the Yi clan. Yi Xian suddenly turned around and asked. Xianxia ignored him and said guiltily, I'm sorry that you got involved in this matter. It might even cost you your life. Uncle, you saved my family, and I haven't even repaid your kindness. Now, I brought you harm. Cough cough. Yi Xian almost choked on his own saliva. He didn't say anything else. He just stood beside Xianxia and watched as the figure in front of him quickly approached. Xianxia, you run pretty fast. You stole my things, do you think you can escape from my grasp? The person who came was a young man, but he was about 3 or 4 years older than Yi Xian. He looked at Xianxia and directly revealed a look of anger. Steal? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and looked at Xianxia beside him. The latter smiled awkwardly and whispered, I met him before and found out that he had obtained a 500-year-old blood ginseng, so I suddenly took action and snatched his bag. It turned out that Xianxia didn't encounter someone who wanted to kill her and steal her treasure. She was the one who took the other party's things. The 100-year-old blood ginseng that Yi Xian had taken was worth 100,000 taels of silver, and this 500-year-old blood ginseng was probably worth 10 times more. It could be sold for at least 1,000,000 taels of silver. You really don't want to live anymore. Snatching something from an early stage 5th stage martial artist, are you courting death? Yi Xian was already convinced by Xianxia. Now he remembered that the Shui family seemed to have a more profound movement martial art that had reached the 5th grade. No wonder Xianxia was able to shake off this young man. So it was because of this. However, a 5th grade movement martial art consumed a lot of energy. Xianxia's body didn't have enough spiritual energy, so the other party caught up. I just wanted to steal something, that's all. This guy's vigilance towards me is very low. It's already good that I didn't sneak attack and kill him. Xianxia whispered. What are you two secretly talking about? The young man's expression darkened and his gaze fell on Yixian. In the next moment, his eyes flashed with a strange light as he exclaimed, Yixian, why are you here? Hearing this exclamation, Yixian was helpless. The #1 genius and #1 trash of the Yi family was indeed powerful. Wherever he went, people would recognize him. He also turned his head to look and carefully sized up the young man in front of him. He found that he had some impression of him. The head of the Chen family's 4 heroes, Chen Feng? Yixian said in astonishment. Previously, he had stripped Chen Song of the Chen family and threw him on the streets, causing a sensation in Lianyan City. This Chen Feng was also a member of the Chen family. Moreover, he was the most outstanding genius of the Chen family. He had already reached the 5th stage of the martial path at the age of 18. Not only that, this Chen Feng was also an outer disciple of the Shattering Cloud sect. He could be considered as one of Yixian's senior brothers. You know him? Xianxia turned her head and asked. Yes, this Chen family is one of the 4 great families of Lianyan City. And this Chen Feng is the most outstanding of the Chen family's younger generation. Yixian nodded and explained in a low voice. He remembered that Chen Feng had broken through to the 4th stage of the martial path at the age of 16. Then, in the following 2 years, he broke through to the 5th stage of the martial path. Originally, this aptitude was definitely above Yixian. However, in order to let Chen Feng enter the Shattering Cloud sect, the Chen family had spent millions of silvers and used medicinal pills to push Chen Feng up. This was good news for Yixian. I didn't expect to meet a trash like you here. I heard that you have lost all your cultivation. How could you still enter the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyan? The corner of Chen Feng's mouth slightly curled up. As he spoke, his eyes flashed with killing intent from time to time. This was the wilderness. If he killed Yixian, no one would know. There's no need for Brother Chen to worry about my cultivation base. Yixian also smiled. He could see that this Chen Feng seemed to want to kill him to weaken the Yi family's strength. Do what you want. Chen Feng retracted his gaze from Yixian. The most important thing right now was to retrieve the 500-year-old blood ginseng. He looked at Xianxia and coldly said, Xianxia, hand over my things. Chen Feng paused for a moment. His eyes flickered as he said, all right, as long as you return the blood ginseng to me, I'll let this matter rest. Although he said that, he had no intention of letting Yixian and Xianxia go. Firstly, the former was a member of the Yi clan. Secondly, this was the wilderness. It wouldn't be a problem to kill them. Thirdly, Xianxia was quite pretty. It would be a pity to let her go. Therefore, he wanted them to hand over the blood ginseng before killing Yixian. Then, he would destroy Xianxia's dantian and enjoy himself. Alright, it's a deal. As Xianxia spoke, she was about to unwrap the package, but Yixian suddenly stopped her. Do you really think that he'll let you go if you return the item to him? Everyone in Lianyan City knows his character. Even if you give him everything you have, he won't let the 2 of us go. Yixian said slowly. Although Xianxia was quite talented, she was still a 14-year-old child. She hadn't seen much of the world and didn't know what a sinister person's heart was. She really didn't know how she came to the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyan. After hearing this, Xianxia stopped and asked in astonishment, are you serious? Yixian, don't talk nonsense. Chen Feng hurriedly shouted. The reason why he said so much was because he was afraid that Xianxia would destroy the 500-year-old blood ginseng. After all, it was worth more than 1,000,000 taels of silver. What does my words have to do with you? Yixian directly drew his sword and said, Chen Feng, I think you want to rush up and kill the 2 of us after obtaining the blood ginseng, right? Seeing that his plan was exposed, Chen Feng didn't hide it anymore. He silently drew his sword and said, exchanging a 500-year-old blood ginseng for the life of a genius from the Yi clan. That's a good deal. Since that's the case, let me see what the #1 genius of the Yi clan is capable of. Xiao. Chen Feng also acted immediately. He raised his hand and slashed out a few sword rays. However, because the distance was too far, Yi Xian and Xue Qingqing easily dodged them. Xue Qingqing also prepared to draw her sword, but was stopped by Yi Xian. "You wait here, girl. I want to fight him one-on-one," Yi Xian said calmly. "What? Are you crazy? He is at the early 5th stage of the martial path," Xue Qingqing hastily shouted. "Just watch, I'll kill him in 10 rounds. Yi Xian's morale suddenly soared, and he immediately rushed out. At this moment, Xue Qingqing finally reacted. The strength of the spiritual energy that Yi Xian had just released was much stronger than hers. It seemed that he was also in the early stage of the 5th stage of the martial path. How is that possible? Could it be that my information is wrong? Xue Qingqing thought in astonishment. Yi Xian would have been wary of other martial artists in the early 5th stage of the martial path. After all, those people were all old foxes with powerful combat strength. However, Yi Xian was not afraid of Chen Feng at all. First of all, Chen Feng relied on elixirs. Second, Chen Feng was not much older than him. Third, he still had 2 devour points. During the conversation just now, Yi Xian had secretly exchanged the 2 devour points for a cultivation technique. It was a rank 5 movement technique called the rushing attack step. Yi Xian and Chen Feng instantly exchanged blows. However, after seeing Yi Xian's strength, Chen Feng also trembled. It seemed that the information he received was not accurate. Yi Xian was not just at the early 4th stage of the martial path. He was clearly at the middle 5th stage of the martial path. He was even stronger than him. "Impossible, how can your realm be higher than mine?" Chen Feng was shocked. Yi Xian had broken through to the 4th stage of the martial path last month. Even the super geniuses of the Shattering Cloud sect could not jump 4 levels in a month. "Haven't you heard of the saying, break and rebuild?" Yi Xian coldly replied. In an instant, he stabbed his sword 3 times. His attack speed was even faster than Chen Feng's. After all, he was currently at the middle 5th stage of the martial path. Chen Feng resisted with difficulty. However, at this moment, Yi Xian's speed suddenly exploded. He was originally using a rank 4 movement technique. Now, he was using a rank 5 movement technique. This increase in speed made Chen Feng unable to react. He was accidentally stabbed by Yi Xian's sword and saw red. "Impossible, you can't be so strong. I will kill you." Chen Feng could not take the blow. After shouting a few times, he rose up to resist. He actually had a rank 5 martial art, but it consumed a lot of energy. Furthermore, he had been chasing Xue Qingqing for a long time, so the spiritual energy in his body was not enough. However, now that the battle had begun, it was not up to him to decide. "Thunderstorm sword, die." Chen Feng suddenly slashed out with a slash. Gale cut. Yi Xian also saw through the extraordinariness of this move and hurriedly used his trump card. Pung. The 2 slashes collided. 2 different spiritual energies mixed and instantly exploded. A wave of air swept out. This move had resulted in a tie between them. "What, you can actually disperse the powerful thunderstorm sword?" Chen Feng was very surprised. The martial art he used was considered by the Shattering Cloud sect to be the most powerful of the rank 5 martial arts. However, he remembered that Yi Xian's realm was higher than his. Under the suppression of rank, there was indeed one. But at this moment, Xiao. Suddenly, a slash broke through the smoke and swept towards Chen Feng. It was another gale cut. Gale sword, as the name suggested, was known for its speed. The thunderstorm sword was only powerful. The spiritual energy in the body was more complicated, so it was slower to use. This gale slash had caught Chen Feng off guard. The gale cut broke through the air, but Chen Feng's reaction was fast. He hurriedly blocked with the long sword in his hand. Pung! A muffled sound rang out. Chen Feng was sent flying, and the long sword in his hand was also shaken off. "Good chance, your time of death has come." Yi Xian passed through the smoke and immediately used the rank 5 martial art, Galloping Steps. His body flashed, and in an instant, he crossed the smoke and then slashed out again. The combination of Galloping Steps and Gale Cut was extremely fast. Before Chen Feng's body landed on the ground, the gale cut had already arrived in front of him. No, this is impossible. Chen Feng's eyes widened. He felt that it was inconceivable. He didn't dare to believe that he would die at the hands of Yixian. Hiss. The gale cut swept through Chen Feng's body, chopping off his head and half of his shoulder. He died tragically in an instant. Plop. The two halves of Chen Feng's body fell to the ground. Yixian's footsteps also stopped. The head of the Chen family's 4 heroes is only SOSO. Yixian waved his long sword and sheathed it. Now, he had a preliminary evaluation of his strength. After Chen Feng died, Yixian slowly turned his head and looked at the stunned Xueqingqing. He said, "How many rounds did I fight with him?" Hearing this question, Xueqingqing finally reacted. She shook her head in astonishment and said, "No, I didn't count." She was already shocked by Yixian's strength. After all, in her memory, Yixian's level should be lower than hers. However, Chen Feng, who was at the early 5th stage of the martial path, didn't even last 10 rounds against Yixian before he was killed by Yixian. Yixian didn't ask any more questions. He just walked to Chen Feng's side and squatted down. Then, he took out a few bottles of pills, put away his long sword, and walked back. You're really Yixian?" Xueqingqing asked in disbelief. "Nonsense, you said you would marry me when you were young. Did you forget?" Yixian rolled his eyes. When Xueqingqing heard this, her small face immediately flushed red. She said coquettishly, "What nonsense are you talking about? I was immature when I was young." Now, she was sure that this was the Yixian she knew. "Then why did you ask?" Yixian said helplessly. "But, I heard that you just broke through to the early 4th stage of the martial path last month." Xueqingqing was still a little surprised. "Don't ask. Anyway, I'm stronger than you." As Yixian said this, his gaze suddenly fell on Xueqingqing. He chuckled and said, "Although we know each other, I still saved you. Shouldn't you reward me? What do you want?" Xueqingqing suddenly felt a malicious gaze. Although she and Yixian knew each other, she couldn't help but take a step back. "Nothing. You should give me a reward for helping. Come, give me half of that 500-year-old blood ginseng." Yixian didn't argue and directly said. Only then did Xueqingqing realize that she had misunderstood. After giving a sigh of relief, she opened up Chen Feng's bag and tossed a small cloth bag over. "If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to escape his pursuit. I'll give you all of this 500-year-old blood ginseng." Xueqingqing said very generously. Yixian took the cloth bag and opened it. Inside was a stalk of red ginseng. The blood ginseng's age was determined by its color. This blood ginseng's color was very thick. It was indeed over 500 years old. "Are you sure you want to give it all to me?" Yixian asked in astonishment. This 500-year-old blood ginseng was worth over 1,000,000 taels of silver. That was enough to buy a rank 5 martial art. "Have you forgotten what my father does? It's only 1,000,000 taels of silver, this young lady doesn't fancy it." Xueqingqing suddenly retorted. After her reminder, Yixian also reacted. Xueqingqing's father, Xuehai, was a famous businessman. He probably had more businesses than the Yi clan. Furthermore, Xuehai started from scratch. There was a fundamental difference between him and the Yi clan. A mere 1,000,000 taels of silver was indeed not enough for him. It was no wonder that Xueqingqing was already in the middle stage of the 4th layer of the martial path at the age of 14. She had been eating good food since she was young. "Haha, then I'll accept it." Yixian didn't argue and directly put it away. This was equivalent to a spirit-gathering pill worth 1,000,000 taels of silver. As long as he consumed this 500-year-old blood ginseng, he might be able to directly break through to the peak of the 5th layer of the martial path. But then again, the Shui clan's pearl suddenly running to the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun was a little abnormal. Yixian immediately asked, "Right, why did you come here?" "Me," Xueqingqing hesitated for a moment and said, "I wanted to go to the Shattering Cloud sect, but my father didn't agree, so I ran away. Then, I chased after a storm wolf with a pendant around its neck all the way to the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun." "A storm wolf with a pendant around its neck?" Yi Xian didn't understand what the hell that was. Yes, it seems like someone hung it up. Do you know what that pendant is? Shueqingqing asked again. What is it? Yi Xian asked in astonishment. At the same time, he thought in his heart, could it be a diamond? But diamonds didn't seem to be valuable in this world. It's a crystal. It's worth 1,000,000 taels of silver. Shueqingqing replied. Crystal? Hearing this name, Yi Xian suddenly cried out in alarm. Crystal was a currency used by high-level martial artists. It was said that the Yi clan also had a substandard crystal worth 1,000,000 taels of silver. Yes, a crystal. At that time I was thinking, who had the money to hang a crystal on a demonic beast's neck, so I chased after it, but I lost it. Shueqingqing said helplessly. Even if it was a substandard crystal, it was worth 1,000,000 taels of silver. It was equivalent to Yi Xian's 500-year-old blood ginseng. You're thinking too much. It must be fake. How could a crystal be hung on the neck of a fourth-rank demonic beast, a storm wolf? Yi Xian didn't think too much and continued, then, you've run away from home? Yes, I have nowhere to go right now. Why don't I go to your place? Shueqingqing nodded. You can, but I've also run away from home. Yi Xian said. In any case, the house he just bought still had a few empty rooms. It didn't matter if Shueqingqing was alone. After the new year, they could still go to the Shattering Cloud sect together. Why did you run away from home? Shueqingqing was surprised. Let's talk on the way. Originally, Yi Xian came alone, so it was more convenient. After killing the demonic beasts, he could directly devour them. However, now that Shueqingqing was with him, it was more troublesome. After all, he couldn't let Shueqingqing know about the devouring system. However, Shueqingqing was generous and directly threw Qin Feng's bag to him. There were many good things in it. Yi Xian estimated that it was enough for him to break through to the peak of the 5th rank of the martial path. Of course, this would have to wait until he returned to Lianyun City. In less than 2 days, they left the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun. Then, they bought 2 good horses in the nearest town and rushed back to Lianyun City. Lu'er, I'm back. Yi Xian opened the door of his courtyard and shouted inside. However, there was no response. Immediately, he quickly searched the house, but there was no trace of Lu'er. Yi Xian's face sank to the bottom because Lu'er was very obedient. The things he bought were enough for Lu'er to live for half a month. However, in less than a week, Lu'er disappeared. Moreover, Yi Xian found some footprints in the courtyard. These footprints didn't belong to him, nor did they belong to Lu'er. Even more so, they didn't belong to the old man who sold the house to him. These footprints were very heavy. It was obvious that they belonged to some young and strong men. Moreover, they were all martial artists. Just when Yi Xian thought that the people who took Lu'er away might be the Qin family, he suddenly found a piece of paper in Lu'er's room. So it's the Yi family. That's good. Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief. However, he felt strange because the handwriting on the paper was not Lu'er's. What are you going to do now? Return to the Yi family? Shueqingqing asked. That's all I can do. Yi Xian nodded. He originally wanted to create a commotion and let the Yi clan pay attention to it. When he returned from his training, he could negotiate with the Xianxia clan and make the Yi clan bleed. He had to extort at least 5,000,000 taels of silver. One had to know that he was the #1 genius of the Yi family when he reached the early stage of the 4th stage of the martial path at the age of 15. After he left the Yi family, he directly broke through to the mid-stage of the 5th stage of the martial path. Even if he was placed in the Shattering Cloud sect, he would be heavily nurtured. 5,000,000 silvers was not an excessive amount. Moreover, Yi Xian still had a 500-year-old blood ginseng in his bag. Together with Qin Feng's items, he could definitely break through to the peak of the 5th stage of the martial path. At that moment, Yi Xian directly rushed to the Yi family with Shueqingqing. When Yi Xian arrived at the entrance of the Yi family, the 2 guards were shocked and hurriedly shouted, Quickly inform the patriarch that the young master is back. One had to know that during the time Yi Xian was away, the Yi family and the Qin family of Lianyun City had several conflicts and there were already casualties. The news of Yi Xian's return spread like a wave. Not long after, Yi Zhang hurriedly brought the 4 elders to the Yi family's main hall. "Yi Xian, you're back?" After entering, Yi Zhang strode towards Yi Xian and sized him up. As expected, Yi Xian's body emitted a strong wave of spiritual energy. His strength had recovered. "Uncle, where's Lu Er?" Yi Xian asked directly. Lu Er. Yi Zhang naturally knew that Yi Xian's maid was called Lu Er. When he heard this name, his expression suddenly changed. Seeing this, Yi Xian's eyes widened. Something happened to Lu Er? This. Yi Zhang didn't know how to answer. He could only say, "Yi Xian, come with me." The 4 great elders were also slightly helpless. They didn't expect that once Yi Xian returned, they wouldn't even have the right to speak. Then, Yi Xian followed behind Yi Zhang and returned to the courtyard of the Yi family. Lu Er's door opened, and a figure entered Yi Xian's sight. It was Lu Er. However, at that moment, Lu Er was lying on the bed motionlessly. Yi Xian was stunned at the door. He turned his head and saw that Yi Zhang and the 4 elders had strange expressions on their faces. His heart immediately sank. He quickly walked in and checked on the unconscious Lu Er. He discovered that Lu Er's aura was extremely chaotic. "What's going on?" Yi Xian turned around and shouted. Yi Zhang walked in and said, "After you stripped Xianxia naked and threw him on the streets, the Chen family came to our Yi family. At that time, we knew that your strength had definitely recovered. After that, our 2 families kept looking for you in Lianyan City. On the 3rd day after the incident, we found out where you lived and immediately sent people over. However, the people from the Chen family arrived first. During the fight between our 2 families, Lu Er was accidentally hit by a Chen family member and fainted on the spot. She hasn't woken up yet, and her aura is getting weaker and weaker. I estimate that in 3 days, Lu Er will probably." After hearing Yi Zhang's words, Yi Xian's heart sank. "Who hit her?" Yi Xian asked coldly. "Chen Song." Yi Zhang replied. This name was naturally not unfamiliar to Yi Xian. "Good for you, Chen Song. If I, Yi Xian, don't kill you, I swear I'm not human." Yi Xian swore in his heart. At this moment, he was furious. However, the most important thing right now was to understand Lu Er's situation. Lu Er has been unconscious for many days. I've invited the best doctor in Lianyan City and used a lot of medicine for internal injuries, but it's all to no avail, Yi Zhang added. How could this be? Yi Xian couldn't understand. How could a mere palm strike hurt someone to this extent? He had never heard of this before. However, Yi Xian suddenly remembered that he could exchange for some pills in the devouring system. Perhaps he could give it a try. All of you, get out. Yi Xian said coldly. If it were any other time, the 4 elders would definitely fly into a rage upon hearing Yi Xian's tone and scold Yi Xian for his lack of respect. However, at this moment, they obediently left. Even Xue Qingqing, who hadn't said a word after entering the room, did the same. They left the room and closed the door, leaving Yi Xian alone inside. Yi Xian was still carrying a bag on his back. He hurriedly untied the bag and swallowed the 500-year-old blood ginseng along with the rest of Chen Feng's belongings. After swallowing the items worth more than 1,000,000 taels of silver, Yi Xian's spiritual power soared. In an instant, he broke through to the peak of the 5th level of the martial path. However, Yi Xian couldn't feel happy at this moment. He hurriedly used the devouring system points he had just obtained to exchange for a bottle of something called the 100-flower dew. In Lianyan City, the price of an ordinary healing medicine was below 100,000 taels of silver. However, this bottle of 100-flower dew cost him 1 devouring system point. It was obvious that its effects were extraordinary. Yi Xian helped Lu Er sit up. He then fed her the 100-flower dew and used his spiritual power to help her refine it. According to the system, as long as the injury isn't too serious, the 100-flower dew can heal it. Chen Song is only in the middle of the 4th level of the martial path. Even if his spiritual power entered Lu Er's body, the 100-flower dew should be able to easily remove it. Yi Xian thought to himself. He waited for a while. Sure enough, Lu Er's aura stabilized and her breathing returned to normal. Phew, she should be fine. Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Although he had used up the devouring system points he had just obtained, it was worth it to save Lu Er. However, regardless of whether Chen Song had anything to do with Lu Er, he had to die. Then, Yi Xian left the room and asked Yi Zhang to send an expert to guard the room. At the same time, he used an elixir he obtained from the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun to fool them. Everyone returned to the main hall. After returning to the main hall, Yi Zhang couldn't help but ask, Yi Xian, where have you been these past few days? The 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun. Yi Xian slowly replied in his heart. Just now, when Yi Xian was in the room, Yi Zhang also recognized Shueqingqing, so he learned a lot of things from her. However, Yi Zhang still couldn't believe it and asked, then your current strength? Yi Xian's cold face turned and said, middle of the 5th level of the martial path. What? Are you telling the truth? The first elder of the Yi family asked in astonishment. That's right. I am indeed in the middle stage of the 5th rank. Qingqing can testify. Yi Xian nodded solemnly. In fact, he was currently at the peak of the 5th rank, but he was extremely cautious and wanted to keep a low profile. Yes, I can testify. He is indeed in the middle stage of the 5th rank. Furthermore, Before Shueqingqing could finish speaking, she was interrupted by Yi Xian. Yi Zhang and the 4 elders didn't care. They were only concerned about Yi Xian's cultivation. Haha, the heavens are truly protecting our Yi family. A 15-year-old in the middle stage of the 5th rank. His future achievements may be able to reach the 8th or even 9th rank. The second elder of the Yi family, who was also the second elder, laughed loudly. Wait. Before the others could speak, Yi Xian shouted in a low voice. Everyone's attention was on him. I don't think I said that I want to return to the Yi family? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and glanced at the 5 elders. You. The second elder's laughter came to an abrupt halt as he pointed at Yi Xian. Humph, I remember clearly your expressions that day. Now that I have regained my strength, do you think I will return to the Yi family so easily? Yi Xian continued to speak in a cold tone. When needed, they would be nurtured. When they had no value, they would be kicked away. Yi Xian was also a person with a temper. Even if it was his own family, he wouldn't compromise. No one present was a fool. They all understood the meaning behind Yi Xian's words. Immediately, Yi Zhang asked, then what will it take for you to return to the Yi family? He could tell that Yi Xian had conditions for returning. Yes, we can agree to any conditions. An elder immediately agreed. Simple. Yi Xian directly stretched out his hand and said, 5 million taels of silver. Hiss, as soon as he finished speaking, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. 5 million taels of silver was really an exorbitant price. Yi Xian, are you joking? Yi Zhang asked in disbelief. 5 million taels of silver, this was equivalent to 2 months of the Yi clan's income. Uncle, do you think I'm joking? Or perhaps, you think that my aptitude is not worth 5 million taels of silver? Yi Xian glanced at the 5 people. This, Yi Zhang and the 4 elders looked at each other. A 15-year-old mid-stage 5th stage martial path, this was definitely the first time someone had appeared in Lianyun City. Even in the huge South Forest County, there probably weren't many of them. Currently, the strongest person in the Yi family was in the 7th tier of the martial path. With Yi Xian's aptitude, he could reach the 8th or even 9th tier of the martial path. At that time, Lianyun City would belong to the Yi family. Alright, 5 million taels of silver. Yi Zhang immediately nodded in agreement. However, in the next moment, Yi Xian's words stunned him. 5 million is one thing, but I have another condition. Yi Xian continued. What conditions? Yi Zhang asked. I want Chen Song dead. When this sentence spread throughout the Yi family's main hall, the entire hall fell silent. Chen Song was a direct descendant of the Chen family, and he was not an ordinary one. He was the nephew of the Chen family's patriarch. If he died, then the Yi family and the Chen family would immediately start a war. This? Yi Zhang hesitated again. The 4 elders also looked at each other. Yi Xian, you're too ruthless. Shueqingqing whispered. Ruthless? Yi Xian's eyes flashed with killing intent as he said, making a move on Lu Er is a capital offense. Xianxia did not speak anymore. Suddenly, she felt that the youth beside her had a unique domineering aura. Yi Xian, Qinsong's identity is not ordinary. The commotion you caused last time has already caused the Yi family to lose a few experts. If you kill Qinsong, then we will not rest until one of us is dead. Yi Zhang frowned. Uncle, what if I tell you that I've already killed the leader of the Qin family's 4 heroes, Qin Feng, in the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun? Yi Xian suddenly said. Before he could finish speaking, the 4 great clan elders and Yi Zhang all stood up and exclaimed, "What?" Now, the 5 of them could not remain calm. Yi Xian had actually killed Qin Feng. If this news reached the Qin family's ears, it would be even more shocking than killing Qinsong. Yi Xian, are you sure? You're not joking, right? The first elder asked in disbelief. Elder, do you think that I, a mid-stage 5th stage martial artist, can't kill Qin Feng, who has a lot of pills? Yi Xian's eyes narrowed. This question stunned the 4 clan elders and Yi Zhang. Their thoughts were still stuck at the time when Yi Xian had broken through to the early stage of the 4th stage. But now, Yi Xian was already in the mid-stage of the 5th stage. I can testify that Yi Xian killed Qin Feng alone in front of me. Xianxia, who was at the side, suddenly said. Yi Zhang also felt a sense of pressure. He asked again, Yi Xian, who else knows about this matter? Only me and Xianxia. Yi Xian answered honestly. That's good. This matter must not be spread. Otherwise, our Yi family and the Qin family will really not rest until one of us is dead. Yi Zhang hurriedly reminded and said, as for Qinsong, we still have to discuss it. Although Qin Feng's death was a bit more shocking, he had died in the wilderness after all. No one knew. But if Qinsong died now, then everyone would suspect the Yi family. When that happened, the 2 families would start a war. Yi Zhang and the 4 elders walked to the back of the hall to discuss. Yi Xian thought for a moment and shouted, Eldest uncle, for elders, I give up on this condition. Hearing this, the 5 people at the back of the hall hurriedly walked back. That's good, that's good. Yi Zhang sighed in relief. For the sake of Yi Xian, the Yi family and the Qin family had to go to war. This matter needed to be discussed at length. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly added, I can remove the condition of Qinsong's death, but I want an extra 2 million taels of silver. What a guy, he's really asking for a lion's share. The 5 elders all thought in unison. However, if they were to compare Qinsong's death with the 2 million taels of silver, the latter was naturally easier to accept. Wasn't it just 2 million taels of silver? It wasn't like they would throw it away. In any case, they were giving it to Yi Xian. This was equivalent to the family allocating a large amount of funds to nurture him in advance. Alright, a total of 7 million taels of silver. Yi Zhang was very straightforward. 7 million taels of silver was equivalent to more than 3 months of the Yi family's income. Moreover, the entire Yi family's monthly expenses were probably not even 1/10 of this amount. Yi Xian agreed to return to the Yi family, but extorted 7 million taels of silver. This was considered a good deal. However, Yi Xian still had a plan in mind. Eldest uncle, I went to the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun a few days ago to train and coincidentally obtain 2 level 5 martial arts. What? 2 rank 5 martial arts? Yi Zhang and the 4 elders all stood up. Every rank 5 martial art was very expensive. If it was a rare martial art, the price would be even higher. The Yi clan is one of the 4 great clans of Lianyun City. However, there are only a few 7th rank martial artists in the clan, which are the 4 elders in front of Yi Xian. Originally, there was one more elder, which was Yi Xian's grandfather, Yi Zhang's father. However, due to old injuries, he passed away many years ago. Although Yi Zhang is the head of the Yi clan, his strength has not reached the 7th rank of the martial path. He is only at the 6th rank. However, martial artists usually learn martial arts from lower levels. For example, 7th rank martial artists usually learn rank 6 martial arts because it is easier to grasp and master. If one wants to learn martial arts of the same rank, it will take a lot of time to practice and the results will not be good unless one is a genius. The backbone of the Yi clan is the 6th rank martial artist. Therefore, rank 5 martial arts are suitable for them. Yi Zhang took the two books from Yi Xian and muttered, Gale Sword Art and Galloping Steps. These two martial arts have never appeared in Lianyun City before. Haha, not bad, not bad. The 7 million taels were well spent. This will increase the overall strength of the Yi clan. The second elder stroked his long beard and laughed. However, in the next moment, his laughter came to an abrupt stop. Sorry, I don't want to give these two martial arts to the clan. I want to sell them to the clan. Fixed price, 2 million taels of silver. Yi Xian said slowly. Want him to hand over the martial arts that he painstakingly obtained? Not a chance. If you want them, buy them with money. He became so snobbish because of the incident of being abandoned. This is what the Yi clan taught him. You bastard, are you addicted to blackmailing? The second elder immediately scolded. Second elder, you are wrong. These two martial arts have never appeared in Lianyun City. If I were to sell them at the auction house, other clans would definitely spend more than 2 million taels of silver to buy them. However, I am selling them to the clan because my surname is Yi. Moreover, martial arts can be freely passed down. The Yi clan can make a copy and sell it to the Lin clan. We can definitely recoup a lot of the cost. Yi Xian said slowly. In any case, he estimated that the Yi clan will definitely spend money to buy them. This is definitely a profitable business. But these two martial arts have not been tested. I don't know if they are real or fake. Yi Zhang said with some doubt. I have already learned them. Uncle, watch. As soon as Yi Xian finished speaking, his figure instantly flashed and dashed through the lobby. What a fast speed, it seems to be catching up to me. Yi Zhang's eyes widened. He was in the 6th stage of the martial path and also knew a 5th grade movement technique. However, he felt that this 5th grade movement technique called galloping steps was much better than the one in his family. That was the rushing steps. This is the Gale Sword Art. Yi Xian shouted and displayed two moves of the Gale Sword Art. Gale Slash and Gale Triple Thrust. Good, good. 2 million taels of silver is definitely not a loss. The first elder shouted loudly. Now, he was very sure that Yi Xian's talent surpassed everyone in the Yi clan. No one in the entire Lianyun city could compare to him. Spending 9 million taels of silver to nurture a super genius was definitely worth it. Good. Yi Xian, the Yi clan will buy these two martial arts for a total of 9 million taels of silver. Later, you can go to the treasury and choose something worth 9 million taels of silver. Yi Zhang said with satisfaction. If these two martial arts were to be sold to the Lin clan, they would definitely be able to get back the cost. Deal. Immediately, Yi Zhang ordered someone to inform the treasury. At the same time, he also ordered Yi Xian to have the right to receive 3 stalks of blood ginseng every month. 3 stalks of blood ginseng would be 300,000 taels of silver every month. It seemed that the Yi clan had spent a lot of money. Other than the Yi clan's property in Lianyun City, they also had a hunting team that hunted demonic beasts all year round. Therefore, they still had a lot of treasures. Yi Xian estimated that these 9 million taels of silver would allow him to break through to the 6th stage of the martial path. This was not the main point. The main point was that he could obtain 9 Devour points and exchange them for better things. After leaving the Yi clan's main hall, Yi Xian brought Xianxia back to his own house. Qingqing, you can stay next to Lu'er. After a while, we will go to the Shattering Cloud sect together. Yi Xian said to his little follower, Xianxia. Xianxia sneaked out. Her father, Shuai, was probably worried to death. Therefore, Yi Xian quickly sent someone to inform Shuai so that he would not worry. Okay, but Lu'er is still unconscious. Xianxia was also worried. Although she hadn't been to Lianyun City for 4 years, she still played very well with Lu'er when she was here. Lu'er will be fine. Yi Xian said. He had already used the 100 Blossom Dew to treat Lu'er. She should wake up in a while. Okay. Xianxia nodded. After a while, someone came to inform Yi Xian that he could go to the Yi clan's treasury to choose something. Yi Xian immediately went to the treasury. He estimated that this time, the Yi clan's treasury would be emptied by him at least half. When Yi Xian arrived at the Yi clan's treasury, a figure greeted him from afar. At the same time, the figure said with a smile, "Young master, this subordinate has been waiting for a long time." That day, when Xian came to the treasury to receive the blood ginseng, he was ridiculed by a manager of the treasury. Wasn't the person who welcomed Xian the manager of the treasury from that day? "Oh? It's you?" Xian naturally wouldn't forget this treasury manager. The treasury manager was so scared that he was about to cry. Xian really did remember him. When Xian sent someone over, he thought that he had misheard and was about to pack up and leave the Yi clan. "Young Master Xian, this subordinate was following the clan head's orders that day. Please forgive me, young Master Xian," the treasury manager said respectfully. If Xian really wanted to make trouble for him, he could only brace himself and bear it. "Forget it. I, Xian, am not that petty. I'll just deduct half a year's worth of your wages," Xian said casually. If he really wanted to make a fuss, he would definitely stab this treasury manager to death. However, this would only attract gossip. Thus, he felt that letting this treasury manager go would be more magnanimous. Yes. Thank you, young Master Xian, for forgiving me." The huge rock in the treasury manager's heart also sank. Wasn't it just half a year's worth of wages? It was better than dying, right? Xian couldn't be bothered with him. He directly walked into the treasury and picked out a large pile of items. The Yi clan's treasury was stocked with many good things. There were at least 30 million taels of silver. However, there was a wooden plaque with the name and description of each item. This was to prevent thieves from sneaking in and stealing everything. After entering the treasury, Xian began to wantonly plunder. As long as he chose everything valuable, he would come out in less than 10 minutes. "Have a safe journey, young Master Xian." The manager wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. He had finally sent Xian away. After leaving the treasury, Xian returned to his own house. Not long after, the experts of the Yi family brought in a few large chests. These chests were filled with items that Xian had chosen beforehand. 9 million taels of silver. TSK. This should be enough for me to break through to the 6th stage of the martial path, Xian thought to himself as he carried the chests into his house. 9 million taels of silver was enough to turn an ordinary person into an expert at the peak of the 6th stage of the martial path. Now, Xian finally understood why using the devouring system to level up was so costly. Ordinary martial artists needed a lot of time to cultivate, but Xian used money to make up for this time. Other people could break through to the 6th or 7th stage of the martial path by spending 9 million taels of silver. However, Xian could only break through from the peak of the 5th stage to the 6th stage of the martial path. This was the difference between them. When Xian swallowed the 9 million taels of treasures and the divine weapon, he really did break through to the early 6th stage of the martial path. Breaking through to the next stage of the martial path is indeed a huge improvement. Not only has my physique improved, but my spiritual power has also doubled. If I were to face Chen Feng now, I would probably be able to kill him with a single punch. Xian was very confident. Right now, he really wanted to find a martial artist at the 6th stage of the martial path to teach him a lesson. However, he still had something more important to do. "Chen Song, how dare you touch my lure? If I don't take revenge, I won't be called Xian." When Xian thought about Lu'er, who was still in a coma, he felt a surge of anger in his heart. He immediately exchanged for a grade 5 martial art, the wind-chasing arrow technique, from the devouring system. Apart from that, he also exchanged for a medium-grade mortal weapon heavy bow. He could only draw the black iron bow to its fullest and condense his spiritual power into an arrow that could kill an enemy within 100 meters. The reason why Xian had exchanged these two items was obviously because of Chen Song. That's right, he wanted to kill Chen Song with his own hands. In order to exchange for these two items, Xian spent 2 devouring points. He had a total of 9 devouring points, so he had 7 points left. Then, he spent another 5 devouring points to exchange for a 5 square meter devouring space. If there was anything in the future, he could directly put it into the devouring space. It was very convenient. Everything was ready, but Xian still had a problem. "I have never touched a bow before, and this unlucky fellow doesn't know archery either. I should practice first. Yi Xian thought to himself as he prepared to leave. However, just as he left the house, he saw Xianxia come out of Lu Er's house. Yi Xian, come quickly. Lu Er is awake, Xianxia shouted at Yi Xian. What? Upon hearing this, Yi Xian hurried over. He walked into the room and saw Lu Er leaning against the bed. Lu Er, how are you feeling? Yi Xian quickly went over to check on her. He found that Lu Er was just a little weak. After all, she had been unconscious for a few days. Young master, you're back. Lu Er said weakly. Lu Er said weakly. She then felt her body and tightened the blanket. It's a little cold. Young master, I'll get you more blankets. Yi Xian did not think much of it. He asked someone to bring him more blankets and asked the servants to cook some nourishing porridge. Then, he went directly to the small forest behind the Yi residence. Not many people came to this small forest, so it was a good place to practice archery. Yi Xian went to the small forest and found a spot. He then took out the medium-grade dark steel bow from the devouring space. This bow weighs 50 kilograms. If I draw it fully, I can easily shoot it up to 100 meters away. Yi Xian held the black iron bow in his left hand and slowly pulled the bowstring. This black iron bow was indeed worthy of being a mid-grade mortal weapon. If he wanted to fully pull the bow, he would need at least 600 kilograms of strength to fully pull it. Now that Yi Xian was in the 6th stage of the martial path, 600 kilograms of strength was not his limit. Ka! With a crisp sound, the dark steel bow was bent into an oval shape by Yi Xian. At the same time, spiritual energy surged out of Yi Xian's right palm and condensed into the shape of an arrow. Wang! As Yi Xian loosened his right hand, the spirit energy arrow instantly shot out, causing the wind to whistle. Pung! 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 The trees in front of them were all pierced through by the spiritual arrows. The power of the arrows could be seen clearly. A total of 6 trees were shot through. As expected of a medium-grade common weapon. The increase in spiritual energy is much greater than that of a low-grade common weapon. Yi Xian was very satisfied. It seemed that the attack power was enough. A low-grade common weapon could be bought for 100,000 taels of silver. If it was a bow and arrow, it would be even cheaper. However, a medium-grade spiritual weapon would cost at least 1 million taels of silver. Even this dark steel bow would cost at least 1 million taels of silver. A weapon was very important to a warrior. This was because if one's weapon was inferior to the enemy's, one's weapon would be destroyed in battle. When that time came, one would be in danger. Moreover, a common weapon would increase one's spiritual energy. When combined with martial arts, its power would be very shocking. In these few days, Yi Xian was preparing to stay in the Yi family and not go out. He was preparing to learn the wind-chasing arrow technique and use it to kill Xianxia. Originally, the black iron bow could shoot up to 100 meters away. If he used the wind-chasing arrow technique, he might be able to shoot up to 150 meters away. Moreover, the wind-chasing arrow formed by the wind-chasing arrow technique had greater penetrative power and speed than ordinary spirit force arrows. During the time that Yi Xian was practicing his bow and arrow, the news of his return to Lianyun City spread. The Qin family naturally received the news. However, Yi Xian did not leave the house these few days, so the Qin family could not find him. As time passed, the atmosphere in Lianyun City became very strange. Yi Xian had previously stripped Xianxia naked and threw him on the streets, causing the Yi family and the Qin family to become enemies. The common people knew the Qin family's character. They would definitely not let this matter rest. However, on the 3rd night after Yi Xian returned to Lianyun City, a black figure suddenly came out of the Yi family. This person was Yi Xian. In these 3 days, Yi Xian had been practicing his archery in the small forest behind the Yi family. Although it was only 3 days, it was not difficult for him to learn a rank 5 martial arts as a warrior in the 6th stage of the martial path. After 3 days, Yi Xian could already use spiritual energy arrows to kill wild rabbits from 100 meters away. Although Xianxia was in the middle stage 4th stage of the martial path, if Yi Xian used the wind-chasing arrow technique, Xianxia would definitely not be able to react in time. Now that everything was ready, all that was left was the east wind. This east wind was waiting for Xianxia to come out. Xian crouched on a roof, hiding under the night sky. Only his eyes could be seen. He calculated the time and guessed that Xianxia should be leaving soon. As expected, Xianxia, who had been stripped naked and thrown on the streets, came out in a short while. He's really thick-skinned. He's already been naked once and he still has the guts to come out. Xian thought to himself. But didn't he just walk right into his trap? Xianxia had just left the Qin residence and was followed by 2 Qin family guards. They seemed to be around the 4th grade of the martial path. Xian wasn't stupid enough to kill Xianxia in front of the Qin residence. If all the experts of the Qin residence were mobilized, he wouldn't be able to escape in time. Therefore, Xianxia could still live a little longer. Xianxia gradually left the Qin residence with the 2 guards following him. On the other side, Xian was also following him on the roof. It was his first time disguising as a man in black, but none of the pedestrians on the streets noticed him. At this time, Xianxia had already left the Qin family for 10 minutes. Xian, who was following him on the roof, also started to have a serious expression. Alright, Xianxia. You hit Lu Er and caused her to be in a coma for many days. Today is the day you die. Xian thought to himself. Suddenly, he took out the black iron bow from the devouring space. He was only about 60 to 70 meters away from Xianxia. Therefore, he could almost always hit the target. He drew the black iron bow to its fullest and condensed a chasing wind arrow. After adjusting his breathing, he suddenly released his right hand. Buzz! The wind-chasing arrow formed by spiritual power shot out instantly. In the blink of an eye, it traversed dozens of meters. Damn it, you bunch of trash. What are you looking at? Get out of my way. On the streets, Xianxia couldn't stand the stares of the pedestrians and shouted. However, just as he finished speaking, he felt a chill at the back of his head. Then, he fell forward uncontrollably. Plop! Xianxia's forehead hit the ground. Blood spurted out like a fountain. He died tragically in an instant. Young master, the 2 guards were stunned. Their young master had actually died in front of their eyes. What was going on? They immediately went forward to check on Xianxia, only to find that he was no longer breathing. His brain had been pierced through and he had died instantly. Quick, go back and inform the patriarch. After Xianxia died, Xian kept the black steel bow into his devouring space and quickly jumped off the roof, disappearing into the darkness. Only the Yi family and Xueqingqing knew of his strength, so as long as he did not take out the black iron bow, no one would suspect him. However, the Qin family would definitely guess that it was the Yi family who did it. However, there was no evidence, right? It was also possible that a third party deliberately shot Xianxia to cause a conflict between the 2 parties. Since you dared to touch my people, I've already done my duty by letting you live for so long. Xian, who was on his way back to the Yi family, thought to himself that if he had the ability, he would have done it 3 days ago. Although Xian was not a person who liked to cause trouble, he had a vengeful personality. Whoever dared to provoke him would have a tragic ending. Very quickly, Xian rushed back to the Yi family. He directly went to the forest behind the Yi family and kept Hei into his devouring space before returning to his own residence. Although this was the Yi family's residence, he was afraid that there would be spies in the Yi family's residence. As for the arrow holes in the forest, Xian had deliberately disguised them. He did not practice archery in the forest, but swordsmanship. Hey, young master, you're back. When Xian returned to the courtyard, Lu Er also jumped up to welcome him and wiped away Xian's sweat. Yes, Lu Er, quickly prepare some hot water for me. I want to take a bath. Xian lovingly patted Lu Er's head. He had run all the way back and practiced the Gale swordsmanship several times in the forest behind the Yi family's residence, so his clothes were already drenched in sweat. Okay. Lu Er happily ran away. Recently, Xian had returned to the Yi family and was even more valued than before. This made her very happy. Apart from Lu Er, there was one other person in the courtyard, and that was Xueqingqing. After Lu Er ran away, Xueqingqing looked at Xian with a strange gaze and said, "You've been cultivating too hard these past few days. Why do I feel like you're doing something shady?" A girl's sixth sense was very sharp. Although Yi Xian disguised himself well, Shuqingqing still felt that something was wrong. With my talent, I can only be specially nurtured in the Shattering Cloud sect. There are many senior brothers in the sect who are much stronger than me. If I don't work hard, how can I surpass them? Yi Xian casually made up a reason. Liar, you're cultivating and you're not allowing me to go over. You're clearly doing something else. Hurry up and tell me, what have you been doing these past few days? Shuqingqing did not believe him. Hee, you'll know tomorrow. Yi Xian purposely kept her in suspense. However, his reply confirmed Shuqingqing's suspicions. She pondered for a moment in her heart before revealing a shocked expression. You killed Xianxia? Yi Xian, who had just sat down to drink a cup of water, almost choked to death. Wasn't Shuqingqing's IQ a little too high? That's right, he died half an hour ago. Yi Xian was not going to be tone deaf. After all, Shuqingqing had seen him kill Chen Feng with her own eyes, so it was not a big deal to know that he had killed Xianxia. Hearing Yi Xian admit it personally, Shuqingqing cried out in alarm, "Are you crazy? If you kill him, your Yi family will start a war with the Chen family. When that happens, many people will die." I know, but Luer's death must be avenged. Yi Xian naturally understood what would happen when the two families started a war. You. Shuqingqing was also speechless. She suddenly felt that the Yi Xian in front of her was different from the Yi Xian of a few years ago. He had become more charming. Don't worry, even if the Chen family comes looking for me, they won't have any evidence. Moreover, I used a bow and arrow to kill Xianxia from dozens of meters away. No one will know. Yi Xian said. Then how did you find Xianxia? Shuqingqing's beautiful eyes moved as she asked. This question caused Yi Xian to be stunned. I spent 5,000 taels of silver to bribe a steward of the Chen family. He should have already left the city yesterday. Yi Xian said. 5,000 taels of silver was not a small amount. It was enough for a family to enjoy a lifetime of wealth. What if the Chen family caught him? Shuqingqing asked again. I hope your plan is as perfect as you say. Shuqingqing also heaved a sigh of relief. As long as the Chen family did not have evidence, they could not say that Xianxia was killed by the Yi family. Tonight, the Yi family was very peaceful, but the Chen family was different. At this moment, in the Chen family's main hall, there was a coffin. Lying in the coffin was the young master of the Chen family, Xianxia, who was shot in the head by Yi Xian. Around the coffin sat the upper echelons of the Chen family. Patriarch, this must be the work of the Yi family. A Chen family upper echelon said. The Chen family was one of the 4 great families in Lianyan City. Over the years, there had never been a case of a Chen family member being killed. However, today, the nephew of the Chen family's patriarch had died. It was not difficult to link this to the Yi family. I think so too. However, there are many suspicious points about Xianxia's death. The Chen family's patriarch, Xianxia, frowned. After a pause, he said, first, Xianxia was killed by a bow and arrow. Second, the murderer shot him from at least 50 meters away. Third, the Yi family did not have a motive to kill Xianxia. Could it be that Xianxia only hit Yi Xian's maid? Then patriarch means that someone is framing the Yi family? The Chen family upper echelon said. There is this possibility. However, the Yi family is not completely free of suspicion. This could be a method used by the Yi family to confuse us. Other than the 3 suspicious points, there is another point. Our Lianyan city does not seem to have a high-level martial artist who uses a bow and arrow. To be able to kill Xianxia by condensing spiritual energy into an arrow, this person must be at least a 6th-stage martial path expert or a 5th-stage archery martial art. Xianxia was still frowning. Xianxia was his nephew and one of the 4 heroes of the Chen family. His death made him very sad. When everyone heard this, they nodded silently. Indeed, Lianyan City did not seem to have heard of an expert who used a bow and arrow. Patriarch, even if the experts of the other families practiced bow and arrow, we would not know. Moreover, the murderer could have come from somewhere else. What should we do? Someone asked. This matter needs to be considered at length. However, since he dared to kill a member of my Chen clan, I will definitely not let this matter rest. Even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground, I will drag out the murderer. Xianxia angrily turned his head and said, "You guys, send people to the major families to find out if there are any foreign experts." Yes. The group of people retreated. After they left, Xianxia did not leave. He sat on the chair and muttered, "Damn it. Second brother will be back tomorrow. If he knows that his son is dead, I wonder what will happen." The next day, the news of Xianxia's death spread to all the big families and the Yi family. After learning of this matter, Yi Zhang and the 4 elders were shocked and hurried to Yi Xian's residence. "Yi Xian, is Xianxia's death your fault?" Yi Zhang went straight to the point as soon as he entered the house. At this time, Yi Xian was sitting in the courtyard with Shueqingqing and Lu'er drinking breakfast. When Yi Xian heard this, he pretended to be stunned and said, "Xianxia is dead? Yi Xian, let's not beat around the bush. Did you kill him?" Yi Zhang asked. Lu'er was also shocked as she turned to look at Yi Xian. "No." Yi Xian shook his head. This answer disrupted Yi Zhang's thoughts. He frowned and said, "Last night, when Xianxia went out, he was shot in the head with a bow and arrow. He died in 1 hit. It's good that he's dead. He deserved it." Yi Xian replied calmly. He killed Xianxia with his own hands, but he felt that it was better not to let Yi Zhang and the others know. "But why do I feel like you killed him?" Yi Zhang frowned and continued, "According to the witnesses, Xianxia had 2 peak 4th stage martial path 4th stage bodyguards behind him. However, Xianxia was shot dead by a bow and arrow from dozens of meters away. Even a peak 5th stage martial path cultivator couldn't react in time. Therefore, I speculate that the person who killed him is at least a 6th stage martial path cultivator who is proficient in archery or has a 5th grade archery technique. Uncle, there should be a limit to your suspicions. Firstly, I'm not a 6th stage martial path cultivator. Secondly, I've never touched a bow and arrow. Thirdly, I don't have a 5th grade archery technique. Why are you suspecting me?" Yi Xian put down his teacup and asked slowly. Yi Zhang was also stunned. Indeed, Yi Xian didn't fulfill any of the conditions, but why did he feel that Yi Xian was the one who killed Xianxia? "Apart from you, I don't think I've heard of anyone wanting to kill Xianxia. Furthermore, your performance is a little too calm," the first elder said. "Grand Elder, should I be afraid now that Xianxia is dead? It's not like I killed him." Yi Xian still had a carefree expression on his face. "You really didn't kill him?" Yi Zhang still asked doubtfully. "No." Yi Xian shook his head, refusing to admit it even if he was beaten to death. Although Yi Zhang and the 4 elders felt that Yi Xian was a little strange, the facts proved that Yi Xian didn't have the ability to do so they could only choose to believe him. After they left, Lu'er didn't wait for Shueqingqing to speak before whispering, "Young master, thank you." "Silly girl." Yi Xian only smiled and didn't say anything else. News of Xianxia's death had already spread throughout Lianyun City. The Chen family had also sent people to the Yi family, but they returned without success. Yi Xian originally thought that this matter was over, but on the 3rd day after Xianxia's death, a letter was suddenly delivered to him. "Who sent this?" Yi Xian looked at the Yi family's guard in surprise. "I'm not very sure. The person who sent the letter was just an errand boy, but he said that this letter needs to be opened by you, young master." The Yi family's guard shook his head. "All right, then you may leave." Yi Xian nodded. Yi Xian felt that logically, no one would write a letter to him. Moreover, the letter in his hand had nothing written on it, which made him feel a little strange. He tore open the envelope and took out the letter. After he finished reading the contents of the letter, a burst of spiritual energy surged out and shook the letter into countless pieces. "Young master, what's wrong?" Lu'er, who was sitting on a stone chair and sewing a set for Yi Xian, asked in surprise. "Lu'er, how long has Qingqing been out?" Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and asked. "Sister Qingqing has been out for more than 4 hours." "Young master, did something happen to Sister Qingqing?" Lu'er asked. Yi Xian forced a smile and said, "No, that girl wanted to buy something but didn't bring money, so she called me over." "Lu'er, you stay at home. I'm going out to buy something as well." "Okay." Yi Xian left the courtyard, but his expression was not very good. Although he didn't know who sent the letter he received just now, Yi Xian knew that it was definitely from the Chen family. Yi Xian, if you want to save your little girlfriend, come to the forest 5 miles north of Lianyan City alone. Otherwise, I will play with her once, strip her naked and hang her in front of the Yi family's gate. This was the content of the letter. When Yi Xian finished reading it, he was furious. The Chen family was courting death again. After leaving the Yi family, Yi Xian directly left Lianyan City and rushed to the small forest 5 miles north of Lianyan City. It was already evening and the sky was beginning to darken. I don't know who kidnapped Qingqing. If it is a 6th or even 7th stage martial artist, then I will be in trouble. On the way, Yi Xian was constantly planning in his heart. He was currently in the early 6th stage of the martial path. If the other party was also in the 6th stage of the martial path, then they would be a threat to him. Moreover, the other party had Qingqing as a hostage, so Yi Xian had to think twice before acting. I still have 2 devouring points. I can exchange them for a spiritual explosion pill and fight to the death. Yi Xian suddenly thought of a pill in the devouring system. The spiritual explosion pill was worth 2 devouring points. It could raise one's cultivation by 1 stage in a short time, and sometimes even 2. However, it could only be used by people in the 7th stage of the martial path or it would have no effect. Therefore, Yi Xian was currently in the middle of the 6th stage of the martial path. However, if the other party was at the peak of the 6th stage of the martial path, then he did not have much chance of winning. Forget it. Since he is here, then let's take it as it comes. If he dares to touch a hair on Qingqing's head, I will kill him even if I have to risk my life. Yi Xian did not think too much about it. Since the other party wanted him to go alone, they must have planted spies in the Yi family. Therefore, if he informed Yi Zhang to send experts, Qingqing would be in danger. Soon, Yi Xian arrived at the forest, but he purposely took a detour. He did not enter from the main road, but through the bushes. He wanted to investigate first. This forest was not big, and there were no demonic beasts inside, so generally, no one would come here. Yi Xian carefully snuck in. He held his breath and moved towards the center of the forest. After walking for a while, he heard a person's voice. Reporting, Yi Xian has entered the forest alone. Behind this voice was a man's voice. You're here? Seems like you want to see who I am. Yi Xian, come out. Obviously, this man was the one who kidnapped Qingqing. Furthermore, Yi Xian also recognized this voice. That person was indeed from the Chen clan. Furthermore, he was Chen Song's father, Chen Chong. It's him. Yi Xian's expression didn't look too good, because Chen Chong was a mid-stage 6th stage martial artist. Yi Xian, come out. Chen Chong shouted from the spot again. Yi Xian's expression froze, but he continued to move forward. After a while, he saw 2 figures in an open space. It really is Chen Chong. Yi Xian recognized him at a glance. However, the other figure was not Qingqing, but a guard in the Chen clan uniform. Qingqing was not here. Yi Xian, I know you are here. Are you trying to ambush me? Come out. Chen Chong continued to shout. Chen Chong probably kidnapped Qingqing, but did not bring her out of the city. He just locked her up somewhere. If I didn't come, then Chen Chong would have killed Qingqing when he returned. But why is Chen Chong looking for me? I am not a suspect at all. Could it be that he can't find the culprit and wants to vent his anger on me? The more Yi Xian thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. It seemed that he had no choice but to go out this time. Fortunately, Qingqing was not here, so Chen Chong did not have a hostage. As long as he killed Chen Chong and forced the Chen clan guard to reveal Qingqing's location, everything would be fine. That Chen clan guard is probably at the 4th level of the martial path. Let me cripple your legs first. Yi Xian took out the black iron bow from the devouring space and quietly pulled the string. Wang! A wind-chasing arrow was shot out. Be careful. Chen Chong was at the middle stage of the 6th level of the martial path, so his senses were extremely sharp. He shouted, but the Chen clan guard did not react in time. Gotcha! With a crisp sound, the Chen clan guard knelt down on one knee. His kneecap had been pierced by the wind-chasing arrow. Following that, the sound of the wind could be heard. Gotcha! The Chen clan guard's other leg was also crippled. Now, the only threat left was Xianxia. Yi Xian, so it was you who killed my son. Today is the day you die. Even though Xianxia was a burly man, at this time, he finally understood who killed his son. Here it comes. Yi Xian hurriedly used 2 devouring points to exchange for a spiritual explosion pill. He swallowed the spiritual explosion pill and his spiritual energy instantly soared by a level. Middle stage of the 6th level of the martial path. Damn it, only 1 level. Yi Xian cursed in his heart. The devouring space stated that the spiritual explosion pill could sometimes raise a martial artist's spiritual energy by 2 levels, but this was a rare occurrence. Yi Xian, who had temporarily broken through to the middle stage of the 6th level of the martial path, immediately raised his black iron bow and shot a wind-chasing arrow at the charging Xianxia. Stinking brat, I will bury you with my son. Xianxia roared and easily dodged the wind-chasing arrow. After all, he was at the middle stage of the 6th level of the martial path, and he also had the 5th level movement technique of the Chen clan. His strength was not something an ordinary person could compare to. Yi Xian took advantage of the time Xianxia took to shoot a few more wind-chasing arrows, but they were all dodged by Xianxia. In the next moment, Xianxia was in front of him. Therefore, he could only put away his black iron bow. Die, brat! Xianxia shouted and arrived in front of Yi Xian. He then raised his right fist and aimed a punch at the latter's head. What a powerful attack! If my head was hit, I am afraid I would faint or even die on the spot. Yi Xian's heart froze. Today, if he did not kill Xianxia, he would die at Xianxia's hands. Therefore, he could not afford to make any mistakes. Galloping steps, Yi Xian had already condensed spiritual energy in his feet. Facing this punch, he dodged to the side and instantly took out a long sword from the devouring space. Gale triple stab. The long sword suddenly appeared in Yi Xian's hand. Xianxia did not expect this. Before Xianxia could react, the long sword had already pierced his body. Pooh! 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 Interspatial ring? I'm going to kill you. Xianxia covered his abdomen with one hand as greed flashed through his eyes. Although Yi Xian's technique was the devouring system, it seemed to be the effect of an interspatial ring. An interspatial ring was priceless. Even if Yi Xian and Xianxia did not have a grudge against each other, the latter would still choose to kill Yi Xian. Yi Xian was originally aiming for Xianxia's heart, but the latter did not attack with his left hand, so he could only aim for his abdomen. This gale triple stab was a good start for Yi Xian. Because he had been very ruthless, the wound was very deep. As long as he could stall for time, Xianxia's strength would definitely decrease. However, Xianxia was tempted by the interspatial ring. At this moment, he wanted to kill Yi Xian on the spot, so he instantly revealed his peak combat strength. Ferocious Tiger Fist. Die. Xianxia ignored his wound and attacked Yi Xian again. However, Yi Xian's galloping steps were better than the average level 5 martial arts, so he dodged again. At the same time, Yi Xian raised his right hand and prepared to use the gale triple stab again. Humph. Xianxia learned his lesson this time. Although his mind was occupied by greed, he was not stupid enough to be hit by Yi Xian again. At this moment, he also prepared to dodge Yi Xian's 3 stab attacks. However, when Yi Xian saw his movements, he suddenly stopped and quickly retreated. At the same time, the longsword in his hand disappeared and was replaced by the black iron bow. What? Xianxia was shocked. By the time he reacted, a wind-chasing arrow had already shot towards him. Pooh! The wind-chasing arrow directly pierced through Xianxia's body, causing blood to spurt out like a fountain. Haha, the devouring space can be used like this. See if I don't kill you. Yi Xian was surprised and delighted. This was something he had just discovered. With a longsword in close combat and a bow in long-range combat, even Xianxia could not do anything to him. I want you dead. Xianxia was enraged after being hit twice. He lifted his leg and rushed towards Yi Xian. Gale slash. The black iron bow was replaced by a long sword. Aiming at Xianxia's body, he suddenly slashed. Bang! the gale slash had been destroyed by Chen Chang's punch. The difference in spiritual energy between the two was not large, so Chen Chang was directly blown back by the shockwave produced by the spiritual energy explosion. Take another arrow from me. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian drew his bow once more. The windchaser arrow mercilessly pierced through Chen Chang's shoulder, injuring him once more. However, Chen Chang was not someone to be trifled with. He had been training outside for many years, so his reaction speed was extraordinary. That was why he was able to avoid the attack. Humph, let's see how many arrows you can take. Yi Xian snorted in his heart and drew his bow again. But at this moment, he suddenly saw a cold light flash past. Hidden weapon, it turned out that Chen Chang was not taking a beating. He deliberately allowed himself to be hit by Yi Xian. At the same time, he threw a dart. Swish! This dart brushed past Yi Xian's head. Yi Xian broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, his reaction was not slow. Otherwise, this dart would have pierced his face. However, when he heard the sound of footsteps in front of him, his face suddenly sank to rock bottom. Die for me. It was unknown when Chen Chang had rushed in front of Yi Xian. Then, he threw a punch. Bang! The casserole-sized fist accurately landed on Yi Xian's body. The huge impact leaked out and sent Yi Xian flying. Gotcha! Yi Xian only felt a sharp pain in his chest. It seemed that several of his ribs had been broken. He endured the pain and took out his long sword. Aiming forward, he used another gale slash. This attack had already seriously injured him. If Chen Chang caught up, then he would definitely die. Therefore, he had to stop Chen Chang's footsteps. Bang! Chen Chang was prepared to follow up with another attack to kill Yi Xian. However, he was blocked by the gale slash. He scattered the gale slash with a punch. The air billowed and dust filled the air. When he rushed out, he realized that he had lost sight of Yi Xian's figure. Oh no, he's running! Chen Chang immediately reacted. Yi Xian was obviously not a match for him. Therefore, he wanted to escape. However, it was already night time. His vision was dim. Coupled with the continuous chirping of insects in the forest, he could not tell where Yi Xian's footsteps were. Stinking brat, don't even think of escaping from my grasp. I will kill you. Before Chen Chang's roar could spread, there was an unusual sound of wind blowing in the surroundings. Sneak attack. Chen Chang was surprised and happy because the person who had sneak attacked him was definitely Yi Xian. Rip! Several cold lights flashed as Yi Xian's gale triple stab was dodged by Chen Chang. However, just as Yi Xian was preparing to escape and hide, he saw a small brocade box fall from Chen Chang's chest. Although his gale triple stab had not injured Chen Chang, it had pierced through his clothes. Let's fight! Yi Xian did not turn around and run. Instead, he took a step forward and grabbed the brocade box. At the same time, he shouted in his mind, "Devour!" Bang! Before the voice in his mind could fade, Chen Chang kicked Yi Xian in the abdomen and sent him flying again. However, what Chen Chang did not notice was that Yi Xian, who was sent flying by his kick, smiled in the air. Devouring a small revitalizing pill. The host has received 3 devour points. The small revitalizing pill was a precious elixir used by martial artists to achieve breakthroughs. Chen Chang had spent nearly a year on this trip to buy this small revitalizing pill, intending to use it when he was at the peak of the 6th stage of the martial path. He had not expected that Yi Xian would obtain it. However, Chen Chang did not care because he did not know that Yi Xian could devour. He only thought that Yi Xian had the interspatial ring. As long as he killed Yi Xian, the ring would return to him. However, he was very wrong. After Yi Xian obtained the 3 devour points, he quickly used a slash to prevent Chen Chang from approaching him. Just like last time, Chen Chang was blocked by the gale slash. By the time he reacted, Yi Xian had disappeared again. Yi Xian, who was hiding behind a tree, was thinking quickly in fear. Right now, he had a great enemy. If he did not get rid of him, there would be endless trouble in the future. Therefore, Yi Xian was thinking about how to use the 2 devour points to kill Chen Chang. If I run now, Chen Chang will definitely not be able to catch up with me. However, if he returns to Lianyun City, Qing Qing will be in danger. Therefore, Xianxia must die. He thought to himself. At the same time, he quickly browsed through the Devour Systems menu to see if there were any suitable cultivation techniques. There were many things on the Devour Systems menu. However, some of them could only be exchanged after reaching a certain condition, such as breaking through to the 6th stage of the martial path. Haha, I got it. Tiger Roar, Shattering Dragon Roar. Yi Xian's eyes lit up as he immediately exchanged for the cultivation technique. This martial art was called Tiger Roar, Shattering Dragon Roar. Although it was only a level 5 martial art, it required 3 Devour points. Moreover, it was definitely worth it because it was a sound wave martial art. It could instantly release a sound wave attack to stimulate the enemy's brain and cause them to pause. Xianxia, die. After exchanging for this martial art, Yi Xian immediately rushed out. This time, he wanted to kill Xianxia to prevent future troubles. Kid, give me your life. Xianxia also turned around in an instant and threw out a punch. However, just as his fist was about to land on Yi Xian's body, the latter suddenly channeled his spiritual energy to his throat. Roar. An earth-shattering sound instantly reverberated. It sounded like the roar of a ferocious tiger. At the same time, an invisible sound wave spread out. Xianxia only felt a roar in his ears. It was as if there were tens of thousands of needles in his head. It was extremely painful. Go to hell. While Xianxia was in a daze, Yi Xian came to his side and swept out his sword. Immediately after, Xianxia's head flew out horizontally. Dead. Plop. The headless corpse fell to the ground. Blood splattered more than a meter high. This big boss was finally killed by Yi Xian. It was extremely difficult. Huff huff. Yi Xian looked at Xianxia's corpse at his feet and heaved a sigh of relief. The key to this battle was the small revitalizing pill that Xianxia dropped. Without it, Yi Xian was afraid that he could only run. Moreover, there was the danger of being caught by Xianxia. That was close. If I knew this move was so useful, I wouldn't have exchanged for the bursting spiritual pill. Yi Xian muttered. Sound wave attacks were extremely rare. There was probably none in the entire Lianyan city. If this martial art was taken out, it would probably cause a bloodbath. Therefore, Yi Xian decided to keep it for now. He still had to consider whether to sell it to the Yi family. After Xianxia died, Yi Xian searched his body for a while. However, he did not find anything valuable. Immediately, he went back the way he came and found the Chen family's guard who could not walk. Second master? The Chen family guard could not help but shout out when he saw a figure slowly walking towards him from a short distance away. However, after he spoke, that figure did not reply. This caused his heart to beat violently. Could it be Yi Xian? A possibility flashed in the Chen family's guard's mind. Just now, he heard Yi Xian and Chen's cries, but he did not know who was the one who had survived. At this moment, Yi Xian's guard's guard. Your second master is dead. Tell me, where's the girl you captured? Yi Xian asked while enduring his heavy injuries. After seeing Yi Xian's face, the Chen family guard's heart turned cold. Xianxia was a martial artist at the middle stage of the 6th level of the martial Dao. How was that possible? But this was the truth. The Chen family's guard was still in shock. Suddenly, a cold light flashed. Yi Xian held his sword to his neck and said coldly, I'll give you 3 seconds. If you don't answer, you can go and accompany your second master. 3. 2. No, I'll talk. I'll talk. In a house in the west of the city. The exact location is. The Chen family's guard did not want to die, so he quickly confessed. Very well. If what you said is true, I'll give you 5,000 silvers. But if it's false, I'll tear you apart. Yi Xian said coldly. Then he found a few vines and tied the Chen family's guard up. At the same time, he stuffed the guard's mouth. Although the Chen family's guard confessed, Yi Xian could not completely trust him. If it was a lie, who would know where Shueqingqing was? After that, Yi Xian quickly returned to Lianyan City. In a certain courtyard in Lianyan City. TSK. This little girl is so tender. Second master said that if he doesn't come back tonight, then this little girl will be ours. Where did second master go? How would I know? But since second master said so, why don't we two brothers have some fun first? Anyway, second master doesn't seem to like women. That's a good idea. Two people's lascivious laughter came from the courtyard. There was also the sound of a young girl sobbing. Obviously, this young girl was Xianxia. She remembered that she was originally eating in a restaurant. As she ate, she suddenly fell asleep. When she woke up, she heard the conversation between these two people. Immediately, she anxiously wanted to shout, but her mouth was stuffed with a piece of cloth, so she couldn't speak. In the darkness, two figures gradually walked towards her. However, Xianxia, whose four limbs were tied, could only shake her head with all her might. Her eyes were filled with tears and she was already crying. Little girl, don't be anxious. We brothers will feed you soon. When his voice fell, the sound of clothes being undone could be heard. Big brother, you can't do this. Last time, you were the one who went first. This time, it should be my turn. Fine, second brother, why are you being so calculative? Why don't we do it together? We'll take turns. Xianxia wanted to die. However, her mouth was stuffed with cloth and she could not even speak, let alone commit suicide by biting her tongue. Moreover, her four limbs were tied and she could not move. If she wanted to kill herself, she would have to rely on the big rock next to her. However, just as she was preparing to kill herself, a series of footsteps came from outside the courtyard. Then, the door was suddenly kicked open. A cold light flashed twice and the two figures in front of Xianxia fell backwards. Xianxia was stunned. Could it be that an expert passed by and heard the conversation between the two and saved her, or perhaps, they wanted to kidnap her and do all kinds of things? However, when she heard the voice of the person who came, her tense nerves finally relaxed and she fell into the embrace of the person who came. This person who rushed over was Xian, who dragged his injuries back to Lianyan City. Don't cry. Quickly help me back to the Yi family. I'm seriously injured and I'm going to die. Xian's face was pale as he used his sword to cut off the ropes on Xianxia's body. Just now, after the battle with Chen Chong and obtaining 3 devour points, he did not exchange for the 100 flower dew. Instead, he exchanged for the tiger's roar shattering dragon's roar. In addition, he ran all the way back and his injuries were serious. At this moment, he was already an arrow at the end of its flight. He estimated that any random person in the 4th stage of the martial path could kill him. Woo-woo, I'm sorry. Xianxia cried as she helped Xian up and rushed back to the Yi family. On the way, Xian's consciousness was also rapidly fading. Xianxia simply carried him on her back and ran all the way back to the Yi family. When the two of them reached the Yi family, Xian had already fainted. However, before he fainted, he told Xianxia about Chen Chong. When Yi Zhang and the 4 elders heard about this, they immediately brought a large amount of healing medicine. Xian was the future of the Yi family. If he died, then everything would be ruined. That night, the entire Yi family was in an uproar. Yi Zhang, the 4 elders, and the other higher-ups were so shocked that they could swallow an egg. Xian had actually killed Chen Chong of the Chen family. That was a mid-stage 6th stage martial path martial artist. Xian was only 15 years old. Was he still human? When Yi Zhang and the others found out about this, they immediately sent people to the small forest to kill the guard. At the same time, they buried Chen Chong's body as if nothing had happened. After a night of recovery, Xian's injuries were slightly better. When he woke up, he found 2 beautiful figures lying on his bed. They were Xianxia and Lu'er. Ouch, it hurts so much. Xian sat up and clutched his chest with a frown. Although the pills and medicine he had taken yesterday were the best in the Yi family, they were definitely not as effective as the 100 flower dew. Thus, he would need some time to recover. Xian, you're awake. Xianxia suddenly raised her head. She was worried that Xian would show symptoms in the middle of the night, so she didn't sleep. Xianxia's voice woke Lu'er up. Lu'er wasn't a martial artist, so she couldn't stay awake like Xianxia. Young master, you're awake. You scared Lu'er. Lu'er had just woken up, but she immediately rushed over and hugged Xian as she cried. Lu'er, hold my wound. Yi Xian sucked in a breath of cold air as the veins on his forehead bulged. Lu Er hurriedly let go of him. Yi Xian stroked her hair and said, "Young master won't die so easily." That Qin family's second master was a mid-stage 6th stage martial path, but I still killed him. Alright, go and inform eldest uncle. I have something to tell him. Lu Er will go now. Lu Er hurriedly got up and left. After she left, Xueqingqing carefully sized up Yi Xian and asked, "Is your body okay?" "Not bad, I won't die. However, at this rate, it will take at least 10 days to half a month to recover." Yi Xian sighed. It was impossible for him to lie in bed for 10 days to half a month. Therefore, he had to get some Devour points and exchange them for a bottle of 100 flower dew. "Fortunately, you arrived in time yesterday, otherwise I would have." Xueqingqing blushed. When she thought of what happened last night, she had goosebumps. "Haha, or else you'll be done by those two old men." Yi Xian grinned. "Pa," before he could finish his words, Xueqingqing gave him a slap on the thigh. At the same time, she said coquettishly, "What do you mean by that? If you say that again, I'll slap you to death. Moreover, this matter was caused by you in the first place. Don't expect me to repay you with my body." Yi Xian was heartbroken and said helplessly, "Who wants you to devote yourself to me? There are so many beautiful girls on the streets." "What? You're comparing me to them?" Xueqingqing glared and gave Yi Xian another slap. Yes, they can't compare to you." Yi Xian hurriedly agreed. At the same time, he thought in his heart, "Of course they aren't as violent as you." In his memory, Xueqingqing was a goddess when she was young. However, he didn't expect that when he met her again a few years later, she would become a tough woman. Very soon, Yi Zhang and the 4 elders arrived. When they saw that Yi Xian had recovered, they were overjoyed. They were even happier than when Yi Xian returned to the Yi family. Their concern made Yi Xian a little uncomfortable. Therefore, Yi Xian directly said, "Uncle, have you cleaned up Qin Chong's body and the body in the house in the west of the city? I've already sent people to take care of it. The Qin family definitely won't be able to find any clues. As for you, how did you kill Yi Zhang?" Yi Zhang asked the question that had troubled them all night. "At that time, I ambushed him. In addition to the explosive spirit pill I obtained from the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun, I temporarily broke through to the mid-6th level of the martial path. That's why I was able to kill him." Yi Xian casually made up a reason. "What, the explosive spirit pill?" Yi Zhang exclaimed. However, after thinking about it, this didn't seem to be the main point. Therefore, he shouted again, "The explosive spirit pill can temporarily raise a martial artist's level. It's very precious. So, before you took it, you had already broken through to the 6th level of the martial path?" "That's right." Yi Xian didn't hide it this time and directly nodded. Boom, after receiving Yi Xian's confirmation, everyone, including Xueqingqing, was shocked. A 15-year-old 6th level martial artist was definitely a super genius. If he was placed in the Shattering Cloud sect, he would definitely be heavily nurtured and even become a disciple of an expert. Ha 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 ha, the heavens are really blessing my Yi clan. In the future, your achievements will at least be at the 8th level of the martial path. Maybe even the 9th or 10th level of the martial path. Who knows, you might even have the chance to break through to the true spirit realm." Yi Zhang was already somewhat incoherent. The true spirit realm was a realm above the 10th level of the martial path. It was said that the Shattering Cloud sect master was a true spirit realm expert. Yi Zhang and the 4 elders were happy for a while. Then, they said, "Yi Xian, the stronger your strength, the more recognition you will receive after entering the Shattering Cloud sect. If you need anything, just tell me." "Oh? Then I won't be polite." Yi Xian's eyes also lit up. What did he lack right now? Of course, it was money, silver. "When I was training in the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun, I accidentally obtained the inheritance of a senior. He said that my physique is very special and can swallow any heavenly material and earthly treasure and convert it into spiritual power. So, uncle, if you have anything good, just give it to me." Yi Xian made up another reason. What? Yi Zhang and the others were stunned. What kind of physique was this? Yi Xian, are you joking? You can swallow any heavenly material and earthly treasure and convert it into spiritual power? Yi Zhang asked in disbelief. Uncle, do you think that I can break through to the early 6th level of the martial path from a cripple in such a short time? Yi Xian turned his head and asked. Indeed, this cultivation speed was absolutely unique. It was very shocking. Even in the Shattering Cloud sect, there was no one like this. Then, how much do you need? The first elder asked doubtfully. About 10 million silvers worth of heavenly material and earthly treasure. Of course, weapons and the like are also fine. With my physique, I can swallow anything, even the corpses of demonic beasts. Yi Xian didn't plan to hide it. The most important thing now was to increase his strength. If the Yi clan and the Chen clan fought, he would be able to help. 10 million silvers can only help you break through once. Yi Zhang swallowed his saliva. Yi Zhang and the others were shocked speechless. This was the first time they had encountered such a situation. Our Yi clan's treasury probably only has a little more than 10 million silvers. Yi Zhang hesitated. At this time. Lu, go get a pen and paper. Yi Xian suddenly said to Lu. Lu returned in a short while. Yi Xian then wrote down the tiger roar shattering dragon roar in front of Yi Zhang and the others. What? A sound wave martial art? This? Yi Zhang and the others were shocked. The 4 elders behind them were even more shocked. They were all in the 7th stage of the martial path and could see that this martial art was extraordinary. A 5th grade martial art, the tiger roar shattering dragon roar, is definitely comparable to a 6th grade martial art. I estimate that it is worth at least 5 million silvers. The first elder said in shock. Now, Yi Zhang and the others were convinced. They had never heard of this martial art before. With these martial arts, our Yi clan's overall strength will increase by 1 or 2 levels. When the time comes, it won't be a problem to deal with the Chen clan. After Yi Zhang finished speaking, he turned to Yi Xian and said, Alright, I'll get someone to bring all the good stuff from the treasury over. After he finished speaking, he left and returned in a short while. He even personally carried a large treasure chest over. This is all of our Yi clan's treasury. It's worth about 13 million silvers. Yi Xian, our Yi clan depends on you. Yi Zhang solemnly said to Yi Xian. The reason why he was willing to give these cultivation resources to Yi Xian was because as long as they could eliminate the Chen clan, wouldn't the Yi clan's treasures belong to the Chen clan? Alright, eldest uncle, you all leave first. Yi Xian chased everyone out and began to devour the treasures one by one. Medicinal herbs, pills, ores, weapons, all of them were devoured by Yi Xian. He had already devoured a small revitalizing pill worth 3 million silvers. With these items, he could definitely break through to the mid-6th stage of the martial path. In less than a minute, he had devoured all of these heavenly treasures and earthly treasures. Amidst the sound of the system notification, he had also broken through. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the middle stage of the 6th level of the martial path. Currently, he had a total of 13 devouring points. Immediately, he exchanged for a bottle of 100 flowers dew and drank it. The 100 flower dew was a good thing. It could quickly heal internal injuries. He estimated that he would only need a day to recover to his peak. The 100 flowers dew required 1 devouring point, so he still had 12 points. Next, he used the devouring points to exchange for a few rank 5 martial arts. In the Yi family, the core strength was still the 6th and 5th stage of the martial path, so it was best to exchange for a grade 5 martial art. Uncle, these are 6 rank 5 martial arts and 1 rank 6 martial arts. Quickly get someone to copy them down for the clansmen to learn. Also, if possible, sell it to the Lin clan directly. I still need a large amount of cultivation resources. Yi Xian handed over a few martial arts techniques. Yi Zhang took the stack of martial arts techniques that were worth more than 10 million silvers. His hands trembled as he hurriedly said, Okay, I'll get someone to copy them down immediately. He could see that these rank 5 martial arts techniques were much better than the ones in the Yi family. The total value was definitely more than 13 million silvers. After sending off Yi Zhang and the others, Yi Xian collapsed. During that short period of time, he felt like he was back in school, copying homework in the morning. His hands were so sore that they could die. "Young master, you've worked hard. Luer will help you massage." Luer walked behind Yi Xian and began to massage his shoulders. Xueqingqing, who had been silent all this time, finally opened her mouth and asked, "Is your body constitution real?" "Of course it's real." Yi Xian nodded comfortably. "But, there are weapons in the box," Xueqingqing said in disbelief. "If you don't believe me, give me a knife. I'll devour it right now for you to see," Yi Xian replied without thinking. Unexpectedly, Xueqingqing actually took out a small knife and handed it to Yi Xian. "Take it." Yi Xian was also helpless. However, since he had already been exposed, he might as well demonstrate it once. He picked up the small knife and put it in his mouth. His expression was serious. "Young master, be careful," Luer said worriedly from behind him. At this moment, Yi Xian clapped his hands and swallowed the entire small knife. Of course, after he pushed the small knife in, the small knife quickly shrank and was swallowed. "You really swallowed it. Your body constitution is actually real?" Xueqingqing's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. She stood in front of Yi Xian and saw Yi Xian swallow the small knife with her own eyes. Now, she had no choice but to believe it. "Of course. That mysterious senior said that I have the devouring physique and can devour the entire world. If you don't believe me, then take a step forward and watch me devour you as well," Yi Xian suddenly threatened. "If you dare to swallow me, I'll make a big hole in your stomach." Xueqingqing was a little angry. However, in the next moment, her small face suddenly changed. She giggled and said, "After this matter is settled, can you do me a favor?" "What favor?" Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. "We'll talk about it when the time comes. Don't worry, you'll definitely gain a lot." Xueqingqing deliberately kept Yi Xian in suspense. "Why are you being so mysterious? Let's talk about it after this matter is settled." Yi Xian didn't ask any more questions. After all, they were facing a great enemy. Although Qianchang's body had been buried, Qianchang had disappeared as soon as he returned to Lianyan City. The Chen family would definitely conduct a large-scale search. In a few days, they would find out that Yi Xian was involved. After all, every family had informants at the 4 city gates. Yi Xian returned so late that night with heavy injuries and bloodstains on his body. After Yi Xian took the 100-blossom dew, he stayed in his room and rested. He rested for half a day. In the afternoon, Yi Zhang came looking for him again. "Yi Xian, I've already asked people to make copies of those martial arts. Here's one copy. I'm going to sell it to the Lin family. Come with me," Yi Zhang said. "Go to the Lin family?" Yi Xian hesitated for a moment. The Lin family and the Yi family had the same ancestor. Therefore, the two families had a very good relationship and often had marriage alliances. Previously, Lin Shuer was already engaged to Yi Xian. However, something happened later. Yi Xian obtained the devouring system and lost his cultivation. Therefore, the Lin family came to cancel the engagement. Yi Xian also received 3 times the betrothal gift. Both parties were unhappy. "That's fine." Yi Xian nodded. In any case, his strongest defense was his face. "Then, your injuries." Yi Zhang suddenly thought of a problem. "It's fine. I've taken so many good things. My injuries will heal quickly." Yi Xian waved his hand. Then, Yi Xian followed Yi Zhang to the Lin family. He estimated that these martial arts techniques could be exchanged for another 10 million taels of silver. Then, he might be able to break through again. However, as his cultivation level increased, he was not so sure about the amount of resources he needed to break through. He might need another 10 million taels of silver, or even 15 million taels of silver. However, the amount of resources he needed each time would definitely increase exponentially. This time, Yi Zhang only brought Yi Xian to the Lin family. On the way, Yi Xian reminded him not to reveal his secret. Although the Lin family and the Yi family had a good relationship and shared a common ancestor, it was hard to say for sure after so many generations. Soon, Yi Zhang brought Yi Xian to the Lin family. When the guards saw Yi Zhang, they immediately let him in. In the reception hall of the Lin family, Yi Xian saw the head of the Lin family, Lin Ming, who had come to cancel the engagement. "Old brother Yi, what brings you here?" Lin Ming entered the hall and quickly walked over. When he saw Yi Xian, he was stunned. How could he not know about the commotion caused by Yi Xian? "Oh, I'm here to discuss something with you, brother Lin." Yi Zhang replied with a smile. This was a serious matter and Yi Zhang did not want to drag it out. Of course, he did not mention that Yi Xian had broken through by swallowing treasures. "What? You killed Qin Chang at the mid-stage of the 6th realm and obtained the inheritance of an expert in the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun?" Lin Ming was shocked after hearing Yi Zhang's story. This was the first time he had seen a 15-year-old mid-stage of the 6th realm. There were many talented youths in the Lin family, but the most talented one was at the mid-stage of the 4th realm at the age of 15. This was decades ago. However, Yi Xian was 2 realms higher than him. Lin Ming could not believe it. He walked over to Yi Xian and felt his spiritual energy. Indeed, it was the mid-stage of the 6th realm. Is this the legendary break and then rebuild? Lin Ming could not help but ask. At the same time, he muttered in his heart, if Lin Shui'er had not been chosen by the expert, then Yi Xian would have been the best son-in-law in the Lin family. I still have to thank Uncle for the 2 spirit-gathering pills. Yi Xian stood up and clasped his hands in thanks. If it was not for the pills, he would not have been able to activate the devouring system and achieve his current achievements. You seem to still mind the matter of my Lin family breaking off the engagement. Lin Ming said helplessly. Yi Xian shook his head. No, I am sincerely grateful to Uncle. I believe in fate. If it is mine, it is. Haha, it's good that nephew is open-minded. Lin Ming nodded in satisfaction. He suddenly had a plan in his mind. How about this? I'll gather all the unmarried girls in my Lin family. Nephew, you can take a look. If there's one you like. Uncle, let's talk about business first. Yi Xian blushed with shame. He understood Lin Ming's intention. Lin Ming wanted to gather all the girls in the Lin family and let him pick one by one. Even if he picked a few, it would not be a problem. Then, Yi Zhang took out the martial arts manuals that he had ordered people to copy and bind and handed them to Lin Ming. These are. Lin Ming took a look at it in astonishment and said with a surprised expression, these martial arts have never appeared in my Lianyun city before. That's right. These were left behind by the expert in Yi Xian's mind. So I brought them here to exchange for some cultivation resources. Brother Lin, you also know that Yi Xian's aptitude is superior. If he enters the Shattering Cloud sect, he will definitely be heavily nurtured. So I want to nurture him with all my strength. When he enters the Shattering Cloud sect, he might be chosen by the elders and be accepted as a direct disciple. Yi Zhang said. Brother Yi is right. With your aptitude, it is already enough for you to be accepted as a disciple by the elders of the Shattering Cloud sect. Lin Ming was a straightforward person. He immediately appraised the martial arts manuals. His strength was higher than Yi Zhang's by 2 grades, reaching the 7th grade of the martial path. The more he looked, the more fascinated he became. Then, he estimated that if they were to be auctioned in a big city, they would be worth at least 15 million taels of silver. Lin Ming wanted to marry the girls of the Lin family to the Yi family. So, he directly offered 15 million taels of silver to push the boat along the current. The better Yi Xian was, the better the Lin family would be. The Sky Yuan sect protector called Yu Jing did not leave anything for the Lin family. He only gave some pointers to the Lin family. Otherwise, Lin Ming would not be interested in these things. The matter of the martial arts manuals was settled. Next was the matter of the Qin family. Brother Lin, now that Yi Xian has killed Qin Chang, I'm afraid the Qin family will soon know of this matter. When the time comes, the Qin family will definitely start a war with our Yi family. I hope. Before Yi Zhang could finish, Lin Ming waved his hand and said, Brother Yi, don't worry. The Lin family and the Yi family share the same bloodline. If the Qin family dares to come, our Lin family will definitely help. However, the Qin family has recently been very close to the Wu family of the City Lord Manor. I'm afraid. What? There's such a matter? Yi Zhang was surprised. There were 4 great families in Lianyan City. Besides the Yi, Lin, and Chen families, there was also the Wu family, which was the city lord's family. The city lord had the one-finger city guards. If they were to help the Chen family, even if the Yi family and the Lin family worked together, they would have to think twice. Yes, this is the news I received recently. However, Brother Yi, don't worry. Before Senior Yu left, he gave my father a day of pointers. My father is currently in seclusion. As long as he comes out, even the Wu family will not be able to cause any trouble. Lin Ming said slowly. Yi Zhang naturally knew who Senior Yu was. This Senior Yu was the Sky Yuan sect's law protector, Eugene, who came with Lin Ming to the Yi family to cancel the engagement. At the same time, Yi Zhang also remembered that the Lin family's patriarch had long been at the peak of the 7th rank of the martial path. If he successfully broke through this time, he would be at the 8th rank of the martial path. At that time, why would he be afraid of the Wu family? Haha, then I'll congratulate the patriarch first. Yi Zhang smiled and cupped his fists. Many thanks, Brother Yi. Lin Ming also cupped his fists. In Lianyan City, the strongest person was at the peak of the 7th rank of the martial path. Other than the Lin family's patriarch, the Lianyan City's city lord's father was the strongest. As long as the Lin family's patriarch broke through, he would become the strongest person in Lianyan City. With him around, the Lin family and the Yi family would be fine. Now that the 2 matters had been discussed, it was time for the 3rd matter, which was Yi Xian's marriage. After that, Lin Ming wanted to gather the unmarried ladies of the Lin family, but was stopped by Yi Xian. Are you kidding me? I'm going to become strong in the future. How can I marry an ordinary person? At least, she has to be someone like Lin Shuer. Yi Xian had seen Lin Shuer once, and her beauty could be considered heavenly. But in terms of background, the mysterious heavenly Yuan sect was what Yi Xian yearned for. It was impossible for him to marry an ordinary person as his wife, so he directly refused. Lin Ming was also helpless, so he could only give up. Then, he called for 2 experts of the Lin family, who were at the peak of the 6th stage of the martial path, to carry the 2 large chests and follow Yi Xian and Yi Zhang back to the Yi family. Yi Xian, with these 15 million silvers worth of cultivation resources, can you break through again? Yi Zhang asked curiously on the way back. Uncle, definitely. Yi Xian nodded. Previously, when he had devoured half of the cultivation resources worth 13 million taels of silver, he had already broken through. Therefore, the rest was experience. Now, with the 15 million silvers worth of cultivation resources, breaking through to the peak of the 6th stage of the martial path was a certainty. Good, then hurry up. If you can break through to the 7th stage of the martial path in the Shattering Cloud sect, then you might be able to become the sect leader's disciple. Yi Zhang also made up his mind. Even if he had to use up everything in the Yi family, he would nurture Yi Xian. Yi Xian actually had the same thought. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't want to expose his devouring ability, Yi Xian actually wanted to devour everything in the Lin family. That way, he could directly break through to the peak of the 6th stage of the martial path. If he took another bursting spirit pill, then he would be able to break through to the 7th stage of the martial path. On the way back to the Yi family, Yi Xian, Yi Zhang, and Yi Xian attracted many people's attention. These 2 large chests clearly contained good things, otherwise the Lin family wouldn't have sent 2 experts to escort them. However, halfway through the journey, the sound of wind suddenly appeared. Be careful, there's a sneak attack. Yi Zhang also reacted in an instant and hurriedly yelled. Yi Xian and the 2 experts from the Lin family paused for a moment. They turned around and saw 2 black figures jump out from the wall. You actually want to snatch it in broad daylight? Yi Zhang's eyes flickered as he spat out a mouthful of blood. He didn't need to use his but to think to know that these people were definitely from the Chen clan. However, in the next moment, his face turned pale because the 2 men in black were both in the 7th stage of the martial path. Peng! The 2 guards of the Lin clan did not react in time and were successfully ambushed by a black-cloaked man. Immediately, one of them flew out horizontally, spitting out blood. Xianxia to return to the Lin family. Yi Xian return, they had to go to the Yi Xian to get reinforcements. Was the Yi Xian Yi? Uncle, let me help you. Yi Xian didn't listen to the command, because if he were to return to the Lin family to get reinforcements, Yi Zhang would very likely die here. They were both at the 7th stage of the martial path. Yi Zhang and the other two were all at the peak of the 6th rank. A cultivator in the 7th stage of the martial path could easily fight against 3 cultivators in the peak 6th stage of the martial path. The Qin family had put in a lot of effort this time. They had actually sent out 2 experts. Perhaps their focus was not on the treasure chests, but on the head of the Yi family, Yi Zhang. When Yi Xian saw one of the black-clothed men rushing towards Yi Zhang, he immediately understood that their target was Yi Zhang. Damn it, this is the only way. Yi Xian looked at the 2 treasure chests a few meters in front of him and clenched his teeth. At this moment, there was a black-clothed man fighting with another guard from the Lin family. If he were to barge in at the middle of the 6th level of the martial Dao, it might be fatal if he were to be affected. However, if he didn't go, Yi Zhang and the 2 guards from the Lin clan might really die here. Charge! Yi Xian couldn't care less. He immediately used the running attack and rushed a few meters forward. He arrived in front of one of the treasure chests and placed his hand on it. Keep! Yi Xian put the entire treasure chest into his devouring space and chose to devour. This was a small trick Yi Xian had discovered. If he wanted to devour a large amount of items, he just had to pile them up and put them into his devouring space. Thus, the entire treasure chest disappeared in broad daylight. Damn it, this treasure chest doesn't have enough items. Yi Xian cursed in his heart. He had reached a bottleneck and was just a little bit away from breaking through. However, at this moment, the black-cloaked man was stunned for a second. He didn't care about the Lin family's guard and directly kicked Yi Xian. An interspatial ring, even a fool could guess that Yi Xian had an interspatial ring. Damn it, charge! Yi Xian clenched his teeth as he stared at the black-cloaked man's attack and jumped forward. The black-cloaked man's leg technique was impressive, but he was still one step too slow. When his leg hit Yi Xian, the latter's hand was already on the other treasure chest. Devour! Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through to peak LV6 of the martial path. You have gained 6 devour points. He finally broke through. Pung! Just as the system beeped, the black-cloaked man's leg kicked Yi Xian, sending him flying. Fortunately, Yi Xian reacted quickly. When he leveled up, he released his peak LV6 spiritual power to protect his body. Otherwise, this kick would have seriously injured him. Haha, you're dead meat. Yi Xian laughed in his heart. He exchanged for an explosive spiritual pill and swallowed it. In an instant, his spiritual power increased by another level, LV7 of the martial path. At the same time, he took out his black steel bow and pulled the bowstring. Wind-chasing arrow, he was only a few meters away from the black-cloaked man. At such a close distance, the black-cloaked man could not dodge the wind-chasing arrow. Wang! Pooh! The black-cloaked man's chest was pierced through, but he did not die on the spot. He cried out in alarm and hurriedly fled. You want to leave after courting death? Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He pulled the bowstring again. This time, there were 3 arrows. Rank 6 martial art, chaotic star arrow. Pooh! 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 The black-cloaked man wanted to jump over the wall, but he was hit by the 3 arrows. He immediately fell and crashed into the wall. To be safe, Yi Xian pulled the bowstring again and shot another chaotic star arrow. This time, the black-cloaked man had no choice but to die. His head turned into a sieve. A martial artist in LV7 of the martial path had fallen, however, Yi Xian's expression was still solemn. This was because Yi Zhang was still dealing with another black-cloaked man. Just now, he had killed a black-cloaked man, but that was out of his opponent's expectations. Now, this black-cloaked man was on guard, so he could only fight in close combat. Although Yi Zhang was at the peak of the 6th stage of the martial path, his strength was not to be underestimated. He fought with the man in black for a while. With the addition of Yi Xian, a martial artist at the 7th level of the martial Dao, the black-cloaked man also felt an enormous pressure. He was actually beaten back by the 2 of them. This can't go on. This person is definitely from the Qin family. If we let him go, we'll be letting a tiger return to the mountain, Yi Xian thought for a while. then used 2 devouring points to exchange for an explosive spirit pill. Uncle, take it. Eat it. Kill. Yi Xian threw the explosive spirit pill to Yi Zhang. He had already eaten one, so he could only give it to Yi Zhang. When the time came, they would both be in the 7th stage of the martial path. How could they not deal with the man in black? Okay. Yi Zhang did not doubt it at all and directly swallowed it. In an instant, the strength of his spiritual energy skyrocketed by a level. He turned pale with fright and laughed loudly, haha, die. At this time, Yi Xian and Yi Zhang were both in the 7th stage of the martial path. Although there was a time limit, it was enough. Impossible, it's actually an explosive spirit pill. You actually got an explosive spirit pill. The man in black panicked and exclaimed. Haha, cut the crap. Die. Yi Zhang's morale increased and he threw a punch full of power. With Yi Xian's help, he punched the man in black's chest. Good chance. While the man in black was flying, Yi Xian suddenly took out his black iron bow. Chaotic Star Arrow. A spiritual arrow was shot out, but in an instant, it split into 2. 3 arrows flashed and pierced the man in black's body. One more time. Die for me. Seeing that the arrow did not hit the vital points, Yi Xian immediately shot another chaotic star arrow. This time, the man in black's heart was pierced and he died instantly. Plop. The black-clothed man's corpse fell to the ground, no longer showing signs of life. Huff, huff, that was close. Looking at the corpse of the man in black, Yi Xian let out a deep breath. He never thought that the Chen clan would actually kill someone in broad daylight. At this time, Yi Zhang shot forward like an arrow and grabbed the black-clothed man's face cloth. He is indeed from the Chen family, an elder of the Chen family. After Yi Zhang finished speaking, he quickly walked over to the man in black who had been killed by Yi Xian and took off his mask. But when Yi Zhang saw the face of the black-clothed man, his face turned pale. This person was not from the Chen clan, but the Wu clan. Damn it, the Chen clan has indeed allied with the Wu clan. Brother, hurry back to the Lin clan and inform your clan head. Yi Zhang hurriedly shouted at the injured Lin clan guard. As for the Lin clan guard who had been ambushed by the black-clothed man, he had died at the side. He had been killed by the black-clothed man in an instant. Okay. The Lin clan guard understood the seriousness of the matter and hurriedly dragged his heavily injured body back to the Lin clan. In this incident, the Lin clan had lost a peak 6th stage martial path cultivator, but the Chen clan and the Wu clan each lost a 7th stage martial path cultivator. Presumably, this news would spread to the 2 clans very soon. Therefore, Yi Zhang had to return to the Yi clan as soon as possible and organize his men to prevent further accidents. After Yi Zhang and Yi Xian hurriedly returned to the Yi clan, they also informed the experts of the Yi clan. Not long after, the Lin clan head also brought a large group of experts over. Brother Yi, the Chen clan and the Wu clan are too arrogant. They actually dared to attack in broad daylight and even killed one of our Lin clan's consecrators. This grudge must be avenged. In the Yi clan's main hall, Lin Ming said angrily. That's right. Now that the Chen clan and the Wu clan want to eliminate our 2 clans, I'm afraid that they will make a big move soon. Rather than that, why don't we act first? Yi Zhang nodded. Lin Ming was startled. Brother Yi, what do you mean? Let's quickly attack the Chen clan and eliminate them first. We'll catch them off guard. Yi Zhang's eyes flashed with a fierce light. If it wasn't for Yi Xian today, he would have died at the hands of the other party. Hearing this, Lin Ming hesitated for a moment. He glanced at Yi Xian. One had to know that Yi Xian had just killed a 7th stage martial path cultivator. Moreover, both the Chen clan and the Wu clan had lost a 7th stage martial path cultivator. If they didn't attack now, when would they? Okay, I'll immediately go back and gather the experts of my Lin clan. We'll massacre the Chen clan. Lin Ming nodded. After they discussed the plan, Lin Ming hurriedly left. Although Yi Xian's martial arts were useless, it was too late. If the Chen clan and the Wu clan joined forces, then they would be in a passive position. They had to eliminate one of the clans first. In less than 10 minutes, the Yi clan gathered hundreds of experts. Among them were members of the Yi clan and the Yi clan's consecrators. Most of them were 5th-stage martial path cultivators. Only a dozen of them were 6th-stage martial path cultivators. In addition, there were 4 7th-stage martial path elders. Yi Xian, after we kill our way into the Qin clan, follow the 2 of us. We'll take you to the Qin clan's treasury. The Yi clan's 3rd elder said to Yi Xian as they were about to leave the Yi clan. Now that Yi Xian was at the peak of the 6th-stage martial path, he was one of the top experts in the Yi clan. As long as he broke through again, he would reach the 7th-stage martial path, which would greatly increase the strength of the Yi clan. Okay. Yi Xian nodded. He liked this kind of treasure. At this time, Yi Zhang and the 4 elders took out some things. The former said, "Today's battle is very important, so we took out some of our treasures. You can take them all." Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He had forgotten that these people still had their own private savings. He estimated that these things added up to at least 10 million taels of silver. He didn't act pretentious and absorbed all of these things in front of him. Ding! The host has received 12 devouring points, 12 devouring points. In addition to the 7 points he had left, he had a total of 19 devouring points. Immediately, he exchanged them for 5 explosive spirit pills and distributed them to the 4 elders and Yi Zhang. The Qin clan only had 1 mid-stage 7th-stage martial path cultivator and 3 others. Excluding the black-clothed man who was killed by Yi Xian, there were only 2 people left. After the 4 elders of the Yi clan obtained the explosive spirit pills, their strength would increase by a level. At the same time, the 1st elder could temporarily break through to the peak of the 7th-stage martial path. In addition to the support of the Lin clan, the Qin clan was definitely going to be destroyed. When the passers-by saw the Yi family gathering so many people, they retreated and followed them. They didn't know what was going on, but when they saw the direction the Yi family was heading, they instantly understood. The Yi family's target was the Qin family. 10 minutes later, the 100 experts of the Yi family gathered at the entrance of the Qin family. Lin Ming also arrived 2 minutes later. More than 200 experts gathered in front of the Qin family's entrance, scaring the Qin family. The overall strength of the Lin family's team was slightly stronger than the Yi family's. Other than the Lin family's old master, all the experts in Lianyun City had already arrived with weapons. Among them, there were even 5 7th-stage martial artists. However, Yi Xian had used the remaining points to exchange for martial arts, so he couldn't give the Lin family the spiritual explosion pill. "Brother Lin, let's go," Yi Xian said to Lin Ming. "Alright, all Lin family disciples listen to my order, kill," Lin Ming shouted. In an instant, the experts of the 2 families rushed into the Qin family's residence. Both families were wearing their families' uniforms, so they couldn't recognize the wrong person. As for the Qin family, they didn't have enough time to gather all the experts in the family. Even if they did, they wouldn't be a match for the 2 families. After Yi Xian rushed into the Qin family's residence, he followed the 3rd elder and the 4th elder into the Qin family's residence. "Qin family trash, watch me loot your treasure trove." Yi Xian was very excited because there were definitely many good things in the Qin family's treasury. He could at least break through once, maybe even twice. The 2 clan elders were both at the middle stage of the 7th stage of the martial Dao. Those Qin clan martial artists weren't even a match for them. Furthermore, there was Yi Xian, who was wielding a black iron bow. The 3 of them were enough to deal with more than 10 martial artists at the 6th stage of the martial Dao. "Bastard, how dare you kill my Qin family's disciples, die for me." Suddenly, a person rushed out and chopped down at Yi Xian's head with a broadsword. "A mere 6th-stage martial path expert dares to show off in front of me?" Yi Xian's eyes were cold. He instantly took out a long sword and stabbed at an extremely fast speed. Gale triple stab. Rip, the long sword pierced through the heart of this Qin clan expert, instantly killing him. Yi Xian was already an expert. He didn't need to use a level 6 martial art to deal with those who were weaker than him. He could just use the Gale sword technique. Originally, the 2 elders were still worried about Yi Xian. However, after witnessing Yi Xian's strength, they calmed down. "Let's go. We're almost at the Qin clan's treasure vault," shouted the 3rd elder. The treasure vault was an important place for every family. Normally, there would be experts guarding it. As Yi Xian and the other 2 went deeper, the number of experts from the Qin family increased. However, Yi Xian could easily kill those people with his chaotic star arrows. Human wave tactics were completely useless against him. We've arrived at the treasury. Let's go, we'll kill our way in. The third elder shouted and opened up a path for Yi Xian with the fourth elder. Intruders! Some people from the Qin clan shouted. However, their news was too slow. They only found out now that the Yi clan and the Lin clan had already killed their way in. Yi clan, how dare you barge into my Qin clan and plunder my Qin clan's treasury? A loud shout drifted out. A figure suddenly jumped out from the pavilion beside the treasury. It's Xianxia from the Qin clan. The third elder recognized the other party and immediately charged over with the fourth elder. Xianxia was only in the early level 7 martial path. The two of them were also in the early level 7 martial path. In a 2 versus 1 situation, how could they not kill each other? However, in the next moment, they were wrong. After exchanging one move with Xianxia, they immediately realized that Xianxia wasn't in the early level 7 martial path. He was in the middle level 7 martial path. Ha ha ha, looks like I hid well. Today is the day the two of you die. Xianxia laughed. The third elder's expression changed. He exchanged glances with the fourth elder and took out a pill. Fourth elder, let's end this quickly. Hearing this, the fourth elder also took out an explosive spirit pill and swallowed it. In an instant, the two of them rose a level and reached the middle level 7 martial path. What? 2 explosive spirit pills? Xianxia was shocked. 1 explosive spirit pill was extremely precious. He had never heard of it in Lianyun City. Even in big cities, it was rare. However, now was not the time to be shocked. He had to escape. What a joke. He had just broken through to the middle level 7 martial path. How could he deal with 2 martial artists of the same level? Stop him and kill him. The third elder shouted, his battle intent surging. The Yi clan only had 1 person in the middle level 7 martial path. However, the Qin clan had 2. Fortunately, they had attacked early. Otherwise, it would have been troublesome. While the 3 of them were fighting, Yi Xian continued to shoot and kill the experts of the Qin clan. Yi Xian, you go in first. Remember what I said. The third elder suddenly shouted. Okay. Yi Xian nodded. Then, he kicked open the door of the Yi clan's treasury and rushed in. Now that Xianxia was stopped by the third and fourth elders, it would not be long before he died. Yi Xian also had an explosive spirit pill. Even if there was another level 7 martial path martial artist, he was not afraid. The Qin clan's treasury was similar to the Yi clan's. There were some wooden boards with names written on them. However, Yi Xian did not even look at them and walked toward the end of the treasury. The third elder said that the Qin clan's treasury is just an empty shell. Everything is actually at the bottom of the treasury. Yi Xian walked to the end of the treasury and looked around. Sure enough, he found a mechanism. This mechanism was behind a mural. Yi Xian gently pressed the mechanism and the entire wall cracked open, revealing a path that led underground. The Yi clan spies are really good. They even found out about the mechanism of the treasury. Yi Xian could not help but sigh. Then, he took out his long sword and walked down. He heard that there was a level 6 demonic beast guarding the treasury, so he could not let his guard down. Roar! Before Yi Xian could finish walking down the stairs, a low roar came from the treasury. Yi Xian turned the corner and saw a red leopard. Level 6 demonic beast, fire cloud leopard. Yi Xian recognized this demonic beast. When it reached adulthood, it was equivalent to a mid-stage level 6 martial path martial artist. Roar! When this fire cloud leopard saw Yi Xian, it directly pounced on him. Humph, go to hell. Yi Xian coldly snorted and directly slashed out. Level 6 martial technique, thunderclap sword. ZZ. The entire fire cloud leopard was cut in half by Yi Xian's sword. There was a sound of thunder coming from the wound. Yi Xian stepped forward and pierced the fire cloud leopard's head with his sword. A rank 6 demonic beast is indeed different. One of them is worth at least 100,000 taels of silver. Yi Xian nodded in satisfaction. Then, he looked at the 4 stone rooms on both sides. All the treasures of the Qin family were probably in here. Haha, treasures, here I come. Yi Xian laughed and cut the lock on the first stone room. He rushed in and began to devour everything. Ding! Host has devoured a heavenly heart grass. Host has gained 1 devouring point. Ding! Host has devoured a blazing fire rock. Host has gained 1 devouring point. Ding! Host has devoured a medium-grade ordinary weapon. Host has gained 2 devouring points. Yi Xian's spiritual power was increasing rapidly. He had absorbed a lot of good things just now. After he devoured all the good things in this treasure house, he finally broke through. Ding! Host has broken through to rank 7 of the martial path. He finally broke through. Haha, I broke through. My spiritual power is so high. My physique has also improved a lot. Yi Xian was surprised and happy. He rushed into the second room and began to devour. Then, he went into the 3rd stone room and the 4th one. However, after breaking through to rank 7 of the martial path, the cultivation resources needed to break through had increased greatly. After breaking through, he had absorbed more than 20 million taels of silver, but he still hadn't reached the bottleneck. Well, it's good that I broke through once. There's one last bottle of elixirs. I'll eat it first. Yi Xian picked up the last jade bottle, but he found that it didn't contain elixirs, but a liquid. He was surprised because the liquid inside looked very thick. It didn't look like a healing medicine like the 100 flowers do. Forget it. Devour. Host has devoured the blood essence of the dragon steel turtle. Current blood essence of the 100 beasts is 1 out of 100. When the blood essence of the 100 beasts is full, the blood essence of the 100 beasts can be activated. Yi Xian was stunned. What the hell was the blood essence of the 100 beasts? In the next moment, he suddenly remembered that this was the low-level blood essence that was worth 100 devouring points in the blood essence section. That dragon steel tortoise seems to be a 7th-rank demonic beast. Could it be that if I devour 99 more 7th-rank demonic beast corpses, I will be able to obtain the 100 beasts bloodline that increases the strength of my body? Yi Xian thought to himself that if that was really the case, then he would have made a huge profit. A bottle of 7th-rank demonic beast's blood essence was not expensive. If he collected 100 types of blood essence, it would only cost tens of millions at most. Moreover, Yi Xian could hunt 7th-rank demonic beasts himself. Haha, 100 beasts bloodline that can strengthen one's physical body. In the future, it can even be upgraded to an intermediate bloodline. Good stuff. Yi Xian laughed a few times. Unfortunately, there were not many items in the treasury that were worth more than 1 million. He only received 20 devour points. The harvest from this trip to the Qin family's treasury was simply too great. Not only did he devour nearly 30 million worth of good stuff, he even learned the special method to activate the 100 beast bloodline. Forget it. Let's go out and destroy the Qin clan first. Yi Xian also directly left the treasury. Now that he was in the middle of 7th-rank martial path, he had an explosive spirit pill and 20 devour points. At this time, he estimated that even the Great Elder would not be his opponent. After all, he had already used his devour points to exchange for a few 7th-rank martial arts. In the entire Lianyun city, there was no news of a 7th-rank martial art. However, there was one now. When Yi Xian came out, he coincidentally bumped into the 3rd elder and the 4th elder. It seemed that they had already killed Xianxia. Yi Xian, how is it? The 3rd elder asked curiously. Completely wiped out. 7th-rank martial path. Yi Xian replied concisely. Good. Our Yi clan has another 7th-rank martial path expert. The 3rd elder laughed a few times and continued, the Qin clan is probably almost wiped out. Only the old and the weak are left. Let's go back and take a look. Immediately, the 3 of them rushed back. More than 10 minutes had passed since the Yi and Lin clans rushed into the Qin clan. More than 200 experts were definitely able to kill the Qin clan members who had not yet gathered together. However, Yi Xian and the other 2 were too relaxed because they found that the battle was still going on and the intensity was not small. Not good. It must be the Wu clan's reinforcements. These are the city guards. The third elder's expression changed and he quickened his pace. Along the way, they encountered quite a few city guards, but they were all killed by Xian's bow and arrows. Now that he had broken through to the 7th level of the martial Dao, even an expert at the 6th level of the martial Dao wouldn't be able to dodge his wind-chasing arrow. The three of them quickened their pace because they found the corpses of the Lin and Yi clan members on the ground. "HM? It's Uncle Lin." Yi Xian killed a city guard with one arrow and found a familiar voice in front of him. It was the Lin clan's patriarch, Lin Ming. Immediately, they went to provide support and killed the few city guard experts who were besieging Lin Ming. "Lin Ming, what's the situation now?" the third elder hurriedly asked. When Lin Ming saw the third elder, he let out a sigh of relief and said, "Wu Tian suddenly brought a large group of experts and surrounded the entire Qin clan. An 8th-rank martial path cultivator also rushed in and scattered our people." "What? 8th-rank martial path? Who?" The third elder was astonished. Logically speaking, Lianyun City should not have an 8th-rank martial path cultivator. "It's Wu Liang. He broke through to 8th-rank martial path," Lin Ming said with a dignified expression. Yi Xian had heard of Wu Tian and Wu Liang. Wu Tian was the Lianyun City's city lord and Wu Liang was the previous city lord of Lianyun City, Wu Tian's father. 8th-rank martial path. "I'm afraid we are not his match. We need to gather our people." The third elder frowned. "Yes. Now that most of the Qin clan's experts are dead, even the Qin clan's patriarch, Xianxia, was killed, only the women and children are left. We just need to gather and turn the tables." Lin Ming nodded. Immediately, he followed Yi Xian and the other two and wandered around the Qin clan, looking for experts on their side. In a short while, they had gathered dozens of people and the number was still increasing. At this time, they were gathered in the Qin clan's martial arts field. However, when Yi Xian saw Yi Zhang alone, he could not help but ask, "Uncle, where are the first elder and second elder?" Although Yi Zhang did not have any injuries, he looked like he had fought a big battle. When he saw Yi Xian, he could not help but answer, "Wu Liang of the Wu clan suddenly attacked and scattered our group." Yi Xian nodded silently, but he had a bad premonition in his heart. The Yi family and the Lin family weren't fugitives, so they normally wouldn't kill the old, the weak, the women, and the children. After hearing the voices of Yi Xian's group, they quickly rushed over. After a while, the number of people increased to about 150, but the Yi family's first elder and second elder were still nowhere to be seen. Even the Lin family's mid-stage 7th stage martial path elder was nowhere to be seen. It seemed that there was a problem. "Come, let's go out together." Yi Zhang's face was gloomy. This time, the destruction of the Chen family was a done deal, but they didn't expect the Wu family's support to come so quickly. Furthermore, the Wu family's Wu Liang had broken through to the 8th stage martial path. This wasn't a good sign. However, with the two families joining hands, even the Wu family would have to think twice. After all, the 8th stage martial path wasn't omnipotent. The Yi and Lin family's 100 people walked out just like that. When the city guards saw them, they immediately retreated. Soon, they arrived in front of the Qin family's gate. At this time, there was also a large number of people gathered in front of the Qin family's gate. There were armored city guards, but there were also some unfamiliar figures. Without surprise, they were the Wu family's people. There were at least 300 to 400 people here, more than the Yi and Lin family's people. However, most of them were recruited city guards. Their strength was between the 3rd and 4th stage martial path. Very few of them were at the 5th stage martial path. They could be considered cannon fodder. "Yi Zhang, Lin Ming, you are really bold. You dare to act so recklessly in my city? Do you think that I, Wu Tian, don't exist?" When Yi Zhang and the others walked out, a middle-aged man at the gate shouted. He was the Lianyun City's city lord, Wu Tian. "Wu Tian, don't put on airs. Now that the Qin family is destroyed, your Wu family won't be able to survive for long." Yi Zhang coldly snorted. "Is that so? Fine, then I won't say anything more. Bring him in." As soon as Wu Tian's voice fell, 2 Wu family experts walked out from the crowd with a person whose hands and feet were tied behind his back. "First elder?" Yi Zhang's eyes widened when he saw the person who was tied up. Isn't this the Yi family's first elder? Yi Zhang, they definitely want to use me to threaten us. Don't worry about me. The great elder of the Yi clan roared. As long as one was an idiot, they would be able to tell. Otherwise, why would Wu Tian capture the Yi family's great elder? Shut up. Before the Yi family grand elder could finish his words, a person walked out from the side and directly slapped the Yi family grand elder's face. It was Wu Tian's father, Wu Liang, who was in the 8th stage of the martial path. Wu Liang, I didn't expect you to break through. Damn it. Lin Ming gritted his teeth and said after seeing this person. Today, if it wasn't for Wu Liang, they could have easily exterminated the Chen clan, and then rushed to the city lord's mansion to exterminate the Wu clan. Unfortunately, an unforeseen event occurred. In addition to the great elder of the Yi clan, many other experts were captured, including an elder of the Lin clan who was also in the middle stage of the 7th rank. This was going to be difficult. Family head, don't worry about us. Just attack directly. As long as we exterminate the Wu family, Lianyan City will belong to our 2 families. Yes, don't worry about us. We can sacrifice ourselves, but we can't be threatened by them. To achieve great things, some sacrifices must be made. We are already prepared. A total of 15 people were captured by the Wu clan. They were all prepared to sacrifice themselves. After all, under the situation where the 2 families joined hands, even if the Wu clan had an 8th stage martial path expert, they would not be able to resist. All of you, shut up. Wu Liang shouted and waved his hand to signal the people around him to take the captives away and seal their mouths. The city lord of Lianyan City, Wu Tian, also took a step forward and said, Chen clan, Yi clan, you dare to act recklessly in my Lianyan City. Now, I will give you a chance. Put down all your weapons, and I will consider letting you go. Bullshit. Someone immediately yelled out. What a joke. As long as the Yi clan and Lin clan were exterminated, Lianyan City would belong to the Wu clan. Would the Wu clan let them go so easily? Yi Zhang and Lin Ming looked at each other. They were the leaders of the 2 families, so they naturally had to think for their families. Although the great elder of the Yi clan and the others were captured, they understood that the bigger picture was more important. Therefore, they had already planned to give up on the captives and fight to the death with the Wu clan. However, just as they were about to give the order, Wu Liang suddenly said, Chen clan is only a chess piece of my Wu clan. I just wanted to borrow your hands to exterminate the Wu clan, but I did not expect that your actions would be so fast. However, it's best for you to know that I don't only have these 15 captives. Before I led the team here, I had already sent the city guards to your 2 clans. Now, I guess your wives and children have already been captured. What? When the Yi clan and the Lin clan heard this, they were all astonished. The Wu clan actually still had a backup plan? Bullshit, Wu Liang, do you think we will believe you? An expert of the Yi clan stood out. It is up to you whether to believe it or not. Anyway, the overall situation has already been decided. Lianyan City will still belong to my Wu clan. Wu Liang coldly snorted. That's right. If you don't believe me, then wait for a while. I think my guards are already on their way. Lianyan City's city lord Wu Tian coldly smiled. Everyone from the Yi clan and Lin clan were silent. In their hearts, they also faintly believed him. Originally, they thought that the Wu clan and Chen clan were working together. However, they did not expect that the Wu clan was using the Chen clan as cannon fodder. Taking advantage of the fact that they were mobilizing all their forces, they took their family members hostage to threaten them. This was something that no one expected. The atmosphere became very strange. Both sides did not make a move and only waited silently. Yi Xian, if the situation is not right, immediately enter the Chen clan and escape by jumping over the wall. In the crowd, the 3rd elder softly said to Yi Xian who was beside him. Yi Xian did not say anything. He only silently stood there. It was absolutely impossible for him to lead by himself. Moreover, he had a plan in his heart that might be able to intimidate the Wu clan. Moreover, just now, he used Devour points to exchange for a rank 7 martial art. In a group battle, his bow and arrow would be very effective. he would definitely be able to completely wipe out the Wu clan. However, it was better to wait for a while. The atmosphere between both sides was very strange. Both sides wanted to kill the other side. That way, Lianyun City would be peaceful in the future. Time passed bit by bit, but they did not see any city guards arrive. The crowd was still gathered around them. Strange, there are only a few cultivators who have not even reached the 5th stage of the martial path left in the two families. Why haven't my guards arrived yet? Lianyun City Lord Wu Tian was puzzled. As time passed, Wu Tian's expression became worse and worse. It seemed that the guards he sent had met with an accident. Could it be that the Lin and Yi families still have experts? Isn't the old man of the Lin family in seclusion? Could it be him? Wu Tian muttered in his heart. Ha ha ha, City Lord Wu, your acting skills are too good. A group of people began to laugh. During this period of time, their nerves were tense, afraid that the city guards would capture their family members and threaten them. But now, it seemed that this was not the case. However, at this time, someone suddenly reacted and shouted, "Not good, this Wu Tian is stalling for time." Everyone was stunned and opened their eyes wide. Assuming that what Wu Tian said was true, and that his city guards didn't actually go to the two families, and was only using this as an excuse to stall for time, during that period of time, perhaps Wu Tian's city guards really went to the two families? Kill Wu Tian. Damn, we actually let him stall for time. Quick, kill him. Go. In an instant, the Yi family and Lin family's arrogance surged. They wanted to take advantage of the situation to kill the Wu family members before the situation became worse. Yi Zhang and Lin Ming glanced at each other before they shouted out. Immediately, everyone rushed out of the Chen family and charged towards the Wu family. Wu Liang, hand over your life. The Lin family's middle stage 7th stage martial path shouted and rushed towards Wu Liang with two early stage 7th stage martial path cultivators following him. Since you are so blind, then all of you can die for me. Wu Liang also rushed forward. He was an 8th stage martial path cultivator. He could even easily defeat a peak 7th stage martial path cultivator, not to mention these people. More than 200 people instantly exchanged blows. The scene was extremely huge. The spectators all retreated, afraid that they would be affected. Today's battle was probably the biggest battle in the history of Lianyun City. After Yi Zhang gave the order, Yi Xian also took out his black iron bow and raised it to shoot. However, he also had a target in mind. Whoever dared to touch those 15 people, he would kill them. In just a few seconds, he had killed 7 of them. Quick, kill them. Don't let them get away. Someone from the Wu family shouted. Whoever moves will die. In the distance, Yi Xian's eyes were piercingly cold. In an instant, he shot out an arrow and killed the martial artist who shouted. Just now, Yi Xian had broken through to the 7th stage of the martial path after devouring so many good things. At the same time, he also had more than 20 devour points. He spent 10 points to learn the level 6 martial art, Chaotic Star Arrow, to the 2nd stage. Now, he could shoot 6 arrows in an instant. This Chaotic Star Arrow was also a rather peculiar martial art. The first stage was a rank 6 martial art, while the second stage was a rank 7 martial art. Buzz. The black iron bow's bowstring vibrated and a spirit arrow instantly split into 5, killing several martial artists of the Wu family. Yi Xian's killing speed was definitely the fastest among the people present. No one could block his deadly arrows. Not good, the other side has an archer. Quickly kill him. The Wu family shouted again. Before they finished speaking, several martial artists rushed towards Yi Xian. However, before they could get close, they were directly shot to death by Yi Xian. In less than half a minute, the number of martial artists Yi Xian had killed had already reached 10. The Wu family's influence was also very great. In addition to the 100 Wu family experts, there were also 200 city guards. However, these city guards were basically below the 5th stage of the martial path. They were considered cannon fodder. Even if all of them died, Wu Tian would not be sad. However, as time passed, the Wu family's advantage in numbers became less obvious. Yi Xian, good job. Help us rescue them. The third elder suddenly shouted and then rushed over with several experts. Although Yi Xian's archery skills were exceptional, it wasn't difficult for the Wu clan experts to kill those tied-up captives. At this moment, other than the Great Elder, the Second Elder, and the others, 7 people had already been killed by the sword qi. If you want to save them, you have to get past me first. Lianyan City Lord Wu Tian shouted and blocked in front of him. Then, he waved his sword a few times and scattered Yi Xian's chaotic star arrow. You have some skills. Let's see how you block me. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed. He suddenly took out a pill and swallowed it. In an instant, the spiritual energy in his body increased by a level. Spiritual explosion pill. Yi Xian was originally at the early 7th stage of the martial path, so his spiritual energy was suppressed by Wu Tian. Now that he was at the same level as Wu Tian definitely would not be able to easily destroy his spiritual energy arrows. Chaotic star arrow. Yi Xian raised his hand and shot another arrow. This time, the spiritual energy arrow split into 6 and shot towards the martial artists behind Wu Tian. How is this possible? Wu Tian was shocked. He reached out to block 3 arrows, but missed 3. He realized that the speed of these arrows was much faster than before. Moreover, their strength had also increased. At this time, the third elder and the others rushed over and started attacking Wu Tian. I'll hold him back. Go save them. A savage voice came from behind. It was Yi Xian. Hearing this, the third elder and the others dodged to the side and stabbed into the city guards like a sharp knife. Stinking brat, how dare you kill so many of my Wu family members? I'll take your life. Wu Tian's arrogance surged. He did not care about the others and rushed towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian was currently at the middle 7th stage of the martial path and had a few 6th grade martial arts. Therefore, he was not afraid of Wu Tian and immediately went up to meet him. Mountain splitting palm. Thunderclap sword. Boom, 2 waves of energy instantly collided and caused an intense shockwave. The shockwave swept out and instantly enveloped the entire area. However, what Wu Tian did not expect was that Yi Xian's figure quickly appeared in front of him and slashed out again, thunderclap sword. Pung! Wu Tian was sent flying. He realized that his speed was much slower than Yi Xian's. Fortunately, the martial arts he used were not weak, so he was not injured and was only sent flying. How is this possible? The city lord was sent flying by this brat? Who is that brat? You don't know? That's Yi Xian, the one who stripped Xianxia naked and threw him on the street. That's too scary. Even the city lord is not his match? That's impossible. The city lord must have been careless. Wu Tian's expression darkened. Just as he was about to stabilize his body, a figure suddenly flashed out from the crowd and slapped him on the chest. Then, he was instantly captured. If you don't want Wu Tian to die, then stop. An earth-shattering roar resounded in the air, causing everyone to stop moving. Everyone turned their heads to look, only to see that the one who spoke was a white-haired old man. Although he was old, his body was extremely sturdy. He had one hand on Wu Tian's throat, as if he would strangle Wu Tian to death if anyone dared to make a move. Father! Lin Ming was pleasantly surprised when he saw the old man. The old man who suddenly appeared was Lin Ming's father, the Lin family's patriarch, Lin Xiao. Old Master Lin has come out of seclusion? Yi Zhang's eyes widened as well. Soon after, joy appeared on his face. Lin Xiao, it's actually you. After seeing Lin Xiao, Wu Liang's face twitched. He already had a bad premonition. Humph, if I didn't come out, then I would have fallen into your trap. Lin Xiao slowly walked to Lin Ming's side and coldly snorted, Everyone, don't worry, the people that Wu Tian sent are all dead. Impossible, you are only one person, even if you can save the Lin family, what about the Yi family? Wu Liang did not believe it. He clearly sent out 2 groups of city guards, each led by a peak 6th martial realm expert. The Yi family was now in full force, leaving behind only the younger generation with insufficient battle strength. I don't know about the Yi family, when I arrived, your city guards were all dead. Lin Xiao lightly replied. He was speaking the truth. Impossible, the Yi family already has no experts, how could they destroy my city guards? Wu Liang still did not believe it. After all, he felt that his plan was flawless. They also considered Lin Zhao's unforeseen event, but what about the Yi family? Could it be that an expert passed by and saved the Yi family? Uncle Lin, is what you said true? Yi Zhang also did not dare to believe it. It's true, when I arrived, the city guards were already dead in front of the Yi family's gate. Their heads were all cut off. I don't know who did it. Lin Xiao nodded and handed Wu Tian over to a peak 6th stage martial path cultivator. If he tries anything funny, immediately cut off his head. When Lin Xiao appeared, the fate of the Wu family had already been decided. The remaining hostages had already been rescued. Without them, the Wu family would not be able to withstand the combined forces of the two families. Damn it! Wu Liang cursed in his heart. His own son was actually captured by Lin Xiao. This was going to be troublesome. Right at this moment, Lin Xiao suddenly shouted, "Wu Liang, come out and fight." Hearing those words, Wu Liang narrowed his eyes and stepped forward. He had also heard that Lin Xiao was breaking through, but he didn't know if Lin Xiao had broken through or not. But even if Lin Xiao had broken through, it didn't matter because he was also in the 8th stage of the martial path. When he saw Wu Liang walk out, Lin Xiao continued, "Wu Liang, if you surrender now, I can spare your life." What? Wu Liang looked at Lin Xiao in disbelief. Both of them were over 70 years old, but Lin Xiao was still able to say such funny words. Today is destined to be a bloody battle. Lin Xiao, don't talk so much nonsense. Come on. Wu Liang waved his robe and assumed a fighting stance. Wu family's thunderburst fist? Lin Xiao recognized it at a glance. He walked out and stood there quietly. Seeing this, Wu Liang's anger soared. Lin Xiao was actually not prepared at all. Obviously, he was looking down on him. Lin Xiao, die! Wu Liang roared. He stomped his feet and pounced forward like a ferocious tiger. Everyone present opened their eyes wide. This was a battle of the peak. One had to know that it was rare to see a battle between 8th stage martial path cultivators. However, to everyone's surprise, the battle only lasted for a second. Kacha! A crisp sound was heard. Wu Liang's arm bent and was instantly broken by Lin Xiao. Immediately after, Lin Zhao's right hand clawed at Wu Liang's neck. The battle only lasted for a second before it was over. How is this possible? They are both 8th stage martial path cultivators, why is the gap so big? Everyone watched in disbelief. Wu Liang was defeated in an instant and fell into Lin Zhao's hands. This was simply inconceivable. Even if Wu Liang was a paper tiger and his true strength was only at the peak of 7th stage martial path, how could he be defeated in an instant? Impossible, Lin Xiao, how can you be so strong? Wu Liang shouted. The hand that grabbed his neck was so strong that he could not breathe. Haha, then feel it again. Lin Xiao suddenly grinned and the spiritual power in his body surged out. When Wu Liang felt the strength of Lin Zhao's spiritual power, his face turned ashen. How is this possible? 8th stage martial path middle stage? No, this is the peak of 8th stage martial path. Wu Liang was stunned and could not help but murmur. Peak of 8th stage martial path, this level also caused the entire audience to be silent for a full 10 seconds. Is it really the peak of 8th stage martial path and not the peak of 7th stage martial path? Haha, that's right. I am now at the peak of 8th stage martial path. I was trying to break through to 9th stage martial path, not 8th stage martial path. Do you understand? Lin Zhao's voice slowly faded away. Everyone was so shocked that they were speechless. In such a short period of time, Lin Xiao actually broke through an entire 9th stage. Is he still human? Moreover, even Lin Ming, as his son, did not know that his father had become so strong. One must know that Lin Xiao had only been taught by the heavenly Yuan Sex Enforcer for half an hour. In just half an hour, he had such a huge improvement. Just how strong is Eugene? Without waiting for Wu Liang to speak, Lin Xiao said, Wu Tian, Wu Liang, I will give you a chance. As long as you lead the Wu family out of Lianyun City, I will spare your lives. How about it? Lianyun City Lord, Wu Tian, was stunned. The current situation was clearly that his Wu family was finished. Now that he and Wu Liang were captured, the Wu family was like a group of dragons without a leader. They probably did not have the will to fight anymore. Lin Xiao, are you serious? You are willing to let my Wu family go? Wu Tian also did not dare to believe it. In front of him was a good opportunity to eradicate his Wu family. As long as his Wu family fell, Lianyan City would belong to the Lin family. There were countless small cities like Lianyan City. Only the city lord of a large city had an official position. Even if he, the city lord of Lianyan City, died, the profound Sun Empire would not care. That's right. As long as you let them go, I will let you and your father go. I will also let your Wu family safely leave Lianyan City. Lin Xiao nodded. Wu Liang, who was being choked by Lin Xiao, hesitated. He already had half a foot in the coffin. At most, he could live for another 10 years. It was fine if he died, but the Wu family was built by him. He did not want the Wu family to accompany him after his death. Where there is life, there is hope. Wu Tian glanced at his father and immediately nodded. All right, I promise you. Very good. Lin Xiao nodded his head in satisfaction and released Wu Liang. Wu Tian was also released. Both sides had completed the transaction. Lin Xiao also kept his word. Let's go. Wu Tian shouted and prepared to leave with the group. Wait. Lin Xiao suddenly stopped them. Wu Liang's expression changed and shouted, Lin Xiao, are you going back on your words? I, Lin Xiao, am a man of my word, but I never said that you can return to the Wu family. From today onwards, the Wu family will no longer exist in Lianyan City. After Lin Xiao finished speaking, he turned to Lin Ming and said, bring some people and raid the Wu family. Do you dare? Wu Liang shouted. Why wouldn't I dare? I can kill all of you by myself. Do you think I don't dare? Lin Xiao coldly glared. Good, very good. Winner takes all. I, Wu Liang, will remember this. Wu Liang coldly snorted. The Wu family's group also stopped moving and quietly stood in place. At this moment, they were like fish on the chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. At this moment, Lin Ming brought some experts to the Wu family and occupied the Wu family. Then, Lin Xiao extended an olive branch to the Wu family's consecrators. As the city lord of Lianyan City, Wu Tian had more experts under him than the Chen family. However, these people were all shocked by Lin Zhao's strength and immediately defected to the Lin family's side. Not long after, these consecrators all left the Wu family and joined the Lin family. Now that the Wu family had occupied the city lord mansion, what was the point of following Wu Tian? Soon, Lin Ming returned with hundreds of people. These were all Wu family members. Then, the Wu family was chased out of Lianyan City. Close all 4 city gates. No one is allowed to leave the city. After the Wu family members left Lianyan City, Lin Xiao gave the order. Now that he had chased Wu Tian out of Lianyan City, he was the city lord of Lianyan City. This matter could be considered to have come to an end. The city lord of Lianyan City was chased out of Lianyan City along with his family. This was definitely a big matter. However, this was not a big deal. It was common for an empire to change dynasties. As long as Lianyan City continued to pay taxes, it would be fine. Now that the Chen family and the Wu family were destroyed, their properties were divided. The Yi family got the Chen family, and the Lin family got the Wu family. Even though the Lin family had taken the lion's share of the pie, if not for Lin Xiao, things would not have ended so easily. However, Yi Xian had a plan in mind at that time, and that was to use the Shattering Cloud sect to intimidate the Wu family. Even the Shattering Cloud sect probably didn't have a 15-year-old 7th-tier martial artist. No matter how strong the Wu family was, could they be stronger than the Shattering Cloud sect? Any random person from the Shattering Cloud sect could annihilate the Wu family. This time, Yi Xian had also gained a lot. Although the Chen family's treasury had been taken away by him, the Yi family had obtained all of the Chen family's properties. When the time came, would they still have to worry about not having enough money? At this time, the Yi and Lin families were gathered in the main hall of the city lord's mansion to discuss some matters. The current city lord was not Lin Xiao, but Lin Ming, because Lin Xiao felt that he was too old. The Lin family and the Yi family had a good relationship, and they had a common ancestor, so the Lin family would not do anything to the Yi family. The matter had come to an end, but Yi Xian's strength was questioned by the Lin family. When Yi Xian had visited the Lin family, he had only been in the mid-6th tier martial path. How could he have broken through to the 7th tier martial path in just a few hours? Now, even if Yi Xian tried to find an excuse, he would not be able to hide it anymore. Thus, he could only reveal that he could devour natural treasures to increase his strength. After learning of Yi Xian's ability, the Lin family's upper echelons were shocked, and so was Lin Xiao. Seniors, this kid's physique is extraordinary, so he needs a large amount of cultivation resources. I have a few cultivation techniques here that you can take a look at. Yi Xian took out the martial arts he had copied, including the chaotic star arrow. What? A 7th grade martial art? Lin Xiao was shocked. After all, there had never been a 7th grade martial art in Lianyan City. However, when they saw that this martial art was related to archery, their eyes dimmed. This martial art is good. With it, my Lin family's hunting team's efficiency will increase by several times. At this moment, Lin Ming suddenly exclaimed. Every family had a hunting team that was responsible for hunting monsters outside. However, they usually used the more common method. However, when Lin Ming saw Yi Xian's battle in front of the Yi family's gate, he realized that his archery skills were not bad. Not to mention the long range, if they could form an archery team, then they would be able to make the enemy pay a heavy price before they could get close. After that, Yi Xian took out a few more martial arts techniques. Lin Ming was very generous and spent 30 million taels of silver to buy all these martial arts techniques. Moreover, Yi Xian had learned his lesson. He purposely asked Lin Ming to prepare items that were worth more than 1 million taels of silver. This way, he would be able to gain devouring points. With the help of these items, Yi Xian directly broke through to the middle of the 7th grade martial path. He also gained a lot of devouring points. Now, his long-range attack ability was not bad, but the close combat martial arts level was not high. Therefore, he spent some points to buy a few 7th grade martial arts techniques. However, this time, the Lin family did not have enough liquid funds to buy martial arts, so Yi Xian allowed them to buy on credit. When they had the money, they would pay him. It had been 3 days since the Wu family left Lianyan City. In these 3 days, the Yi and Lin families were very busy because they had to take over the Chen and Wu families' businesses. They were already very busy. After such a big event, Yi Xian also rested in the house for 3 days. He was different from ordinary warriors. Cultivation had no effect at all, so he could only practice martial arts. At this moment, in the back mountain of the Yi family, a young man was practicing swordsmanship. This person was Yi Xian, who had broken through to the middle of the 7th grade martial path. The current him was the Yi family's first line of combat strength. Now that I have a few 7th grade martial arts techniques, the Yi family's overall strength has increased by a lot. It seems that I have to find some time to obtain the 100 Beasts bloodline. Yi Xian put away his long sword and thought to himself. Now, his 100 Beasts bloodline had not been activated. It was still only 1/100. He had been thinking about this matter. As long as he had this bloodline, his strength would definitely increase greatly. He would even be able to challenge those of a higher level and win as the weak. Right at this moment, a beautiful figure suddenly dashed towards him. Yi Xian, time to eat. This beautiful figure ran to Yi Xian's side and handed over the bamboo basket in her hand. Yes, it's me. What's wrong? I brought you lunch and you're not happy? Hurry up and thank me. Xianxia frowned and said with dissatisfaction. Yes. Thank you, miss. Do you want me to repay you with my body? Yi Xian took the bamboo basket and said jokingly. You wish. Xianxia rolled her eyes and sat in front of Yi Xian. After looking at him for a while, she asked, now that Lianyan City belongs to your 2 families, are you going to start helping me? Help? What help? Yi Xian raised his head in astonishment. You bastard, you actually forgot. You said you would help me. Xianxia kicked Yi Xian's leg, leaving a clear footprint. Oh, of course I remember. But you didn't say what I would help you with. Yi Xian sweated and finally remembered. Xianxia pondered for a while before saying, Do you know why I left Thousand Gold City this time? Why? Speaking of which, it's related to you. Originally, my father wanted to marry me to you, but he was rejected by my uncle. Therefore, my father betrothed me to the young city lord of Thousand Gold City. Xianxia said. What? You ran away from the marriage? Xian suddenly raised his head and almost choked to death. I will be engaged soon. But it's fine. My father doesn't know where I am. Xianxia suddenly revealed a smug expression. He doesn't know? Xian swallowed the food in his mouth and said guiltily, I'm afraid that's not necessarily the case. They don't know where I am. Xianxia said and suddenly saw Xian's expression. She immediately paused and exclaimed, You sent someone to Thousand Gold City? Cough, yes. I sent someone that day. I just wanted to let your father know that you were safe. Xian wiped his cold sweat. You bastard, why didn't you tell me about this earlier? Xianxia stood up and gave Xian a good beating. Who knew that you broke off the engagement? Xian was indeed quite helpless. His good intentions had backfired. Xianxia pulled Xian up somewhat impatiently and said, Let's go, let's go. We'll set off for the Shattering Cloud sect today. Don't be in such a hurry. Isn't it just a marriage? Why can't you just call it off? You just want me to call it off for you, don't you? Xian stuffed a meat bun into his mouth and said vaguely. He didn't care at all. Who said that I want you to help me break off the engagement now? I want you to enter the Shattering Cloud sect first. You're just a young master from a small city, while he's the young master of the City of Million Gold. Moreover, he was accepted as a direct disciple by an elder of the Shattering Sky sect. After that, his strength increased by leaps and bounds. Xianxia said with a frown. Heaven-cracking sect. When he heard this name, Xian's expression froze. The Shattering Cloud sect and the Shattering Sky sect were two of the top sects in the South Forest County. They were originally one family hundreds of years ago, but because of certain matters, the Shattering Cloud sect was divided and the Shattering Cloud sect was established. However, in terms of strength, the Shattering Sky sect was much stronger than the Shattering Cloud sect. The disciples under them were all talented, and the Shattering Cloud sect couldn't compare to them. Isn't he just an elder's disciple? What's there to be afraid of? Could it be that he's more talented than me? Xian still didn't care. Slap, Xianxia directly slapped the back of Xian's head and said, Of course his talent can't compare to yours, but he's older than you. He's already 20 years old. Moreover, he's also in the middle of the 7th level of the martial path. You definitely can't beat him. Hurry up and leave. However, before she finished speaking, a figure appeared in front of them and jogged towards them. Young master, Miss Shui, there are guests in the family. The head of the family is calling for you. The person who ran over was a guard of the Yi family. At this moment, Xian and Xianxia's expressions changed. It was really what they were worried about. If it was an ordinary person, it would be fine as long as Xian went over. After all, Xianxia was an outsider and definitely wouldn't let him go. But now, Xianxia was also included. This was definitely someone from the Million Gold City. Since you're here, let's take things as they come. Let's go. Even if the sky falls, I'll hold it up for you. After Xian finished speaking, he turned and left. You're courting death. He's the young master of the Million Gold City. 10 Lianyun cities can't compare to 1 Million Gold City. If we sneak away, they won't be able to catch us. Xianxia pulled Xian back. You can't not go home for the rest of your life, right? Xian turned and asked. It's fine if you don't go back for now. At least wait until you enter the Shattering Cloud sect and have a status to help me. If you go now, it's useless. They might even catch me. Xianxia said worriedly. Hearing this, Xian also hesitated. The Million Gold City was a big city. Even 10 Lianyun cities couldn't compare to 1 Million Gold City. The strength of the Million Gold City's City Lord Mansion was definitely not something the Wu family could compare to. If they sent experts over, Lin Xiao probably wouldn't be able to stop them. Alright, let's sneak away. Xian nodded. In any case, he also wanted to go out early and hunt some 7th-rank demonic beasts to activate his 100-beast bloodline. You want to leave? Not so easy. Just as Yi Xian's voice fell, a loud shout suddenly rang out in the sky. Yi Xian turned his head and saw Yi Zhang and the 4 elders leading a group of strangers walking over. It's over, it's over. It's the Million Gold City's Commander Lu. I can't leave now. Woo-woo, it wasn't easy for me to escape. Xueqingqing, who was hiding behind Yi Xian, muttered with a crying face. Yi Xian was also slightly helpless. This matter had something to do with him, so he couldn't back down. Yi Xian, this is the Million Gold City's Commander Lu. Yi Zhang introduced. No need, I'm only here to bring her back. Commander Lu glanced at Yi Xian. He really didn't have any interest in the latter. After all, he was just a descendant of a small village. After he finished speaking, his gaze fell on Xueqingqing. Miss Xue, you sneaked out and caused the city lord to fly into a rage. Quickly come back with me. No, let my father settle it himself. Xueqingqing, who was hiding behind Yi Xian, retorted. Nonsense, capture her. Commander Lu was also a person who acted swiftly. He didn't waste any time and directly gave the order. Immediately, 2 guards from the city of 10,000 gold walked over. However, just as they approached, they were punched at the same time and were knocked back. Yi Xian, what are you doing? Yi Zhang, who was standing at the side, was shocked. Why did Yi Xian make a move when they were trying to take Xueqingqing away? Qingqing doesn't want to leave. Please go back. Yi Xian stood at the same spot and slowly said. Impudent, who are you? How dare you interfere in my business? Commander Lu berated and signaled the 2 guards to continue. Bang! Good boy, you're really daring. Catch him. Commander Lu's eyes widened. Immediately after, the 4 guards behind him also walked out. There were a total of 6 guards and each of them was a martial artist in the 6th stage of the martial path. Moreover, they were all experienced in battle. They were more than enough to deal with a martial artist in the 7th stage of the martial path. Wait a minute. Yi Zhang also hurriedly walked out and said, Commander Lu, is there a misunderstanding? Misunderstanding? You dare to attack my people? Your Yi family is quite bold. Capture him. Commander Lu did not care about Yi Zhang at all. After hearing the order, the 6 guards rushed towards Yi Xian at the same time. Yi Xian was also prepared for a fight. He told Xueqingqing to retreat a little and then went forward himself. If a tiger doesn't show its might, you'll think I'm a sick cat. Yi Xian shouted loudly and his aura soared. It was just 6 martial artists in the 6th stage of the martial path. He could defeat them in less than 10 seconds. Sure enough, in less than 10 seconds, the 6 martial artists were all sent flying by Yi Xian. Among them, there were even 2 mid-stage 6th stage martial artists. This time, Commander Lu was finally moved. He said in surprise, impossible, it's just a boy. How could he not be a match for the 6 of them? This, Commander Lu, Yi Xian is in the mid-stage 7th stage of the martial path. Yi Zhang said again. In fact, he was also very dissatisfied with Commander Lu. After all, this was Lianyun City and the Yi family. How could Commander Lu want to capture Yi Xian? What, mid-stage 7th stage of the martial path? That's impossible. Commander Lu was shocked. He heard that the Yi family was only one of the 4 great families in Lianyun City. However, such a family would at most be a second-rate family in Million Gold City, or even a third-rate family. One had to know that the first-rate families in Million Gold City all had martial artists in the 8th stage of the martial path. Commander Lu sized up Yi Xian and estimated in his heart, this kid is probably quite old. It's just that he looks young. Heh, using pills to increase one's realm can only deal with low-level warriors. Brat, you dare to injure my people? How dare you? I'm going to capture you and bring you back to 1,000 Gold City to be judged by the city lord. Before Commander Lu could finish his sentence, he pounced forward, preparing to capture Yi Xian with his own hands. Not good. Yi Zhang and the 4 Yi family elders' expressions changed, and they prepared to make a move. But at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly took out a pill and swallowed it. At the same time, he shouted, "I'll do it myself." When he first met Commander Lu, Xianxia had told him that Commander Lu was at the peak of the 7th stage of the martial path. Yi Xian was in the mid-7th stage of the martial path. If he consumed an explosive spirit pill, he would be at the peak of the 7th stage of the martial path. He wouldn't be any weaker than Commander Lu. "Brat, you dare to attack my people? You must be tired of living." Commander Lu cursed as he ran. "If you want to fight, then fight. Can you cut the crap?" Yi Xian was a little impatient. The two figures instantly came into contact. Now that they were both at the peak of the 7th stage of the martial path, it would depend on their martial arts and combat experience. Although Yi Xian didn't have an advantage in terms of age, the martial arts sold in the Devouring system were all martial arts that hadn't appeared on the market yet. Furthermore, they were all much better than ordinary martial arts of the same grade. Now that Yi Xian had several grade 7 martial arts, he directly faced Commander Lu head-on. Sky-shattering fist. Commander Lu shouted and directly used a grade 7 martial arts without any hesitation. "Heh, watch my frost fist." Yi Xian was also a newborn calf that wasn't afraid of tigers, so he directly threw a punch. The two spiritual energies collided. Yi Xian was slightly at a disadvantage, but in terms of martial arts, the frost fist was much stronger than the sky-shattering fist. As the shockwave swept out, a special energy spread to Commander Lu's hand. "Gotcha!" A crisp sound rang out, and Commander Lu retreated in shock. He found that his right fist was a little stiff, and some ice crystals had already condensed on the outside. A grade 7 martial arts? There's actually a grade 7 martial arts stronger than the sky-shattering fist in this countryside? Also, what's the deal with the spiritual explosion pill? Commander Lu was shocked, but he didn't believe it, so he went forward again. Sky-shattering fist. Frost fist. The two of them exchanged blows for a while, and it was still Commander Lu who was at a disadvantage this time. What kind of fist technique is this? It actually has a frost effect. This martial arts is worth at least 20 million taels of silver. Commander Lu was shocked again. Although his sky-shattering fist was taught by the city lord, it would still cost more than 10 million taels of silver in the city of gold. However, Yi Xian's fist technique was actually more overbearing than the sky-shattering fist, and it even had an effect. The price would definitely not be lower than 20 million taels of silver. Heh, so what if your martial arts are good? See if I don't kill you. Commander Lu's eyes flashed, and he threw another punch. Pung. 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 Yi Xian and Commander Lu continued to exchange blows, and the sound of spiritual energy vibrations continued, leaving the surrounding people dumbfounded. The 6 guards who were previously sent flying by Yi Xian couldn't help but swallow their saliva when they saw that Yi Xian was able to fight evenly with Commander Lu. Who is this person? He's so young, yet he can fight against our commander. This martial arts is so powerful. It can even freeze the enemy's arm. If this fist hit us, I reckon we won't be able to get up. Look, Commander Lu's hands. Everyone focused their eyes and saw that Commander Lu's hands had already turned pale. There were many ice crystals on them, which had even spread to his elbows. Oh no, I can't bend. Commander Lu was also shocked. He hurriedly punched his elbows, shattering the ice crystals. However, this action of his gave Yi Xian an opportunity. 7th grade martial arts, Netherworld steps. Yi Xian appeared in front of Commander Lu in a flash, and then directly threw a punch. Pung. The fist landed on Commander Lu's chest, and the strength and spiritual energy contained in the fist leaked out, instantly sending Commander Lu flying. What? Commander Lu was sent flying. The 6 guards were so shocked that their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Even Yi Zhang and the others were the same. It should be known that Commander Lu was twice as old as Yi Xian. However, the former was sent flying by the latter. This was too inconceivable. Haha, Yi Xian, quick, beat him up. Beat him until he can't get up. Xianxia, who was on the side, was eager to see the world in chaos. She hurriedly waved her small fists and cheered. However, Yi Xian didn't follow up with another attack. Instead, he stood there quietly. Commander Lu did a backflip and spat out a mouthful of blood. He angrily shouted, "I'm going to kill you. Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Yi Xian's eyes flickered. He was no longer the trash he used to be. However, right at that moment, a shout suddenly rang out from the sky. "Stop!" Commander Lu ignored it and rushed towards Yi Xian. If he had the chance, he would definitely kill Yi Xian. Seeing that Commander Lu did not stop, the person who shouted immediately rushed out of the Yi residence. When Commander Lu reached Yi Xian, he had already caught up with him. "Pa!" The person who shouted slapped Commander Lu's shoulder. Then, with a strong pull, Commander Lu's entire body was flung away. Everyone's gazes landed on Commander Lu, watching him land on the ground. Then, their gazes gathered on the figure that had suddenly appeared. Old Master Lin? Yi Xian and the rest immediately recognized him. Although Lianyun City was a small city, the Lin family had an expert that was rare even in big cities, Lin Xiao. After receiving Yu Jin's guidance, Lin Xiao's strength increased by leaps and bounds. In just a few days, he broke through from the peak of the 7th realm to the peak of the 8th realm and became the #1 expert in Lianyun City. "Who is it?" Commander Lu quickly got up from the ground and did not bother to pat the dirt off his body. He looked like a tiger eyeing its prey. He could feel that the person who sent him flying had no ill intentions, but to be able to suddenly appear beside him without him noticing, he was at least in the 8th realm of the martial path. "I am Lin Xiao." Lin Xiao clasped his fist towards Commander Lu and continued, "Commander Lu, you have just arrived and you are already fighting in the Yi residence. Isn't this a little inappropriate?" Although Lin Xiao was not a member of the Yi family, based on the relationship between the Yi family and the Lin family, Lin Xiao could not sit idly by. "Lin Xiao, why haven't I heard of this name before?" Commander Lu was puzzled. He could feel that this white-haired old man was not simple, but behind him was the city lord of Million Gold City. How could he be afraid of a martial artist from a small village? Immediately, Commander Lu berated, "You old bastard, you actually dare to attack me." Lin Xiao coldly snorted, took a few steps forward and said, "I remember that in 1000 Gold City, only the city lord is a 9th-rank martial path realm martial artist, right?" Commander Lu did not know why Lin Xiao would change the topic to the city of 1000 Gold City lord. He replied, "So what if it is? Then why don't you take a look at my cultivation level?" All of a sudden, the spiritual energy in Lin Xiao's body surged out, and the surrounding people felt an invisible sense of oppression. The 8th stage of the martial path. No, this is not the 8th stage of the martial path, but the 9th stage of the martial path. Commander Lu widened his eyes in disbelief. In a small city that didn't even have an 8th stage martial artist, there was actually a 9th stage martial artist. This was too fake. Impossible. "You are not from Lianyun City," Commander Lu exclaimed. "It's none of your business whether I'm from Lianyun City or not. However, if you want to continue behaving atrociously, you'll have to go through me first." Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes as he slowly spoke. "So you're saying that you're determined to go against my Wan Jincheng?" Commander Lu asked. Lin Xiao did not answer. He only coldly said, "I'll give you 10 seconds to disappear. Otherwise, don't blame this old man for being impolite." He was 4 stages higher than Commander Lu. Even if there were 10 Commander Lu here, they would not be his match. "Good, very good. Lianyun City, let's wait and see," Commander Lu angrily said. He glared at Yi Xian as if to say, "You brat, just you wait. Don't fall into my hands. Otherwise, I'll kill you." Then, he left the Yi residence with the 6 guards. A 9th stage martial artist. It would probably take a lot of 8th stage martial artists to deal with him. He had to report back to the city of 1000 Gold. After Commander Lu and the others left, Yi Zhang and the others came forward to welcome them. "Congratulations to Old Master Lin for breaking through." "Haha, thank you. It's a pity that I used up a lot of the energy that the senior left in my body." Lin Xiao stroked his beard and said. Now, everyone understood why Lin Xiao broke through so quickly. It was because the Sky Yuan sect protector had left some energy in his body. Before anyone could speak, Lin Xiao said, "It's a pity that the senior said that he did not want to break the balance in this area. So, he could only help me this much. However, don't worry. With me around, even the city of 1,000 gold will have to weigh its own weight. Haha, with old Master Lin around, Lianyun City will be able to squeeze into the ranks of the big cities soon. Yi Zhang and the others smiled. At this time, Lin Xiao suddenly turned his head and said, Yi Xian, when do you plan to go to the Shattering Cloud sect? Maybe we'll leave today. Yi Xian replied. In fact, he could go to the Shattering Cloud sect after the new year. However, it would not be a problem if he went a few months earlier. One had to know that his current cultivation had far surpassed that time. With his aptitude, no matter where he went, he would definitely be in high demand. That's fine. When you enter the Shattering Cloud sect, as long as you are chosen by the elders, your strength will increase rapidly. Moreover, I am in charge of Lianyun City now. You can go without worry. Lin Xiao nodded. Then, he left for a meeting with Yi Zhang and the others. Yi Xian and the others also returned to their own residence and began to pack their things. As Yi Xian's maid, Lu Er also began to help him pack his things. Now that Yi Xian had the devouring space, it was very convenient for him to go out. All he had to do was to stuff everything he needed into the devouring space. Young master, you must come back more often in the future. Lu Er said with red eyes when they were about to leave. She was only an ordinary person, not a martial artist. Therefore, she could not follow him to the Shattering Cloud sect. I will be back soon. Who knows, I might even be able to come back for the new year. Yi Xian nodded and stroked Lu Er's hair. In the Yi clan, children could practice martial arts at the age of 10. Lu Er had also reached the age where she could practice martial arts. However, she was not very interested in it. Yi Xian originally wanted to get some pills to help Lu Er increase her strength. Although it was not good for her to cultivate like this, she would at least have the ability to protect herself. However, Yi Xian did not have enough funds now. Therefore, he put this matter on hold first. When he had money in the future, he would directly turn Lu Er into a super genius. One had to know that there were many precious pills in the devouring space that could not be bought outside. That afternoon, Yi Xian and Xianxia left Lianyun City and rushed towards the Shattering Cloud sect. Yi Xian, with my cultivation level, I can only be an ordinary disciple. You can be accepted as a disciple by an elder. After entering the Shattering Cloud sect, you must protect me. On the way, Xianxia could not help but ask. No problem. Who knows, I might even be accepted as a disciple by the sect master. The Shattering Cloud sect was quite influential in the South Forest County. The sect master's net worth was definitely not low. As long as he had money, Yi Xian could make unlimited breakthroughs and find a powerful backer. That was Yi Xian's plan. However, before he found a backer, Yi Xian could not reveal his devouring ability to prevent others from coveting it. However, he didn't leave for the Shattering Cloud sect directly. He wanted to settle the 100 Beasts bloodline before going to the Shattering Cloud sect. Lianyun City was quite a distance away from the Shattering Cloud sect. It would take 10 days to half a month to get there. Coincidentally, there was a good place to train, the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun. Ah, Yi Xian, are you thinking of taking the shortcut of the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun? Xianxia could not help but ask. That's right. Yi Xian nodded his head. Right now, he still needed the blood essence of 99 types of demonic beasts. The 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun was his first choice. In the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun, 7th-rank demonic beasts would appear from the 10th mountain range onwards. There were 9th-rank demonic beasts in the 16th mountain range. However, Yi Xian's plan was to train around the 10th mountain range for a period of time. Then, he would leave through the 9th mountain range and rush to the Shattering Cloud sect. But I'm only in the mid-4th rank of the martial path. Aren't you afraid that I'll drag you down and we'll die together? Xianxia was a little worried. If we really encounter danger, then we'll just be a pair of mandarin ducks. Yi Xian laughed. It was only a 7th-rank demonic beast. He could still handle it. After all, he still had some devouring points to exchange for the bursting spiritual pill. Moreover, as long as he had the 100 Beasts bloodline, he would definitely be able to challenge those of a higher rank. Thinking about it, as a mid-7th rank of the martial path, he would be able to defeat a peak 7th rank martial artist. How awesome would that be? Humph, who wants to be a mandarin duck with you? Xianxia wrinkled her nose. However, her mind was also filled with thoughts. If Yixian's father hadn't rejected her, she would probably be engaged to Yixian right now. Entering the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun was part of Yixian's plan. However, due to the issue of Xianxia's strength, Yixian did not allow her to follow. Instead, he arranged for her to stay in a small town outside the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun. As for Yixian, he entered the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun alone. In less than 2 days, he arrived at the 10th mountain range of Lianyun. From here onwards, 7th-rank demonic beasts would appear. 99 kinds of 7th-rank demonic beasts' blood essences. This is not an easy task. Forget it, let's do it. Yixian took a deep breath. The 100 beasts bloodline required the blood essence of 100 types of demonic beasts of the 7th grade and above. Although there were quite a few demonic beasts in the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun, there were only so many types of demonic beasts. Yixian did not know if he could gather 100 types of demonic beasts. If he really couldn't, he would have to buy them. However, it wouldn't be that easy to buy them because most people would only take the materials from the demonic beasts and rarely collect the blood essence. Only a small amount of demonic beasts' blood essence could be used to refine pills. Just like that, Yixian began his long journey of hunting. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. In these 7 days, Yixian had hunted hundreds of demonic beasts. However, most of them were 6th rank and below. There were only 20 or so demonic beasts that were 7th rank, and some of them were duplicates. Looking at the 100 beasts blood essence slot, Yixian felt a little helpless. At this rate, he was afraid that it would take a long time to fill it up. He was a little hesitant now. I only have 22 types of 100 beasts blood essence now. I still need 78. This is too slow. I might as well go to a big city and sell the martial arts. Then I can get 100 devouring points to buy one. Yixian started to worry, but in the past few days, he'd hunted hundreds of demonic beasts and had improved quite a bit. He estimated that if he stayed here for 2 months, he might be able to break through to the peak of the 7th level of the martial Dao. After thinking for a while, he finally decided to go deeper. Perhaps he would encounter more 7th-rank demonic beasts. At this time, he was in the 12th mountain range. If he went deeper, he would reach the 13th mountain range, where 8th-rank demonic beasts would appear. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Although it was more dangerous, he could still escape from ordinary 8th-rank demonic beasts. Immediately, Yixian moved forward. An 8th-rank demonic beast was equivalent to an 8th-rank martial artist. However, the biggest difference between demonic beasts and humans was that they usually fought head-on. For ordinary people, this was a difficult thing to deal with. However, Yixian was a multi-species martial artist. In addition to sword and fist techniques, he also had a bow and arrow. As long as he took the initiative, he might be able to deal with 8th-rank demonic beasts with his mid-7th-rank cultivation. He didn't know whether he was unlucky or lucky. He had just entered the 13th mountain range and he already encountered an 8th-rank demonic beast. Saber-toothed tiger. It has extraordinary strength. Its sharp fangs can pierce through a person's body. Yixian looked at the yellow tiger in front of him that was eating a demonic beast's corpse and thought to himself. Fortunately, the tiger was focused on eating and didn't notice Yixian. This saber-toothed tiger is a low-level 8th-rank demonic beast. As long as I keep a distance, there shouldn't be any problem. Yixian thought to himself. He began to quietly approach the tiger. When he was only 100 meters away from it, he suddenly drew his bow. Preemptive strike. Xiao. 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 A series of arrows swept out and shot towards the saber-toothed tiger. The 8th-rank demonic beast was still eating and didn't expect someone to sneak up on it. It was directly hit by 6 arrows. However, 8th-rank demonic beasts had tough skin and thick flesh. Moreover, the chaotic star arrow wasn't very strong. It was superior in quantity. The saber-toothed tiger roared and turned its head to rush towards Yixian. Chaotic star arrow. Before the saber-toothed tiger could reach Yixian, it was turned into a sieve by the countless arrows. Blood splattered all over the ground. Ao! The saber-toothed tiger relied on its strong vitality to withstand Yi Xian's attacks and rushed in front of him. Then, it pounced and its fangs, which were longer than Yi Xian's arms, shone brightly under the sunlight. It seemed like it wanted to pierce through Yi Xian's head. Large demonic beasts are harder to kill. It's better to use guerrilla warfare. Yi Xian immediately used the 7th grade movement technique, nether steps, to escape and then continued to shoot with his bow. Although the saber-toothed tiger was an 8th-rank demonic beast, it was still dominated by its bestial nature and didn't have high intelligence. It continued to resist Yi Xian's attacks and pounced forward. Yi Xian kept retreating and attacking. The saber-toothed tiger couldn't do anything to him. In less than half a minute, the saber-toothed tiger was already drenched in blood and its speed had obviously decreased. After another half a minute, it was finally exhausted by Yi Xian to the point of almost dying. Plop! A rank 8 demonic beast was indeed a rank 8 demonic beast. Its vitality was really tenacious. In order to kill the saber-toothed tiger, Yi Xian had almost used up all his spiritual energy. Yi Xian immediately took out 2 elixirs and swallowed them. These were spirit recovery elixirs that he had spent some devouring points to buy. There were 20 elixirs in a bottle. 2 elixirs were enough to fully replenish his spiritual energy. To put it simply, 1 elixir was worth 50,000 taels of silver. Let me see how much this rank 8 demonic beast is worth. Yi Xian's sword pierced through the saber-toothed tiger's eyes, killing the dying saber-toothed tiger. Then, Yi Xian reached out and swallowed the saber-toothed tiger's corpse. Devouring successful. Yi Xian sensed that the rank 8 demonic beast's corpse was worth about 200,000 taels of silver. However, when Yi Xian heard another notification in his mind, his eyes lit up with surprise. The host has successfully devoured the obsidian ore powder. Obsidian ore? Isn't this the obsidian ore that I devoured in the white-scaled python's nest? Yi Xian recalled. But what's with the powder? Yi Xian glanced around and saw another corpse. It was the corpse that the saber-toothed tiger had just eaten. He immediately rushed over and saw that it was the corpse of a steel dragon turtle. The steel dragon turtle was a rank 7 demonic beast. It was a peculiar demonic beast that specialized in eating stones. In addition, it could also eat some ores that could increase its defensive power. Its offensive power was not strong, but its defensive power was extremely strong. Therefore, most cultivators would not hunt a steel dragon turtle. Yi Xian squatted down and swallowed the dragon steel turtle's corpse as well. Then, a trace of pleasant surprise flashed through his eyes. Congratulations to the host for devouring a piece of obsidian Oregon. You have received 5 devouring points. Haha. After hearing the notification, Yi Xian could not help but laugh. Sure enough, this dragon steel tortoise had gotten lucky and swallowed an obsidian stone. If it hadn't died, it would have grown into an 8th rank monster beast with the help of this obsidian stone. Unfortunately, its head was pierced by the sharp fangs of the saber-toothed tiger. However, this also benefited Yi Xian. My spiritual power has increased by a lot. If I can get a few more obsidian ores, I'm afraid I can break through to the peak of the 7th stage of the martial path. Yi Xian thought to himself. After the last time, he had also looked up information on obsidian ore. It was a type of associated ore, and there might not even be a single obsidian ore in an ore vein. However, the fact that there was a dragon steel turtle here was good news for Yi Xian. Dragon steel turtles usually live near ore veins. If there's a dragon steel turtle here, there might be ore veins nearby. Even if there's no obsidian here, it's not bad to find a vein. Yi Xian's eyes lit up again. He felt that he was too smart. As long as he followed the footprints of the dragon steel turtle, he might be able to find it. The dragon steel turtle was bigger than the saber-toothed tiger. It was about the size of an SUV on Earth. It weighed at least 2 tons, so its footprints were very obvious. Immediately, Yi Xian followed the footprints of the dragon steel turtle to find it. Today was indeed the day that the goddess of luck went out for a stroll. Yi Xian followed the heavy footprints of the dragon steel turtle and found a vein. Is it only blue gold ore? Yi Xian was a little disappointed. Blue gold ore was relatively common, so it was relatively cheap. The entire vein was probably worth less than 1 million taels of silver. Yi Xian did not immediately take out his long sword and started mining. He wanted to explore the mine first. The mine was quite big, and there was only one way to go. There were also footprints of the dragon steel turtle on the ground. It seemed that this was the nest of the dragon steel turtle. However, when Xian reached the end of the mine, he could not help but open his mouth wide. The end of the mine was very spacious. It was almost the size of a basketball court. There were countless blue gold ores embedded in the stone wall at the end of the mine. The light made Xian's eyes hurt. But right at this moment, Xian swept his gaze over and suddenly noticed a color that wasn't quite right. Damn, obsidian ore. That's obsidian ore. Xian couldn't help but shout. His voice echoed in the mine. The goddess of luck really liked Xian. She actually found another obsidian ore for Xian. Moreover, this obsidian ore was much bigger than the one in the white-scaled python's nest. The dragon steel turtle is so pitiful. There's obsidian ore right above its head, but it can't harvest it. However, I can do it. Xian immediately took out his black iron bow and aimed at the stone wall beside the obsidian ore. Crack! The energy shot into the stone wall and made a hole in it. Xian was not stupid. He did not attack the obsidian ore. Instead, he cracked the stone wall around the obsidian ore and let it fall. The obsidian ore grew on the stone wall 8 meters away. Xian's black iron bow was very strong. After a while, the obsidian ore fell to the ground. Devour! Xian immediately rushed forward and devoured the obsidian ore along with the stone. Host has successfully devoured the obsidian ore. You have received 12 devour points. After hearing the system notification, Xian laughed until his mouth was crooked. Haha, 12 devour points. I have another 20 devour points. 20 devour points could be exchanged for 1 or 2 grade 7 martial arts techniques. However, what Xian needed the most right now was not martial arts techniques, but equipment. The black iron bow was only a medium-grade mortal weapon. What Xian wanted the most right now was a high-grade mortal weapon. If he had a high-grade mortal weapon just now, he would have been able to kill the saber-toothed tiger easily. He would not have had to consume so much spiritual power. Come out, Cloudbreaker bow. A white longbow suddenly appeared in Xian's hand. This was a high-grade mortal weapon that he had spent 15 devour points on. Whether it was the range or the spiritual power boost, it was much better than the black iron bow. With this, Xian's confidence increased greatly. Come, let me see if there are any more obsidian ores. Xian began to look around again. After a while, he found another obsidian ore on the ceiling. His luck was really good. Come down. The obsidian ore fell again. Xian rushed forward and devoured it, earning him another 7 devour points. Now, he was only a little bit away from breaking through to the peak of Martial Path Realm 7th stage. Perhaps one more obsidian ore would be enough. Haha, found it. There's one more. Xian laughed until his saliva flew everywhere. He immediately raised his hand, but at this moment, a strange sound suddenly entered his ears. Kacha! Kacha! Oh no, the mine is going to collapse. Xian's expression changed when he saw the cracks start to appear around the mine. He hastily attacked, and in less than 3 seconds, the last piece of obsidian ore fell down. Nether steps. He quickly rushed to the obsidian ore and absorbed it. Not good, I have to leave now. Xian's face sank and ran. The moment he left the place, the ceiling cracked open. His mining method was too overbearing, resulting in the destruction of the mineral vein's foundation. It would be strange if it did not collapse. Fortunately, the Netherworld Steps was a 7th grade martial art, so he was not smashed to death in the mine. Huff huff, I was scared to death. Outside the blue gold mine, Xian placed his hands on his knees and gasped for breath. If he was 4 or 5 seconds later, he would have become Sun Wukong. However, this was a daunting experience. He successfully broke through to the peak of the 7th grade of the martial path and did not die in the mine, which was very good. Haha, now I have nearly 20 devour points. Supernova arrow, here I come. Xian laughed twice and directly used 15 points to exchange for a 7th grade martial art. This martial art was called Supernova arrow, which could condense an explosive arrow with great power. Now, Yi Xian's strength had also increased greatly. If he were to face the saber-toothed tiger again, he was afraid that he would only need a few moves to cripple the saber-toothed tiger. Peak of the 7th grade of the martial path, supernova arrow, cloud-splitting bow, explosive spirit pill. I think I should be able to run rampant in the 13th and 14th mountain ranges. The more Yi Xian thought about it, the more excited he became. He immediately went out to hunt monsters. His strength had increased by several levels, and he encountered another saber-toothed tiger. Sure enough, in less than 3 supernova arrows, this saber-toothed tiger was blown up to black and blue. When the 4th supernova arrow landed on its body, it was injured to the point of paralysis on the ground, and then it was killed by Yi Xian. In the 13th mountain range of Lianyun, there were some monsters that did not exist in the first 12 mountain ranges. This was good news for Yi Xian. Not only that, there were a large number of different types of 8th grade monsters. In these few days, Yi Xian continuously hunted monsters, and the 100 beasts blood essence slot also increased rapidly. 10 days later, when Yi Xian devoured an 8th grade monster called the Herculean King Kong ape, the 100 beasts blood essence slot finally reached 100. Ding, the host has successfully devoured the blood essence of the Herculean King Kong ape. Ding, the 100 beasts blood essence slot is full, host has obtained the 100 beasts bloodline, do you want to fuse it? Yes. Yi Xian answered in his mind without thinking. Following that, he felt a visible change in his body. His entire body began to grow. His original height of 1.75 meters grew to 1.8 meters. Not only that, but his arms and thighs were also much thicker, and he even had 2 more pecs. So strong. My entire body is filled with power. Although this change only lasted for a few seconds, Yi Xian's confidence skyrocketed. He clenched his right fist and aimed it at the ground. Bang! The floor was cracked by him. He was full of power. So strong. My strength has increased by at least 3 times. Yi Xian hurriedly took up the cleaving cloud bow. Previously, with his physique, he was unable to fully draw the cloud-piercing bow. But now, he could easily draw the bow fully with both hands. Buzz! A stream of energy shot out and quickly traversed a distance of over 300 meters, blowing apart a large tree. Haha, as expected of the 100 beasts bloodline. It's full of power. Now, one punch of mine can probably break 2,000 kilograms. If I use martial arts, I can release a force of several thousand kilograms. Yi Xian laughed until his saliva flew everywhere. He estimated that one punch of his could instantly kill a 7th-order demonic beast. Come. An 8th-order demonic beast. Let's fight. Yi Xian put away the cleaving cloud-piercing bow and began to search around. After merging with the 100 beasts bloodline, his physique had greatly improved. Even his running speed had increased by 2 times. After using the 7th grade martial arts, Netherworld steps, his speed was even faster. Soon, he encountered a demonic beast. Coincidentally, it was a saber-toothed tiger. Roar! This saber-toothed tiger discovered Yi Xian and immediately pounced, preparing to tear Yi Xian apart and swallow him. Take this! Yi Xian also roared and rushed forward, throwing out a punch. Boom! A fist the size of a clay pot landed on the saber-toothed tiger's forehead, forcing it to retreat. One must know that this punch was a normal attack. If he had used martial arts, would it have instantly killed the saber-toothed tiger? Roar! After being sent flying by Yi Xian, the saber-toothed tiger immediately revealed a fearful expression. It could feel that this human in front of it was different from the ones it had encountered before. Come, let's fight! Yi Xian roared at the saber-toothed tiger. The saber-toothed tiger shook its head. The punch just now had made it dizzy. At this moment, when it discovered that Yi Xian was charging at it, it actually turned around and ran. F***ck, you want to run? Yi Xian was shocked. He immediately used Netherworld steps to catch up with the saber-toothed tiger, then grabbed the saber-toothed tiger's thick tail. Bang! The saber-toothed tiger's huge body was smashed to the ground by Yi Xian. Watch my barbarian bull charge. Yi Xian took a big stride forward and punched with both fists. This was the Yi family's rank 2 martial arts, penetrating back fist technique. Crack! Crack! 2 crisp sounds rang out. The saber-toothed tiger's 2 large fangs were directly broken. Roar! The saber-toothed tiger let out a painful cry. Go to hell! Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He punched with his right fist again, but this time, it was the rank 7 frost fist technique. Boom! The fist accurately landed on the saber-toothed tiger's head. After the punch, the saber-toothed tiger's eyes rolled back. It was actually killed by a single punch. So good, so good. You're so strong that you can kill a rank 8 monster in an instant. So good. Yi Xian could not help but roar loudly a few times. Killing a rank 8 monster in an instant at the peak of rank 7 martial path, even the experts of the Shattering Cloud sect and the Shattering Sky sect would not be able to do so. 100 Beast Bloodline, I love you to death, ha 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 ha, Yi Xian laughed as if he had lost his mind. The 100 Beast Bloodline was only the lowest level of bloodline, but it was already so powerful. If the 100 Beast Bloodline was allowed to evolve into the 1000 Beast Bloodline, the 10,000 Beast Bloodline, or even the Beast King Bloodline, how powerful would it be? Also, those divine bloodlines were probably at a level that Yi Xian could not imagine. If he could obtain them, then he would be able to kill God and Buddha in his way. After the 100 Beast Essence blood slot reached 100, the upper limit directly increased to 1000, which was 10 times of 100. 10 times, in theory, could be achieved in 10 times the time. However, there were not many types of monsters, so it was very difficult to reach 1000. However, Yi Xian was not in a hurry. After all, he already had the 100 Beast bloodline, so his strength had at least increased by several times. At that moment, he wandered around the 13th mountain range and continued to hunt monsters. With his current strength, he could already do whatever he wanted in the 16th mountain range. It's been so long, Qingqing should be anxious by now. Yi Xian was also somewhat anxious to return, but when he returned to the inn in the small town outside the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun, he didn't find Qingqing. What's going on? Don't tell me she went out shopping? Yi Xian felt helpless and prepared to look for Qingqing. But at this moment, the waiter who was passing by suddenly asked, Sir, are you looking for the lady who is staying with you? Yes, where did she go? Yi Xian nodded. The waiter had a strange expression and hesitated for a moment before saying, Yesterday afternoon, a group of people suddenly came and took her away. What? When Yi Xian heard this, he couldn't help but exclaim in shock. She was taken away? Who took her away? Yi Xian's eyes widened. I don't know either, but I heard that the leader was called Commander Liu. The waiter said slowly. Commander Liu, now, Yi Xian knew who took Qingqing away. I didn't expect that he would be able to find this place. Fortunately, she was taken away yesterday, so she shouldn't have gone far. Yi Xian thought to himself and continued asking, where did they go? I heard that they entered the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun. The waiter replied. 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun? Seems like they want to take a shortcut back to Wanjin City. Yi Xian instantly understood. Then, he directly gave the waiter 1,000 taels of silver as a reward. Thank you, thank you. If you want to chase after them, you can go to the stable in the northern part of the town and buy a precious horse. The waiter kindly reminded him. Okay, I got it. Yi Xian nodded. However, he was prepared to use his feet to chase after him. Without further ado, he immediately set off and entered the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun again. With his current physique and a level 7 martial art, he would be able to catch up in less than a day. After entering the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun, Yi Xian rapidly advanced and spent a day to reach the 9th mountain range. Here, there was a path to leave the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun. In this shortcut, Yi Xian also found a large number of horse footprints. Yi Xian analyzed them and concluded that they were probably formed in the last few hours. Looks like we're about to catch up. Yi Xian's expression froze, and he immediately chased after him. Just as he had expected, he saw a long line in less than an hour. There were 11 people in this long line, and the 10 of them were surrounding a young girl. We made it. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. He had been extremely tired these past few days, but he had finally caught up. This was good news. Among this group of 10, there was Commander Lu from last time. However, this Commander Lu was not leading the way at the front. Instead, the one leading the way was a middle-aged man. It should be another commander. I wonder how strong he is. Yi Xian was a little hesitant. Now that he had broken through to the peak of the 7th level of the martial path and possessed the 100-beast bloodline, it was definitely more than enough to deal with Commander Lu. However, the strength of the middle-aged man in the lead made him hesitate. Demonic beasts were not very intelligent, so they were easy to deal with. However, martial artists were different. Martial artists could use martial arts and were very crafty. Forget it. While they are still taking a break, I'll kill their horses first. Yi Xian followed in the forest 200 meters away and suddenly took out the cloud splitter bow. Xiao! 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 A series of arrows shot out, a total of 12 arrows. Hoo-hoo! Now that Yi Xian could fully draw the cloud splitter bow, he could shoot enemies 300 meters away. Coupled with the level 7 chaotic star arrow, his speed was so fast that no one could react. Puff! 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 9 of the 12 arrows were hit, but 3 of them were blocked by the middle-aged man in the lead. Be careful, there's a sneak attack. Commander Lu shouted. These guards from the City of Gold were not to be trifled with. They quickly patted the backs of their horses and landed safely on the ground. However, as soon as their feet touched the ground, the sound of the wind appeared again. These guards of the 6th level of the martial path fell to the ground one after another. Their legs were shot by Yi Xian and they could not stand still. Who is it? Commander Lu turned his head and shouted. Xianxia, who was riding on her horse, also turned her head and saw a figure flying towards her. When she saw the person's face, she was pleasantly surprised. Yi Xian! Xianxia could not help but exclaim out of excitement. She thought that she would not be able to escape this time, but she did not expect Yi Xian to catch up with her. However, when she remembered that the person who came to pick her up was a consecrator of the 8th level of the martial path, her expression dimmed again. Although Yi Xian was strong, he could only fight against Commander Lu. If he fought against an 8th level martial artist, he would not have much of a chance of winning, not to mention taking her away with Commander Lu's help. When Commander Lu heard the name Yi Xian, he revealed a sinister expression and laughed in his heart. I was still thinking of how to find you, but you came to me yourself. Heaven is helping me. This time I want to see who can save you. He admitted that he was careless the last time. Moreover, with Lin Xiao around, he did not dare to do anything. However, this time, he had an expert by his side. Yi Xian was courting death by chasing after him alone. How dare he shoot our horses? Commander Lu, go catch this brat. The middle-aged man in the lead rode on his horse and said coldly. Yes. Commander Lu nodded respectfully and then rushed out madly. The guards on the ground stopped screaming and turned to look. They wanted to see how Commander Lu would avenge them. However, what happened next shocked them to the core. Commander Lu's speed was extremely fast, but when Commander Lu rushed to Yi Xian's side, the latter only threw out a single punch and sent Commander Lu flying more than 10 meters away. How was this possible? Commander Lu, who was at the peak of the 7th level of the martial path, was sent flying with a single punch. Furthermore, there was a crisp sound. It was the sound of his hand being broken. This is impossible. This brat could only fight with Commander Lu before. How could he kill Commander Lu in seconds today? Did I see wrongly? No, I recognize him. It's this brat. This brat is too monstrous. However, with Consecrator Yuan here, he's dead meat. Yes, he's dead meat. The middle-aged man in the lead heard the discussions and frowned. He jumped off his horse and said, "Watch Miss Shui." Yes. After Commander Lu was sent flying, Yi Xian also ran over. He looked at Xianxia in anger. Xianxia's eyes were red. It was obvious that she had been crying all the way here. This made Yi Xian clench his fists. He wanted to directly send this middle-aged man flying. Brat, you really have guts. Do you know who I am? the middle-aged man had an arrogant look on his face. I don't care who you are. Let go of Xianxia and I'll let you go. Yi Xian's gaze fell on the middle-aged man. The latter deliberately suppressed his spiritual power, but Yi Xian could feel that this person was at least in the 8th stage of the martial path. He might even be in the middle stage of the 8th stage of the martial path. What a big tone. Yi Xian's words made the middle-aged man extremely unhappy. He snorted and said, I know you are from the Lianyan City Ji family. If that Lin Xiao came, I might be a bit afraid. But it's not him, it's you, brat. Don't take advantage of your seniority. You've only eaten for a few decades more than me. Even so, you're only in the middle stage of the 8th stage of the martial path. What qualifications do you have to say this in front of me? Yi Xian said coldly. Ha ha ha, this old man is in the middle stage of the 8th stage of the martial path. Although it's not very strong, it's enough to deal with a brat like you. The middle-aged man snorted and continued, you're only in your teens and you're already at the peak of the 7th stage of the martial path. I think you must have had some kind of opportunity. I guess you must have obtained the inheritance of the demonic path. Otherwise, it's impossible to reach this stage. In his opinion, Yi Xian must have cultivated some kind of demonic technique, such as sucking human blood and eating human flesh to cultivate. That's why he was able to cultivate to the peak of the 7th stage of the martial path at such a young age. I don't need you to worry about my matters. I'll only ask you one thing. Will you let go of this person or not? Yi Xian was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. Just now, he had already found out that this middle-aged man was in the middle stage of the 8th stage of the martial path. He estimated that he could still deal with him. Haha, truly a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. Fine, since you've cultivated a demonic cultivation technique, then I'll eliminate evil for the people today. Little brat, die. The middle-aged man shouted as he stretched out his hand to slap Yi Xian. This was a grade 7 martial art. Based on his mid-stage of the 8th grade martial path, he could definitely kill a 7th grade martial path cultivator in an instant. But Yi Xian was no ordinary person. Yi Xian, hurry up and leave. Don't worry about me. At this moment, Xianxia hurriedly shouted out. In her opinion, it was impossible for Yi Xian to defeat this middle-aged man. If you want to kill me, then be prepared to be killed. However, Yi Xian completely ignored her words. His eyes flickered a few times before he took a heavy step forward and took the palm head-on. Bang! This palm strike was very powerful, but Yi Xian's current physique was astonishing. He was able to receive this palm strike without retreating. How is this possible? The middle-aged man was shocked. Ever since he started cultivating this grade 7 martial art, not many people were able to receive it head-on. Usually, only cultivators with a higher level could do so. However, Yi Xian's level was lower than his, yet he was able to receive this palm strike head-on. Furthermore, he received it head-on with his body. What was going on? The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment, but at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly threw a punch. Frost fist. Boom. A fist the size of a clay pot landed on the middle-aged man's chest. The huge force instantly leaked out and directly blasted the middle-aged man who was careless, causing him to retreat continuously. While you're down, I'll take your life. Yi Xian endured the pain and pursued the attack. He took a big step forward and threw out another punch. Not good. When the first punch landed, the middle-aged man regretted it. Now that he saw the second punch, he hurriedly threw out a punch as well. Boom. The two fists collided, causing the surrounding air to vibrate violently. One was at the peak of the 7th level of the martial path, while the other was at the middle of the 8th level of the martial path. Both of them were using grade 7 martial arts, but they were actually evenly matched. How was this possible? There was only one explanation for this, and that was that Yi Xian's physique was astonishing. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to make up for the difference in spiritual strength. Haha, demonic cultivators like to temper their bodies. Kid, you're dead meat. The middle-aged man was even more convinced that Yi Xian cultivated a demonic cultivation method and relied on evil cultivation methods to increase his level. It's not certain who's going to die yet. Yi Xian coldly shouted. He suddenly took out a pill from his chest and swallowed it, This was the spiritual explosion pill. The spiritual explosion pill could increase the level of a martial artist below the 8th level of the martial path. Sometimes, it could increase 1 level, sometimes it could increase 2 levels. After taking the spiritual explosion pill, Xian's spiritual strength suddenly increased. This time, it was 2 levels, middle of the 8th level of the martial path. What? The middle-aged man subconsciously realized that something was wrong. He had actually forgotten about the spiritual explosion pill. More importantly, the spiritual explosion pill had no effect on him. Now, both of them were at the middle of the 8th level of the martial path, and Xian's strength was much stronger than the middle-aged man's. In the next moment, the middle-aged man was directly sent flying by Xian. The bones in the middle-aged man's hand were pierced out of his elbow by Xian. Ha ha ha, die. Xian's fighting spirit soared. He used the nether steps to chase after the middle-aged man and beat him fiercely. Ah, I'm going to kill you. The middle-aged man shouted as he took the beating. Before long, the bones in his hand and leg were all broken. His entire body went limp on the ground, unable to move. You cultivate a demonic cultivation method. If anyone finds out, you'll definitely become a target of scorn. You're dead meat. Before the middle-aged man died, he did not forget to remind Xian. However, how could he know that Xian did not cultivate a demonic cultivation method? Xian did not want to kill him with his hands. Instead, he suddenly summoned a long sword and pierced the middle-aged man's heart. You talk too much. Die. Die. From beginning to end, Xian did not know his name. There was no need for that. Moreover, the middle-aged man was extremely shocked before he died. Wasn't Xian's technique from the interspatial ring? This time, Xian was able to kill him so quickly because of his good luck. After taking the spiritual explosion pill, he had jumped 2 levels. Not good, Venerable Yuan is dead. Everyone, run. Venerable Yuan is dead. He'll definitely kill us to silence us. Run. He's coming. Run. In an instant, the 8 guards scattered, dragging their injured legs as they ran. Since we've killed them, let's kill them to our heart's content. Xian suddenly took out the cloudsplitter bow and quickly pulled the bowstring, killing the 8 guards who were not even in the 7th level of the martial path. Although these guards were only following orders, they could only blame themselves for relying on the wrong person. Xian, you. Shu, stay here obediently. I'm going to kill that Commander Lu too. Xian said and then quickly rushed out. After he killed that consecrator, he suddenly realized that Commander Lu had disappeared. It was obvious that he had escaped. Thus, he had to catch up to this Commander Lu and then kill him. Otherwise, this matter would be a little troublesome. However, after chasing for a while, he still couldn't find Commander Lu's figure. He carefully searched for a while, but still couldn't find him. It would appear that Commander Lu had either fled or gone into hiding. Damn, he actually ran away. If I knew earlier, I would have just killed him. Xian felt some regret in his heart because this Commander Lu definitely knew that he had killed that consecrator. If he let him return to Thousand Gold City, then the city lord would definitely be furious and even send experts to Lianyun City to exterminate the Yi and Lin families. Xian, what do we do now? Shueqingqing wasn't stupid. She also knew the severity of the matter. You can't keep hiding like this. Since that's the case, then we'll directly go to Thousand Gold City. Xian frowned and said. Ah? Thousand Gold City? Then aren't we walking right into a trap? Shueqingqing opened her small mouth wide. Right now, we have 2 methods. The first is to wait in Thousand Gold City and wait for Commander Lu to appear. Then we'll kill him. However, this method has a very low success rate. The second method is to directly cancel the engagement. Xian said. Cancel the engagement? Shueqingqing blinked her large eyes in disbelief. This method didn't seem to have a high success rate. She carefully thought about it and said, but, if I marry Thousand Gold City's young city lord, then my father will be unimpeded in Thousand Gold City. Then your father won't care about your opinion? Xian asked. Actually, I agreed before, but I went back on my word. Shueqingqing said somewhat helplessly. Since you agreed, why did you run away from the engagement? Yi Xian asked puzzledly. Because my father's business is getting bigger and bigger. The city lord definitely won't let him handle most of the business in Thousand Gold City, so I could only agree. However, later on, I heard that this young city lord is very ugly. Before Shueqingqing could continue, Yi Xian burst out laughing. Why are you still laughing at this time? Hurry up and think of a way. Otherwise, if Commander Lu returns to 10,000 Gold City, your Lianyan city will suffer. Shueqingqing said unhappily. Haha, I'm dying of laughter. You think the other party is ugly. Yi Xian laughed until his stomach hurt. Humph, isn't it all because of you? Who asked you to reject my father's marriage? Shueqingqing pouted. Yi Xian's laughter came to an abrupt halt. He said, if that's the case, then there's a way. What method? That's easy. Just say that I like you. Yi Xian replied. Shueqingqing was dumbfounded. After a long time, she finally reacted and said coquettishly, did you plan this long ago? What is the plan? The plan is to make me break off the engagement. Yi Xian rolled his eyes and said, how is that possible? I saw that you were in deep trouble, so I came out to rescue you. Otherwise, do you really think that I like you? Shueqingqing didn't refute and silently agreed. She didn't know whether this method would work or not, but the probability was quite high. After all, Yi Xian's father had saved her family before. At the same time, Shueqingqing also asked herself in her heart, if the person of this engagement wasn't the young city lord of the myriad gold city, but Yi Xian, would she refuse? Yi Xian was also very helpless. He really wanted to help Shueqingqing and didn't have any other thoughts. Although his physical body was only 15 years old, his mental age was already 20 years old. How could he like a 14-year-old girl? Yi Xian immediately searched around and then rode on the same horse with Mu Qingqing, preparing to leave the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyan. However, after they left, a figure suddenly walked out. This person was Commander Lu, who was hiding earlier. Damn it, why is this brat so strong? Even Venerable Yuan isn't his match. Damn it, he took the lead. Looks like I can only let them go first and then take a detour back to Million Gold City. Commander Lu revealed a resentful expression and immediately turned around to leave. Originally, Yi Xian wanted to go to the Shattering Cloud sect after obtaining the 100 Beasts bloodline. With his current strength, it shouldn't be a problem for him to become the chief disciple of the Shattering Cloud sect. However, there was a sudden change in the situation. Thus, he could only change his plan and go to Million Gold City first. This time, it could be considered to be a tiger's den. After all, the city lord of Million Gold City was a 9th-rank martial path cultivator and he had many experts under him. If he wasn't careful, he could fall into a deep abyss. However, according to Shueqingqing, Shuehai's business had been growing in recent years. Half of the properties in Million Gold City belonged to him. With so much money, he must have hired many experts. His influence shouldn't be any weaker than the city lord of Million Gold City. Yi Xian and Shueqingqing spent a few days to rush to Million Gold City. Father, I'm back. Come out and see who's here. Shueqingqing just returned to the Shui family and ran into the house. Yi Xian was also shocked because the size of the Shui family was probably several times larger than the Yi family. One had to know that the Yi family was a family while the Shui family only had 3 people. Before Shueqingqing even entered the house, a Shui family guard went to report. Not long after, a meatball-like figure ran out. It seemed to be at least 250 Jin. This meatball-like figure was actually Shueqingqing's father, Shuehai. He rolled all the way to Shueqingqing and said, "Io, my little grandaunt, you're finally back. Father, how did you get fatter in the few days I wasn't here?" Shueqingqing sized him up and asked in astonishment. "Little girl, you suddenly ran away. Father was extremely worried, so I could only eat 6 meals a day to distract myself." Shuehai grinned. At this time, his gaze also fell on Yi Xian and said, "Io, nephew, you're also here. Haha, I have to thank you this time. I thought I would have to search the entire world for this little girl." "Uncle, long time no see." Yi Xian smiled and cupped his fists. In his memory, this Shuehai was quite good to him. In the past, he would often bring Xianxia to Lianyun City. However, in the past few years, his business had expanded and he didn't have much time. Come. Let's talk inside. Shuai brought the two in and sat down. With his 200 gene weight, he could only sit on a special chair. Qingqing, you came back this time. Have you thought it through? Shuai asked. I've thought it through. I want to break off the engagement. I won't marry that ugly bastard. Qingqing nodded. Who knew that guy would be so ugly? I was about to throw up after seeing a portrait. If I saw the real person, wouldn't I throw up my intestines? Qingqing hurriedly said. However, she did not dare to think about it as she was afraid that she would throw up last night's dinner. Then what should we do? The city lord will definitely not agree. Shuai wiped his cold sweat. He was the most successful merchant in Thousand Gold City. He could still afford to return the 50 million taels of silver, which was equivalent to 1 million taels of gold. However, Qingqing was engaged to the city lord of Thousand Gold City. If they were to cancel the engagement, wouldn't they be slapping the city lord's face? In the future, they would not be able to live peacefully in Thousand Gold City. I don't care. In any case, I won't marry that ugly guy. Moreover, father, didn't you attract so many consecrators in recent years? Our Shui family is not much worse than the Zhang family. If we can't fight, we will fall out. Qingqing said angrily. You little girl really knows how to cause trouble for me. It would have been fine if you didn't agree back then. Now, you've caused such a big problem for me. Shuai was also helpless. However, he loved Qingqing the most. He also did not want Qingqing to marry someone as ugly as a pig. Even if the other party was extremely talented and had been accepted as a direct disciple by an elder of the sky-splitting sect. As an outsider, Yi Xian also kept his mouth shut and did not interrupt. The three of them were silent for a while. However, at this moment, a servant of the Shui family suddenly came in. Master, someone from the city lord's mansion is here. What? So fast? Shuai was shocked. He did not expect the Zhang family's information network to be so good. Qingqing had not returned for 10 minutes and the other party had already sent someone over. It must be because we were discovered when we entered the city. Father, I don't care. Anyway, I want to cancel the engagement. You do as you see fit. Otherwise, I'll run again. Qingqing's heart also jumped as she said. Don't. The world is so chaotic now. If you run around again, what if you meet some bad people? Shuai said as he turned his head and said, quickly invite Consecrator Lian and then invite the city lord's mansion's guest in. Yes. The servant left in a hurry. Not long after, a middle-aged man walked in. Revered Elder Lian, this time my Shui family might be in big trouble with the Zhang family. I hope Revered Elder Lian can help. I agree to your conditions. Shuai said painfully. Reverend Lian was an expert that he had recently invited. He had already reached the 9th grade of the martial path. However, the other party's offer was too high. It was equivalent to the price of 5 consecrators at the peak of the 8th stage of the martial path, so Shuai hesitated. But now, he could only agree. Haha, that's easy. Since I'm the Shui family's consecrator, I'll definitely take action. This consecrator Lian was also full of smiles because he could get 10 million taels of silver every month, and this was without doing anything. Then, Revered Elder Lian stood behind Shuai. After a while, the people from the city lord's mansion came in as well. So it's General Chen. Welcome. Shuai hurriedly stood up and cupped his fists when he saw the visitor. General Chen was the garrison general of the city of Thousand Gold. At the same time, he was also the city lord's confidant. After he entered, he saw Qingqing sitting at the side and said, Minister Shui, you know the purpose of my visit, right? Shuai smiled awkwardly and said, I know. I think General Chen must be here for my daughter's marriage. That's right. Since Miss Shui has returned to the city of Thousand Gold, the city lord will not pursue the matter of Miss Shui running away from the marriage. The city lord has set a date for the engagement of Miss Shui and the young city lord 3 days later. General Chen said. This? Shuai hesitated for a moment. He did not know what to say. Does Minister Shui have any objections? I will pass on the message to the city lord. General Chen said. Shuai glanced at Shui Qingqing and saw that she was about to cry. His heart jumped and he said, General Chen, I hope you can pass on the message to the city lord. This marriage is not going to happen. I will double the betrothal money back to the Zhang mansion. What? You want to break off the engagement? Have you thought about the consequences of doing so? General Chen stared at him and said in disbelief. In the city of Thousand Gold, the city lord had the highest authority. However, someone actually dared to break off the engagement. This was equivalent to slapping the city lord's face. Most importantly, the target was the young city lord of Thousand Gold. Yes, I have already considered this matter. I hope General Chen can pass on the message to the city lord. Shuai braced himself and said. You are really rebelling. Shuai, do you really think that your Shui family can go against the city lord? The young city lord has already taken a fancy to Miss Shui. If you dare to break off the engagement, I am afraid that you will not be able to do as you wish in the city of Thousand Gold. General Chen reminded. Shuai clenched his teeth and said, see the guest out. Good, very good. I will pass on the message to the city lord without missing a word. Goodbye. General Chen said angrily and turned to leave. Although he was at the peak of the 8th stage of the martial path, he could feel that the person behind Shuai was not simple. He was at least at the 9th stage of the martial path. Thus, he could not act presumptuously in the Shui family and could only return to the city lord's mansion to report. After General Chen left, Shui Qingqing rushed over and hugged Shuai. She fiercely kissed the latter's face. Father is the best. Little girl, this time you have caused a lot of trouble for father. If you knew this would happen, why did you agree to this engagement? Shuai squeezed his chubby face and said helplessly. I already said that I regret it. Who told you to give me a portrait so slowly? Alright, that guy's ugliness is one reason, and the second reason is actually because of him. As Shui Qingqing spoke, she suddenly pointed at Yixian. Shuai was dumbfounded. He did not understand. Shui Qingqing explained, I am not bad-looking. In any case, I will marry someone like Yixian. Moreover, father, didn't you want to marry me to him before? You are saying that you want to marry Yixian? Shuai was stunned. He immediately reacted and said, no, you are such a troublemaker. You broke off the engagement with the city lord. If you marry Yixian now, wouldn't you be harming him? Shuai was actually also a martial artist. However, he used pills to increase his strength. In essence, he was still a businessman. As for who his future son-in-law was, it did not matter. It did not matter if he was an expert or an ordinary person. As long as he was not stupid and could take over his business, it was fine. Father, don't underestimate Yixian. Do you know what realm he is at now? Shui Qingqing's beautiful eyes suddenly turned as she said somewhat wittily. What realm? Shuai asked. In fact, he had also heard that Yixian was the #1 genius of the Yi family. However, Lianyun City was only a small city. A genius from there was not worth mentioning in the city of Thousand Gold. He's now at the peak of the 7th level of the martial path. I repeat, the peak of the 7th level of the martial path. Shui Qingqing said as if she was herself. What? That's impossible. Shuai exclaimed. It had only been a month since Yixian had broken through to the early 4th level of the martial path. However, Yixian had jumped 11 levels in 1 month. How was that possible? How is it impossible? I saw Yixian's strength increase with my own eyes. Father, you don't know, but an expert came to Lianyun City and gave Old Master Lin some pointers. After that, Old Master Lin directly broke through from the peak of the 7th level of the martial path to the 9th level of the martial path. Shui Qingqing explained. This, Shuai held his head. This information was too much for him to process. Furthermore, Yixian has been accepted as a disciple by the sect leader of the Shattered Cloud sect. He's definitely worthy of me. If the city lord comes later, just say this, Shui Qingqing added. Yixian frowned. He hadn't even entered the Shattered Cloud sect. How could he be accepted as a disciple by the sect leader? However, he quickly reacted. This was taking advantage of the situation. With his current aptitude, he could definitely obtain the position of the head disciple of the Shattered Cloud sect. It was very possible for him to be accepted as a disciple by the sect leader. Ha 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 ha. However, when Xueqingqing's voice fell, Consecrator Lian on the side suddenly laughed. Uncle, what are you laughing at? Xueqingqing asked, puzzled. Little girl, you can't lie. Guardian Lian shook his head. Humph, uncle, if you don't believe me, you can check his realm. Xueqingqing pouted. Guardian Lian shook his head. Haha, I'm not talking about his realm. I can feel that this kid is already at the peak of the 7th level of the martial path. I'm saying that he can't be a disciple of the Shattered Cloud sect leader. Why not? Xueqingqing didn't understand. Was there a loophole in this lie? Little girl, stop fooling around. Guardian Lian was originally a teacher of the Shattered Cloud sect. Xuehai reminded her. What? Hearing this, Xueqingqing and Yixian were both stunned. The person in front of them was actually an instructor of the Shattering Cloud sect, no wonder the lie was exposed so quickly. So that was the reason. Humph, you were before, but not now, Xueqingqing said stubbornly. Indeed, I have already left the Shattering Cloud sect. However, I know that it is impossible for the sect master to accept him as a disciple because the sect master is not in the Shattering Cloud sect. Right now, the vice sect master is in charge. Worshipper Lian said with a smile. Xueqingqing was at a loss for words. She quibbled, I was talking about the vice sect leader. I just didn't say it clearly. Up to you, but since I'm now the Xue family's consecrator, I can help you cover up this lie. Consecrator Lian said. After all, he had accepted the other party's money. Thank you very much. Xuehai also knew that Xueqingqing was spouting nonsense. However, there was nothing wrong with impersonating Yixian. After all, with Yixian's aptitude, even if he went to the sky-splitting sect, the sect master would probably take a fancy to him, let alone the Shattering Cloud sect. It's fine. Consecrator Lian said with a smile. Sure enough, not long after, another servant came in to report. Master, the city lord has arrived in person. Before he could finish his sentence, several figures walked in. A strange expression flashed across Xuehai's face. He hurriedly went up to them and said, Greetings, City Lord. This time, the City Lord of 1,000 Gold had also come in person. He was a middle-aged man with sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes. He was quite handsome. However, the young man behind him was extremely ugly. He looked like a pig. His eyes were large, his nostrils were exposed, and his mouth was wide. When Yixian saw this person, his stomach churned. Xueqingqing did not dare to look directly at his face. She was afraid that she would spit out the tea she just drank. Needless to say, this must be the City Lord of 1,000 Gold's son. Yixian was also very puzzled. How could the City Lord of 1,000 Gold, who had some good looks, have such an ugly son? Could it be that it was the woman's problem? Xuehai, General Chen said that you want to break off the engagement? The City Lord of 1,000 Gold, Zhang Lai, also went straight to the point. Xuehai's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He nodded and said, yes. No, since I have already agreed to this, how can I go back on my words? If I break off this engagement, how will the world look at me? Zhang Lai said angrily. With his status, it was too easy for him to find a beautiful daughter-in-law for his son. If it was not for Xuehai's background, it would be useless even if Xueqingqing was stunning. Now, the most important thing was to lose face. A city lord actually broke off the engagement. This would definitely make him a laughingstock. Xuehai gritted his teeth and did not explain further. He said directly, City Lord, I have already prepared double the betrothal gift. I will send it to the City Lord's mansion later. Hearing this, Zhang Lai finally could not hold it in anymore. He shouted, Xuehai, how dare you? Are you playing with me? Before he finished speaking, Consecrator Lian took a big step forward and stood beside Xuehai. Zhang Lai frowned. He could feel that this person in front of him was not simple. Who are you? Zhang Lai asked with fear. Lian Yuan, consecrator of the Xue family. Consecrator Lian replied calmly. I don't care who you are. You just have to remember that this city of gold is my territory. Zhang Lai said as he placed his attention on Shuai. He said, I can break off the engagement, but it is too easy for you to return double the betrothal gift. I want 10 times. What, 10 times? Hearing this, everyone present was shocked. The original 50 million taels of silver had suddenly become 500 million taels of silver, which was equivalent to 5 million taels of gold. This was a huge sum, and even Shuai couldn't take it out in such a short time. City Lord, are you asking for too much? Shuai's face sank. He could take out 500 million taels of silver, but to sell off most of his properties, this was a huge sum to him. If you want to break off the engagement, then take out 10 times the betrothal gift. Otherwise, I will not agree. Zhang Lai said coldly. Yi Xian, who was at the back, could not sit still. He had done something similar before. He suddenly felt that his price was too low. Zhang Lai wanted 500 million taels of silver, but he only offered 3 million taels of silver. The difference was too big. One had to know that any item in Yujinzin and Yangring would be worth more than 500 million taels of silver. What a loss. If I had known, I would have shouted more. Otherwise, I might have been in the 9th rank of the martial path. Yi Xian regretted it. He was too young at that time. He was afraid that he would anger the Sky Yuan sect protector by shouting a high price. Seeing Yi Xian and Xue Qingqing walking over, Zhang Lai said sternly, no wonder you want to break off the engagement. So you ran away with this pretty boy. Brat, you even dare to hit my subordinate. Are you tired of living? City Lord Zhang, your subordinate has a bad temper. He was rude in front of me, so I taught him a lesson. If City Lord Zhang really wants to blame someone, blame it on his lack of skill. He couldn't even defeat a brat like me. Since the situation had escalated, Yi Xian couldn't back down. If he wanted to act, he had to act crazier. How dare you? General Chen, capture him. Zhang Lai was a little agitated at this moment, so he directly gave the order. General Chen behind him wanted to make a move, but at this moment, Lian Yuan suddenly stood in front of Yi Xian. City Lord Zhang, don't think that you're a big shot. I forgot to introduce you. This little brother is the disciple of the Shattering Cloud sect's vice sect leader. If you dare touch him, you can imagine the consequences yourself. Lian Yuan said as he retreated. Vice sect leader of the Shattering Cloud sect? Zhang Lai was shocked and asked, who are you? City Lord Zhang is so forgetful. I am Lian Yuan. I used to be a teacher of the Shattering Cloud sect. I am now a consecrator of the Xue family. Lian Yuan said as he cupped his fists. A teacher of the Shattering Cloud sect, Zhang Lai hesitated. He didn't expect that Shuai would be able to find a teacher of the Shattering Cloud sect to be a consecrator. This was troublesome. Although Lian Yuan was no longer a teacher of the Shattering Cloud sect, his strength was still there. Most importantly, he had just spoken up for Yi Xian. Could this be fake? Impossible. At this moment, the apologetic-looking youth walked out and said, this brat is the disciple of the Shattering Cloud sect's vice sect leader. You really can't judge a book by its cover. Damn, Yi Xian almost wanted to spit out salt soda water all over his face. With his current appearance, he still dared to say that he couldn't judge a book by its cover? Young City Lord, I know that you're the disciple of an elder of the Shattering Cloud sect. However, you're from the Shattering Cloud sect, not the Shattering Cloud sect. How do you know that he's not the disciple of the Shattering Cloud sect's vice sect leader? Lian Yuan smiled slightly. He's in the 7th realm of the martial path at such a young age. Other than using pills, he must have cultivated some inhumane demonic technique. If you want to prove it, then it's simple. As long as you can defeat me, then this marriage will be cancelled. I don't want the betrothal gift that's 10 times the price. Just give me the original price back. The youth said coldly. He could also sense that Yi Xian's level was not low, but level and strength were two different concepts. Good, this is a good idea. If you can defeat my son, I will admit that you are the disciple of the Shattering Cloud sect's vice sect leader. If you lose, you will return me 10 times the amount of the betrothal gift. Shuai, what do you think? Zhang Lai's eyes flashed. This time, he was actually eyeing the betrothal gifts. 10 times the betrothal gift was 500 million taels of silver. This was a huge sum that even he could not imagine. With this 500 million taels of silver, Shuai would probably be unable to recover from this setback. In the future, the 10,000 gold city would still be dominated by his Zhang clan. Why would they need to arrange a marriage alliance? Shuai hesitated. He knew that the young city governor, Xianxia, was a disciple of the skycracking sex elder. His strength had long reached the peak of the 7th rank of the martial path. Although Yi Xian was the same now, Xianxia was 5 or 6 years older than Yi Xian, so he was obviously at a disadvantage. Father, agree with him. Yi Xian is very powerful. Qingqing hid behind Shuai and said softly. One had to know that she had personally witnessed Yi Xian killing the Zhang clan's 8th rank consecrator. Although Yi Xian had consumed a pill, before that, Yi Xian was already able to fight evenly with his opponent. Shuai was still hesitating. He already understood that Zhang Lai was doing this on purpose. When Zhang Lai personally came to propose marriage, Shuai only asked Qingqing for her opinion before deciding on the marriage. However, who would have known that Zhang Lai's son was as ugly as a pig? All of this was a trap set by the Zhang clan. Their goal was to make the Shui clan bleed and then suppress them. After the Zhang clan had profited, they could use this large sum of money to develop. Then, in the future, the Zhang clan would be the first in wealth and power in the 10,000 gold city. No wonder Qingqing could escape from the city so easily. So that's the reason. Forget it, I still owe brother Yichong a life. This time I will go all out. At most, I will change cities and start again. Shuai made up his mind. He glanced at Yi Xian and saw the latter nodding slightly. Immediately, he replied, okay. Straightforward. Let's make this clear first. If my son wins, your Shui clan will have to give 10 times the betrothal gift. Zhang Lai revealed a cunning expression and thought to himself, it's not that easy to get a 50 million betrothal gift. Although he doubted Yi Xian, he believed in his son's strength more. Although he was over 20 years old, he had already reached the peak of 7th rank martial path. He was only one step away from 8th rank martial path. In the future, he might be able to break through the shackles of 9th rank martial path and reach 10th rank martial path. Therefore, he was sure that Yi Xian would definitely lose to Xianxia. If Yi Xian wins, we just have to return the 50 million betrothal gift. Qingqing's voice came from behind. She was so scared that she did not dare to look at Xianxia. He was too ugly. Yes. Zhang Lai nodded. Although he did not think that Yi Xian would win, he had to convince the other party. Very good. Then, Mayor Zhang and I will be the judges. If one party falls to the ground 3 times, it will be the loser. What do you think? Lian Yuan said. Okay, 3 falls. Zhang Lai nodded in agreement. At the same time, he whispered to Xianxia, be careful, don't hurt him. Although Yi Xian's identity had to be verified, if he was really the disciple of the Shattered Cloud sect leader, then this matter would not be easy to resolve. Yes, father. Xianxia nodded, pulled out his sword and walked out. As for Yi Xian, he clenched his fists and walked out. Now that he had the 100 Beasts bloodline, if he used a sword, he might not even be able to use 60% of his strength. Yi Xian, do your best. Qingqing cheered. If Yi Xian lost, then the Shui family would not be able to stay in Million Gold City. Yes. Yi Xian nodded. If it was him in the past, then it would be a little troublesome. But now, he did not even put Xianxia in his eyes. If you are ready, then let's begin. Zhang Lai said. He could not wait to get his hands on the 500 million taels of silver. Xianxia stood 10 meters in front of Yi Xian and snorted in his heart, what a joke. How dare he say that he is the disciple of the Shattered Cloud sect leader. He saw that Yi Xian's clothes did not fit him at all. Because the latter had merged with the 100 Beasts bloodline, his body had changed a little. He became taller and stronger, so he looked a little out of place. Therefore, he did not put Zhang Lai's words in his heart. It did not matter if Yi Xian was the disciple of the Shattered Cloud sect leader, because he was the disciple of the Sky-Splitting sect's elder. And the Sky-Splitting sect was much stronger than the Shattered Cloud sect. Rank 8 movement technique? Yi Xian was slightly surprised. It seemed that Xianxia had some ability, but he still stood in his original position. His realm was the same as Xianxia's. Although the latter had a rank 8 movement technique, he had the 100 Beasts bloodline. This was enough to make up for the difference in martial arts. Xianxia instantly appeared in front of Yi Xian and stabbed his sword towards Yi Xian's throat. Although the rules of the competition stated that the one who fell to the ground 3 times would lose, as long as he could subdue Yi Xian in one strike, it would be his win. However, Yi Xian was not that easy to deal with. He looked at the long sword and suddenly clasped his hands together. Pa! The 2 palms clapped together and locked the long sword tightly. What? Xianxia was shocked. He realized that he could not pierce the sword further, nor could he pull it out. What kind of strength is this? While he was still in shock, a large foot suddenly kicked his abdomen and sent him flying. Xianxia flew out horizontally. He did not even take his long sword with him. His entire body fell to the ground and rolled a few times. He fell to the ground once. Lian Yuan, who was at the side, was slightly surprised and said loudly. Zhang Lai could not believe that the son he was most proud of was sent flying with a single kick. If Xianxia was not his son, he would have thought that this was an act. Shui Hai, who originally had a grave expression on his face, relaxed a little after seeing this scene. I'm going to kill you. Xianxia stabilized his body and climbed up from the ground. He immediately charged towards Yi Xian. Rank 8 martial art, Tiger Dragon Fist. Damn, the disciples of the big sects indeed have their benefits. However, I'm not a pushover either. Yi Xian was not afraid at all. After taking a step forward, he met Xianxia's attack with a punch. Rank 7 martial art, Frost Fist. Boom. Shockwaves rolled and dust flew everywhere. The 2 of them were evenly matched. However, this was because Yi Xian had been lenient. His punch could match a grade 7 martial technique used by a mid-8th grade martialist, so he had still gone easy on Xianxia. This was because the purpose of this sparring session was not to kill the opponent, but to defeat the opponent. Scram! Yi Xian's other hand suddenly reached out and slapped Xianxia's face. Xianxia's face took the brunt of the impact and he was sent flying again. Plop! The second fall. Everyone was shocked once again. Xianxia's punch was extremely powerful. If it had hit Zhang Lai or Lian Yuan, these 2 martial artists at the 9th rank of the martial path, they would have been severely injured. But Yi Xian was able to take it head-on. What kind of strength was this? Haha, that's the second time. There's one more time. Shui Hai finally revealed a smile. Yi Xian had sent Xianxia flying twice. As long as he did it again, he would not have to pay such a huge sum of money. Impossible, how could this brat have such strength? I don't believe it, I don't believe it. Xianxia's face was covered in dust. He roared in his heart as he got up from the ground and charged forward again. However, Yi Xian still sent him flying with brute force. Boom! Xianxia's entire body smashed into the wall, almost causing it to collapse. As long as he fell down this time, this match would be considered a loss. No, I can't fall. As long as I have the 500 million, I can reach the 9th rank of the martial path in a short time and become the top disciple of the Sky-Splitting sect. Xianxia was holding on. He originally thought that Yi Xian relied on pills to reach the 9th rank, but he did not expect him to be so strong. Right at this moment, a figure suddenly flashed to his side and slapped him. Plop, Xianxia fell to the ground. The battle was over. Yeah. The moment Xianxia fell to the ground, Shui Qingqing, who was behind Shui Hai, also jumped up and exclaimed. As for the city of Gold's mayor, Zhang Lai's face had already sunk to the bottom. He thought to himself, this brat defeated Xianxia so easily. Could he really be the disciple of the deputy sect leader of the Sky-Splitting sect? Why didn't the Sky-Splitting sect make any news about such a huge matter? He still had some doubts. However, Yi Xian had Lian Yuan, the former teacher of the Sky-Splitting sect, as his proof. Furthermore, he was extremely strong. With such talent, even the sect leader of the sky-splitting sect would be tempted. City Lord Zhang, the young city lord, has fallen to the ground 3 times. Yi Xian has won this battle, right? Lian Yuan asked. Humph, Zhang Lai coldly snorted. He never would have thought that his 500 million taels of silver would be in vain because of Yi Xian, who suddenly appeared out of nowhere. City Lord, I will send the 50 million taels of silver as a betrothal gift to the City Lord's mansion. Shui Hai also came forward with a smile on his face. General Chen, let's go. Zhang Lai had no face to stay here any longer. He quickly asked General Chen to carry the injured Xianxia back. Xianxia hadn't fainted yet. Before he left, he said a few words. I will report this grudge during the competition between the 2 sects. Yi Xian was stunned when he heard this. The competition between the 2 sects? Could it be the sky-splitting sect and the sky-splitting sect? However, by that time, he would have already entered the sky-splitting sect. It didn't matter. Looking at Zhang Lai and the others leaving the Shui family in a hurry, Shui Hai took a deep breath and quickly ordered the servants to prepare the banquet. This time, it was all thanks to Yi Xian. Otherwise, he would have to pay a heavy price. However, he was afraid that his future in the City of Gold would not be so smooth. After offending the city lord, how could he expand his business in the City of Gold? That night, Shui Hai prepared a banquet to entertain Yi Xian and Lian Yuan. If it wasn't for Yi Xian and Lian Yuan, Shui Hai would have had to pay a huge price. Come, come, come. My nephew, eat more. Tell me what you want to eat. I will get it for you. Shui Hai was very happy. Yi Xian had not eaten a big meal for a long time. His appetite was very good. Little brother, how did you cultivate to this level? Lian Yuan suddenly asked when they were halfway through the meal. Oh, my dantian was suddenly broken. After it was healed, my cultivation speed increased a lot. Yi Xian casually replied. There were many unchanging factors in cultivation. If he made up a lie, the other party would not know whether it was true or not. Broken dantian? Lian Yuan was shocked. He had never heard of a broken dantian that was not healed. Yes. After my dantian was broken, I used 2 energy-gathering pills to heal it. Maybe the energy-gathering pill I ate was not an ordinary pill. Yi Xian finished speaking and told Lian Yuan about Eugene. Lian Yuan could not guess. Maybe that senior took a liking to Yi Xian and helped him heal his dantian. However, even someone of his level had never heard of the Heavenly Yuan sect. Seeing that Yi Xian was almost done eating, Shui Hai rolled his eyes and said, Nephew, now that Qingqing's engagement has been cancelled and the betrothal gifts have been returned, then you, what us? Yi Xian raised his head. Your marriage. Shui Hai smiled. If it was any other time, Shui Qingqing would definitely jump out to object. However, this time, she was surprisingly silent and just ate in silence. Uncle, I'm only here to help. Yi Xian smiled awkwardly. Nephew, since you've already helped, why don't you accept her? I think you two are quite compatible. Shui Hai raised his eyebrows at Yi Xian. Uncle, this isn't. Before Yi Xian could finish, Shui Hai pretended to cry and said, Sigh, I knew it. Nephew, you must be disgusted by the stench of money. Hearing this, Yi Xian was helpless. He was already in his 20s. Was he supposed to marry a 14-year-old lowly? After all, 14-year-old was still underage. At this moment, he suddenly felt someone tugging at his sleeve. When he turned his head, he saw Shui Qingqing leaning over and whispering, Hurry up and agree to my father. If you want to help, then help until the end. What if the city lord comes again? The matter has already been resolved. What's the point of helping? Then agree first. Moreover, I still have a lot of dowry. You can take it first and return it to me when you become stronger. Shui Qingqing whispered. What the f***ck, this girl can't have really fallen for me, right? Yi Xian was shocked. He'd already encountered several annulments of marriage recently. Once for Lin Shui'er, once for Shui Qingqing. If he agreed to Shui Qingqing, then he would have to cancel another engagement in the future. However, Shui Qingqing set a very tempting condition. Dowry. How much dowry do you have? Yi Xian asked curiously. Seeing that Yi Xian had taken the bait, Xue Qingqing hurriedly extended a slender hand. 5 million? Yi Xian whispered. No, it's 50 million. Xue Qingqing corrected. What, 50 million? When he heard this number, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. 50 million taels of silver was enough for him to break through to the 8th stage of the martial path. As long as you agree, I will give you the dowry first. For now, you should become stronger and return it to me in the future. Xue Qingqing whispered again. Yi Xian had already fallen into the trap of money. If he went to the Shattering Cloud sect as a mid-stage 8th stage martial path, he would definitely shock everyone. All right. Yi Xian nodded. He immediately agreed to Xue Hai's proposal. Seeing that Yi Xian had agreed, Xue Hai was pleasantly surprised. He immediately ordered that the engagement would be held tomorrow. Yi Xian was also scared half to death. Xue Hai really wanted to marry Xue Qingqing off, but if things didn't work out, he wouldn't be able to get the dowry. The Zhang family had just broken off the engagement and the news hadn't spread yet. The Xue residence was already holding a wedding. This was a slap to Zhang Lai's face. However, Xue Hai had already sent the 50 million taels of betrothal gifts back to the castellan residence. Furthermore, Zhang Lai wasn't sure of Yi Xian's identity, so he couldn't do anything. The next day, Yi Xian directly set the engagement with Xue Qingqing. As for the betrothal gifts, they were Yi Xian's martial arts. This betrothal gift wasn't cheap. No one knew how to use the Frost Fist, Chaotic Star Arrow, Exploding Star Arrow. If they were auctioned, they could be sold for at least 10 million taels of silver. Now, Yi Xian had directly become the son-in-law of the Xue residence. Yi Xian wasn't sure either. If his father, Yi Cheng, found out about this, would his butt be beaten to a pulp? Son-in-law, those martial arts of yours have all been sold. Here is 50 million taels of silver. On the night of the engagement, Xue Hai sent over a large pile of treasures. These were all bought by Yi Xian after he sold the martial arts. Thousand Gold City was a big city and there were many wealthy families in it. Once the martial arts were taken out, they were immediately snatched up. After all, these were martial arts that had never appeared before. Furthermore, they were even better than martial arts of the same level. At this moment, in Yi Xian's house. TSK, TSK, TSK. 50 million taels of treasures. In addition to Qingqing's dowry, that's 100 million taels of silver. This is 100 devour points. Yi Xian couldn't stop smiling as he hurriedly devoured all the items. However, what made him surprised was that the 50 million taels of silver was still not enough for him to break through. The system is too stingy. 50 million taels of silver isn't enough for me to break through from the peak of the 7th rank to the 8th rank? Yi Xian was helpless. Fortunately, he still obtained 50 devour points. This was because he had specially instructed him to choose something that was worth 1 million or 2 million taels. Otherwise, it would be too much of a loss. At this moment, the sound of footsteps suddenly came from outside the door. Yi Xian opened the door and saw Xue Qingqing walking in alone with a large box. What is this? Yi Xian asked in astonishment. Xue Qingqing placed the large box at the door and wiped her fragrant sweat. My dowry is 500,000 taels of gold, so I went out and spent all the money. 1 tael of gold was equivalent to 100 taels of silver. 500,000 taels of gold was equivalent to 50 million taels of silver. Hee, it's been hard on you. Yi Xian's eyes lit up as he hurriedly carried the box into the room. Devour successful. Ding, the host has broken through to the early stage of the 8th rank. Yi Xian didn't even open it and directly devoured the entire box. Then, he broke through to the 8th rank of the martial path. It's finally here. Damn it, the price is too high. 100 million taels of silver is enough to create several 8th rank martial artists. Yi Xian helplessly shook his head. Now that he had broken through to a new realm, the things he needed were probably calculated in hundreds of millions. However, he was calm. As long as he entered the Shattering Cloud sect, would he be afraid of not having enough money? Did you break through? Xue Qingqing sat on the bed and asked. I broke through to the 8th rank of the martial path. Yi Xian nodded. Xianxia looked at him with a face of worship. I'm so envious. With your physique, as long as you have good things, you can break through without limit. Of course, I'm Yixian. Yixian also grinned. He turned his head and said, now that you've solved this matter, are you still going to the Shattering Cloud sect? Oh, I don't like to cultivate. Previously, I was preparing to go to the Shattering Cloud sect to escape the marriage, so I'll forget about it. Xianxia shook her head and said, however, you are now my fiancé. When you go to the Shattering Cloud sect, you have to restrain yourself. Otherwise, I won't forgive you. Pa. Without waiting for Yixian to finish his sentence, Xianxia angrily slapped him on the back of his head. You pervert, we were just acting. To think that I even lent you my dowry. Xianxia snorted. It was just a joke. Yixian helplessly shrugged his shoulders. His actual age was almost 10 years older than Xianxia. How could he be interested in a 14-year-old girl? Xianxia jumped off the bed and prepared to leave. But before she could take a few steps, she turned around and said, when are you leaving? Yixian was startled and said, tomorrow. Oh. Xianxia slightly nodded and opened the door. Before she left, she did not forget to remind Yixian not to attract unwanted attention. After she left, Yixian also laid on the bed alone. He now had over 100 devouring points. What should he exchange them for? Only by fusing with the 100 beast bloodline can I exchange for the 1000 beast bloodline. And this 1000 beast bloodline actually costs 10,000 devouring points. It seems that I can only exchange them for other things. Yixian was very helpless. Right now, he was relying on the 100 beast bloodline to be invincible among those of the same level. He might even be able to challenge those of a higher level. Bloodlines could be said to be the highlight of the devouring system. Yixian felt that it was necessary to exchange for bloodlines first. However, if he exchanged for martial arts, he could still sell them after he learned them. This was not a bad idea. However, when Yixian saw those 8th grade martial arts that were worth tens of devouring points, he could not help but roll his eyes. Not to be spread. These martial arts were actually marked with the words, not to be spread. This meant that after he learned them, he could not sell them to others. Damn, I lost so much. I still wanted to buy an 8th grade martial arts and sell them at the 1000 Gold City auction house. Yixian could not help but exclaim. He actually did not notice this attribute before. What a blunder. Using devouring points to exchange for martial arts was too heaven-defying. An 8th grade martial arts required tens of devouring points. If he sold it outside, he could sell it for tens of millions of silvers. As long as Yixian traveled more and went to a few more cities, he would definitely be able to break even. Unfortunately, he couldn't do it now. Yixian's attention returned to the bloodline. Bloodlines were a very peculiar thing. There were also some relatively strange bloodlines, such as the swordsman bloodline that could enhance the power of sword skills, and the archer bloodline that could enhance the power of archery martial arts and vision. In addition, there were some bloodlines that could transform, such as the Moonlight Werewolf, Deep-Sea Flood Dragon, Titan Giant, and so on. Yixian had a phobia of choice, so he did not know what to do with these 100 devour points. Yixian rolled around on his bed. He probably wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. The next day, when the servant delivered breakfast, he was almost scared to death. Today, Yixian had fluffy hair and 2 dark circles under his eyes. He looked like he was about to collapse. They just got engaged, and they already. Young master and young mistress are really amazing. The servant hurriedly left, thinking that Xianxia was also inside. In fact, this was only because Yixian couldn't sleep. He had planned for the entire night and finally exchanged those 100 devour points. In the world of martial arts, only speed was invincible, therefore, he spent 50 devour points to exchange for a wind-chasing leopard bloodline. This wind-chasing leopard bloodline could increase speed, and it also had an extremely strong jumping ability. Now that Yixian already had 100 beasts bloodline, coupled with a wind-chasing leopard bloodline and a rank 7 movement martial art, his speed would be off the charts. As for the remaining devour points, Yixian exchanged them for 100 flowers bloodline. This would make him immune to poison, and also increase his recovery ability. Whether it was physical strength or spiritual power, it would increase. The reason why he did not exchange for martial arts was because once he reached the Shattering Cloud sect, there would definitely be martial arts. Using Devour points to exchange for martial arts was too wasteful, unless it was an extremely powerful martial art. As for weapons, he did not need them. Even if he wanted to exchange for them, he would exchange for powerful weapons such as large sabers, large axes, large hammers, etc. With his strong physique, it would be a waste not to use these large weapons. Yi Xian finished his breakfast with 2 dark circles under his eyes. Then, he went out to buy a few sets of clothes. After that, he was ready to leave. Son-in-law, after you go to the Shattering Cloud sect, you have to come back and visit more often. Shuai said with a smile. I will. Yi Xian nodded. Xianxia also reminded him, after you go to the Shattering Cloud sect, don't attract unwanted attention. Otherwise, I will beat you up. Yi Xian blushed with shame. Then, he left the Million Gold City. When the Shattering Cloud sect sent people to Lianyun City to recruit people, he was only in the 4th level of the martial path. Now, in less than 2 months, he had broken through to the 8th level of the martial path. If he entered the Shattering Cloud sect, he would definitely make the sect tremble. However, after he left the 10,000 Gold City, 3 people followed him. These 3 people were sent by the 10,000 Gold City Lord to verify his identity. Oh? Following me? Yi Xian, who had just left the Million Gold City, heard the sound of horse hooves behind him. Immediately, he jumped off his horse and began to stretch his muscles. What is this kid doing? He let the horse go. Is he going to walk to the Shattering Cloud sect? The city lord said that this kid is in the peak 7th level of the martial path and is not easy to deal with. Why does it not seem like it? Shoo, let's get off our horses too. The 3 people also drove their horses away and followed behind Yi Xian. However, in the next moment, they were shocked because Yi Xian suddenly burst out with speed and pulled apart the distance between them. What kind of speed is this? Is this kid in the 9th level of the martial path? Impossible, he is only in his teens. How can he be in the 9th level of the martial path? Quick, follow him quickly. The 3 people hurriedly broke into a run. However, no matter how hard they ran, the distance between them and Yi Xian was gradually widening. What a joke, I have the Chasing Wind Leopard bloodline and the 100 Flowers bloodline now. My recovery is extremely strong. Even if you drive a sports car, you won't be able to catch up to me. Yi Xian snorted without looking back and continued on his way. The reason why he exchanged for the 100 Flowers bloodline was because of its recovery ability. This recovery ability included many things, such as physical strength, spiritual power, and even the speed of recovery of injuries. With the 100 Flowers bloodline and the Chasing Wind Leopard bloodline, he could definitely run to the Shattering Cloud sect. There were many forks in the 9th mountain range of the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun. However, the Shattering Cloud sect and the Million Gold City were not in the same direction. Therefore, Yi Xian had to return to the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun. However, just as he was about to enter the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun, he suddenly saw a familiar figure. Hey, isn't this Commander Lu? Yi Xian's eyes were filled with killing intent. He was really afraid that Commander Lu would return to the Million Gold City. If that was the case, the Zhang family and the Shui family would fight. Not good. Commander Lu's expression changed when he saw Yi Xian. He quickly turned around and ran. He had been hiding in the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun for a few days. He did not expect to bump into Yi Xian, who was on his way back. Die. Yi Xian quickly approached and took out the cloud-splitting bow. Wang. 6 arrow lights shot out, instantly turning Commander Lu into a sieve. Yi Xian was now in the 8th realm of the martial path, while Commander Lu was in the peak 7th realm. With the cloud-splitting bow, Commander Lu could not block it at all. How pitiful. Who asked you to be so unlucky? Yi Xian shook his head and searched Commander Lu's body, but did not find much. If Commander Lu had left through the entrance of the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun and taken a detour back to the City of Thousand Gold, Yi Xian would definitely not have encountered him. This was luck. After Commander Lu's death, the stone in Yi Xian's heart finally fell. Right now, no one knew that he'd killed a team under the command of the Myriad Gold City's city lord, including a consecrator at the 8th level of the martial Dao. Only he and Shui Qingqing knew about this. After solving this problem, Yi Xian continued on his journey. He spent about 3 days and finally arrived at the foot of the Shattering Cloud sect. However, the long journey had caused him to wear out a few pairs of shoes. At this time, the shoes on his feet could not be more worn out. Even his toes were exposed. However, this did not matter. After entering the Shattering Cloud sect, he would definitely receive the Shattering Cloud sect's disciple robes. Shattering Cloud sect, I'm coming. Yi Xian shouted at the foot of the mountain and then began to climb the mountain gate. Along the way, Yi Xian saw many Shattering Cloud sect disciples coming down the mountain. At the same time, he felt that the strength of these disciples was much stronger than that of ordinary family disciples. He even saw disciples in the 7th realm of the martial path who looked to be about 17 or 18 years old. The Shattering Cloud sect was indeed worthy of being one of the 2 great sects of the South Forest County. The Shattering Cloud sect's mountain gate had a total of 999 steps. Yi Xian climbed up with ease. However, as soon as he reached the top of the mountain, a discordant voice came from the side. Where did this savage come from? He doesn't even have shoes. How dare he come to my Shattering Cloud sect? Yi Xian turned his head and saw 3 figures walking towards them. They were all wearing the Shattered Cloud sect's disciple robes. Moreover, they were inner sect disciples. Men, beat this kid down. The leader of the inner disciples waved his hand and said. Immediately after, a disciple guarding the mountain approached Yi Xian and said, Brother, you should quickly descend the mountain. I'm here to report, Yi Xian said slowly. This? The disciple who was guarding the mountain was stunned. He immediately turned his head and said, Senior Brother Ning, he is a newly accepted disciple of the sect. He is here to report. However, the inner sect disciple ignored him and continued, I told you to beat him down. Junior Sister Guan will be descending the mountain soon. Don't let him pollute Junior Sister Guan's eyes. The disciple guarding the mountain was very helpless. He turned his head and said, Junior brother, you should go down the mountain and buy a pair of shoes first. However, before he could finish his sentence, a figure flashed to his side and slapped the back of his head. Senior Brother Ning told you to beat him down. Didn't you hear him? The person who attacked was also an inner sect disciple. It was one of the people behind Senior Brother Ning. Yi Xian did not expect the other party to suddenly attack. He immediately grabbed the disciple guarding the mountain and gently swept his right foot, kicking the disciple who hit him in the leg. The disciple who suddenly attacked did not expect that he would be ambushed. He immediately fell down and rolled down the long ladder. How dare you attack his opponent? You are courting death. When the other inner disciple saw this, he immediately yelled and rushed forward. A mere 7th stage of the martial path dares to be arrogant in front of me. You get down as well. Yi Xian muttered. When the other party rushed over, he directly kicked him down the stairs. This time, Senior Brother Ning was no longer calm. His 2 followers were actually kicked down by Yi Xian. How could he just sit back and watch? How dare you attack my people? Senior Brother Ning arrogantly walked towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian helped the disciple guarding the mountain up and said, You attacked your fellow disciples over such a small matter. Is this the quality of a disciple of the Shattering Cloud sect? Quality? What qualifications do you have to say this? You actually dared to attack my 2 junior brothers. I will give you a chance now. Get down to the foot of the mountain yourself. Otherwise, don't even think about keeping your legs. Senior Brother Ning looked at Yi Xian with an arrogant look. However, this could not be blamed on him. He was born in a noble family and was ranked in the top 10 of the inner sect disciples. Therefore, he still had some capital. If you want to get lost yourself. Yi Xian coldly snorted. You are courting death. Senior Brother Ning glared and rushed towards Yi Xian. He was ready to kick Yi Xian down. What a joke. You are the one courting death. Yi Xian easily avoided the opponent's attack. His right hand quickly hit Senior Brother Ning. Senior Brother Ning lost his balance and directly fell down. Plop. Plop. Senior brother Ning really rolled down. The surrounding disciples of the Shattering Cloud sect were shocked. Xian was really a newborn calf that was not afraid of tigers. He had just arrived and he had already provoked an inner sect disciple. Was he courting death? However, Xian had just arrived at the Shattering Cloud sect. How could he have such strength? Could it be that he was sent by a big family? Pow! Senior brother Ning was not to be trifled with. He pushed his hands on the ground and his whole body flew up. Then, he landed steadily on the stairs. He did not care about the dust on his body and directly rushed up. At the same time, he shouted, "I will kill you. It seems that you are not ruthless enough. Get lost." Without waiting for senior brother Ning to rush up, Xian kicked him in the face. In an instant, a strong force leaked out and directly kicked senior brother Ning's nose crooked. At the same time, his body was also sent flying. Senior brother Ning's body smashed onto the stairs and began to roll down. The whole audience was stunned. Senior brother Ning's name was widely known in the Shattering Cloud sect. As the 10th in the inner sect, he was already in the middle of the 7th level of the martial path. After a period of time, he could even reach the peak of the 7th level of the martial path. However, such a realm was actually so weak in front of Xian. Could it be that this senior brother Ning was a paper tiger that relied on medicinal pills? Could it be that the moment he was crushed, his true colors would be revealed? Humph, many unjust deeds bring about self-destruction. Xian coldly snorted. Then, he turned his head to look at the guarding disciple and said, "Senior brother, I am Xian from Lianyan City. May I ask where I am reporting?" The guarding disciple was so shocked that he could not speak. He stared at Xian's harmless face. After a long while, he slowly opened his mouth. However, before he could speak, someone on the side started to jeer. "Senior Sister Guan is here. Senior Sister Guan is here." The disciple originally wanted to say something, but he forcefully stuffed his words back. He even left Xian behind and ran to the side. Xian also turned his head to look, only to see a graceful and beautiful figure slowly walking over in front of him. The figure paused and stopped more than 10 meters away from Xian. She glanced at Xian, and when he saw the lower half of Xian's body, he immediately frowned. "It's over, it's over. This kid is over. Senior Sister Guan hates people with disheveled clothes. This kid is over." Someone whispered from the side. Xian was startled. He lowered his head to look and was furious. "My shoes are just scratched. How am I disheveled?" However, he had forgotten that he had been on the road for several days and had not washed his hair. It was a little messy and shiny under the sun. Even an ordinary person would be disgusted by it. However, before he could open his mouth, another person rushed out and blocked Senior Sister Guan. At the same time, he shouted at Xian, "Stinking brat, why aren't you backing off? Do you want to die?" It seemed that another troublemaker had come looking for him. "I'm so low-key, but trouble always comes looking for me. TSK. Xian muttered to himself. He then snorted, "I'm not leaving." "What are you going to do about it?" Today, he was prepared to make a big scene. Otherwise, he would only be an outer disciple. If he did not make a big scene, how would he attract the experts of the Shattering Cloud sect and make them accept him as a disciple? "Stinking brat, you're courting death," the inner disciple shouted. He drew his sword and rushed towards Xian. "It's over. Senior brother Liu is the 6th in the inner sect. He has already broken through to the peak of the 7th level of the martial path. He is much stronger than senior brother Ning. This kid can't take 3 strikes from senior brother Liu. 3 strikes my ass. 1 strike is enough." The surrounding dozens of Shattering Cloud sect's disciples were all whispering to each other. However, in the next moment, they were so shocked that they couldn't even speak. They saw that senior brother Liu, who was charging at Xian with his sword, missed and was then hooked by Xian's leg and sent flying outside. Plop! Senior apprentice brother Liu fell down the stairs. Because of his fast speed, he fell even more miserably than senior apprentice brother Ning. "It's over, it's over. Senior apprentice brother Liu has also fallen. This brat has offended 2 of the top 10 inner disciples. He's dead for sure." That's right, Senior Martial Brother Lu is Elder Lu's grandson. The rest of the disciples had sympathetic expressions on their faces. However, there were also many people who were guessing what kind of deity Yixian was. He had just reported to the Shattering Cloud sect, yet he was able to turn the 10th and 6th ranked inner sect disciples into such a state. TSK. Yixian spat on the ground with a look of disdain. In the next moment, from the corner of his eye, he saw that senior apprentice Sister Guan's eyebrows were tightly knitted together again. Damn, this senior apprentice Sister Guan can't be a germaphobe, right? Yixian immediately reacted. He looked around and found that the surroundings were very beautiful. There wasn't even a piece of trash on the ground. Even the leaves that had just fallen had been picked up by the disciples. It was very clean. He was drunk. This germaphobe had probably reached the point of ascending to the immortal world. She couldn't tolerate even a speck of sand in her eyes. Stinking brat, I'm going to kill you. Waves of angry roars came from behind him. Yixian turned his head to look and discovered that the two inner sect senior brothers had already gotten up and were charging towards him. Yo, you still want to come up? Get down. Yixian immediately strode forward and kicked them down one by one. Plop. Plop. The two of them rolled down like rubber balls again, their bodies dirty. Just now, he didn't control his strength well, and that senior apprentice Brother Ning even spat out a mouthful of blood on the ground. At this time, senior apprentice Sister Guan's eyebrows were tightly knitted. Her eyes were burning with anger, as if she was about to spit fire. At this time, Yixian finally reacted. He found that this senior apprentice Sister Guan was quite good-looking. She was about 17 or 18 years old, but her face was as cold as ice, without any expression. If it wasn't for the anger in her eyes and her slightly trembling body, Yixian would have thought that she was a wax figure. Senior apprentice Sister Guan was tolerating this. She really wanted to attack, but even she couldn't see through Yixian's strength. A person who could easily defeat the 6th and 10th inner disciples was definitely not an ordinary person. She was only the 5th inner disciple and was also at the peak of the 7th stage of the martial path. She was probably not a match for Yixian. At this time. What's going on here? An old voice came from afar. Immediately after, an old man wearing the Shattering Cloud sect's elder robes walked over. Oh? Finally, someone with status has come. Yixian's eyes lit up. It seemed that his plan to create momentum was already half successful. Everyone's eyes fell on this old man. Except for Yixian and Yi, everyone recognized this old man. It's the Guardian Elder. Someone said in a low voice. However, this sentence also reminded Yixian. It seemed that this old man wasn't an ordinary elder. A Guardian Elder was an elder in charge of guarding the mountain gate. The mountain gate was the face of a sect. It was an extremely important place. Therefore, the Guardian Elder of the mountain gate was naturally not an ordinary person. What's going on here? Why is it so noisy? The Guardian Elder looked around and asked. However, when he said this, no one answered. Just then, Senior Brother Lu and Senior Brother Ning caught up. The former immediately cupped his hands and said, Elder, this kid's clothes are disheveled. Junior Brother Ning asked him to tidy up his clothes before going up the mountain. However, we didn't expect that this kid would directly attack Junior Brother Ning. Then, he even, disheveled clothes. The Guardian Elder also saw the girl surnamed Guan and said with a smile, I see. However, the two of you are in the top 10 of the inner sect. How could you be kicked off the stairs by him? This question stumped Senior Brother Lu and Senior Brother Ning. They didn't understand how the other party had such strength. However, they couldn't be blamed. After all, Yixian deliberately suppressed his spiritual energy fluctuations. Just now, he was only relying on his physical body. Forget it. The Guardian Elder didn't ask any more. He just slowly approached Yixian. When he was only 10 meters away from Yixian, his expression suddenly changed. He exclaimed, 8th realm of the martial path? The surrounding people were also shocked. No wonder Yixian could easily kick Senior Brother Lu and Senior Brother Ning off the stairs. It turned out that he was already in the 8th realm of the martial path. However, they hadn't heard of a disciple from a big family entering the Shattering Cloud sect recently. This old man is so powerful. I deliberately suppressed my aura, but he was still able to sense it from so far away. As expected of an elder of the Shattering Cloud sect. He should be a martial artist of the 10th stage of the martial path. Xian was secretly impressed. The 10th stage of the martial path was the final stage of the martial path. As long as one reached the peak of the 10th stage of the martial path, they would have to work hard to break through to the true spirit realm. It was said that the sect master of the Shattering Cloud sect was a very powerful true spirit realm expert. Little brother, where did you come from? The guardian elder was extremely shocked because Xian looked very young. I came from Lianyun City to report to the Shattering Cloud sect. Xian respectfully cupped his fists. Report, the guardian elder was startled again and shouted, what kind of joke is this? The disciples of the Shattering Cloud sect who are in charge of excavating are usually from the 4th stage to the 5th stage of the martial path. At most, they are from the 6th stage of the martial path. I have not heard of any family that is willing to send a genius of the 8th stage of the martial path to the Shattering Cloud sect. I am not lying. If you don't believe me, you can go and check. Xian said and then added, my name is Xian and I come from the Yi family of Lianyun City. The guardian elder still didn't believe him, but he directly called an outer sect disciple. Not long after, this outer sect disciple brought in a deacon of the Shattering Cloud sect. Check how many disciples came from Lianyun City. The guardian elder said. Yes. The deacon nodded and then began to open a thick book. After a long while, he replied, Lianyun City has 2 disciples. One is Chen Feng from the Chen family, but he has yet to return from the experience. The other is Xian from the Yi family. He is in the early 4th stage of the martial path and has yet to report. Hearing this, the mountain guardian elder was also surprised. There really was someone like Xian, and he was even here to report. This brat is already in the early 8th stage of the martial path. He is 4 stages higher than the record. This is too fake. But who would do such a thing? The guardian elder was astonished and said, who went to Lianyun City at that time? Call him over. Yes. The deacon nodded and ran off. Not long after, he returned with another person. It was an outer disciple. This outer sect disciple had just arrived and was a little confused about the situation. He respectfully greeted them. 2 months ago, it was you who went to Lianyun City? The guardian elder glanced at Xian and asked. Yes. The outer disciple nodded. Then take a look, do you know him? The guardian elder pointed at Xian. The outer sect disciple followed his finger and saw Xian. He nodded. I recognize him. He's Xian from the Yi family in Lianyun City. What? At this moment, the surrounding disciples were in an uproar. Was this person really from a small rural town? Was he really Xian? How could this be possible? Are you sure? The mountain guardian elder asked, not daring to believe it. Disciple affirms. The outer sect disciple looked at Xian again. He still had an impression of Xian, but the latter's figure was a little stronger and taller than before. Are you really Xian from the Yi family in Lianyun City? The mountain guardian elder still didn't believe it, because in these 2 short months, Xian had directly broken through from the early stage of the 4th level of the martial Dao to the early stage of the 8th level of the martial Dao. There were a total of 11 realms here, and on average, it was a small realm every 6 days. This was simply inconceivable. Elder, could it be that this brat is here to replace someone else? Xian asked. It was impossible for a genius at the 8th stage of the martial Dao to replace a person at the 4th stage of the martial Dao to come to the Shattering Cloud sect. After all, a person like Xian would be heavily nurtured wherever he went. The guardian elder continued to ask, then how did you break through from the 4th realm to the 8th realm in 2 months? With regards to this question, Xian had already thought of an excuse. After all, he couldn't possibly reveal his ability to break through. He immediately explained, this brat had a fortuitous encounter while training in the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun. So, 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun? When they heard about this place, the surrounding people all revealed expressions of enlightenment. This caused Xian to be somewhat puzzled. It is said that many strange things have happened in the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun recently. There are many demonic beasts wearing crystal pendants moving around. It seems like you obtained a lot of crystals and then bought elixirs to break through. The guardian elder slowly said. Hearing this, the surrounding disciples revealed a look of disdain. Because Yixian actually used elixirs to break through. That meant that he was just a paper tiger. TSK, I thought that he was a super genius. It turns out that he is just a paper tiger. Using elixirs to break through is just a temporary show of power. He will suffer in the future. I heard that there was a senior brother who continuously used elixirs to break through. In the end, his cultivation base became unstable and his meridians were damaged, causing his strength to regress. Also, there are many drawbacks to using elixirs to break through one's cultivation base. Some people even suffered chi deviation during cultivation and lost their minds. In the end, they jumped into a well and died. The disciples began to whisper among themselves. From the initial worship to the current disdain, the change was very timely. That senior sister Guan was originally shocked by Yixian's talent, which was why she didn't make a move. However, after hearing the guardian elder's words, she revealed the same expression as the surrounding people. Since you are here to report, then go ahead. However, this old man has to remind you that you should stop cultivating like this as soon as possible. Otherwise, you will only destroy yourself. Someone, bring him to collect his uniform. After the guardian elder finished speaking, he turned around and left. It turned out that they had all misunderstood Yixian. Yixian also wanted to explain, but when he saw the expressions of the surrounding people, he hesitated. This was because he couldn't explain that he cultivated normally or used elixirs. Forget it, forget it. I will start as an outer disciple first. In any case, I will be promoted to the inner sect very soon, Yixian thought to himself. However, after the guardian elder left, senior brother Lu and senior brother Ning looked at each other and rushed towards Yixian. Brat, you are finished this time. Ah, plop. Plop. The two of them were kicked down by Yixian. The surrounding people revealed sympathetic expressions. They didn't sympathize with the two top 10 inner sect disciples, but with Yixian. Yixian had just arrived and he had already provoked two people. Moreover, he was so arrogant even though he didn't have any real abilities. This meant that his future days wouldn't be so easy. The 8th stage of the martial path was definitely the #1 expert in Lianyun City. However, in the Shattering Cloud sect, there were countless of them. There were even a few of them in the younger generation. Before the age of 25, it was the prime time for a human to practice martial arts. This was because the meridians weren't fixed during this period, so cultivation was faster. After the age of 25, cultivation would slow down. Therefore, when Yixian broke through to the 8th stage of the martial path in 2 months, it didn't surprise many people. After all, in their opinion, Yixian relied on a large number of elixirs. Looking at Yixian's departing figure, senior sister Guan's brows slightly relaxed. However, when she saw 2 dirty figures rushing towards her, she instantly frowned and turned around to leave. The deacon of the Shattering Cloud sect brought Yixian to receive the outer disciple's uniform. Then, he assigned Yixian a house. AI, what a pity. I thought you were a super genius. I didn't expect you to rely on a large number of elixirs. You are too unwise. You should have saved up so many crystals. A gradual cycle is the way to go. The deacon of the Shattering Cloud sect shook his head and left. Damn, a super genius is being buried. I should think about how to attract attention. Yixian stayed in his courtyard and pondered. He suddenly remembered that the outer sect of the Shattering Cloud sect had a ranking. As long as he was in the top 10 every month, he would be promoted to the inner sect. At that time, he would be able to challenge the inner sect disciples. Hey, there are only a few days left this month. I will fight my way to the top of the outer sect. Yixian thought. He directly put on his shoes and washed his hair. He didn't want others to think that he was a country bumpkin. After that, he strolled around the Shattering Cloud sect. He asked about a few places and rushed over. He first went to the place where the Shattering Cloud sect applied to challenge the outer sect disciple. What? You want to challenge the outer sect disciple? What's your name? A deacon of the Shattering Cloud sect raised his head. I just reported today. My name is Xian. Xian reported his name. The deacon also looked through the book, but couldn't find Xian's name. Therefore, he said, no, your name hasn't been updated. Wait for it to be updated. Xian was slightly helpless. After looking around, he secretly took out a silver note worth 10,000 taels of silver and said, Senior brother, can you make an exception? The deacon of the Shattering Cloud sect glanced at him, and his expression changed. What kind of person do you think I am? At least 30,000 taels of silver. Fuck. Xian cursed in his heart. However, 30,000 taels was simply a drop in the bucket for him. He immediately took out another 40,000 taels of silver and secretly handed it over. Haha, junior brother's EQ is really high. The deacon of the Shattering Cloud sect quickly put away the silver notes. After adding Xian to the book, he asked, Junior brother, are you really going to challenge the number 1 outer sect disciple? Are you sure? Outer sect disciples are at the peak of the 6th stage of the martial path. The Shattering Cloud sect's deacon kindly reminded him. Don't worry. I can handle it. Xian nodded again. What kind of joke was this? He could even kill someone in the 8th stage of the martial path. Why would he be afraid of someone in the 6th stage of the martial path? Alright, I'll register it for you. When do you want to challenge? The Shattering Cloud sect's deacon didn't say much and asked again. As soon as possible. Best if it's today. Xian said. Today, he had caused a ruckus in front of the sect, but it was suppressed. Of course, he wanted to cause a ruckus again. Alright, then go to the challenge arena and wait. I'll inform junior brother Qiu. Hearing this, Xian thanked the deacon and left. He asked for the direction of the challenge arena and rushed over. There were thousands of outer sect disciples in the Shattering Cloud sect. To be able to get first place in the outer sect, he definitely had some skills. Unfortunately, his opponent was Xian. Not long after, a few outer sect disciples came to the challenge arena. The deacon was among them. You're the one who wants to challenge me? An outer sect disciple with thick eyebrows asked. That's me, Xian replied indifferently. You're really reckless. Wasting my time. Hurry up and get on the arena. I still need to cultivate. This outer sect disciple had never seen Xian before, so he thought Xian was looking for trouble. The Shattering Cloud sect's deacon who registered Xian was the judge. Xian and this outer sect disciple went up the arena together. However, in the next moment, the deacon was also shocked. He saw that the outer sect disciple was directly slapped out of the arena by Xian. He was defeated. What's going on? I just blinked. How did senior brother Qiu fly out of the arena? The disciples who followed them widened their eyes. I saw senior brother Qiu get slapped out of the arena. How is this possible? Senior brother Qiu is at the peak of the 6th stage of the martial path. He's unrivaled in the 6th stage of the martial path. How could he be slapped out of the arena? At this moment, the Shattering Cloud sect's deacon reacted and announced, Xian wins. He didn't expect Xian to be so strong. He was afraid that he had already reached the 7th stage of the martial path. However, he hadn't heard of any large family sending their disciples to the Shattering Cloud sect recently. After obtaining victory, Xian walked out of the arena without turning his head and left in a hurry. The outer sect disciple who was slapped out of the arena was stunned. If Xian wasn't wearing outer sect disciple robes, he would have thought that some inner sect disciple had come to find trouble with him. Just like that, Xian took first place in the outer sect. Unfortunately, there weren't many people who came to watch. His momentum was a bit of a failure. This won't do. I have to attract the attention of the higher-ups. Otherwise, if the city lord of the Million Gold City sends people to the Shattering Cloud sect, my lie will be exposed. Xian was a bit worried. If his lie was exposed, then Lianyun City would be in danger. Forget it. I'll go to the martial arts pavilion first and sell my martial arts. Xian thought for a moment and walked towards the martial arts pavilion. His martial arts were relatively rare. At least, they hadn't appeared in the Million Gold City. He should be able to sell them for a good price in the Shattering Cloud sect. The Frost Fist, Exploding Star Arrow, Chaotic Star Arrow, Netherworld Steps were all 7th grade martial arts. Adding in some 6th grade martial arts, Xian estimated that he could sell them for at least 50 million taels of silver. However, he underestimated the black-hearted nature of the Shattering Cloud sect. His martial arts were only sold for 30 million taels of silver. The Shattering Cloud sect implemented a point system. Xian exchanged the 30 million taels of silver for more than 3,000 points. He then bought some heavenly treasures and divine weapons to consume. His strength increased once again. Damn it, after breaking through to the 8th level of the martial path, the experience points required are too much. I estimate that I'll need another 70 to 80 million or even 100 million. Xian was slightly helpless, but this time, he obtained another 30 points of Devour points. However, he did not use them. Instead, he saved them. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration appeared in his mind. He thought of an excellent way to attract the attention of others. Since I've already provoked the inner sect disciples, why don't I directly fight my way to the inner sect? I'll set up an arena and challenge all the elites of the inner sect. Xian's eyes lit up. Ever since he merged with the 100 Beast bloodline, he had become violent. Perhaps it was because of Xianxia. However, it had to be said that fighting his way to the inner sect was a good idea. This was because the mentors and elders of the Shattering Cloud sect were all inner sect disciples. Immediately, he rushed to the inner sect. Under normal circumstances, outer sect disciples were not allowed to enter the inner sect. However, some inner sect disciples found outer sect disciples to run errands, so this rule was gradually forgotten. Xian walked into the inner sect. At a glance, he saw a bunch of disciples wearing inner sect robes. Their strength was around the 7th level of the martial path. There were thousands of outer sect disciples in the Shattering Cloud sect. However, there were only 200 inner sect disciples. Every month, 10 outer sect disciples would be promoted to the inner sect. At the same time, 10 older inner sect disciples would leave the Shattering Cloud sect or become deacons of the Shattering Cloud sect. Therefore, the number of inner sect disciples was maintained at around 200. After entering the inner sect, Xian went directly to the inner sect's martial arts field. At this time, the martial arts field was very lively. Looking at the dozens of figures in the martial arts field, Xian thought to himself, "Tisk, TSK, TSK. Since I want to make a scene, I'll make it big." He walked into the martial arts field and suddenly shouted, "All inner sect disciples, listen up. I, Xian, seek defeat." His voice was extremely loud and clear. It was amplified by spiritual power. Almost half of the inner sect disciples could hear it. When the inner sect disciples in the martial arts field heard this roar, they stopped what they were doing and turned their heads to look. At this time, Xian loudly repeated his words. This time, he became the focus of attention. Is this guy crazy? A mere outer sect disciple dares to cause trouble in the inner sect? I think he's really crazy. Doesn't he know that even the weakest inner disciple can sweep through the outer disciples? Idiot. These inner disciples didn't care and continued to practice. There were a few inner sect disciples who were closer to the entrance of the martial arts field. They all gathered around and prepared to teach Xian a lesson. Brat, are you possessed by the devil? Get the hell out of here. Hearing the conversation, Xian turned his head and snorted, "You want me to scram? That'll depend on your strength." What arrogance. Scram. An inner disciple rushed forward without drawing his sword, preparing to fan Xian out of the training field. The few people at the side also revealed expressions of schadenfreude. However, in the next moment, their expressions that were not smiles suddenly stopped. They saw that the inner disciple who rushed forward was easily knocked down by Xian and then stepped on under his foot. Who else? Xian shouted. The martial arts field suddenly quieted down. Those inner sect disciples who didn't think much of it turned their heads again, each with a strange look on their faces. What's going on? They didn't understand the situation. An outer sect disciple was stepping on an inner sect disciple. What was going on? You're courting death. After seeing that their companion was knocked down by Xian, two people also rushed forward. However, their strength was on par with the person under Yi Xian's foot, so they were easily knocked down by Yi Xian. Get the hell out of here. Yi Xian kicked each of them out of the martial arts field. These three people were all inner sect disciples in the early stage of 7th realm of the martial path. No wonder you dare to cause trouble in the inner sect. It turns out that you have some skills. Let me take you on. A voice drifted over. Yi Xian turned his head and saw a young man walking out from the side. Middle stage 7th realm of the martial path, Yi Xian thought to himself. The young man didn't wait for Yi Xian's reply and rushed straight at him. Mountain Splitter Fist. Get lost. Faced with his opponent's attack, Yi Xian also met his opponent's punch with a punch. Bang! The two fists collided, and a shockwave swept over. The two of them were evenly matched. This time, Yi Xian also threw a punch with all his might. However, he didn't use a 7th realm martial art, but the barbaric bull charge of the back connecting fist, a level 2 martial art. What's going on? Isn't that the back connecting fist, a level 2 martial art? Oh my god, using a level 2 martial art to block a level 7 martial art? How strong is this kid? Could it be that he's been training his body since he was young and has an extraordinary physique? While the surrounding people were still in shock, Yi Xian suddenly kicked out and sent the inner sect disciple flying. He landed outside the martial arts field. Not a single one of you can fight. Who else is there? Yi Xian shouted loudly. What an arrogant kid. Everyone, attack together. Immediately, a few inner sect disciples rushed out. Although it was unethical to bully the young with numbers, Yi Xian's strength was unquestionable. If they didn't attack, the entire inner sect would lose face. 3, huh? Good timing. Yi Xian shouted and quickly rushed forward. His 100-beast bloodline and wind-chasing leopard bloodline gave him extraordinary speed. Coupled with the level 7 martial art, Netherworld steps, no one could catch up to him. Bang! 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 Several muffled sounds rang out. Without exception, all three inner sect disciples were kicked out of the martial arts field by Yi Xian. 1-on-1, Yi Xian won, 1-on-2, Yi Xian also won, however, in a 1 versus 3 situation, Yi Xian still won. His strength had already intimidated everyone present. Yi Xian looked around and said, "This is not fun. All of you, come at me together. Damn it, this kid is too arrogant. Everyone, attack together and beat him up. Kill him, or we'll lose face in the inner sect. Go." Yi Xian had already aroused public anger. Everyone rushed toward him. There were dozens of people. Ha ha ha, let's fight to our heart's content. After shouting, Yi Xian rushed into the crowd. He was now fighting one against many. This group of inner sect disciples were all in the 7th realm of the martial path. Some were in the early stage, while others were in the middle stage. Although some of them were in the middle stage of the 7th realm like Senior Brother Ning, their strength was different. Senior Brother Ning was ranked 10th in the inner sect. In a 1-on-1 situation, not many people could beat him. However, he was easily defeated by Yi Xian. Yi Xian relied on his speed. Bang! 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 In just a few breaths of time, 10 of the inner sect disciples had fallen. In less than 10 seconds, 20 inner sect disciples had fallen. A minute later, everyone was lying in the martial arts field, screaming in agony as dust billowed in the air. TSK, not a single one of you can fight. Yi Xian stood in the middle with a disdainful look on his face. He had counted 57 people here. Just now, he had fought 57 alone, however, he still won under such circumstances. There were already many people gathered outside the martial arts field, including those who had been thrown out by Yi Xian. After witnessing Yi Xian's heaven-defying strength, these people quickly retreated. No one dared to enter the martial arts field. At this moment, a figure suddenly flew over from afar, causing these people to retreat in shock. Yi Xian began to throw the disciples who had fallen out of the martial arts field one by one. Oh my god, he threw people more than 20 meters away with one hand. Is he still human? That's too scary. Could he be a monster in human form? Quick, go and inform the other senior brothers. The people outside the martial arts field looked at each other. At this moment, there were already dozens of people gathered outside the martial arts field. In addition to those who had yet to be thrown out of the martial arts field, there were already more than 100 people. One had to know that there were only 200 people in the entire Shattering Cloud sect. In less than 2 minutes, the entire martial arts field had been cleaned up. Other than Yi Xian, there was no one else. I booked this martial arts field. If you want to enter, you'll have to go through me first. When Yi Xian's voice fell into everyone's ears, the same thought flashed through their minds at the same time. This kid was too damn arrogant, however, he had the right to be arrogant. Who here could fight 57 alone? Perhaps even the number 1 senior brother in the inner sect couldn't do it, not to mention the number 1 in the inner sect. Even those experts who had already become deacons of the Shattering Cloud sect couldn't do it. After all, the ranking list of the inner sect only recorded the geniuses who were 20 years old and below. In fact, before Yi Xian spoke, many people had already gone to invite experts from the inner sect. Therefore, Yi Xian's goal this time could be considered to have been partially achieved. As long as he beat up the inner sect's number 1 disciple, he would become famous. When that time came, would he still be afraid of not attracting the attention of the Shattering Cloud sect's elders? Come on, bring a few more who can fight. Yi Xian was also secretly looking forward to it. Although the bloodline of the wind-chasing leopard was not expensive, it was extremely cost-effective. In the world of martial arts, speed was the only thing that could not be defeated. As long as he was fast enough and strong enough, he could beat up everyone. Yi Xian was the only one in the martial arts training grounds. Outside the martial arts training grounds, over 100 inner sect disciples had gathered. Not long after, a few figures walked out from the crowd. It's the 7th, 8th, and 9th disciples of the inner court. This is going to be a good show. Someone recognized the 3 of them. The 6th in the inner sect was senior brother Liu. He was at the peak of the 7th stage of the martial path, but after that, everyone was at the middle stage of the 7th stage. In other words, these 3 people were also at the same stage. However, the 3 of them were able to stand out from the dozens of middle stage 7th stage martial path disciples. Their strength was definitely extraordinary. Kid, you're just an outer sect disciple. How dare you cause trouble in the inner sect? Are you tired of living? A long-haired young man said coldly. If you want to fight, then fight. Cut the crap. The 3 of you can come at me together. Yi Xian did not care. He did not think that these 3 people were any different from the people he had beaten up just now. What an arrogant kid. Junior brother Chen, junior brother Lin, let's go together. The long-haired young man had heard of Yi Xian's strength, so he did not dare to be careless. Okay. The other 2 nodded and drew their long swords. The 3 of them rushed out together. However, they had only taken a few steps when Yi Xian had already swept in front of them. Then, each of them threw a punch and sent them flying. Watch out. The people outside the martial arts training grounds retreated. No one dared to catch them. Plop. The 3 of them fell hard on the ground and cried out in pain. The 3 of you are too weak. Call more powerful people. Yi Xian said coldly. What a big mouth. I don't believe it. Junior brother Chen, junior brother Lin, let's go again. The long-haired young man said and rushed out again. However, the 3 of them were sent flying by Yi Xian again. Who was the inner sect disciple? How can this person be so fast? I'm afraid he's almost catching up to the instructor. Also, his strength is too amazing. He can easily send people flying more than 20 meters. Where's senior brother Zhong? Why aren't they here yet? Didn't senior brother Zhong go out to train a long time ago? He's not back yet. The senior brother Zhong that the group of inner sect disciples were talking about was the current number 1 inner sect disciple, Zhong Yang, who was in the middle stage of 8th stage martial path. In addition, the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th inner sect disciples were also in the 8th stage of martial path. These were the last 2 straws in the hearts of the inner sect disciples. If even these 4 people were defeated, then the inner sect would really lose face. The dignified inner sect of the Shattering Cloud sect was defeated by an outer sect disciple. How could they cultivate here in the future? They're here. The three senior brothers are here. The crowd stepped aside to make a path. Then, three more young men came. I heard that an outer sect disciple came to our inner sect to cause trouble. I thought someone spread the rumor, but I didn't expect it to be true. An extremely handsome young man said, then turned his head and asked, Junior brother who, the three of you were defeated too? The long-haired young man clutched his chest and nodded, Senior brother Hua, this kid is very strong. The three of us are no match for him. Someone on the side added, Senior brother Hua, this kid just defeated dozens of us by himself. Senior brother Hua, you have to be careful. What? When he heard these words, the handsome young man was also shocked. One person had challenged dozens of people. Even he couldn't do this, right? This guy is quite capable. Junior brothers, it seems that we have to fight together. The handsome young man said to the two beside him. Okay. The two beside him also nodded. Although they didn't believe it, there were so many people present. It was impossible for all of them to lie through their teeth, right? Moreover, there were so many people present. Most of them were injured and their clothes were dirty. It seemed that they had fought a battle. It's better to be safe than sorry, lest you get into trouble. The handsome young man led the two of them into the martial arts field. I'm Hui Yuan. May I ask who you are? The handsome young man cupped his fist and asked. Yi Xian. When Hui Yuan heard this name, he thought carefully in his heart for a moment, but he couldn't remember anything. So he asked again, since Junior brother is so capable, why are you still an outer sect disciple? Hee, I just reported in today. Seeing that Yi Xian had no intention of talking nonsense, Hui Yuan nodded slightly and said, in that case, Junior brother, be careful. Pung. Just as he finished speaking, a muffled sound was heard. At the same time, Hui Yuan rushed out like a cheetah. The other two did the same. Rank 8 movement technique, Stormy Thunder Steps? Someone outside the arena exclaimed. A rank 7 movement technique was already very rare. Most of the disciples present had a rank 6 movement technique. Only a few had a rank 7 movement technique. As for a rank 8 movement technique, it was likely that only these three geniuses who had broken through to the 8th stage of the martial path knew it. The three people's speed was very fast, almost catching up to Yi Xian who used rank 7 movement technique. However, Yi Xian now had more than 100 beasts' bloodline in his body. Xiao. Yi Xian also used rank 7 martial arts to meet them. Now, these three people were all in the 8th level of the martial path. Moreover, they had the advantage in numbers, so Yi Xian had to be serious. Rushing Thunderhand. Thousand Splitting Leg. Soul Chasing Slash. The three people all used their best martial arts, all of which were rank 8 martial arts. Damn, these three people must be the true disciples of some elder or mentor. They all know rank 8 martial arts. Yi Xian secretly said in his heart. His face was gloomy. After dodging 2 attacks, he quickly threw out a punch. Frost Fist. ZZ. Kacha. Yi Xian's fist and Hui Yuan's rushing thunderhand collided. The two special forces began to shake violently. This rushing thunderhand carried a trace of a paralyzing effect, and the flowing frost fist actually froze. The two people were unexpectedly evenly matched. Rank 8 martial arts are really powerful. It seems that I can't meet force with force. Yi Xian also broke out in a cold sweat. If he didn't have 100 Beasts' bloodline, this move would have broken his hand. At the same time, Hui Yuan was also very surprised. Because in the current inner sect, only the number 1 inner sect disciple, Zhongyang, could take this move. Take this. With the advantage in numbers, the three of them began to attack Yi Xian. We can't be surrounded. We have to break through them one by one. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. His figure flashed as he arrived beside the sword-wielding youth. Frost Fist. The sword-wielding young man barely managed to block this punch, but in the next moment, Yi Xian's other punch arrived. Boom! Frost's fist landed on the young man's chest and sent him flying. Blood splattered everywhere. Yi Xian's physique was astonishing, and his attack speed was as fast as lightning. When his opponent slashed out with his sword, he could easily throw out 2 punches. Using this advantage, he was the first to injure one of them. Take this. Another youth who was skilled in leg techniques attacked. He kicked 3 times in an instant, but all of them were blocked by Xian. Since it's a leg technique, I'll attack your lower body. Xian kicked out and hit the youth's standing leg. The youth lost his balance and began to sway. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xian threw out another frost fist. The second one was dealt with. In terms of attack speed, Xian's legs were faster than his fists because he had the bloodline of the wind-chasing leopard. However, he had never learned a leg technique. Now, only Huiyuan was left among the 3. Rushing Thunderhand, Frost Fist, boom, the 2 spiritual forces collided, and muffled sounds rang out continuously. What surprised everyone was that Xian and Huiyuan actually began to exchange blows for more than 10 seconds. The sound was so loud that it sounded like muffled thunder. Boom, 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 the 2 of them exchanged blow after blow. They were both in the mid-stage of martial path 8th realm. Huiyuan was using an 8th grade martial arts technique, while Xian was using a 7th grade martial arts technique. However, Xian's physique was much stronger than Huiyuan's. In fact, he had the upper hand in every blow, even if it was only by a small margin. However, as time passed, this slight advantage began to grow. Gotcha, Huiyuan suddenly felt that something was wrong. He glanced around and found that his right fist was frozen. Oh no! He widened his eyes. However, in the next moment, Xian's fist was already on him. Bam, Huiyuan was sent flying more than 10 meters away. Hiss, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. 3 senior brothers at the 8th level of the martial Dao were actually defeated by Xian. This was too terrifying. He's so powerful. Even senior brother Hua and the other 2 are no match for him. Could this person's strength be comparable to senior brother Zhong's? It's a pity that senior brother Zhong has gone out to train. Otherwise, he would definitely come and fight with this person for 300 rounds. How fake. Senior brother Hua and the other 2 don't know this kid, right? This kid looks so young. However, his looks are not bad and he's so powerful. I wonder if he's married. Outside the martial arts field, there were endless discussions. However, what they did not know was that Xian was already at the end of his rope. Just now, he had used a 7th grade martial art to fight with Huiyuan for more than 10 seconds. His spiritual power was completely depleted. If his opponent could hold on for a few more seconds, he would have lost. The 100 Beast bloodline is indeed powerful. The opponent's paralysis effect did not have any effect on me. Xian wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and began to use his cultivation method to recover his spiritual power. At the same time, he glanced at the group of people at the martial arts field's entrance and secretly revealed a smile. Junior brother is indeed powerful. I admit defeat. Huiyuan said with a fist salute. He had been beaten into submission, because when the 3 of them joined forces, even the number 1 inner disciple, Zhongyang, couldn't defeat them so quickly. However, Xian did it. Moreover, he was 1 level lower than Zhongyang. Senior brother Hua, you flatter me. Xian said with a fist salute. Huiyuan walked over with a hand on his chest and continued, I don't know how junior brother's physique was trained to such a level. Could it be that junior brother has been practicing a body refining cultivation method since young? Body refining cultivation method? Xian did not hear this name often, but he also understood. Body refining cultivation method required a person with a strong will to practice it. This was because during cultivation, the meridians would constantly tear and then repair, thus improving one's physique. However, among 100 martial artists, there was probably not a single martial artist who practiced body refining. Yes. I've been practicing body refining since I was young. Xian nodded and admitted. Otherwise, he would not be able to explain it. So it's like this. Then junior brother Yi, where are you from? Could it be Nanlin City? Huiyuan asked curiously. He could see that Xian was a few years younger than him. Such a talented genius was definitely from a big city. The Nanlin city he mentioned was the county city of Nanlin County, which was also the city of the county king of Nanlin. Huiyuan also understood. He knew that Xian didn't want to expose himself, so he said, Junior brother Yi, you said that you just entered the Shattering Cloud sect. Do you have a master now? Hearing this, Xian's eyes lit up. He shook his head and said, no. In that case, why don't you become my master's disciple? My master is an elder of the Shattering Cloud sect. Hui Yuan's heart moved as he tried to rope Xian in. Being accepted as a disciple by an elder of the Shattering Cloud sect was already considered outstanding. One had to know that every elder of the Shattering Cloud sect was at least a martial artist in the 10th stage of the martial path. When Hui Yuan's voice fell, the crowd outside the martial arts field was once again in an uproar. Following that, a figure walked in. Haha, my good disciple, I'm here. The person who came in was a middle-aged man wearing the robes of an elder of the Shattering Cloud sect. Master, I knew you were nearby. Hui Yuan hurriedly shouted. Since it's already so big, I naturally can't miss it. The middle-aged man laughed a few times and then asked, young man, how old are you this year? 15. Xian replied. Hearing this age, the middle-aged man and Hui Yuan were shocked. A 15-year-old martial artist in the 8th stage of the martial path was definitely a talent that could sweep through the entire Shattering Cloud sect. Haha, good. My name is Bai Lai. Are you willing to become my disciple? The middle-aged man asked straightforwardly. He also understood that Xian came this time to make a scene in order to find a master. However, Xian had just entered the Shattering Cloud sect and didn't know much about it. However, he saw that the middle-aged man in front of him seemed to be quite powerful, so he was a little moved. However, just as he was about to agree, a person suddenly jumped directly into the martial arts field. Young man, wait. Xian wanted to say something but stopped. It seemed that another person had come. He turned his head and looked. Sure enough, another elder of the Shattering Cloud sect had appeared. Bai Lai, you are not being kind. You already have Hui Yuan and a few others in your sect. You still want to snatch him away? The newcomer was a bald old man with a long scar on his face. He had a fierce look that would definitely scare a little girl if he walked out. Elder Xia, there is a first come, first served rule. Before Bai Lai's voice fell, the bald old man retorted, first come first serve my ass. He's just one person, how can he worship both of us at the same time? Young man, this guy already has a lot of disciples under him, but I don't even have a disciple in the top 10 of the inner disciples. If you become my disciple, I will definitely focus on training you. Elder Xia, Elder Bai, do you think only the two of you are here? At this time, a few more people walked out. They were all elders of the Shattering Cloud sect. The sudden appearance of so many elders from the Shattering Cloud sect also made Xian lose his composure. Sure enough, with his aptitude, he would be highly sought after wherever he went. Now, he only hoped to find a rich elder to be his master. Could it be that he had to directly state a price and ask how much he had to pay every month? Apart from Elder Bai and Elder Xia, there were 3 other elders. Then, they started arguing with each other. Young man, as long as you become my disciple, I will give you 500 points every month. 500 points? Do you think I'm a beggar? I'll give you 800. You bunch of misers, I'll give you 1,000. 1,000 points was equivalent to 10 million taels of silver. This was the price that the Shui family's 9th stage martial path consecrator offered. However, Xian was still not satisfied with this price. He was now in the 8th stage of the martial path. If he wanted to break through to the middle stage of the 8th stage, he was afraid that he would need at least 70 to 80 million taels of silver. Breaking through once every few months, Xian could not wait that long. The disciples outside the martial arts field were already shocked to the point of prostrating themselves on the ground. 10 million taels of silver per month was a huge temptation to them. One had to know that their family would at most give 1 million taels of silver per month, and some wealthy families would give as much as 2 million taels. 10 million taels of silver was several times more than theirs. Why are there so many elders fighting for this kind of person who just swallowed pills? The disciples outside were very puzzled. However, at this time a figure suddenly jumped into the martial arts field. When the group of elders saw this person, they all stopped. Greetings, Vice-sect leader. Several elders greeted in unison. The newcomer was a white-haired old man. The wrinkles on his face were comparable to a cliff. This person was the vice-sect leader of the Shattering Cloud sect, Zhou. Ha 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 ha, the main character is finally here. Yi Xian laughed in his heart. Previously, the Shui family's consecrator Lian had said that the sect leader of the Shattering Cloud sect was not in the sect. Therefore, the vice-sect leader was now the most powerful person. Although the elders were not bad, surely they could not compare to the vice-sect leader. Young man, how old are you this year? The vice-sect leader walked in front of Yi Xian and asked. 15, Yi Xian answered honestly. Without waiting for his voice to fall, Zhou suddenly reached out and touched Yi Xian's body a few times. At the same time, he used his spiritual energy to circle Yi Xian's body. Sure enough, you're only 16 years old. Good seedling, good seedling. Zhou was a little excited. Young man, are you willing to be my disciple? Vice-sect leader, this. Immediately, some elders were unhappy. After all, it was a fair competition. Every month, 2,000 points. At the same time, you can use any martial arts of the 9th rank and below in the Shattering Cloud sect. Zhou directly stated the conditions. Several elders' faces darkened. When they saw Zhou appear, they secretly cursed in their hearts. After all, an elder was an elder. They could only teach their disciples martial arts of the 8th rank. However, the vice-sect leader was different. He had more authority and could teach martial arts of the 9th rank. Now that Yi Xian was in the 8th rank of the martial path, it would not be a problem for him to spend some time learning a 9th rank martial arts. Moreover, every month, he would receive 2,000 points, which was equivalent to 20 million taels of silver. These points could be used to exchange for weapons or various heaven and earth treasures. Without waiting for the elders to speak, Zhou said, Young man, as long as you are willing, I will do my best to train you. When you meet the requirements, you can inherit my position. What? When these words came out, everyone was shocked. Inherit the position of vice-sect leader? Zhou wanted to train Yi Xian as his successor? Oh my god. Ha ha ha, I'm so lucky. Yi Xian shouted in his heart. At the same time, he immediately nodded and said, I am willing. Greetings, master. Haha, good. Zhou stroked his long beard and laughed a few times. The elders' faces darkened. They did not expect that such a good seedling would be snatched away by Zhou. However, Zhou was the vice-sect leader. They did not dare to complain and could only accept their fate. Since Yi Xian had already become Zhou's disciple, there was no use for these elders to stay. They immediately shook their heads and left. Yi Xian, come with me. At this moment, Yi Xian was still wearing the outer disciple uniform of the Shattered Cloud sect. An outer disciple was directly accepted as a disciple by the vice-sect leader. This could be said to be a meteoric rise. Presumably, the entire Shattered Cloud sect would be in turmoil. After leaving the martial arts field with vice-sect leader Zhou, Yi Xian was directly brought to Zhou's residence. Zhou lived in a bamboo forest. The environment was very elegant, which suited Yi Xian's taste. Then, Zhou began to investigate Yi Xian's household registration. However, this did not matter. After all, Zhou could confirm that Yi Xian was indeed only 15 years old. Disciple, I have to go out for a while. This is my token. You can use this token to go to the alchemy hall and the martial arts pavilion. Zhou directly gave Yi Xian a token and hurriedly left. 2,000 points every month, and you can learn any martial arts of the 9th grade and below. This is so awesome. Yi Xian happily shouted a few times. Immediately, he took the token and went to the alchemy hall. Why is it you again? Yi Xian had already been here once before and bought 30 million taels of heaven and earth treasure, so the deacon of the alchemy hall recognized him. Without saying anything, Yi Xian threw the token his master gave him on the table and said, Give me 10 stalks of 1,000-year-old blood ginseng. A stalk of 1,000-year-old blood ginseng was worth 2 million taels of silver. 10 stalks would be 20 million taels of silver, which was exactly 2,000 points. The deacon picked up the token and looked at it in surprise. He was so shocked that he almost swallowed his tongue. The sect leader's token? That's right. Yi Xian nodded. This, I have to ask the elder. The deacon was almost scared to death. He hurriedly ran into the inner hall. After a while, he came out with an elder. Yi Xian had seen this elder before. It was Elder Xia. So it's yours. I was wondering who would come with the sect leader's token. Sigh, what a pity. If this old man had arrived earlier, you would have been this old man's disciple. Elder Xia rubbed his bald head helplessly. Yi Xian was also shocked. He did not expect that this burly Elder Xia was actually in charge of the alchemy hall. This meant that Elder Xia knew how to refine pills. Yi Xian had heard of this profession before. Alchemists were all rich people. However, being a vice sect master's disciple was not bad. He had both benefits and status. Most importantly, Yi Xian's lie from before should not be exposed. Although the timing was a little off, was that important? Yi Xian took the 10,000-year-old blood ginseng and left. These things were actually charged to Zhou account. Yi Xian returned to the bamboo forest and devoured everything in his room. Then, he left for the martial arts pavilion. He threw the sect leader's token and went to the martial arts pavilion to take a look. He brought back many copies of level 9 martial arts. The martial arts in the Shattering Cloud sect were not allowed to be spread to outsiders unless they had permission. Otherwise, they would be severely punished. Yi Xian was a man of integrity, so he would not spread the news. Previously, he had obtained all the martial arts through the Devouring system, so he learned them directly. However, this time, he had to learn them like a normal martial artist. However, the Devouring system was very humane. When Yi Xian opened a copy of a level 9 martial arts, a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Discovered the level 8 martial arts, Storm Steps. The host can learn it immediately by using 2 Devouring points. Do you want to learn it using Devouring points? What? Yi Xian was shocked. The Devouring system could let him learn a martial art immediately. This was good news. 2 Devouring points is not that expensive. If I learn the Storm Steps, I don't know when I will be able to master it. Let's learn it first. Yi Xian thought to himself and immediately chose to accept. Devouring points successfully deducted. The host has learned the level 8 martial arts, Storm Steps. Yi Xian opened his attribute panel to take a look. Host, Yi Xian Realm, Early Stage 8 Martial Path Bloodline, 100 Beast Bloodline, 100 Flower Bloodline, Chasing Wind Leopard Bloodline Martial Arts, Storm Steps, Netherworld Steps, Exploding Star Arrow Level 1, Frost Fist Level 1, Chaotic Star Arrow Level 2, Devouring Points, 56-inch haha, this is great news. Again. Yi Xian was overjoyed and continued to use Devouring points to learn martial arts. Devouring points successfully deducted. The host has learned the level 8 martial arts, Rushing Thunder Hand. Devouring points successfully deducted. The host has learned the level 8 martial arts, Thousand Splitting Legs. Devouring points successfully deducted. The host has learned the level 8 martial arts, Soul Chasing Sword Technique. Devouring points successfully deducted. The host has learned the level 8 martial arts, Heaven Reversal Technique. These level 8 martial arts required 2 to 3 Devouring points to learn. Yi Xian learned all of them. His way of leveling up was different from ordinary martial artists. He relied on Devouring to level up, so the martial arts did not improve much. However, the better the cultivation method, the faster the speed at which one condensed spirit energy. Furthermore, the speed at which one recovered spirit energy with the cultivation method was also faster, so Yi Xian spent 2 points to learn an 8th rank cultivation method. At the same time, he also realized something. If he obtained martial arts in the future, he could store them in the Devouring system and learn them when he needed them. However, this would not spread. He needed to have a copy to teach others, just like what he was doing now. The benefits of being a vice sect leader's disciple are great. I don't need level 9 martial arts for the time being. Moreover, the cost is too high. I'll store them first and think about it later. Yi Xian thought to himself. However, he still spent 10 Devouring points to learn a level 9 martial arts called Sky Illusion Body Technique. Now, his strength had improved a lot. One should know that he used level 7 martial arts before, but now, he was proficient in several level 8 martial arts and a level 9 martial arts. He estimated that he could send Hui Yuan flying in an instant. It would not be a problem even if he faced a peak level 8 martial artist. Now that I don't need to cultivate, what should I do next? Yi Xian was a little bored, so he left the bamboo forest and prepared to stroll around the inner sect. However, when he arrived at the entrance of the bamboo forest, he saw 3 figures. He had seen all 3 of them before. Hey, it's you too. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. These 3 people were Senior Martial Brother Liu, Senior Martial Brother Ning, and the misophobic Senior Martial Sister Guan. It's you. Why are you here? Senior Brother Ning exclaimed. Senior Brother Liu was the same. As for Senior Sister Guan, she was so shocked that she could not speak. At this time, Yi Xian had already washed his hair and changed his clothes and shoes, but they could still recognize him. What are you doing here? What? An inner disciple? Senior Brother Ning exclaimed. When Yi Xian first arrived at the Shattering Cloud sect, he wasn't even an outer disciple. However, in just a few hours, Yi Xian had become an inner disciple. How was this possible? That's right. I'm an inner disciple now. Yi Xian nodded. However, before he could finish his sentence, Senior Brother Liu pulled out his sword and said, You must have stolen another disciple's clothes. Now you're trying to steal from the Vice Sect Master's residence. We just happened to bump into you. Thief, die. Senior Brother Ning did the same. The 2 of them rushed toward Yi Xian again. TCH, 2 losers. I could easily kick you down the stairs before. It's the same now. Yi Xian also admired the courage of these 2 people. He immediately stepped on the explosive thunder steps that he had just learned and taught the 2 of them a heavy lesson. The 2 of them were sent flying by Yi Xian's ordinary fists and rolled a few times on the ground. Storm steps? Senior Sister Guan was shocked. This was a martial art that even she didn't know. Among the inner disciples, perhaps only the top 4 disciples knew this martial art. However, Yi Xian actually knew it. Where did he learn it? This was the violent thunder steps. Every step would produce a unique sound, so it was impossible for her to recognize it wrongly. Senior brothers, you should restrain yourself. Don't ask for trouble, Yi Xian said slowly. He was sincerely warning them. Ask for trouble? Senior Brother Liu was stunned. He was the 6th disciple of the inner sect. How could he bear to hear such words? Kid, you're courting death. Soul chasing slash. Senior Brother Liu was furious. He actually used the 8th grade martial art, soul chasing sword technique. Seeing this, Yi Xian kicked with his right foot and grabbed a branch. He snorted, soul chasing sword technique, I know it too. Whoosh. Whoosh. The 2 black slashes collided. In an instant, Senior Brother Liu's soul-chasing slash was scattered. What? Senior Brother Liu was shocked. By the time he reacted, his body had already been struck by the soul-chasing slash, and he was sent flying more than 30 meters away. And this was because Yi Xian had shown mercy. Otherwise, he would have been cut in half. Chasing soul slash. Senior Apprentice Brother Ning cried out from the side. This was the same as Violent Thunder Step, a rank 8 martial art. Senior Apprentice Brother Ning, do you want to give it a try? Yi Xian suddenly turned his head and used the branch in his hand to draw a sword flower. What kind of joke was this? Senior Apprentice Brother Ning swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He was 1 level lower than Senior Apprentice Brother Liu, and he didn't know how to use the soul-chasing slash. If he was struck by Yi Xian, he would definitely be cut in half. Who are you? Senior Brother Ning asked in surprise. Senior Apprentice Brother Ning is truly a person of high status with short memories. Junior Apprentice Brother Yi Xian has just acknowledged the Vice Sect Master as his master. I hope that Senior Apprentice Brother and Senior Apprentice Sister can give me some pointers. Yi Xian threw away the branch in his hand and cupped his fists. Vice Sect Master? Senior Apprentice Sister Guan's eyes widened when she heard this. No wonder Yi Xian came out of the bamboo forest. So this was the reason. Impossible. You're just a paper tiger who used pills to climb up. Why would the Vice Sect Master take a fancy to you? Senior Apprentice Brother Liu endured the pain as he crawled up and said in disbelief. Senior Apprentice Brother Liu, are you mocking yourself? You can't even beat me. What right do you have to say this? Yi Xian retorted. This sentence shut them up. Yi Xian glanced at them and said, Senior apprentice brother and senior apprentice sister, may I ask why you've come to the bamboo forest? You liar. You don't even know that junior apprentice sister Guan lives here, and you still say that you're the vice sect master's disciple? Senior apprentice brother Ning suddenly stood up and said. Oh? Yi Xian was a little surprised. Senior apprentice sister Guan, who was obsessed with cleanliness, actually lived here. What kind of situation was this? Senior apprentice brother Ning, whether you believe it or not is none of my business. In any case, I believe it. But you guys, don't you think it's a little inappropriate to attack your junior apprentice brother for no reason? Yi Xian's gaze fell on senior apprentice brother Ning, causing him to tremble slightly. He was the one who had started this conflict. If he had been too lazy to pay attention to Yi Xian back at the mountain gate, this wouldn't have happened. Fine. You say that you're the vice sect master's disciple. What proof do you have? Senior apprentice brother Ning questioned. Does this count as proof? As Yi Xian's voice rang out, a token flew towards senior apprentice brother Ning. Senior apprentice brother Ning caught the token and was almost scared to death. It was actually the sect master's token. There were only 2 sect master's tokens. One was in the hands of the sect master of the Shattering Cloud sect, and the other was with the vice sect master, Zhou Tsong. You dared to steal the sect master's token? Senior apprentice brother Ning still couldn't believe it. A country bumpkin who had just arrived at the Shattering Cloud sect was actually accepted as a disciple by the vice sect master? How was this possible? Before Yi Xian could reply, an unfamiliar voice rang out. Enough. It was a girl's voice. Needless to say, it was senior apprentice sister Guan. Junior apprentice sister Guan, senior apprentice brother Ning also turned his head, but before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by senior apprentice sister Guan, senior apprentice brothers, please go back. After she finished speaking, she directly walked into the bamboo forest. It seemed that she was indeed living in the bamboo forest. Yi Xian recalled that there were a few small wooden houses in the forest, and one of them seemed to be occupied. Senior apprentice brother Ning, if you still don't believe me, you can ask the others. Although this junior apprentice brother has just arrived at the Shattering Cloud sect, he has already familiarized himself with the people there. If you don't want to go back, please return the token to me. Yi Xian stretched out his hand, indicating for senior apprentice brother Ning to return the token to him. Humph. Senior apprentice brother Ning tossed the sect master's token over, then left with senior apprentice brother Liu. He still didn't believe Yi Xian's identity, so he had to find someone to verify it. TSK, you don't have any eyesight at all. Do you think something like the sect master's token can be stolen so easily? Yi Xian muttered with a look of disdain, then left. He estimated that he would be living in the Shattering Cloud sect for a period of time, so he had to adapt to the environment. Right now, almost everyone in the inner sect recognized him, but it was useless. They didn't have to pay to see him. He strolled around the inner sect and found a fun place. This was a place called the Wooden Dummy Array. As long as one could stay inside for 5 minutes under a certain difficulty level, they would be rewarded with points. The first level gave 1 point, the second level gave 5 points, the third level gave 50 points, the fourth level gave 500 points, and so on. Right now, Yi Xian was lacking points, so he could give it a try. Hey, isn't that Yi Xian? Someone recognized Yi Xian before he even entered. Yi Xian smiled at the person beside him, then walked in. I heard that senior brother Zhongyang reached the 5th stage half a year ago, but he didn't make it. Yi Xian's physique is extraordinary. I wonder how many stages he can reach. At least the 4th stage. Moreover, the wooden puppet array mainly depends on one's physique. Yi Xian should be able to pass the 4th stage easily. He's just a brute. I don't think he can even pass the 4th stage. The people in the surroundings all gathered around. At this time, Yi Xian had finished his registration and walked into the wooden puppet array. The wooden puppet was actually made of a special kind of wood. It was controlled by an array master and moved according to a certain pattern. The wooden puppet had no legs and moved by turning. However, the wooden puppets were of different sizes. When they moved together, they would not touch the other wooden puppets. It was very magical. Yi Xian walked into the wooden puppet array. Immediately, the wooden puppets began to turn. They were not fast, and even a sixth realm martial path martial artist could handle them. The first stage of the wooden puppet array was the slowest. As long as one stayed for 5 minutes, they would pass. The wooden puppets in the first few stages were not fast, and the power of the 2 wooden arms was not strong. Yi Xian passed it easily. Soon, it was the 4th stage. Whoosh whoosh. As time passed, a gust of wind blew in the wooden puppet array. This was caused by the wooden puppets moving at high speed. They are quite fast. This power is probably not inferior to a 7th realm martial path martial artist using a 7th realm martial art. Yi Xian's expression also became serious. He was still able to handle this stage. All he needed to do was occasionally use the netherworld steps. One could not attack the wooden puppets in the wooden puppet array. Otherwise, one would be disqualified. Soon, a minute had passed. Then 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 4 minutes. Yi Xian is so powerful. I remember that when senior brother Zhongyang passed the 4th stage, it was very difficult, but he passed it so easily. The inner disciples who were watching from the stands looked at each other in dismay. While they were discussing, Yi Xian passed the 4th stage. Junior brother, do you want to proceed to the 5th stage? The 5th stage of the wood puppet array wasn't something an ordinary person could withstand. Even a martial artist in the 8th stage of the martial path would be seriously injured if they were hit by the wood puppet. Those who passed the 5th stage of the wooden puppet array were usually instructors of the Shattering Cloud sect, who were also martial artists in the 9th stage of the martial path. Senior brother, come on! Yi Xian shouted. As soon as he finished speaking, the madman in the wooden golem array blew even more violently. Huff huff. These hundreds of wooden dummies began to spin crazily. Their speed was no slower than an electric fan. Yi Xian's expression was extremely solemn as he waved those sturdy wooden arms frantically. Now, he had no choice but to use the grade 8 movement technique, violent thunder steps. Pa. 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 Yi Xian's figure moved quickly among the wooden dummies, making muffled sounds. Oh my god, what did I just see? Raging thunder steps, that is the 8th grade movement technique, raging thunder steps, how did he know it? Impossible, he just entered the Shattering Cloud sect today. How could he learn the raging thunder steps in a day? I remember that Hui Yuan and a few other senior brothers also spent more than a month to reach the small success stage. Impossible, he must have learned it long ago. But, I heard that he came from a small town. How could a small town have a grade 8 martial art? The crowd outside was already boiling with excitement. A minute passed, and Yi Xian was still dodging with ease. 2 minutes passed. This time, Yi Xian was finally sweating. However, at the 3rd minute, Yi Xian was finally hit by the wooden dummy for the first time. Pung! Under the high-speed rotation of the wooden dummy, Yi Xian had just endured the first attack when 2 more arms hit him. Pung! Pung! 3 attacks that were equivalent to that of a martial artist in the 8th stage of the martial path made Yi Xian's qi and blood churn. He had no choice but to use a movement technique that he had just learned. Heavenly Illusion Movement Technique, a grade 9 movement technique, was very taxing for him, who was in the 8th stage of the martial path. However, it was not a problem to hold on until the wooden dummy array ended. Looking at Yi Xian, who was dragging his afterimage in the wooden dummy array, the crowd boiled again. Oh my god, what did I just see? Isn't that the grade 9 martial art, Heaven Illusion Movement Technique? Afterimage, dragging the afterimage out 3 meters, this is the Heaven Illusion Movement Technique's great success stage. Who is he? How can he even know the Heaven Illusion Movement Technique that was created by the Vice Sect leader? Is this really his first day in the Shattering Cloud sect? Could he be the Vice Sect leader's illegitimate son? Shoo, be careful. If this spreads, you're done for. Yi Xian had completely shocked the group of inner sect disciples. Not only did he learn the Raging Thunder steps in a day, he even learned the grade 9 martial art, Heaven Illusion Movement Technique. He was simply a super genius. At this time, on the other side of the stands, there were a few figures. Too scary, too scary. If I knew that this kid had such a high aptitude, I would definitely fight with the Vice Sect leader for it. TSK, if I knew, I would have bet everything on this kid. This kid's aptitude may even surpass the sect leaders. That's right, this kid will be a true spirit realm expert in the future. A true spirit realm seed with great potential. Even if I don't want those disciples, I'll accept it. The one who spoke was the first elder to appear, Bai Lai. They watched in silence. 5 minutes passed quickly. Yi Xian successfully passed the 5th stage. Junior brother, do you still want to pass the 6th stage? The Shattering Cloud sect deacon who controlled the wooden dummy array asked timidly. No, senior brother, open the door and let me out. Yi Xian, who was sweating profusely, shook his head. He still had a lingering fear in his heart. If it weren't for the sky illusion body technique, he probably wouldn't have been able to pass the 5th stage's wooden dummy array, even if he had the 100 Beasts bloodline and the wind-chasing leopard bloodline. Junior brother, you passed the 5th stage and obtained a total of 5,556 points. This is the points medallion. The deacon of the Shattering Cloud sect took out some points medallions and handed them to Yi Xian. The Shattering Cloud sect implemented a point system, but there was no real name system. The points could be used by others. Thank you, senior brother. Yi Xian wiped off his cold sweat. It seemed that those 3 hits weren't in vain. Fortunately, he had the 100 Beasts bloodline and had an amazing physique. Otherwise, those 3 hits would have definitely injured him severely. After that, Yi Xian quickly left. Now that he had obtained more than 5,000 points, he could exchange them for things to improve himself. So scary. He was hit 3 times by the wooden dummies in the 5th stage, but he could still walk out alive and well. Is this person's body made of iron? What iron? Even an Iron Man would be beaten into a metal pancake in the 5th stage. After leaving the wooden puppet array, Yi Xian went to the alchemy hall and exchanged for 27,000-year-old blood ginsengs. My physique is strong. Exchanging for blood ginsengs should not arouse other people's imagination. Yi Xian took the 27 blood ginsengs back to his room and swallowed them. When he broke through to the early stage of the 8th realm, he swallowed 30 million and 20 million taels worth of items. Now that he had more than 50 million taels, he should be able to break through. However, these items that were worth 1 million taels of gold were not enough for him to break through. Damn, are you kidding me? 1 million taels of gold is not enough for me to break through to the next level? My god, how hard is it to break through to the next level? Yi Xian was helpless. He felt that he was on the verge of breaking through, but he estimated that he was just a little bit away from breaking through to the next level. Forget it, I'll go see where I can earn points tomorrow. At most, I'll just go down the mountain and kill some demonic beasts. Yi Xian shook his head. At this time, the sky was gradually darkening. He found a recliner and lay down outside his wooden house with his arms bared. After coming to this world, he had not seen the night sky properly. The night breeze blew on Yi Xian's body, making him feel a little drowsy. Huff huff. Just as Yi Xian was about to fall asleep, he suddenly heard the sound of the wind and opened his eyes wide. Pa. Stormy thunder steps, Yi Xian instantly flashed a few meters away. When he reacted, he found that his recliner had been cut in half. Not far away, a figure slowly walked over. With the help of the moonlight, Yi Xian saw the person clearly. It was actually Senior Sister Guan. Just as Yi Xian was about to ask why Senior Sister Guan sneaked an attack on him, Senior Sister Guan said, "Put on your clothes properly." At this time, Yi Xian finally realized that he was half naked. Immediately, he picked up his clothes and put them on. Then, he said somewhat angrily, "Senior Guan, I respect you as a senior sister, so I called you that. But you sneak attacked your junior brother without saying anything. Isn't that a little inappropriate?" Senior apprentice Sister Guan didn't reply and went straight back to her little wooden hut. Yi Xian was also helpless. What was wrong with Senior Sister Guan? He simply couldn't tolerate a single grain of sand. This Senior Martial Sister Guan seems to be a clean freak, but there are so many leaves and insects in the bamboo forest. Can't she live just fine? Moreover, they want people to dress up neatly. It's obvious that they have mental illness. Yi Xian thought to himself as he shook his head helplessly. Up until now, he didn't even know Senior Sister Guan's name. He only knew that her surname was Guan. He was thinking that he had to find out more about this tomorrow so that he wouldn't be accidentally killed by Senior Marshal Sister Guan in the future. This was Yi Xian's first night in the Shattered Cloud sect. However, on this day, Yi Xian had shaken the Shattered Cloud sect. When the next day arrived, Yi Xian woke up early. He had always been thinking about his cultivation level. As long as he worked a little harder, he would be able to break through to the mid-8th stage of the martial path. Although he didn't have many points left, he still went to the alchemy hall and used 5 points to ask the deacon of the alchemy hall to reveal some information. After the deacon's explanation, Yi Xian found out that Senior Marshal Sister Guan was called Guan Yulan and was adopted by the sect master of the Shattered Cloud sect. Guan Yulan was originally the child of an ordinary farmer. However, when she was 7 years old, her entire family was killed by a hooligan. After that, the hooligan even wanted to rape her. Fortunately, the sect master of the Shattered Cloud sect happened to pass by and saved her. He then brought her back to the Shattered Cloud sect. That incident left a deep shadow in her heart. Therefore, she wasn't a clean freak. She just hated those who had the temperament of a hooligan. A few years ago, when the sect master of the Shattered Cloud sect went out, he entrusted Guan Yulan to the vice-sect master Zhou Tsong. Therefore, Guan Yulan lived in the bamboo forest. After listening to the story, Yi Xian finally understood. However, he felt very wronged because he wasn't a hooligan. He just wanted to go to the Shattered Cloud sect as soon as possible. Junior Marshal brother, don't tell anyone that I told you this. Not many people know about this. The deacon of the alchemy hall called Wang Tao whispered. Senior Marshal brother, do I look like a talkative person? Don't worry. Yi Xian smiled and asked, by the way, Senior Marshal brother, do you know how to get points? Points? Apart from the wooden dummy area, you have to go to the training hall to accept some training missions. Wang Tao said. Training missions? I understand. Thank you, Senior Marshal brother. Yi Xian said and directly left the alchemy hall. Wang Tao was also smiling from ear to ear. After chatting for a while, he actually got 5 points. That was 50,000 taels of silver. At the same time, he sighed in his heart. This Yi Xian was so generous. He was worthy of being a dragon among men. In the future, he would definitely achieve great things. After leaving the alchemy hall, Yi Xian also walked towards the training hall. He was still 10 to 20 million taels away from breaking through. His master had also disappeared after accepting him. So he could only do it himself. He arrived at the training hall. As soon as he entered, he became the center of attention. He ignored the gazes of the people around him and began to look for missions. The missions of the Shattering Cloud sect were also graded. A rank 4 mission required a martial artist of the 4th stage of the martial path. Of course, the number of martial artists was not fixed. Yi Xian was now in the 8th stage of the martial path. Logically speaking, he should be able to accept a rank 8 mission. Unfortunately, there were no rank 8 missions in the Shattering Cloud sect. In desperation, he could only accept a rank 7 mission. Eliminate the Blackwater Mountain stronghold and bring back the head of the Mountain King, Chao Hu. Chao Hu's strength is at the peak of the 7th stage of the martial path. Rank 7 mission reward is 600 points. 600 points is equivalent to 6 million taels of silver. However, this is a mountain bandit den. There must be a lot of good things inside. It should be able to help me break through. I'll accept it. Yi Xian made his decision and directly accepted the mission. Blackwater Mountain was some distance away from the Shattering Cloud sect. However, there was another reason why Yi Xian accepted it. Blackwater Mountain was only a few days' journey from Lianyun City. After completing the mission, he could return to Lianyun City to take a look. However, just as he was about to leave the training hall, 3 people suddenly walked in. Coincidentally, these 3 people were Senior Brother Liu, Senior Brother Ning, and Guan Yulan. You again? Senior Brother Ning's eyes widened. Oh, so it's Senior Brother. I wonder if Senior Brother still thinks that I'm an imposter. Yi Xian asked with a faint smile. Yesterday, when Senior Brother Ning and Senior Brother Liu returned, they asked many people. As it turned out, When they went down the mountain with Guan Yulan to buy things, Yi Xian caused a ruckus in the inner sect of the Shattering Cloud sect. Then, he was accepted as a disciple by the vice sect master. Senior Martial Brother, you're also here to take the experiential mission, right? Please. Yi Xian smiled and stepped aside. At the same time, he glanced at Guan Yulan from the corner of his eyes. Humph. Senior Martial Brother Ning ignored Yi Xian and walked straight ahead. However, just as Yi Xian was about to leave the experiential hall, a cry of surprise came from inside. Why you took the Blackwater Mountains mission? Senior Martial Brother Ning chased after him. Yi Xian was startled, then laughed mischievously, that's right. Could it be that Senior Martial Brother Ning also wanted to take it? I'm sorry, but I didn't know. If I didn't give it up, I would have definitely given it to Senior Martial Brother Ning. Give it up. Senior Martial Brother Ning said hot-headed. Senior Martial Brother, I remember that there's a rule in the Shattering Cloud sect. When accepting a mission, there's a first-come first-served basis. Since this mission was accepted by me, it's mine. Senior Martial Brother, you can only accept other missions. Yi Xian shrugged. That's a bandit nest. Can you complete it alone? Senior Martial Brother Lu walked over. Then I won't trouble Senior Martial Brother. If Senior Martial Brother and Senior Martial Sister are interested, Junior Martial Brother can consider letting you join. However, the rewards will be split 70-30. How about it? Yi Xian suddenly revealed a crafty expression. 70 for us, 30 for you? Senior Martial Brother Ning blurted out. However, in the next moment, he almost spat out blood in anger. No, I'll take 70, you guys take 30. Yi Xian shook his head. Don't go too far. Although you're strong, you're only one person. That bandit nest has at least several hundred people. Can you handle them all? Senior Martial Brother Lu scolded. That's none of your business, Senior Martial Brother. In any case, I've already given my points as a guarantee. If Senior Martial Brother doesn't have anything else to say, then Junior Martial Brother will take his leave. Yi Xian cupped his fists at the three of them, then turned and left. He was just saying it casually. He could destroy that bandit nest by himself. Why would he need 3 more burdens? However, he had only taken a few steps when Senior Martial Brother Lu shouted, 50-50, we'll join. Yi Xian paused and thought to himself, you really have the guts to ask for it. 50-50? I can take care of the 3 of you single-handedly, and you still want to talk about 50-50? But at this time a strange thought suddenly flashed through his mind. There were still plenty of 7th rank missions in the Hall of Experience. Why did the 3 of them have to accept this mission to eradicate a bandit lair? Could it be that they were eyeing the huge profits in the bandit's lair? That's not right. Senior Apprentice Brother Lu looks a little too nervous. It's just a mission. Could it be that there's another reason? Yi Xian frowned. He now knew that this Senior Apprentice Brother Lu was called Lu Buping, the grandson of the Shattering Cloud sect's elder Lu. That Senior Apprentice Brother Ning was called Ning Chuan, the son of a Shattering Cloud sect's instructor. They might have some unspeakable secrets. Oh? Are you sure you want to join, Senior Martial Brother Lu? Yi Xian asked curiously. That's right. Lu Buping nodded. Yi Xian secretly glanced at Ning Chuan and Guan Yulan, and asked again, 50-50? I'll take 50%? Yes. Lu Buping nodded again, but he was thinking in his heart, F*CK, you're just a little stronger. What are you pretending for? If you fall into my hands, I'll definitely kill you. Oh, that's fine. Junior Apprentice Brother Lu, I also feel that I'm not enough. I welcome Senior Apprentice Brother Lu to join. Yi Xian immediately changed his expression. The speed of his change shocked Lu Buping and the others. Yi Xian alone took 50%, and the 3 of them together only took 50%. It would be strange if they didn't have ulterior motives. However, just as Yi Xian thought, Lu Buping and the others did indeed have other things to do at Blackwater Mountain. Now that Yi Xian had accepted the mission of Blackwater Mountain's bandit lair, they could only thicken their faces and join. Otherwise, if they followed Yi Xian and were accidentally discovered by Yi Xian, it would be hard for them to explain. And now, the 3 of them joined Yi Xian. After the mission was completed, Xian would return to the Shattering Cloud sect alone. TSK, do you really think I'm a fool? I beat you so badly, and you still want to join my team. Even a fool can guess my ulterior motives. Xian thought in his heart. However, he didn't know why Lu Buping and the others were going to Blackwater Mountain. At that moment, Xian followed Lu Buping and the others and left the Shattering Cloud sect. Along the way, Xian also found something strange. That was, the relationship between Guan Yulan, Lu Buping, and Ming Chuan was not very good. There was some distance between the horses of the two parties. Of course, Xian and the other two parties were the same. Senior apprentice brother Lu, what should we do? Ming Chuan took advantage of the break and asked softly. Let's eliminate the Blackwater Mountain bandit lair first. Then, on the way back, we'll find an excuse to leave. Lu Buping replied. But, can we really do it with just the three of us? No problem. Grandfather gave me a bottle of special poison. That thing is weak after giving birth. With this bottle of special poison, the three of us can deal with it. Lu Buping and Ming Chuan were whispering to each other. Xian also wanted to listen, but unfortunately, he didn't have a good ear. That Guan Yulan doesn't seem to have a very good relationship with the two of them. She should have been called over to help. TSK, just what is it that can make these three talented students of the Shattering Cloud sect form a team? Xian was also a little curious. For the rest of the journey, they traveled very quickly. In less than 3 days, they had already arrived at the foot of Blackwater Mountain. Junior apprentice brother, this group of Blackwater Mountain bandits have done all kinds of evil. They have brought a lot of trouble to the surrounding cities. So, when we go up the mountain, you can't show mercy. When they were about to go up the mountain to eliminate the Blackwater Mountain stronghold, Lu Buping also said. Senior apprentice brother, please don't worry. I won't show mercy. Xian said slowly. At the same time, there was a sentence in his heart that he didn't say out loud. That was, I will beat you harder than when I beat you. Very good. Then, let's go up the mountain and eliminate this bandit nest. Lu Buping nodded and then pulled out his long sword. The few of them were the elites of the Shattering Cloud sect. Dealing with a bandit nest was not a problem. When they arrived at the mountainside, they encountered a few bare-chested bandits. Xiao. Without waiting for Lu Buping to open his mouth, there was a beautiful white figure that swept out, instantly beheading these few mountain bandits under the sword. Junior apprentice Sister Guan is indeed powerful. Lu Buping praised. Although Guan Yulan was a woman, her strength was still above Lu Buping. She was ranked 5th in the inner sect. Now that he knew that Guan Yulan encountered Xian, he was relatively calm. Bandits were a more despicable profession than hooligans. The 4 of them moved very quickly. The bandits on the road were all killed by Guan Yulan. Her actions were very swift. Xian, who was walking at the back, was also doing some petty things. That was to devour the things on the bandits, such as weapons and elixirs. Senior brother Lu, this kid is very strong. Why don't we? Ming Chuan, who was walking in front, asked softly. No need. The 3 of us can deal with that thing. Why should we add one more person? Lu Buping shook his head slightly. Ming Chuan was still a little worried. But, that's a spirit beast. Moreover, this kid's strength is comparable to senior brother Zhong's. With him at the front, we'll be safe. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Lu Buping shook his head again. He then turned around and asked, Junior brother, what are you doing behind us? Oh, I'll be right there. Xian was so scared that he quickly shouted. He immediately stopped the devouring. If they found out about the devouring ability, they would definitely mistake it for a Qian Kuan ring. At that time, it might cause some unnecessary trouble. However, after seeing Lu Buping's attitude, Xian was even more convinced that the 3 of them must have some kind of plan. I've already beaten them to such a state, yet they still followed me with a thick face. It's too fake. TSK. Don't tell me this Blackwater Mountain has some kind of treasure? Xian fantasized in his heart. If he could find an ancient site, he would be rich. There were quite a number of Blackwater Mountain bandits. Along the way, they had already killed dozens of them. Most of them were killed by Guan Yulan. As for Yi Xian, he was walking at the back. From time to time, he would complain that these bandits were all poor bastards. Outsiders are coming up the mountain. When the four of them were halfway up the mountain, a shout suddenly came from the forest. Then, dozens of people suddenly appeared. Finally, some strong people came. Yi Xian's eyes were filled with murderous intent. The bandits that Guan Yulan and the other two had killed were all weaklings. They were not even at the 6th rank of the martial path. But now, there were quite a number of people who were at the 6th rank of the martial path. There were even some who were at the 7th rank. Who are you? The leader was a bald man. He was carrying a bloodied broadsword. However, before he could finish his words, Guan Yulan rushed over and killed him in an instant. He did not even have time to react. This bitch killed the 3rd master. Kill her. The crowd suddenly became excited. They held their weapons and rushed towards Guan Yulan. Junior brother, let's go. Lu Buping gave a low shout and also charged up together with Ning Chuan. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly took out the cloud splitter bow from his devouring space and fired. Chaotic star arrow. Swish. Swish. Dozens of arrows shot out, and in the blink of an eye, a large group of bandits fell. What? Lu Buping and the other two were also shocked. Who had launched this attack? When they turned around, they saw Yi Xian walking towards them with his bow in hand. Swish. An arrow brushed past Lu Buping's shoulder, piercing through the head of a mountain bandit. Senior apprentice brother Lu, you can't be distracted in battle. Otherwise, you'll die a horrible death, Yi Xian said with a half-smile. Cold sweat appeared on Lu Buping's forehead. As he killed the enemy, he asked, where did you get this bow? I picked it up on the road, Yi Xian replied slowly. Fortunately, the cloud splitter bow looked very ordinary. It looked like a low-grade mortal weapon, so Lu Buping didn't pay much attention to it. What he was surprised about was that Yi Xian, in addition to his shocking strength, was also proficient in archery. One shot of the chaotic star arrow could kill at least 4 enemies. Sometimes, it could even kill 5 or 6. After a few rounds, the dozens of bandits were almost all dead. Guan Yulan and the other two were also shocked. They originally thought that Yi Xian didn't use weapons, but they didn't expect him to be proficient in archery. No wonder he dared to accept the mission of MT Blackwater alone. Junior apprentice brother is very strong. Lu Buping revealed a fake smile, but he was hesitating in his heart. In this mission, if they had Yi Xian's help, then their safety would increase by a lot. However, with one more person, it meant that they would have less points than before. Most importantly, Yi Xian had beaten them up before. Thank you for your praise, senior apprentice brother. Yi Xian smiled slightly and slowly followed. There were quite a few bandits in MT Blackwater. When Yi Xian and the other 3 arrived at the peak, they had already killed hundreds of bandits. However, there were still 200 to 300 bandits waiting for them at the peak. When they were killing the bandits, the news had already spread to the peak. At this time, MT Blackwater's first master and second master, 2 martial artists at the peak of the 7th stage of the martial path, had already walked out under the protection of a group of experts. The 4 of you should be disciples of the Shattering Cloud sect. My MT Blackwater and your Shattering Cloud sect have never interfered with each other, and we have never entered your territory. Why are you looking for trouble with my MT Blackwater? The one who spoke was a bald man. He was MT Blackwater's first master, Chao Hu. Chao Hu, you have done all kinds of evil. Today, we are here to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. Lu Buping walked out. Such big words. Since it is so, then we have nothing to say. Go, whoever kills him will be rewarded with a mid-grade mortal weapon. Chao Hu directly ordered. Kill. As soon as he finished speaking, a large group of bandits rushed up. These bandits were all martial artists from the 4th stage to the 6th stage of the martial path. Only a few of them were at the 7th stage of the martial path. Although their strength was not strong, they had the advantage in numbers. With so many people attacking, even a martial artist at the 8th stage of the martial path would have to retreat. Not good, retreat. Lu Buping hurriedly shouted and led Guan Yulan and the other two to retreat. However, at this time a figure burst out, nimbly dodging those attacks and directly killing into the crowd. Yi Xian! Die! Yi Xian roared. He picked up a long sword and began to cut through the thorns and hemp, killing whoever he saw. Although the sword in his hand was only a low-grade mortal weapon, he was at the 8th stage of the martial path. The strength of his spiritual energy was extremely strong. With a casual slash, he could cut a person in half. The 100 Beasts bloodline, Windchaser bloodline, and the 7th stage martial art, the Netherworld steps, made his speed unmatched. No one could catch sight of his figure. Soul-chasing slash, die for me. Suddenly, Yi Xian raised the long sword in his hand and slashed out a huge slash. This was one of the moves of the 8th stage soul-chasing swordsmanship, the soul-chasing slash. Moreover, Yi Xian also condensed a large amount of spiritual energy. Everyone be careful. Quickly dodge. Screams and cries of agony rang out continuously. This soul-chasing slash was like a sharp knife that split the crowd into two. The huge slash broke through the air and swept out more than 10 meters, killing 20 to 30 bandits. At this time, no one dared to approach Yi Xian. They all watched from the periphery. Lu Buping and the other two also watched in horror. Then, should we go in or not? Ning Chuan asked somewhat timidly. Go in for what? Let him attract the attention. Our strength is not enough. If we go in, I'm afraid we will be injured by so many attacks, and even die inside, Lu Buping said as he also sent out slashes, killing those mountain bandits in the periphery. Although they were only 4 people and there were hundreds of mountain bandits, there were not many who could really get close to them. Under the situation where the difference in realms was too great, the human wave tactic was also useless. And while these mountain bandits were in shock, Yi Xian suddenly slashed out a few soul-chasing slashes. This time, it was a horizontal slash. These slashes were so fast that the mountain bandits did not even have time to react before they were cut in half at the waist. Seeing a large number of his brothers die tragically in an instant, Chao Hu's face was also extremely gloomy. 3 slashes actually killed close to 100 mountain bandits. If it happened a few more times, wouldn't they all die? Second brother, follow me to kill him. Chao Hu picked up the 2 round hammers beside him and walked out. Yes, big brother. Blackwater Mountain's second head could not sit still long ago, carrying a large axe and following out. Is the main character finally coming? Yi Xian glanced from the corner of his eyes, watching the 2 people slowly walk out. Chao Hu held the dual hammers in his hands and said coldly, Brat, your purpose for coming to my Blackwater Mountain this time should not be so simple, right? I'm guessing that you guys should be here for that spirit beast. Not good. Just as Chao Hu's voice fell, the expression of Lu Buping outside changed. However, there were so many mountain bandits surrounding at this time. He could not enter at all, let alone kill this Chao Hu. Yi Xian, who was inside, also revealed a happy expression when he heard Chao Hu's words. It seemed that the leader of the Blackwater tribe knew something. First head, what are you saying? Why can't I understand? Yi Xian pretended to ask, but his heart was already exploding. F*CK, spirit beast? Stop pretending. I know that you guys came for that Blackwater flood dragon. Chao Hu snorted coldly. Blackwater dragon. After hearing this name, Yi Xian trembled slightly. Chao Hu had just said that there was a spirit beast in MT Blackwater. It seemed to be this Blackwater dragon. First Master, are you sure you're not wrong? You have a Blackwater flood dragon in this Blackwater Mountain? Yi Xian asked in disbelief. Kid, you don't have to pretend anymore. However, even if the Blackwater dragon is in its weakened state, it's still not something you guys can handle. If you know what's good for you, then leave. I won't hold it against you for killing so many of my brothers, Chao Hu said slowly. He had known about this for a long time, and it was his subordinate who had accidentally spread the news. Blackwater Mountain was only a small force. Facing a colossus like the Shattering Cloud sect, they wouldn't have any ability to resist. Therefore, Chao Hu wanted to send Yi Xian and the others away before moving the entire stronghold to another place. Haha, First Master, you must be joking. I killed hundreds of your brothers. Will you let us go? Yi Xian suddenly laughed out loud. Since that's the case, then you can go to hell. Chao Hu didn't say anything else and directly swung his hammer. The hammer was a powerful weapon. Chao Hu was a martial artist at the peak of the 7th stage of the martial path. If his hammer hit a martial artist at the 7th stage of the martial path, it would definitely be able to kill him instantly. However, his opponent was Yi Xian. Whoosh whoosh. The sledgehammer landed on Yi Xian's body. Before Chao Hu could show a surprised expression, Yi Xian's entire body floated away. An afterimage. What? Chao Hu was shocked. Even with his eyesight, he couldn't see where Yi Xian went. Whoosh. Suddenly, there was a sound in front of him. It turned out that Yi Xian was retreating. Rip. Chao Hu's head flew up, and his huge body fell backward onto the floor. Dead, instant kill, the entire crowd was silent. The first master that they were most proud of was actually killed by a brat. I'm going to kill you. The second master also reacted in an instant. After glancing at the first master's corpse, he swung his axe at Yi Xian. Rip. Another crisp sound was heard. The axe fell from his hand and landed on the ground. The second master's head also flew up and blood splattered everywhere. Now that the 3 leaders of the Blackwater Mountain Range were dead, the entire Blackwater Mountain Range was like a pack of dragons without a leader. The bandits with quick reflexes immediately turned tail and ran. What a joke. Even the leader was dead. What was the point of these underlings staying here? Waiting for death? You want to leave? You evil bandits, go to hell. Yi Xian's aura suddenly surged and he instantly slashed out a few soul-chasing slashes. The death toll instantly soared. The mountain peak was littered with corpses and the smell of blood was extremely pungent. When he accepted this mission, the Shattering Cloud sect gave Yi Xian a piece of information. The information said that the bandits of Blackwater Mountain committed all sorts of crimes and had once destroyed several towns. Not many people survived from the caravan that they robbed. The ones who survived were usually women, and then they were brought back to the stronghold to enjoy themselves. Therefore, these people deserve to die. Let's kill them too. Lu Buping also reacted and began a frenzied slaughter. In less than half a minute, there were hundreds of corpses on the ground. Blood covered the ground. Apart from a small number of bandits who managed to escape, most of them died here. The battle ended. Only Yi Xian and the other 2 were left alive. Junior brother Ning, go and release the people that the bandits robbed. Lu Buping said to Ning Chuan. Okay. Ning Chuan quickly left. Very quickly, dozens of women ran out. Most of them were under 30 years old. Yi Xian even saw a few girls younger than Lu Er. The 4 of them first arranged these women together. Then, they began to search for the treasures of the Blackwater Mountain Range's leader. After they buried the valuable items in a place, they escorted these women down the mountain. When they returned to the peak of Blackwater Mountain and were preparing to distribute the spoils of war, Yi Xian finally opened his mouth. Senior brother, now, shouldn't you explain to me what's going on with that spirit beast? Hearing this, Lu Buping and Ning Chuan's expressions changed. Junior brother, you must have guessed it. We came to Blackwater Mountain this time not entirely for the experiential training mission. Lu Buping knew that this matter could not be hidden, so he began to explain. I received a piece of news before that a spirit beast was discovered in Blackwater Mountain. Moreover, it's a spirit beast that is waiting to give birth. Spirit beasts were creatures more powerful than demonic beasts. They were equivalent to human true spirit realm martial artists. Senior brother, even if it's a spirit beast waiting to give birth, it's still not something we can deal with. Yi Xian asked. Spirit beasts were even more terrifying than 10th level demonic beasts. Even if it was waiting to give birth, it was still not something normal people could deal with. That's right. That's why I brought a strong poison this time. Senior brother Lu suddenly took out a palm-sized cloth bag. This amount was a little too large. What kind of poison can poison a spirit beast? Yi Xian asked in disbelief. Junior brother, don't worry. This will definitely cause the black water dragon to lose most of its battle strength. Senior brother Lu suddenly smiled slyly. Junior brother Yi, if you are interested, we can make a deal. We don't want the things in this Blackwater mountain range as long as you help us. How about it? Hearing this, Xian wanted to spit out a mouthful of salt soda water to kill him. Although this Blackwater mountain range had many good things, but the total was only around 20 million. And the value of a spirit beast far exceeded that. Senior brother, do you think I'm an idiot? A spirit beast has a niden. A niden of a spirit beast is worth at least 10 million taels of gold. Why don't we trade? Xian snorted. 10 million taels of gold was also 1 billion taels of silver. As long as it was a person, they would be moved. Lu Buping's expression changed again. Fine. As long as you can obtain this niden, I'll give you 10%. Impossible. Before Xian could finish his words, Lu Buping objected. If Xian took 30% each, then the remaining 70% would be split between them. Each person would only get 20%. Junior apprentice brother Yi, you can't be too greedy. You only contributed a little. This information was obtained by senior apprentice brother Lu in the first place, and he was also the one who prepared the poison. It's already not bad that you're getting 10%, Ning Chuan said with a frown. Xian pondered for a moment. He felt that Ning Chuan's words made sense. He didn't contribute anything, so 10% was already a lot. However, he still pointed at the hole in the ground and said, okay, then I'll take a step back. I only want 20% in these things. How about it? Lu Buping also hesitated. Now that Xian already knew about this matter, if they didn't agree, he would go down the mountain and spread the news. At that time, they wouldn't even be able to drink the soup. Okay, 20%. Junior brother, junior sister, what do you think? Lu Buping nodded. They originally wanted to act with 3 people, but now with Xian, this freak, their safety was increased by a lot. Okay. Ning Chuan also nodded. As for the silent Guan Yulan, she also agreed. TSK, 20%. It seems that I can break through again. The rest will be the medical fees. Xian was secretly happy, but the medical fees were a little expensive. In that case, the 3 of us will go look for the Blackwater Lake first. Junior brother, you arrange these things yourself. Lu Buping said and left with Ning Chuan and Guan Yulan. Xian was still thinking about how to send them away, but he didn't expect them to leave by themselves. This saved him a lot of effort. I'll break through to the mid-stage of the 8th realm first. Xian didn't think too much. After Lu Buping and the other 2 left, he devoured the things he collected from the Blackwater stronghold one by one. Ding, the host broke through to the mid-stage of the 8th realm. Breakthrough, however, there were very few things that were worth more than 1 million, so the devouring points weren't much, only 8. However, Xian's devouring points had exceeded 100 because of this. Let's follow them first. I don't want them to leave me behind. Xian thought to himself and immediately followed them. Junior brother Yi, why have you come? Lu Buping turned around, looking at Xian who had hurried over. I shoveled some dirt in. Since the bandits are gone, it doesn't matter, Xian replied casually. At this time, he deliberately suppressed the spiritual energy fluctuations. Hence, Lu Buping and the others could not detect anything at all. Junior martial brother Yi is truly courageous. Lu Buping praised, but muttered in his heart, if you lose it, let's see how you cry. The 4 of them walked towards the back of the Blackwater mountain. According to the information that Lu Buping obtained, the Blackwater dragon lived in a lake behind the mountain. Therefore, this target was not difficult to find. The 4 of them walked around the mountain for a while and found a lake that was smaller than a basketball court. Senior martial brother, that Blackwater dragon lives here? Ning Chuan stood at the edge of the lake and asked curiously. No, to be precise, it lives in a cave under the lake. The Blackwater dragon occasionally came up to take a breather before it was discovered, Lu Buping explained. That means, we have to go into the water. Ning Chuan frowned. That's right. Lu Buping nodded and asked, Junior martial brother Yi, how is your swimming? Swimming? Xian frowned slightly. He knew how to swim, but he had never tried diving. However, at this time, he suddenly remembered that there was an item called the water avoidance pearl in the devouring system. As long as it was in the mouth, it could allow one to move underwater for an hour. No problem. Yi Xian nodded. In that case, the three of us will go into the water to search for the location of the cave. Junior Marshal Sister Guan, stay on the shore. Lu Buping finished speaking and began to take off his clothes. Guan Yulan also silently turned around. Although she hated this kind of behavior, she had no choice, right? Yi Xian could only begin to take off his clothes. Although he had the water avoidance pearl, he still had to pretend. Plop. 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 The three of them jumped into the lake one after another and dived down. Yi Xian had already spent some points to buy a water avoidance pearl. He put it in his mouth and began to dive. This lake was quite deep. He had only dived a little more than 10 meters, but it was already dark. In desperation, he could only use one hand to send out a spiritual energy slash to illuminate the surroundings. The spiritual energy slash was sent out for more than 10 meters before dissipating. Damn, my luck is too good. I found the cave in such a short time. Yi Xian looked around and found that the radius of the cave was at least 5 meters. It should be the Black Water Dragon's cave. Immediately, he swam up again. Guan Yulan was guarding the shore of the lake. When she saw Yi Xian, she immediately showed a look of disdain. How long had it been since he went down, and Yi Xian had already come back up? How dare he say that he had no problem with swimming? Yi Xian was too lazy to pay attention to her, so he quietly sat by the shore and waited. The physique of a warrior was much stronger than that of an ordinary person. After Lu Buping went down, Ning Chuan took more than 2 minutes to swim back up. Junior brother Yi, is there one on your side? Lu Buping asked. Yes, about 15 meters away from the lake. Yi Xian nodded, then asked, Senior brother Lu, if there is no land in the cave, what should we do? No, that black water dragon is actually a single-horn dragon, not a deep-sea type dragon. It can't breathe in the water, so it needs to come up for air. It has come out of the lake twice, so there must be a cave. Lu Buping explained. Oh, that's fine. Yi Xian nodded. As for how to bring the poison into the water, it was relatively simple. He just needed to wrap it with a special waterproof wax paper. However, would this poison really work? That was a spirit beast. However, since he was here, Yi Xian naturally had to go down and take a look. After all, Lu Buping's grandfather allowed him to come, so this poison must be effective. Plop. 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 The four of them directly jumped into the water again, but this time, they were wearing clothes. It was too dark under the water, so Lu Buping also used a night pearl, and he led the way in front. The four of them quickly dived, found the big cave, and swam in. This is just a cave. That black water dragon better not come out for a stroll, or else we won't be enough for it to swallow. Yi Xian was also extremely nervous in his heart, but this worry was unnecessary. After swimming for half a minute, they floated to the surface. Shoo, everyone be quiet. Lu Buping went ashore first and reminded them softly. Yi Xian and the other two went ashore one after another. They did not dare to use their spirit power to shake off the water on their clothes, for fear of disturbing the black water dragon inside. Guan Yulan went ashore before Yi Xian, and Yi Xian followed behind her. With the help of the night pearl's light, Yi Xian also saw a graceful body. Her figure is not bad. Yi Xian muttered in his heart. However, before he could continue admiring, a wave of spirit power surged out from Guan Yulan's body and shook off the water on her clothes. Wang! Hearing this sound, Lu Buping trembled violently and turned his head to whisper, Junior Guan, you. Yi Xian was also helpless. Guan Yulan risked alerting the enemy and wanted to dry her clothes. This mentality was not good. Guan Yulan did not speak. This Junior Guan is too much. Why is she putting on airs? If I had known, I would have asked someone else. Lu Buping was also a little annoyed. If they disturbed the one-horned dragon inside, then things would be troublesome. However, he did not dare to say this out loud. He could only fantasize about it in his mind. After all, Guan Yulan was the sect master's adopted daughter. Everyone be careful. Don't make any more noise. Lu Buping reminded again, and then carefully moved forward while sticking close to the walls of the cave. This cave was very dark. With the help of the night pearl's light, they could barely move forward slowly. Drip. From time to time, drops of water would fall from the ceiling of the cave. After moving forward for about 5 minutes, they heard an unusual sound. It was a bit like the sound of a volcano erupting. That unique dragon should be giving birth. Let's hurry up. Lu Buping revealed a happy expression. If this dragon was giving birth, then perhaps there was no need to use poison. They walked for a while, and then shockingly found that there was light in front of them. This should be the cliff behind Blackwater Mountain. Maybe there is another exit. Lu Buping said as he walked to the corner and quietly poked his head out. Sure enough, in a corner of the cave, there was a huge creature. It was a horned flood dragon. Its body was very long, and it looked to be at least 20 meters long. Yi Xian also snuck a glance. His first impression of the flood dragon was that it was terrifying. He originally had a phobia of the deep sea, but now that he saw such a huge underwater creature, he immediately swallowed his saliva. Wait a minute, were they going to fight this thing? Senior apprentice brother Lu, we're really going to. Ning Chuan was also frightened. This one-horned flood dragon was the biggest creature he had ever seen in his life. Since we're already here, how can we retreat? Although Lu Buping said so, he was extremely terrified in his heart. After all, this was a spirit beast. At this time, Guan Yulan, who had been silent all this time, suddenly said, "Look over there." Everyone followed her gaze and saw that there was already an egg bigger than a human in another tribe of the cave. A flood dragon egg. This flood dragon is a spirit beast. If this flood dragon egg is sold, it would probably be worth hundreds of millions. If it is nurtured well, it may be another spirit beast in the future. Lu Buping's eyes revealed a greedy look. Having a spirit beast as a pet, it was very impressive. However, the lifespan of a flood dragon was very long, and the lifespan of a human was definitely incomparable. Therefore, this flood dragon egg was probably not wanted by anyone because the time to nurture it was too long. However, for now, they had to kill this one-horned flood dragon in front of them first. Senior apprentice brother, that flood dragon seems to be laying an egg. What should we do? Ning Chuan looked at the flood dragon in the corner and said slowly. At this time, Yi Xian also noticed that the flood dragon's abdomen split open, and half of the egg was already exposed. Just in case, let's poison it first. Lu Buping took out the cloth bag and then said to Yi Xian, "This poison will be effective if it is inhaled, but if it is swallowed by the flood dragon, the effect will be even greater. Can you use a bow and arrow to send this over?" Sending poison into the flood dragon's mouth is not practical, but I can make it explode in front of the flood dragon. Yi Xian took the cloth bag and said slowly. It's fine. Now that this flood dragon is laying an egg, and with this poison, its strength will be greatly reduced. I'm afraid it will be less than 1/10 of its original strength. Lu Buping nodded. Yi Xian took out the broken cloud bow. He had forgotten to put away the broken cloud bow, but he did not expect it to come in handy now. He looked at the one-horned flood dragon that was laying an egg, and then suddenly threw the cloth bag in his hand over. That one-horned flood dragon also heard a slight sound. When it raised its head, it saw something flying towards it. No, it was two. Xiao. Boom. A star-bursting arrow accurately hit the cloth bag, blowing it into pieces. The poison powder in the cloth bag also scattered in an instant, and the one-horned flood dragon's face was covered in dust. Haha, it's done. Junior brother Ye's archery is good. Lu Buping was overjoyed, and directly pulled out his long sword. The one-horned flood dragon ate a nose full of dust, and also inhaled a lot of poison powder. More of it was absorbed by its skin. In an instant, this one-horned flood dragon let out a howl. However, it was currently giving birth, and could not move. Otherwise, it would directly rush over and tear apart Yi Xian and the others. Senior brother, are we going now? Ning Chuan turned and asked. No rush, let's wait for the medicine to take effect. This time, the heavens are helping me, it's actually laying an egg. Lu Buping could not hide his joy. This time, they had already discussed. Excluding Yi Xian's 20%, they would divide the remaining 80% according to 50-32. Lu Buping would get 50%, Guan Yulan 30%, and Ning Chuan 20%. Of course, Lu Buping still had a plan in his heart, and that was to get all of it. Of course, this would have to be done with a lot of risk. Ah, senior brother, it's working. Ning Chuan suddenly said. Everyone stared, only to see that this one-horned flood dragon's scales began to turn red. Its entire body began to squirm, and at the same time, it let out some strange sounds. Woo-ao, the one-horned flood dragon's body began to squirm on the ground like a snake. Its claws also began to scratch the ground, as if it was very uncomfortable. Senior brother, what kind of poison is this? The medicine's effect is so fast? Ning Chuan asked in disbelief. From the time the cloth bag exploded until now, it had not been more than 10 seconds, and the target was a spirit flood dragon. This poison was too powerful, right? Lu Buping smiled knowingly, and said, this is actually not poison, but a kind of holy medicine called immovable lust. That bag is enough for 100 men to use continuously for a year. What? Spring, hearing this, Xian and the others turned their heads to look at the one-horned flood dragon again. It seemed to be rubbing its body on the ground. Guan Yulan, who was still a virgin, immediately blushed. She glared fiercely at Lu Buping. What if they were to come into contact with the powder during the battle later? Haha, don't worry, as long as we attack from afar, it will be fine. Lu Buping laughed, then walked out and said, it's about time, junior brothers and sisters, let's go. Okay. Ning Chuan also took out a long sword. This one-horned flood dragon was laying eggs, and it was poisoned, so it was very weak. It probably did not have much fighting strength left. This was the best time for them to go on the field. Guan Yulan looked at the flood dragon and felt bad for it. However, after a few seconds of hesitation, she followed suit. Woo, the flood dragon could not dodge, it could only take the attacks of Yixian and the others, but its hard scales directly blocked the attacks of the four. Not good, we underestimated its defense, attack its abdomen. Lu Buping was not a fool, he already knew that their attacks would not have much effect on the flood dragon, but this time even the heavens were helping them, the flood dragon was laying eggs. Although the scales of the one-horned flood dragon were hard, its abdomen did not have any scales, and the giant egg was only half laid. If they attacked its abdomen, it would definitely be severely injured. Boom! Boom! These attacks fell on the flood dragon's abdomen. There was indeed some effect, but it was not very good, the damage was not very strong. After all, this was a spirit beast, although it was very weak, its physical strength surpassed that of a 10th level monster beast. Under the difference in level, Yixian and the others' attacks could not break its defense. However, these attacks still caused a lot of pain to the flood dragon. Damn, its skin is quite hard, watch how I kill your son. Ning Chuan suddenly ran to the side, and then directly slashed at the flood dragon. This time, it didn't attack the horned serpent dragon, but the unborn serpent dragon's egg. Not good. Yixian's face sank, so did Lu Buping, but their shouts could not stop Ning Chuan. Gotcha! The attack fell on the flood dragon's egg, breaking the eggshell. It began to flow out a thick, turbid liquid, faintly visible. It's over. Yixian was shocked, this Ning Chuan's courage, he actually dared to attack the flood dragon's egg in front of it. Was this not courting death? Sure enough, the moment the eggshell broke, the horned flood dragon was also stunned. Then, it roared towards the sky. Its roar reverberated throughout the cave, almost deafening the four of them. The horned flood dragon that was still wriggling suddenly stood up and stretched out its claws to grab Ning Chuan. However, it was extremely weak and its movements were very slow, so it did not manage to grab Ning Chuan. Attack, 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 attack the agate. Lu Buping had long scolded Ning Chuan in his heart. This one-horned flood dragon was already so weak, and he still wanted to provoke it. What if the one-horned flood dragon went crazy? As soon as he finished speaking, the four of them started to madly attack the giant egg. Yixian also mustered up all his strength and continuously shot out the most powerful exploding star arrows. Boom! Boom! These attacks had already beaten the unborn dragon's egg beyond recognition. At the same time, the flood dragon's abdomen was already bleeding. It was too horrible to look at. Roar! The flood dragon once again roared to the sky. It stretched out its claws to attack, but it still could not catch anyone. However, its speed at this time was faster than before. Not good, it began to recover. Yi Xian shouted. What? Lu Buping also reacted. It seemed that they still underestimated the ability of a spirit beast. At this time, in less than half a minute, this flood dragon was able to overcome Lu Buping's poison. If it recovered, then Yi Xian and the others would die here. You guys attack the stomach, I'll go blind it. Yi Xian shouted again, then quickly began to move. He pulled the cloud-splitting bow, and an exploding star arrow was shot out. Boom! The exploding star arrow exploded in the flood dragon's eye socket, but the flood dragon had already closed its eyes, so it was not injured at all. Damn, Ningchuan the stupid pig. Lu Buping cursed, suddenly took out a delicate dagger from his arms, and attacked again. However, his attacks had also become much more powerful due to the difference in weapons. Flood dragon, die for me. Lu Buping's attack suddenly became much stronger. Each time, it could make the flood dragon cry out in pain. That is, Yi Xian also noticed this, but he did not think much about it. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he instantly shot a few exploding star arrows. Boom! 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 After the flood dragon suffered the last exploding star arrow, its huge body suddenly trembled. Yi Xian looked and found that blood suddenly flowed out of the flood dragon's eye socket. It hit. It is blind in one eye. As long as its other eye is blinded, then its threat will be greatly reduced. Yi Xian thought for a moment, took out a spirit recovery pill, and then continued to attack. As for Guan Yulan and the other two, they were still relentlessly attacking the one-horned flood dragon's abdomen. Due to the birth, there was already a wound there, and after being attacked by them for a while, it was already badly mutilated. Soul-chasing slash, die for me. Lu Buping's whole body was like a madman. He began to attack crazily. The dagger in his hand increased his attack by several times. Senior brother Lu actually has a spirit weapon? Ning Chuan also guessed at once. At this time, he finally understood why Elder Lu was so assured to let Lu Buping kill the spirit beast. It turned out that he had this trump card. A spirit weapon could greatly increase a martial artist's attack. Even a martial artist of the 10th stage of the martial path might not have it. Now that Lu Buping had the spirit weapon dagger, his attack was probably comparable to a martial artist of the 9th stage of the martial path. Die for me. Lu Buping was also muddle-headed, crazily attacking the flood dragon, because, as long as this flood dragon died, then his share was almost enough to buy a spirit weapon. Or even two of them. Boom. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly cried out in alarm, because he'd successfully blinded both of the horned flood dragon's eyes. Fortunately, he was fast enough to walk on the stone wall for a short time, otherwise it would have been difficult to do. As long as he could cut the one-horned flood dragon into 2 pieces, then this one-horned flood dragon would definitely die. Although it would not die immediately, it would definitely bleed to death. It was only a matter of time. Yi Xian also immediately nodded and raised his hand to shoot a few exploding star arrows. Now he also understood that the dagger in Lu Buping's hand was a precious spirit weapon. If he had the spirit weapon, he was afraid that he could cut this flood dragon into 2 halves in minutes. Unfortunately, Lu Buping would definitely not lend out such a precious thing. Roar! The one-horned flood dragon's body began to recover. The effect of the aphrodisiac was about to wear off, but at this time, with the large area of injuries and blinded eyes, its threat was not big. It did not expect that when it was at its weakest, there would be 4 humans. But at this time it did not do anything. It was blind, it could not even catch a human. Boom! Yi Xian and the other 3 attacked crazily. The wound on the one-horned flood dragon's abdomen continued to expand. After Lu Buping took out the spirit weapon, their damage was calculated in tons. Haha, spirit beast inner core, ha 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 ha. After Lu Buping took out the spirit weapon, his whole person changed. From time to time, he would laugh loudly, which made Yi Xian think that he was crazy. However, Lu Buping looked at the one-horned flood dragon's wound, and the greed in his eyes grew. He glanced at the 3 people around him, and a thought suddenly popped up in his heart. Junior brother, don't blame me for being ruthless. Lu Buping's eyes flashed. Holding the spirit weapon dagger, he suddenly attacked the nearest Ning Chuan. It was a 7th grade martial art, soul-chasing slash. His realm was originally higher than Ning Chuan, and now with this spirit weapon, his attack power and speed were definitely beyond Ming Chuan's imagination. Ming Chuan felt that something was wrong, and when he turned around, there was a slash across his body. Hiss! Ming Chuan's eyes widened, revealing a look of disbelief. The two of them were about the same age, and played together since childhood. Ming Chuan would never have thought that Lu Buping would attack him. Ming Chuan's body separated and fell to the ground. His body could not withstand such a high-intensity slash. What? Guan Yulan and Yi Xian were also shocked. By the time Guan Yulan reacted, Lu Buping had already raised his hand and unleashed another soul-chasing slash. Junior sister, don't blame senior brother. As long as I have this Naiden, then senior brother can directly break through to the 9th stage of the martial path, or even the 10th stage, and become the Shattering Cloud sect. No, become the #1 genius of the South Forest region. This was Lu Buping's thought before he acted. The soul-chasing slash, enhanced by the spirit weapon, was astonishingly fast. In the blink of an eye, it was already in front of Guan Yulan. Guan Yulan also gave up on resisting. She knew that she couldn't avoid this attack. If she couldn't, then she would end up like Ming Chuan, becoming a cold corpse. However, right at this critical moment, another burst of energy suddenly collided with the soul-chasing slash. Boom! When the two spiritual energies collided, a strong shockwave was created and Guan Yulan was sent flying. Without a doubt, this sudden attack was Yi Xian's supernova arrow. Damn it! Seeing this, Lu Buping cursed inwardly. How could he forget about it? At the same time, he was also very shocked. Because in his hand was a spirit weapon, its attack power was probably comparable to a 9th stage martial path cultivator. However, such an attack was actually defeated by Yi Xian. How was this possible? Senior brother Lu, you're harming your own senior brother. Yi Xian looked at Lu Buping with a smile that wasn't a smile. From the beginning, he had guessed that this might happen, so he intentionally or unintentionally opened up a distance with Lu Buping along the way. He didn't expect that it would actually happen. A Naiden is worth more than 1 billion. You want me to share it with you? Don't even think about it. Junior brother, I know you're powerful, but can you block the spirit weapon in my hand? Lu Buping stopped attacking and coldly looked at Yi Xian. Didn't I block it just now? Yi Xian lightly smiled. Then I'll see if you can continue to block it. Lu Buping suddenly took out a pill from his chest. This pill was the bursting spirit pill that Yi Xian was incomparably familiar with. Lu Buping was originally at the peak of the 7th stage of the martial path, which was the realm that benefited the most from the bursting spirit pill. After taking the bursting spirit pill, his realm would break through to the 8th stage of the martial path. At that time, relying on the spirit weapon in his hand, Yi Xian really wouldn't be able to block it. Damn, I actually forgot about this kind of pill. Yi Xian angrily cursed in his heart. However, he wasn't someone to be trifled with. The 100 Beasts bloodline, the Chasing Wind Leopard bloodline, and the rank 9 Heavenly Illusion movement technique were enough to allow him to avoid Lu Buping's attack. Xiao! A soul-chasing slash that was even more ferocious than before flashed past. Yi Xian dodged to the side, and the soul-chasing slash destroyed his afterimage. He directly entered the stone wall and left a 2-meter-deep mark on it. Yi Xian didn't dare to be careless. This soul-chasing slash was probably enough to split his body in half. Humph, I still underestimated you, but can you block it? Lu Buping's eyes flashed with a fierce light as his gaze fell on Guan Yulan. Guan Yulan was just saved by Yi Xian, but the impact of the attack also heavily injured her. Right now, she was very weak, just like the single-horned flood dragon. Not good. Yi Xian's face sank. He hurriedly shot a few bursting star arrows. He had to interrupt Lu Buping's attack, or else Guan Yulan would be in danger. Although Guan Yulan only spoke one sentence to him, they both lived in the bamboo forest. If he could save her, Yi Xian didn't mind saving her. Boom. 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 3 bursting star arrows were only able to block Lu Buping's soul-chasing slash. This was the difference between a high-grade mortal weapon and a spirit weapon. Let's see how many times you can block it. Lu Buping's anger rose. Before, he was beaten by Yi Xian twice. This time, he wanted revenge. Boom. 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 The sound of spiritual energy colliding continued, echoing throughout the entire cave. It was like thunder, as if the entire cave was going to collapse. Sand and stones were constantly flying in the cave. Sand and dust filled every corner, as if a sandstorm had swept through. In a short 5 seconds, Xian shot more than 10 bursting star arrows. The spiritual energy in his body was rapidly depleting. He estimated that he wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Not good. I estimate that I can only shoot 5 more bursting star arrows. If the spiritual energy in my body is depleted, then I will definitely die here. However, it was not worth it to use so many devour points to deal with this small fry. However, this was the only way. However, at this moment, Lu Buping's body suddenly turned red. His body temperature rose rapidly, and a small tent appeared on his lower body. Xian's eyes lit up as he immediately reacted. He laughed loudly in his heart and said, "The heavens are really helping me. The unfairness of the road must have also been affected by that unmovable lust. I have the 100 Flowers bloodline, so this thing is useless to me." Lu Buping also reacted. However, this thing was used by high-level warriors. He was only in the 9th level of the martial path. He could not withstand it. He immediately pounced toward Xian like a hungry wolf. "Damn, you're targeting me?" Scram. Xian was scared half to death. He hurriedly pulled his bow and shot a supernova arrow. Boom. The exploding star arrow hit Lu Buping's chest and instantly exploded, sending him flying. "You're even wearing a treasure armor. Watch me take your spiritual weapon." Xian rushed forward and caught Lu Buping's spiritual weapon dagger. Now, the outcome was clear. "You killed Ning Chuan. I have a witness, so if I kill you, the Shattering Cloud sect will definitely not pursue the matter. Lu Buping, be a good person in your next life." Xian thought in his heart. He drew his bow again. This time, he wanted to blow Lu Buping's head. However, at this moment, he suddenly heard a rustling of grass in the wind. What's that sound? Xian's heart froze. He felt that something was wrong. However, in the next moment, his smile abruptly stopped. This was clearly the roar of the horned flood dragon. Moreover, it came from another exit. Could it be that there is another horned flood dragon? There were 2 of them in the beginning, not 1? When such a thought flashed through his mind, Xian was also shocked. Damn, if there are 2, then what's the point of playing? Run. Xian's face darkened. He quickly turned around and prepared to leave. However, in the next moment, he stopped in his tracks. After pondering for a moment, he decided to bring Guan Yulan along. He quickly rushed to the semi-conscious Guan Yulan and carried her in his arms. Then, he turned around and ran. "Don't leave." Lu Buping still maintained a shred of consciousness and shouted at Xian. However, Xian simply ignored him and left. As for Lu Buping, due to the immovable obscenity effect on his body, his battle prowess was probably not even half. However, he could hear the roar coming from the other tunnel. He immediately crawled towards the direction that Xian had left. He even used his hands, rolling and crawling, preparing to leave. But at that moment, a sudden gust of wind blew, blowing him against the stone wall. It was the breath of the one-horned flood dragon. Lu Buping still wanted to run, but a chill rose from his back. Immediately after, he saw a bloody mouth appear on top of his head. It's over. Lu Buping's last bit of consciousness thought so. Xian, who had left quickly, also ran back along the original path. He had already heard the sound of the other flood dragon returning. Immediately, he used what little spiritual energy he had left to use the 9th grade martial art, Heaven's Illusion Body Technique. Although he was still carrying a burden, the 100 Beast bloodline was not for show. Guan Yulan's weight did not affect him much. Oh my, it seems to have caught up. After hearing the voice behind him, Xian's face turned pale. This was because the voice behind him was rapidly approaching. At that moment, he suddenly remembered that he was still holding a spiritual weapon in his hand. Devour. At that moment, Xian quickly devoured the dagger. Ding, the host has devoured the low-grade spiritual weapon, Cold Light Dagger. The host has received 430 devour points. Ding, the host has broken through to the peak of martial arts level 8. Although there was probably no hope for the inner core, obtaining a spiritual weapon dagger was already very good. What? A spiritual weapon worth more than 400 million points can't even increase by 2 levels? Yi Xian was shocked. How difficult was it to increase this level? He quickly cursed the 18 generations of ancestors of the system in his heart. Then, he carefully felt it. He was originally in the middle of martial arts level 8. Now, he was at the peak of martial arts level 8. Although he increased by 1 level, it was only a small level. His physique would not change much. However, behind him, there was a heavyweight monster chasing after him. If it caught up, he would definitely become food in its stomach. Damn it, another bloodline. Yi Xian quickly made a decision. Then, he spent 50 bloodlines to exchange for a bloodline called Blade Fish. The wind-chasing leopard was the fastest bloodline on land. This blade fish was the same as the wind-chasing leopard, but its home ground was underwater. After fusing with the bloodline of the blade fish, Yi Xian ran to the place where they came ashore. Plop! Yi Xian carried Guan Yulan and plunged in. Immediately after, the image of a sharp blade fish condensed from spiritual energy appeared around him. His speed wasn't the slightest bit slower than on land. Go, go! Yi Xian was scared out of his wits. This was because he was being chased by a flood dragon. Moreover, it was an amphibious single-horned flood dragon. It could use its claws to walk on land and swim in water. After exchanging for the blade fish bloodline, Yi Xian no longer needed the water avoidance pearl. However, he realized that when he jumped into the water, he did not make any noise at all. This caused Guan Yulan to hold her breath. Damn it! Yi Xian cursed in his heart. Then, he lowered his head and kissed Guan Yulan's cherry lips. Then, he passed the water avoidance pearl that he had been holding in his mouth to Guan Yulan. I'm so pitiful. I actually lost my first kiss here. But fortunately, the other party is a beauty. It's not a big loss. Yi Xian was very helpless. However, he did not think too much about it. Right now, escaping was more important. However, Guan Yulan had not completely fainted. She was still conscious. Yi Xian's actions had scared her quite a bit. However, with that small bead in her mouth, she felt like she could actually breathe in the water. How magical! At this moment, Yi Xian did not know what she was thinking. He only knew how to run for his life. After fusing with the blade fish bloodline, his speed was very fast. With a kick of his legs, he shot out like a rocket. In the blink of an eye, he rushed out of the cave and arrived at the bottom of the Black Lake. Almost there, almost there. As long as I get ashore, I will be safe. I don't believe that you will leave that injured flood dragon behind. Yi Xian kept praying in his heart. He hoped that he would not be swallowed halfway. Walala! Yi Xian quickly rushed out of the black water lake and ran towards the forest without looking back. 3 seconds after he left the water, a huge creature jumped out of the water. Single-horned flood dragon. It's here. Yi Xian heard the sound of water behind him. His nerves were already stretched to the limit. He burst out with maximum speed and quickly rushed into the forest. Fortunately, this single-horned flood dragon had some intelligence and did not chase after him. After seeing Yi Xian enter the forest, it dived back into the water. At this time, in a corner of the forest, Yi Xian hid behind a tree and secretly took a look. Damn, this one was a size bigger than the injured single-horned flood dragon. It could definitely swallow a tank in one gulp. Gulp. Yi Xian could not help but swallow his saliva. He also had a lingering fear. If this flood dragon continued to chase, he was afraid that he would not be able to escape death. That scared me to death. What kind of news did Lu Buping get? There were actually 2 flood dragons. I almost died here. Yi Xian stared at the lake for a while and then felt relieved. It seemed that this single-horned flood dragon went to find the injured flood dragon. As for Lu Buping, he was probably also dead. After all, this flood dragon came in from another cave. Fortunately, this time it was only a scare but not a real danger. He had 4 bloodlines in his body, otherwise, he might really have died here. Ning Chuan was dead, Lu Buping was also swallowed by the flood dragon. Now, only Yi Xian and Guan Yulan were left. When they left the sect, many people must have witnessed it. If Lu Pingping went missing, then the Shattering Cloud sect would suspect him. However, if there was a witness, this was not too bad. Hey, Guan Yulan, are you okay? Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief and then squatted down to ask. However, in the next moment, his expression suddenly froze. He saw that Guan Yulan's whole body was red and hot. This was obviously because she was hit by the unchangeable lewdness. Damn, it's definitely because I got it when I was fighting with Lu Buping. I have the 100-flower bloodline, so this thing is useless to me. Yi Xian hurriedly searched through the devouring system to see if there was anything that could dispel the unmovable obscenity effect. However, at this moment, the heavily injured Guan Yulan suddenly let out a moan. Then, her entire body pressed against Yi Xian. Her two moist red lips directly pressed against Yi Xian's mouth. What? Yi Xian was still deep in thought when he was suddenly ambushed. He was stunned. Io, holy sh*t, this girl is still touching me. Yi Xian felt that something was wrong with his crotch and his heart trembled. At this moment, he was also hesitating in his heart. At this moment, there were two paths before him. First, he could go with the flow and do Guan Yulan, ending his virginity for so many years. After that, he could use the excuse that he had also been afflicted with the unchangeable lewdness. 2. Persevere and heal He Yulan. Damn, I'm so hot. Yi Xian quickly thought in his heart and then made a decision. He was a righteous man, how could he take advantage of others when they were in danger? If the 100-flower bloodline can prevent me from being affected, then perhaps my blood will also be effective. Thinking of this, Yi Xian cut his wrist and then pushed away Guan Yulan, who had already lost control of herself. However, just as he pushed her away, Guan Yulan pounced on him again. Damn! Yi Xian cursed in his heart. He directly aimed his wrist at his mouth and sucked hard. As expected, Guan Yulan pounced on him again. This time, Yi Xian directly passed his blood into Guan Yulan's mouth through his mouth. Then, Guan Yulan swallowed it. Yi Xian had the 100-flower bloodline in his body, which made him immune to all kinds of poisons. After his blood was swallowed by Guan Yulan, it immediately took effect. Yi Xian could clearly feel that Guan Yulan's body temperature was decreasing and was starting to recover. Damn you! Seeing this, Yi Xian pushed Guan Yulan away. Guan Yulan hit the tree behind her and slowly regained consciousness. However, what Yi Xian didn't expect was that the first thing Guan Yulan did after the effects of the poison in her body disappeared was to reach out and chop Yi Xian's head. Pervert, go to hell. Damn, a woman's heart is really the most poisonous. I saved you so many times, but you want to kill me the moment you wake up. Yi Xian extended his hand and locked Guan Yulan's hand as he berated, you're a woman with a poisonous heart. Is this how you treat your savior? Go to hell. Guan Yulan's face was flushed red. She raised her leg and kicked Yi Xian, but she was seriously injured. Even if she was in her peak condition, she couldn't do anything to him at such a close distance. Therefore, she was easily captured by Yi Xian. Pervert, let go of me. Guan Yulan shouted. Are you sure? Or are you saying that you don't have any consciousness after being poisoned? Yi Xian asked. Pervert, let go of me. Guan Yulan was pinned under Yi Xian's body. Her breathing was not smooth. She was already seriously injured, and now her injuries were even worse. Yi Xian frowned, it seems that you don't remember at all. You were ambushed by Lu Buping, and I blocked the fatal blow for you. Then, I carried you out of the water. But you were already poisoned by Lu Buping's unchangeable lascivious. I helped you get rid of it out of the kindness of my heart. If I really wanted to do anything to you, I would have done it with you instead of helping you get rid of the poison. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Guan Yulan was stunned. Actually, she still had some consciousness before she came out of the water. However, what happened after that was a bit blurry. When she woke up, she found herself in intimate contact with Yi Xian. Let go of me first. Guan Yulan said again, but her tone was clearly not as strong as before. Alright, if you dare to touch me again, I will throw you back into the black water lake and let that dragon swallow you. Yi Xian coldly snorted, then slowly got up. At such a close distance, he had 100 ways to capture Guan Yulan. Therefore, Guan Yulan was not a threat to him at all. Seeing Yi Xian take a few steps back, Guan Yulan quickly got up from the ground and tidied up her wet clothes. Although she was fine now, Yi Xian was still pressing her under his body. Both of their clothes were wet, which allowed her to feel the masculine scent of a man up close. Therefore, her little face was still flushed. "Why weren't you poisoned?" Guan Yulan asked in surprise. Yi Xian used his spiritual energy to dry his clothes, then raised his left wrist. "I ate a kind of heavenly treasure, so I am immune to poison. You were only able to get rid of the poison because you drank my blood." Blood? But when Guan Yulan recalled the last scene, she couldn't help but want to tear Yi Xian into pieces. Yi Xian was so powerful that he could completely restrain her, but Yi Xian didn't. He was obviously taking advantage of her. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly said, "Hey, you seem to want to kill me. You're too cruel. I saved you, but you didn't even say a word of thanks. If I had known earlier, I would have left you in the cave to die with Lu Buping." When Lu Buping was mentioned, Guan Yulan's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Lu Buping was the grandson of one of the Shattering Cloud sect's elders. Guan Yulan also entered the Shattering Cloud sect when she was young. Although their relationship wasn't very good, they still grew up together. She did not expect that Lu Buping would want to kill her. But this was also reasonable. Even if they were brothers, they would most likely become enemies because of a demonic beast's inner core. Guan Yulan also sucked in a breath of cold air. When she was about to speak, her blood suddenly surged, and she couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Although Lu Buping's slash was dispersed by Yi Xian, the force behind it had also seriously injured her. "Sai, you can't die. If you die, people will think that I, Yi Xian, killed you." Yi Xian reluctantly exchanged for a bottle of 100 flower dew and handed it over. Guan Yulan glanced at Yi Xian cautiously. At this time, she suddenly remembered that she might have left her things in the cave. She didn't even bring her weapons out. "Don't worry, this isn't something like untouchable. Otherwise, with your injuries, I'm afraid you won't be able to make it to the Shattering Cloud sect and will die halfway." Yi Xian handed the 100 flower dew over. He had also spent a lot of money because this bottle of 100 flower dew was worth 1 devour point. It was very precious. However, he was now a tycoon with 500 devour points in his body. He didn't care about a mere 1 devour point. Guan Yulan didn't refuse. Although she hated Yi Xian a little, she still thought that he had a good character. After opening the bottle of 100 flower dew, a fragrant aroma immediately assailed her nostrils. She opened her cherry lips and drank the entire bottle of 100 flower dew in one gulp. Shortly after, the 100 flower dew turned into a warm aura that nourished and repaired her internal organs. Guan Yulan was shocked because the effect of the 100 flower dew was beyond her imagination. In just a few breaths, the pain in her body disappeared and her injuries were mostly healed. "If you drink this, you should be fully recovered in half a day," Yi Xian said. "What is this?" Guan Yulan couldn't help but ask. Yi Xian replied, "100 flowers dew. This is something that can't be bought with money." Previously, he had browsed through the entire medicine refinery hall, and the healing medicines inside were at most a few 100,000 taels of silver. Moreover, the effects were much less than the 100 flowers dew. "Where did you get it?" Guan Yulan asked again. Although she had been poisoned before, after waking up, she found that Yi Xian had nothing on him. However, he was able to suddenly take out such a precious bottle of healing medicine. How did he do it? "You're so annoying. If you ask again, spit it out and return it to me." Yi Xian rolled his eyes and reacted. Guan Yulan didn't say anything and just silently stood up. "Now you owe me a few lives. Once in the cave, I saved you once, and once again helped you detoxify your injuries. Remember to return them to me in the future," Yi Xian casually said. The adopted daughter of the Shattering Cloud sect's sect master had an extraordinary status. If the Shattering Cloud sect's sect master returned in the future, he might be able to greatly reward him. This was extremely good. Humph. Guan Yulan didn't refute. In fact, she was also quite against Yi Xian. First, Yi Xian gave her a bad first impression. Second, Yi Xian had just taken advantage of her. What are we going to do now? Directly return to the Shattering Cloud sect? Yi Xian suddenly asked. You still want to go down? Guan Yulan was stunned. Of course not. There's an even stronger dragon down there. Do you think I'm going to court death? Yi Xian rolled his eyes and said, now that Lu Buping and Ming Chuan are both dead, Ming Chuan is still okay. But Lu Buping is Elder Lu's grandson. If he knows that Lu Buping is dead, he'll definitely be furious. When that time comes, then what do you want to do? Guan Yulan asked. Yi Xian immediately replied, of course we'll hide it from everyone. After we go back, we'll say that we destroyed the Blackwater stronghold and parted ways with Lu Buping and Ming Chuan. Guan Yulan carefully thought about it and found that this method was feasible. After all, she was only invited by Lu Buping. Moreover, Lu Buping and Ming Chuan would definitely be swallowed by the dragon. Even their corpses wouldn't be found. Yi Xian and Guan Yulan reached a consensus. They hurriedly left Blackwater Mountain and found an inn to stay. The next day, Guan Yulan's injuries were completely healed. What was incredible was that she even benefited from this disaster. With this injury, she broke through the shackles and broke through to the 8th stage of the martial path. Before they returned to the Shattering Cloud sect, they also cut off the head of the Blackwater stronghold's leader, Chao Hu's head. Chao Hu's head was a mission item. When they returned, they had to hand it over to the Shattering Cloud sect to complete the mission. A few days later, they also returned to the Shattering Cloud sect. However, what surprised the disciples was that Yi Xian and Guan Yulan had gone out together. Why did only Yi Xian and Guan Yulan come back together? There was something fishy. There was definitely something fishy. However, Yi Xian didn't care about the astonished gazes of the crowd. He directly went to the training hall with Guan Yulan to complete the mission of the Blackwater stronghold. Hey, didn't the 4 of you do this mission together? Why is it only the 2 of you? The training hall's deacon asked in surprise. Senior apprentice brother Lu and senior apprentice brother Ning went to the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun to train. We didn't go, so we came back first. Yi Xian casually replied. He wouldn't say that Lu Buping and Ming Chuan had died in the Blackwater Mountain. Oh, okay. But this 7th grade mission was accepted by you, so the mission reward will be given to you first. The training hall's deacon nodded. He compared Chao Hu's head with the portrait, then took out 6 tokens with 100 points each. Yi Xian put away the 6 tokens and returned to the bamboo forest with Guan Yulan. Take it. It's just the 2 of us now, so it's 50-50. When someone asks, don't let it slip. After returning to the bamboo forest, Yi Xian threw 3 tokens over and reminded her at the same time. However, after Guan Yulan received the tokens, she actually threw them back. What are you doing? Don't tell me you think you can return the 3 favors with just 300 points? Take it, take it. Yi Xian threw the tokens back and directly returned to his courtyard. This trip to the Blackwater Mountain was frightening but not dangerous. Moreover, the harvest was bountiful. First was Guan Yulan. She had a blessing in disguise and broke through to the 8th realm of the martial path. The one with the biggest harvest was naturally Yi Xian. He had devoured a low-grade spiritual weapon and directly broke through to the peak of the 8th realm of the martial path. He had also obtained more than 400 devouring points. At this time, he only had 500 devouring points left. Io, how black-hearted. The cheapest mid-grade bloodline is 1,000 points. This is 500 million silver and 5 million gold. In the house, Yi Xian's heart was bleeding. The cheapest mid-grade bloodline was actually the 2nd grade of the wind-chasing leopard bloodline. It was worth 1,000 devouring points. It seemed that he wouldn't be able to exchange for it in a short time. But overall, he was quite satisfied because he was just a little bit away from breaking through again. After all, he had devoured a spiritual weapon before. I wonder if Master has returned. I'll give him a surprise. Maybe he'll be happy and give me 100 million. Yi Xian snickered in his heart. The chief disciple of the Shattering Cloud sect, Zhongyang, broke through to the middle of the 8th realm of the martial path at the age of 18. Yi Xian was only 15 years old and was already at the peak of the 8th realm of the martial path. After a while, he would probably reach the 9th realm of the martial path. If this news were to spread, it would definitely bring glory to the Shattering Cloud sect. Yi Xian left his house and then walked towards Zhou Tsang's courtyard. Before he reached the door, an old voice came from inside. "Come in." Yi Xian was shocked. As expected of the strongest person in the Shattering Cloud sect, he could even hear such a thing. He walked in and saw Zhou Tsang sitting in the courtyard drinking tea. "Yi Xian, I heard that you went out with Lu Buping and the others to do a mission. How was it?" Zhou Tsang looked at Yi Xian and slowly said. "It was completed smoothly. At the same time, I also obtained an unknown pill. Now, I have broken through to the peak of the 8th realm of the martial path." Yi Xian respectfully cupped his fists and said. "What?" Before he could finish his words, Zhou Tsang instantly stood up and exclaimed, "Peak of the 8th realm of the martial path?" "Yes, I have broken through." Yi Xian nodded and then released the spiritual energy that he deliberately suppressed. Zhou Tsang felt it, and sure enough, it was the peak of the 8th stage of the martial path. Moreover, it was very dense. It was probably not far from the 9th stage of the martial path. "Genius, you're really a genius. In just a few days, you actually reached the peak of the 8th stage of the martial path. Your aptitude has already far surpassed Zhongyang's. The heavens are really helping me. But. Haha. You are now the chief disciple of the Shattering Cloud sect. In half a month's time, there will be a competition between the Shattering Cloud sect and the Shattering Sky sect. When the time comes, you will definitely help the Shattering Cloud sect vent our anger. As long as you can help the Shattering Cloud sect win, I will give you 30,000 points." Zhou Tsang realized that he had almost blurted it out and hurriedly diverted Yi Xian's attention. He didn't mean this. 30,000 points, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. That wasn't a small amount. At this time, he suddenly thought of a problem and asked, "Master, the number 1 inner disciple, senior brother Zhongyang, hasn't returned yet. I haven't challenged him yet." "That's right. I don't know when Zhongyang will return." Zhou Tsang hurriedly nodded, but he added in his heart, "Zhongyang won't be back." Yi Xian didn't care about the number 1 inner disciple position. He just wanted to let everyone know that he was the strongest disciple in the Shattered Cloud sect. "Oh right, Master, what is the competition between the two sects?" Yi Xian asked curiously. He suddenly remembered that the young master of the Million Gold City, Xianxia, had said that he would take revenge in the competition between the two sections. Zhou Tsang explained, "The competition between the two sects is a competition between the Shattered Cloud sect and the Heaven Cracking sect. It happens once every 2 years. At the same time, we also have some bets. As long as we win, we can get the other sect's bets. However, my Shattered Cloud sect has already lost 5 times in a row." "Bets?" Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up again. What he lacked the most now was money. "The Heaven Cracking sect is much stronger than my Shattered Cloud sect. They also have many geniuses. It is said that one of them reached the peak of the 8th realm at the age of 18. I don't know if he has broken through to the 9th realm recently." Zhou Tsang said slowly. "The peak of the 8th realm? TCH, in my eyes, I can defeat him in 3 rounds. Yi Xian felt disdain in his heart. With his current strength, he didn't think that there would be any opponents in the same realm. "Yi Xian, in this competition between the two sects, you better not embarrass me." Zhou Tsang looked at Yi Xian with satisfaction, a strange light flashing in his eyes. "Yes, Master." Yi Xian nodded solemnly. Then, he said, "Master, your disciple is about to break through the bottleneck. Shouldn't you? Haha, I understand what you mean. However, you have just broken through, so you should consolidate your cultivation. Haste makes waste. Don't let the competition between the two sects affect your future cultivation." Zhou Tsang stroked his beard and laughed. "Damn, it seems that I won't be able to do it." Yi Xian was very puzzled. He was hesitating whether to tell Zhou Tsang the secret. If he did, Zhou Tsang would definitely help him and crush the Heaven Cracking sect. However, Yi Xian thought about it and decided to forget about it. He had only met Zhou Tsang twice, even though the latter was his master. "Master, your disciple will take his leave first." Yi Xian cupped his fist and walked out. However, after he left, Zhou looked at the courtyard door and muttered, I didn't expect this kid to be more talented than Zhongyang. TSK, TSK, TSK. Zhongyang, don't blame me for being ruthless. If you want to blame someone, blame Yixian. It was his appearance that made you worthless. After he finished speaking, he suddenly laughed. Logically speaking, Zhou was Yixian's master. If Yixian told him the secret, it shouldn't be a big deal. However, Yixian felt that it was better to forget about it. Every time he stood in front of Zhou, he would feel his heart palpitate. Perhaps it was because Zhou was too strong. After leaving Zhou's house, Yixian prepared to leave the bamboo forest and walk around. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly walked towards him slowly. It's an elder? Yixian was a little surprised and went up to him. Just as he was about to speak, the elder said, You are Yixian? This kid is really something. May I ask what is the matter, elder? Yixian cupped his fist respectfully. Although his grandson was beaten up, Lu Qi didn't want to stand up for Lu Buping. After all, conflicts between young people should be resolved by themselves. Hearing this name, Yixian's heart trembled. The reason why he trembled wasn't because this old man's name was weird, but because this elder's surname was Lu. Damn, Lu Buping's grandfather came to find us so quickly. Yixian cursed in his heart, then respectfully cupped his fists and said, After senior brother Lu and senior brother Ning eradicated the Black Water stronghold, they parted ways with us. I think they went to the 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun. 18 mountain ranges of Lianyun? Lu Qi was startled and thought, does this brat think that he can fight against spirit beasts with a spirit weapon? Damn it. He guessed that Lu Buping thought that he was strong enough after obtaining a spirit weapon, so he excluded Guan Yulan and brought Ning Chuan, who he had a good relationship with, to kill spirit beasts with him. Elder Lu, is there anything else? Yixian asked calmly, but his heart was already exploding. What a joke. If Elder Lu, who was in the 10th stage of the martial path, found out anything, he would be in big trouble. Oh, there's nothing else. Is Guan Yulan inside? Lu Qi asked again. Senior sister Guan is inside. Elder Lu, please. Yixian nodded, but his heart sank. It seemed that Lu Qi had to ask Guan Yulan. After all, Guan Yulan knew about the spirit beasts beforehand. No need. Go do your own thing. Elder Lu waved his hand and walked in alone. Yixian looked at his back and was a little worried. He only hoped that Guan Yulan wouldn't reveal anything. Helpless, he could only go out for a stroll. When he came back, Elder Lu just happened to walk out of the bamboo forest. Looking at his expression, I'm afraid it's not that simple. Yixian's heart trembled. He hurriedly walked into the bamboo forest and walked towards Guan Yulan's residence. Guan Yulan was sitting outside her room. Elder Lu didn't look too good when he left. You wouldn't have exposed yourself, would you? Yixian quickly walked over and asked. Guan Yulan glanced at him and said, No. Then why does Elder Lu look like his butt is on fire? Yixian recalled the way Elder Lu walked out of the bamboo forest in 3 steps. It was obvious that he was stimulated. Yixian was also wondering if he should not have saved Guan Yulan back then. He suddenly thought that if he was the only survivor that day, it would not have been impossible. Lu Buping only told the news to Ning Chuan and Guan Yulan. If the 3 of them sent him away after flattening the Black Water stronghold, then went to kill the spirit beasts themselves, this was not a bad reason. He just had to pretend that he did not know anything. However, he had already saved her, so he could only remain calm. I only told him that senior apprentice brother Lu went to kill the spirit beast himself, Guan Yulan replied calmly. If that's the case, then I'll leave first, Yixian said and turned to leave. Although Guan Yulan was not bad looking, she was so cold that they probably wouldn't have much to talk about. However, to his surprise, just as he turned around, Guan Yulan opened her mouth and said, Wait. What? Yixian turned around and asked. I have something to ask you, Guan Yulan said as her gaze fell on the front. She gestured for Yixian to sit down. What problem could there be? Yixian was very surprised, but he still sat down in front of her. The 2 of them looked at each other. After a few seconds of silence, Guan Yulan finally opened her mouth and asked, with your strength, you could have easily subdued me that day. Why did you? She did not finish her sentence. She knew that Yi Xian should have understood. Although Yi Xian's IQ was not high, he was not stupid. He reacted and said in surprise, "Don't tell me you think that I deliberately took advantage of you. Are you kidding me? It only took 2 seconds at most. After I pushed you away, you pounced on me and kissed me." Halfway through his sentence, Yi Xian felt a cold murderous aura coming from Guan Yulan. F***ck, didn't we just kiss 3 times? You were the one who initiated it. I was the one who was taken advantage of. Yi Xian cursed in his heart. He remembered that when Guan Yulan lost control, not only did she kiss him, but she also touched him with her hands. Guan Yulan did not intend to linger on this topic. Although she was in a strange state at that time, she still felt something. It was a very strange feeling. It was the first time in her life that she felt that way. The two of them stayed silent for a while. Then, Guan Yulan opened her mouth and said, "Thank you." What? Yi Xian suspected that he'd misheard. This ice-cold Guan Yulan actually said the word thank you. Was this a dream? Hey, don't think that a thank you is enough. I helped you 4 times in total. I still haven't counted one. If you want to return the favor, give me 1 million. Yi Xian said and added, "Of course, it's gold." 1 million gold taels was equivalent to 100 million silver taels. This was enough for Yi Xian to break through to the 9th stage of the martial path. Guan Yulan did not expect Yi Xian to be so vulgar. She also did not expect Yi Xian to open his mouth like a lion and ask for 1 million gold taels. Are you sure you want it? Guan Yulan suddenly asked. This question also made Yi Xian confused. Could it be that Guan Yulan could really take out 1 million gold taels? I'm at the critical moment of breaking through. If you give me 10,000 points, then we'll be even. How about it? Yi Xian suddenly revealed a cunning expression. Breakthrough? Guan Yulan was shocked. Yi Xian was already in the 8th stage of the martial path at the age of 15. If he broke through again, wouldn't he be the same as Zhong Yang? At this time, she still thought that Yi Xian was in the early 8th stage of the martial path. Not bad. This deal is reasonable, right? Yi Xian nodded. Good. Guan Yulan was also straightforward. She directly went into the house and took out some tokens. There was a total of 10 tokens and each one was worth 1,000 points. Damn, there really is one. How much is this girl's net worth? Yi Xian was not scared to death. Not many people could take out 10,000 points from the Shattering Cloud sect. However, he suddenly remembered that Guan Yulan was the adopted daughter of the Shattering Cloud sect's sect master. Who was the Shattering Cloud sect's sect master? A true spirit realm expert. The entire Shattering Cloud sect was his. He must have left a lot of cultivation resources for Guan Yulan. Damn, I was too kind. The price was too low again. Yi Xian was very regretful. He was the vice sect master's disciple and received 2,000 points every month. Guan Yulan grew up in the Shattering Cloud sect. Her net worth was probably more than anyone else. Scary. If she went to the alchemy hall to take the things, she would definitely make the alchemy hall go bankrupt. But all in all, Yi Xian finally had the resources he needed to level up. As long as he broke through to the 9th stage of the martial path, his strength would increase by a lot. One must know that the 9th stage of the martial path was enough to become a teacher of the Shattering Cloud sect. Even the city lord of the 1,000 Gold City was only at the 9th stage of the martial path. We're even. Guan Yulan said. We're even. Yi Xian was so excited that he forgot to suppress his spiritual energy. Guan Yulan felt the strong spiritual energy fluctuation and was so scared that she took 3 steps back. She looked at Yi Xian in astonishment as if she had seen a ghost. What? You can break through, but I can't. I broke through 2 stages at once. Are you jealous? Yi Xian suddenly revealed a wretched aura. Guan Yulan had never heard of someone breaking through 2 stages at once. However, she also knew that the heavenly Tao was unpredictable and anything was possible. I'm different from you. Guan Yulan snorted and didn't care at all. Different? Yi Xian immediately reacted. In the eyes of others, he broke through by eating pills while Guan Yulan broke through by herself. Otherwise, she would have reached the middle of the 8th stage of the martial path, or the peak of the 8th stage of the martial path, or even the 9th stage of the martial path. This made Yi Xian wonder how much wealth Guan Yulan had. Would it be enough for him to break through to the 10th stage of the martial path? But in the end, these things belonged to Guan Yulan and had nothing to do with him. Suddenly, Yi Xian had a plan in his heart. Should he find a time to secretly steal all of Guan Yulan's things? After his strength skyrocketed, he would return the money after earning it. At most, he would add a bit of interest. He. Yi Xian couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing at? Guan Yulan was very puzzled. Why did Yi Xian laugh for no reason after hearing her words? Nothing, Senior Guan. Goodbye. Yi Xian's face stiffened. After saying that, he turned around and left. Now that he had obtained these points, he had to quickly exchange them for heaven and earth treasures. However, after Yi Xian left, Guan Yulan stared at his back and fell into deep thought again. Even after Yi Xian had disappeared into the bamboo forest, she still stared at him. TSK. 10,000 points from the Shattering Cloud sect can be exchanged for 50 stalks of 1,000-year-old blood ginseng worth 2 million. This way, I can break through to the 9th level of the martial path. A 15-year-old mentor-level genius will definitely scare the Shattering Cloud sect to death. Yi Xian thought to himself as he went straight to the alchemy hall. However, the alchemy hall was out of stock. He had no choice but to choose something else. Yi Xian did not choose to devour this item, which was worth around 100 million taels of silver. Instead, he stored it in his devour space. With just a thought, he could instantly devour anything in the devour space. This way, he could directly break through to the 9th stage of the martial path. He did not know why, but he felt the need to hide his strength. It was not good to always reveal his strength. Next was the competition between the Shattering Cloud sect and the Shattering Sky sect. He felt that his peak 8th level of the martial path, coupled with the 100 Beasts bloodline and the Wind-Seeking Leopard bloodline, was enough to sweep the Shattering Sky sect. This half a month quickly passed. In this half a month, Yi Xian had also planned a path for himself to grow up. Strength can defeat all tactics, strength and speed were the paths he was pursuing. He went straight to the Shattering Cloud sect and took out a copy of the rank 9 martial technique. Then, he stored it in the Devour system. If there was a need in the future, he could just use the Devour points to learn it. Today was the day of the competition between the Shattering Cloud sect and the Shattering Sky sect. Later, the Shattering Cloud sect's team would come to the Shattering Cloud sect. Because the Shattering Cloud sect had lost 5 times in a row, the venue of the competition was the sect that had lost in the previous competition. Junior Brother Yi, come out quickly. The Shattering Sky sect's team is here. We need to go and welcome them. Yi Xian was still in his courtyard learning martial arts when a voice came from outside the courtyard. It was the second in the inner sect, Hui Yuan. Creak. Yi Xian opened the courtyard door and said, Senior Brother Hua, it's just the Shattering Sky sect's team. It's not like the Emperor is coming. What's the big deal? No, every time the Shattering Sky sect comes, all the inner sect disciples have to be present. This is the rule. Junior brother, come with me quickly. Hui Yuan dragged Yi Xian out of the bamboo forest and went all the way to the Shattering Cloud sect's mountain gate. At this time, countless disciples, deacons, mentors and elders had gathered in front of the mountain gate. Even the vice sect leader Zhou Tsong had arrived. He's here, Yi Xian is here. I heard that he will be overseeing the competition between the two sects this time. TSK, this brat only ate elixirs. What qualifications does he have to be overseeing the competition? I wonder why senior brother Zhongyang hasn't returned yet. Could it be that he was delayed by something? That's right. If senior brother Zhongyang returns, he will definitely be at the peak of the 8th stage of the martial path. Who knows, he might be able to lead our Shattering Cloud sect to victory. Yi Xian's name was widely spread in the Shattering Cloud sect. The inner sect disciples were a little better, but the outer sect disciples didn't know how to appreciate favors. They all thought that Yi Xian's deeds were too exaggerated. How could someone who ate elixirs to reach the 8th stage of the martial path defeat Hui Yuan and the other two? It was obviously a rumor. After Yi Xian arrived, he walked to Zhou Tsang's side and respectfully greeted him. At this time, a few elders of the Shattering Cloud sect had already gathered around Zhou Tsang. There were also the disciples of these elders and Guan Yulan. After returning to the Shattering Cloud sect last time, Yi Xian stayed in his courtyard all day long. Therefore, this was the first time he and Guan Yulan met in half a month. Yi Xian obediently stood beside Zhou Tsang. Then, he deliberately glanced around and found that Lu Buping's grandfather, Elder Lu Qi, wasn't around. This Lu Qi went to look for Lu Buping and hasn't returned yet. He might have met with misfortune, Yi Xian thought in his heart. There were 2 spirit beasts at the bottom of the Blackwater Lake, and Lu Qi was only a 10th stage martial path cultivator. If he dared to go down, he would definitely be swallowed by the 2 horned flood dragons. If that was the case, Yi Xian was relieved. Yi Xian's gaze fell on Guan Yulan, who was nearby. However, coincidentally, Guan Yulan was also looking at him. Their gazes met at the same time. They were both stunned. Then, Guan Yulan quickly retracted her gaze. However, a blush quickly appeared on her small face. Damn, what's going on? Why is she blushing? Yi Xian didn't understand. They just looked at each other, but Guan Yulan actually blushed. Could it be that Guan Yulan fell in love with him after the previous incident? Hui Yuan, who was beside Yi Xian, noticed this. He quickly nudged Yi Xian and said, "You're really something. You've only been here for half a month and you've already hooked up with junior sister Guan. You're going to break many people's hearts." "What do you mean hooked up?" Yi Xian asked softly. "Junior sister Guan has already looked at you 5 times since you arrived. How dare you say you haven't hooked up with her?" Hui Yuan said. His words stunned Yi Xian. Holy sh*t, you have good eyesight. But then again, 5 times was too much. Could it be that this girl had really fallen for him? This girl's thinking is probably too conservative. It's just 3 kisses. It's not like she'll get pregnant. Yi Xian thought. He only thought that Guan Yulan's abnormal behavior was because she was still brooding over the previous accident. At this time, a cheer suddenly came from the foot of the mountain. Yi Xian looked towards the source of the sound and saw a group of people walking up the mountain stairs. The sky-cracking sect was here. Junior brother Yi, senior brother Zhongyang didn't come back this time. Our sky-cracking sect is relying on you. I heard that in the past few sessions, our sky-cracking sect was completely suppressed by the sky-cracking sect. Not a single disciple could beat them. Hui Yuan suddenly whispered to Yi Xian. Didn't win a single match? Yi Xian was shocked after hearing this. This was too fake. Not only did they lose 5 times in a row, but they didn't even win a single match. This was too unreasonable. Then how do the 2 sects compete? Yi Xian asked again. I don't know. It's different every time. It's decided by the sect leaders and elders on the spot. Hui Yuan shook his head. The sky-cracking sects group was very fast. Soon, they arrived at the mountain gate of the sky-cracking sect. Yi Xian looked carefully. There were a total of 5 elders from the sky-cracking sect and more than 10 disciples. The leader was said to be the vice-sect leader of the sky-cracking sect. Oh, Xianxia is here too. It seems like he's here for revenge. Yi Xian found a familiar figure in the sky-cracking sects group. It was the young master of the City of Gold, Xianxia. Xianxia had also noticed Yi Xian and revealed a vicious glint in his eyes. TSK, I was able to beat the crap out of you last time. This time, I will do the same. Yi Xian snorted coldly in his heart. Then, he turned his attention to the other disciples of the sky-cracking sect. Because he was too far away, he could not sense the strength of these people. However, there was one person who gave him a bad feeling. It was a young man who always had a smile on his face. Is this the trump card of the sky-shattering sect? I'm afraid he has already reached the 9th rank of the martial path. Yi Xian guessed in his heart. Although he did not feel the fluctuations of the other party's spiritual energy, his intuition was quite accurate. At this moment, the smiling youth suddenly turned his head and locked eyes with Yi Xian. It's so cold. My back is cold after locking eyes with him. One look and I can tell that he's a person who hides a knife behind his smile. Yi Xian shivered from head to toe and did not look at the youth. He felt that this youth was a little strange. There was an indescribable evil about him. The two sides exchanged pleasantries. Then, Zhou ordered some inner sect disciples to entertain the other party and show them around. However, Yi Xian was ignored by him. Yi Xian was the trump card of the skycracking sect. He could not expose himself like this. Furthermore, Yi Xian was very good at controlling his spiritual energy. As long as he did not expose himself, even a martial artist in the 10th rank of the martial path would not be able to discover his true realm. At most, they would be able to tell that he was in the 8th rank of the martial path. The people of the skycracking sect were invited to the banquet. As for Yi Xian, he returned to the bamboo forest alone. In the afternoon, before the competition between the two sects began, someone came to inform Yi Xian. However, what surprised Yi Xian was that the person who had called him was none other than his neighbor, Guan Yulan. When Yi Xian opened the door to his courtyard, he was shocked. He asked in astonishment, "Why are you here?" Guan Yulan stood outside the door, looking a little uncomfortable. She glanced at Yi Xian and said, "You have to be careful of Fan Yu in the competition between the two sects later. This person is vicious and merciless. During the last competition, he broke the meridians of a senior brother." What? Yi Xian was stunned. Fan Yu, this was the first time he had heard of this name. However, in his mind, he combined this name with the smiling youth who hid a knife behind his smile. This Fan Yu should be the trump card of the skycracking sect, and he was the trump card of the skycracking sect. Therefore, the two sides would definitely meet. Oh. Thank you for the reminder, Senior Sister Guan. Yi Xian cupped his fists. However, in the next moment, Guan Yulan's words almost made him bite his tongue. "Just call me by my name," Guan Yulan said with a red face. Then, she added, "The competition between the two sects is about to start. Let's go." This time, Yi Xian could confirm that Guan Yulan was interested in him. He had been in the skycracking sect for a month, but he had never heard of anyone who dared to call her by her name. Before returning to the skycracking sect, Guan Yulan had broken through to the 8th level of the martial path. Then, she had defeated the 3rd-ranked inner disciple. Now, there were not many who dared to call her junior sister. Only the vice-sect leader Zhou and the other older generation would call her Yulan. Wow, being handsome is a blessing. Everywhere I go, there will be people who like me. Yi Xian was overjoyed. Xueqingqing was too young for him. However, Guan Yulan was already 17 this year. She would be 18 after the new year. Girls of this age were not bad. While fantasizing, Yi Xian and Guan Yulan arrived at the skycracking sect's martial training field. As soon as they entered, they became the center of attention. Guan Yulan blushed and walked in with Yi Xian. If it wasn't for Zhou order, Guan Yulan probably wouldn't have called Yi Xian. However, this was embarrassing. After today, the entire skycracking sect would be discussing whether Yi Xian had won Guan Yulan over because he was in a favorable position. Yi Xian came to the martial training field and walked to Zhou side. He said softly, "Master." Beside Zhou sat an old man. It was the vice-sect leader of the skycracking sect, Li Haodong. "Sect leader Li, let me introduce you. This is my new disciple, Yi Xian." Zhou introduced him to Li Haodong. "Oh?" Li Haodong turned to look at Yi Xian in surprise. He said with disdain, "He's so young. It seems that his aptitude is also good. I wonder if he compares to Fan Yu. Yi Xian is 15 this year. He's already at the peak of the 8th realm." Zhou added. Li Haodong's expression changed. Sect leader Zhou is really lucky. I'm afraid his aptitude is almost on par with Fan Yu. You flatter me. I'm afraid your sect's Fan Yu is already at the 9th realm, right? Zhou said with a smile. That's right. Fan Yu broke through to the 9th realm half a year ago. Li Haodong nodded. Hearing the conversation between Zhou and Li Haodong, Yi Xian also felt that something was amiss. Although there was nothing wrong with their names, even a fool would be able to tell that something was wrong with their conversation. Yi Xian, sit down with Yulan first. Zhou said to the two of them. Yes, master. Yi Xian nodded when he heard this. Then, he sat not far away while Guan Yulan sat beside him. Guan Yulan, is there any conflict between master and the sky-shattering sect's by sect leader? After sitting down, Yi Xian couldn't help but ask. He had only been in the Shattering Cloud sect for a month, so he didn't know much. However, Guan Yulan grew up in the Shattering Cloud sect, so she definitely knew. He's the vice sect leader's disciple. His meridians were broken by Fan Yu. Guan Yulan said with a red face, looking like a little girl. The surrounding disciples were stunned. I see. Yi Xian nodded. Now he understood why the vice sect leaders of the two sects were hostile towards each other. It seemed that the competition between the two sects was quite dangerous. Although there were two elders as the judges, there were still some accidents. Fan Yu participated in the competition when he was 16. 2 years later, he was only in the 9th realm of the martial path. His talent isn't that great. Since that's the case, I'll take revenge for my senior brother. I'll break Fan Yu's meridians too. Yi Xian made a decision in his heart. Since he was paid, he would help him. After all, he was Zhou Cong's only disciple. He received 2,000 points every month. Naturally, he had to share Zhou Cong's burden. However, Zhou Cong was hesitating. He didn't want Yi Xian to fight. I didn't expect him to break through to the 9th realm of the martial path. It seems that I have to be more careful. It wasn't easy for me to find a true spirit realm seed. I can't just let him die like this. Now that my time is almost up, I have to be cautious. I can't let anything happen to him. This was Zhou Cong's thought. On the surface, he was the vice sect master of the Shattering Cloud sect, but behind his back, he actually had some unknown schemes. The target of this conspiracy was originally Zhong Yang, but now it was Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian was completely unaware of the danger lurking around him. Before Yi Xian arrived, the two vice sect masters of the Shattering Cloud sect and the Shattering Sky sect had already discussed the contents of this competition. After that, Li Haodong stood up and began to explain the contents of the competition. There were 5 matches in total, but it was not a best-of-3 system. For these 5 matches, they had to draw lots to decide the order of the 1st to the 5th. Then, the number 1 of the two sides would start to fight. However, the winning side could choose to continue to fight. The side that lost 5 matches would be considered the loser. Simply put, as long as number 1 was strong enough, he could fight 5 consecutive battles. On the way here, Guan Yulan had told Yi Xian that the order of battle this time was the order of the inner disciples. Although Yi Xian didn't have a ranking, Zhong Yang hadn't returned yet, so he replaced Zhong Yang to battle. Yi Xian, you'll draw lots. At this moment, Zhou Cong suddenly shouted. Hearing this, Yi Xian walked over and pulled out a bamboo stick from the bamboo tube in his hand. Zhu Hong, who is this? When Yi Xian saw the name on the bamboo stick, he was stunned. He didn't seem to have heard of this name. You're drawing the order of the other side. Guan Yulan whispered. Oh, okay. Yi Xian handed the bamboo stick to Zhou Cong, then pulled out 3 more sticks. They were all names he had never heard of before. This meant that the Shattering Sky sect's trump card, Fan Yu, was ranked 5th. Haha, you're in luck. If Fan Yu was the first to fight, you would have lost 5 consecutive battles. No, 6 consecutive battles. Li Haodong suddenly laughed. 5 consecutive losses referred to losing all 5 matches. However, if they lost this time, the Shattering Cloud sect would have lost 6 consecutive battles. Zhou Cong's face twitched. He snorted coldly and didn't say anything. Next, it was Li Haodong's turn to decide the order of the Shattering Cloud sect. Hui Yuan, Ding Long, Su Sheng, Guan Yulan, Yi Xian. Li Haodong read out the names one by one. Coincidentally, the trump card, Yi Xian, was ranked 5th, just like Fan Yu. As such, the order of both sides was decided. Zhou Cong's expression relaxed a little, but he was still very serious. This was because he could see that in addition to Fan Yu, the Shattering Sky sect had another mid-stage 8th realm martial artist. On the other hand, in addition to Yi Xian, there were only 4 early-stage 8th realm martial artists. If they wanted to win, they had to rely on this last battle. Next, Zhou sent someone to announce the rules and order of the battle. He then carefully reminded Yi Xian and the other four. Yi Xian, it seems like you're going to fight Fan Yu. However, you have to be very careful. Fan Yu is very skilled. Victory and defeat are common. Zhou reminded Yi Xian. Master, I understand. Yi Xian nodded. He also knew that Fan Yu was already in the 9th realm of the martial path. Furthermore, he had once broken the meridians of one of Zhou disciples. He was extremely vicious. However, he wasn't someone to be trifled with. Although he couldn't compare to Fan Yu in terms of age and realm, his physique was definitely far superior to Fan Yu's. He believed that he had a high chance of winning this battle. Nearly 1,000 Shattering Cloud sect disciples had gathered in the martial arts field. There were outer disciples, inner disciples, and even mentors and elders. This was Yi Xian's first time fighting in front of so many people. If he wanted to establish himself as the eldest senior brother of the inner sect in these people's hearts, he had to win this battle. I have to win this time. This way, I can get 30,000 points and use it to break through to the mid-stage 9th realm of the martial path, Yi Xian secretly thought to himself. The Shattering Cloud sect was actually just a springboard for him. His stage in the future would not be limited to this. Therefore, he would only stay in the Shattering Cloud sect for a while. When the time came, he would leave. The competition between the two sects starts now. Just as he was deep in thought, someone suddenly walked up to the ring and shouted. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed. He was shocked to find that the referee of the competition was actually their mountain guardian elder. It is said that this mountain guardian elder is at the peak of the 10th realm of the martial path. He is an expert second only to master in this sect, Yi Xian thought to himself. Then, he followed Hui Yuan and Guan Yulan to the side of the ring. As for the Shattering Sky sect, they stood on the other side of the ring. The bet for the competition between the two sects is 10 million taels of gold. The one who loses 5 rounds will be the loser. The mountain guardian elder continued to shout. The martial arts field, which was originally silent, was suddenly filled with exclamations. 10 million taels of gold was equivalent to 1 billion taels of silver. The bet for the competition between the two sects was actually so big? Master is really generous. He gave me 3 million taels of gold in one go. Yi Xian thought to himself. Unknowingly, Zhou position in his heart had increased by a lot. At this moment, the Guardian Elder suddenly shouted, the first battle, Shattering Cloud sects Hui Yuan vs Sky-Splitting sects Zhu Hong. Hearing this, Yi Xian cupped his fists towards Hui Yuan and said, Senior brother, it's time for you to show off your skills. Haha, then I'll go first. Hui Yuan laughed and jumped into the arena. Ding Long and Su Sheng also revealed strange expressions. Although they had lost to Yi Xian together with Hui Yuan, they were still very confident in Hui Yuan's strength. Guan Yulan was also the same. Because she had also challenged Hui Yuan when Yi Xian was holed up at home, she lost. Therefore, she was only ranked 3rd in the inner sect, not 2nd. The sky-splitting sect's disciple named Zhu Hong had already jumped into the arena. He and Hui Yuan walked to the Guardian Elder's side. Hui Yuan. Zhu Hong. Both of them cupped their fists. The Guardian Elder at the side did not beat around the bush and directly said, there are 2 rules. First, you can't cause death. Second, you lose if you fall out of the arena. The rules were very simple. Both of them nodded. If you understand, then let's begin. The Guardian Elder said and retreated. Hui Yuan and Zhu Hong also took a few steps back. After looking at each other for a few seconds, they suddenly attacked. Rushing Thunderhand. As soon as the battle started, Hui Yuan used his special skill, the 7th grade martial art, Rushing Thunderhand. It was the move he used against Yi Xian. His attack was extremely fast. At that time only Yi Xian was able to react. Therefore, the young man named Zhu Hong was directly hit in the chest by the palm. Pa. A muffled sound was heard, followed by 2 more muffled sounds. Pa. Pa. Zhu Hong was hit by 3 moves in an instant and then fell out of the arena. Hui Yuan won. When the Guardian Elder shouted this sentence, the entire martial arts field was in an uproar. Ha ha ha, no wonder senior brother Hua is ranked second in the inner sect. He killed his opponent instantly. For Zhu Hong to be sent out by the sky-splitting sect to participate in the competition, his strength is definitely not weak. However, senior brother Hua is even stronger. My Shattering Cloud sect has been defeated 5 times in a row. This time, we can finally turn things around. The disciples in the martial arts field all cheered. At the same time, Li Haodong, who was on the eastern side of the stands, did not look very good either. Although Zhu Hong's strength was not strong, he was still a disciple that was heavily nurtured by the sky-splitting sect. How could he be instantly killed? Sect Master Li, thank you for letting me win. Zhou Tsong was in a good mood. Sometimes, face was more important than money. Without a doubt, the skycracking sect had lost a lot of face this time. Humph, sect leader Zhou, continue watching. Li Haodong snorted coldly. In fact, apart from Fan Yu, the people who had come to the Shattering Cloud sect to participate in the 2 sects competition were not the true strength of the Shattering Cloud sect. Zhu Hong was not even in the top 10 of the Shattering Cloud sect. However, most of the people in the Shattering Cloud sect considered Zhu Hong to be one of the top 10 experts in the Shattering Cloud sect. Hui Yuan's morale was boosted by his first victory. Due to the rules, he could still continue to fight. Hui Yuan was also very smart. Since he could continue to fight, he used his best martial arts at the beginning. This way, he could save his physical strength and spiritual energy. In the second round, the sky-splitting sect sent a sword martial artist. However, his strength was even weaker than Zhu Hong's. Hui Yuan sent him flying out of the arena with just 2 palms. In the third round, the sky-splitting sect sent a person who was stronger than the previous 2. Therefore, Hui Yuan spent a lot of effort to defeat him. Although he won, Hui Yuan was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Not only was he injured, but he also did not have much spiritual energy left. The person who went up was a martial artist in the middle stage of the 8th level of the martial path from the sky-splitting sect. He was also the young city lord of the Million Gold City, Xianxia, whom Yi Xian had defeated that day. The 4th round, Hui Yuan of the Shattering Cloud sect versus Xianxia of the sky-splitting sect. Following the voice of the mountain guarding elder, Xianxia, who looked very sorry, finally walked up to the arena. Damn, who is this? His appearance is too. He's too ugly. My stomach is starting to churn. Oh my god, I'll close my eyes first. Junior brother will tell me the result later. This person's appearance is too unique. His strength is probably not that great. I'm afraid that senior brother Hua will be able to send him flying with one blow. Outside the martial arts field, many people's stomachs were already churning. Many female disciples closed their eyes and did not want to watch this battle. In the martial arts field, Xianxia slowly walked towards Hui Yuan with a gloomy expression. What he hated the most was people telling him what to do. However, there were thousands of Shattering Cloud sect disciples sitting outside the arena. He could not vent his anger on them. However, there was a very good target for him to vent his anger on. Hui Yuan. Now, I'll give you a chance. Get out of the arena yourself. Otherwise, you'll die a horrible death. Xianxia said to Hui Yuan, who was already at the end of his rope. Humph. Hui Yuan did not refute. He only snorted. Zhou Tsong had already reminded him that Xianxia was a martial artist in the middle stage of the 8th level of the martial path. He was 1 level higher than him. Moreover, he had already consumed a lot of spiritual energy and physical strength. Therefore, it was impossible for him to win this battle. However, due to the rules of the competition, he wanted to exhaust his opponent's spiritual energy as much as possible. In that case, I won't hold back. Xiangxiang's eyes flashed. His 3 junior brothers had been injured and defeated by Hui Yuan. Therefore, he was here to get back his face. The Shattering Sky sect could not be humiliated anymore. If you're ready, let's begin. The guardian elder at the side said. Whoosh. Before he could finish his sentence, Xiangxiang's figure flashed as he dashed toward Hui Yuan. At the same time, the long sword in his hand was unsheathed with a clang sound. The body of the sword sparkled under the sunlight, giving off a strange light. It was obviously an expensive upper-grade ordinary weapon. Hui Yuan practiced martial arts with his bare hands and feet. Compared to those who used weapons, it was much weaker. After all, a good weapon could increase the strength of his spiritual energy by a lot. Hui Yuan's face was extremely gloomy. He wanted to try blocking a few times, but when Xianxia rushed in front of him, Xianxia's figure suddenly left an afterimage. What? Hui Yuan's eyes widened. When he came to his senses, he felt a pain in his abdomen. Rip! Xiangxia's long sword pierced through Hui Yuan's body and directly penetrated his body. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Humph! Xiangxia snorted coldly. He suddenly pulled out his long sword and immediately stabbed a few more times. Hui Yuan spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were full of disbelief. Xiangxia's realm was only one level higher than his. How could he instantly kill him? Is it a level 9 movement technique? Hui Yuan thought to himself. Then, he closed his eyes and passed out. If we weren't in the arena, you would be dead. Xianxia snorted. Senior Hua. The crowd burst into an uproar when they saw Hui Yuan fall in the arena. Hui Yuan was pierced by a few swords. Could he be dead? Why didn't the guardian elder stop him? Xianxia wins. The guardian elder announced. He didn't stop Xianxia because he saw that the wounds were not fatal. As long as they were treated properly, Hui Yuan's life would not be in danger. Ding Long and Su Xing immediately jumped into the arena when they saw this. However, they didn't have any healing pills on them. They panicked when they saw a large amount of blood oozing out from the wounds. Give this to Senior Hua. Yi Xian suddenly jumped into the arena and threw a white jade bottle to Ding Long. It was the 100-flower dew that was worth 1 devouring point. Ding Long didn't think much of it. He immediately helped Hui Yuan up and poured the 100-flower dew into his mouth. In an instant, the amount of blood flowing out from the wounds rapidly decreased. What a miraculous healing pill! Ding Long and Su Xing were shocked. Even Xiangxiang was shocked. This was the first time they had seen a healing pill that worked so well and was so fast. However, this wasn't the time to ask about it. Su Xing hurriedly carried Hui Yuan down the arena. Elder Bai Lai also rushed forward and began to treat Hui Yuan. As for Ding Long, he stayed in the arena. The disciples of the Skycracking sect are indeed ruthless. Xiangxiang, your next opponent is me. Ding Long, who was ranked 3rd in the inner sect, snorted coldly. Don't worry. You will end up like him. Xiangxiang said. Suddenly, his gaze fell on Yi Xian. Loser, why are you looking at me? If you want to fight me, you have to win 3 more rounds. However, I'll warn you first. If you see me, you will die miserably. Yi Xian suppressed the killing intent in his heart and said coldly. He then turned around and left the arena. Obviously, Xiangxiang was venting his anger on Hui Yuan, which made Yi Xian very angry. In just a month, Xiangxiang had broken through from the peak of the 7th stage to the middle of the 8th stage. His aptitude was also rare. When a martial artist was young, the speed at which they broke through was the fastest. Because the meridians had yet to form, breaking through twice a month was still understandable. However, how could Xiangxiang have known that Yi Xian was no longer in the same realm as before? Humph, don't worry. I will defeat you and avenge my humiliation, Xiangxiang said in his heart as he retreated to the back. However, his actions had already aroused the anger of the surrounding Shattering Cloud sect disciples. Senior brother Ding, defeat him and avenge senior brother Hua. Win my ass. Cripple Xiangxiang, that's the only way to vent our anger. Cripple him. Xiangxiang glanced at his surroundings and revealed a look of disdain. The crowd was immersed in the cheers. Cripple him, how many of the disciples present could do that? The mountain guarding elder also heard the shouts, but he didn't care. He just said calmly, let's begin. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiangxiang's figure quickly swept out again. Rip. 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 In the next few seconds, a crisp sound was continuously heard. When everyone reacted, they saw that Xiangxiang had already appeared in front of Ding Long. His long sword had already pierced through Ding Long's body. Ding Long's clothes were already stained with blood. Like Hui Yuan, he had been stabbed by Xiangxiang. Gulp, Ding Long couldn't believe it, but the intense pain in his body made him believe that the gap between him and Xianxia was so big. Instant kill. Hu Yuan was instantly killed because he had fought 3 rounds and was injured. His physical strength and spiritual power were also greatly depleted. However, Ding Long was in his peak state, but he was still instantly killed by Xianxia, which was enough to prove that Xianxia's strength was extraordinary. Xianxia wins. The mountain guarding elder's voice sounded. The whole place was silent. Impossible, this is impossible. This ugly guy actually killed senior brother Ding in an instant. How is this possible? Everyone didn't quite believe it, but that was the truth. Ding Long was carried down by Su Xing, and then the former's master hurried over to treat him. However, his injuries were the same as Hu Yuan's. He would probably have to recuperate in bed for at least a month. Senior brother Su, I think you shouldn't fight in the next round. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly said to Su Xing. No, I want to avenge senior brother Hua and junior brother Ding. Su Xing said firmly. But in my opinion, Xianxia used a 9th grade movement technique. His speed is definitely not something you can catch up with. Yi Xian frowned. In fact, Su Xing had already guessed that his opponent used a 9th grade movement technique, but how could he back down under the gaze of so many disciples? Junior brother Yi, even if I lose, I can't back down. What's more, I can consume some of his spiritual power for you. Even if I have to pay a heavy price, I'm willing. Su Xing said solemnly. Yi Xian was very moved after hearing this. However, what Hu Yuan and Ding Long drank just now was the 100 flower dew that he had exchanged with devouring points. If Su Xing was stabbed 7 or 8 times, he would also need the 100 flower dew. That was 3 devouring points. Forget it, forget it. Now that I have so many points, I'll help you. Yi Xian didn't stop him. Anyway, the mountain guarding elder was watching, so Su Xing shouldn't have any accidents. Su Xing finally went up. Humph, another one who's not afraid of death is here. Xianxia snorted. The battle began. As expected, Su Xing didn't last long and was also defeated. His injuries were exactly the same as Hu Yuan and Ding Long's, but his life wasn't in danger. Sigh, I spent another bottle of 100 flower dew. Yi Xian felt very helpless. Su Xing was carried off the stage again, and the atmosphere was a little tense. Just now, Hu Yuan won 3 in a row, and now, Xianxia also won 3 in a row. Moreover, it was effortless. However, the next battle was Guan Yulan. The disciples were very confident in Guan Yulan's strength, but against Xianxia, her chances of winning were less than 10%. Xianxia was as ugly as a pig, and most people wouldn't want to take a second look at him. However, if he fought against the goddess of the Shattering Cloud sect, Guan Yulan, what would happen? Most importantly, the disciples didn't want to see Guan Yulan being stabbed by Xianxia. Senior sister Guan, let's surrender this battle. Immediately, someone shouted, indicating that Guan Yulan should surrender. Guan, Yulan, this Xianxia isn't a good person. I'm afraid he won't show you any mercy. You better not go up. Let me take revenge for senior brother Hua and the others. Yi Xian said with some worry. If you dare to ignore me, then come down. Yi Xian grabbed Guan Yulan and dragged her back with brute force. I'm also a disciple of the Shattering Cloud sect. Guan Yulan looked at Yi Xian and said slowly. This sentence was also the crux of the matter. This competition was related to the face of the Shattering Cloud sect. Over the years, there had never been a situation where the two sects had admitted defeat. Could it be that this time it was going to be broken? Yi Xian looked at Guan Yulan's face and hesitated. He wasn't related to Guan Yulan, so he couldn't stop her from making a decision. However, he was still a man. How could he let a girl get hurt? At this moment, Xianxia's face twisted and he scolded, Shattering Cloud sect, are you still going to fight? If you don't dare, then admit defeat. Why are you dragging this out? At this moment, Xianxia was in a very bad mood. This was because Yi Xian had previously stolen his fiancée, given him a green hat, and even ruined his father's plan. Therefore, Xianxia had wanted to kill Yi Xian for a long time. However, he didn't dare to do it because of Yi Xian's identity. Today, after seeing the relationship between Yixian and Guan Yulan, he was even more jealous. He had already made the decision to torture Guan Yulan in the arena. The word protective didn't suit him. He just wanted to wash away his shame. Yixian looked at Xianxia through Guan Yulan's body and made the decision in his heart. Okay, be careful. Yixian reminded him. With the peak 10th stage martial path elder, Guan Yulan's life wouldn't be in danger. Moreover, the devouring system had better healing medicine than the 100-flower dew, so Guan Yulan was relatively safe. When Guan Yulan entered the arena, the crowd cheered again. Some of the surrounding disciples praised Guan Yulan's courage for not being afraid of danger, while some prayed for her. Only a small number of people believed that Guan Yulan could defeat Xianxia. When Guan Yulan entered the arena, Xianxia snorted coldly and said, "Miss, don't think that I'll show you mercy because you're a girl. However, I'll give you a chance. It's not too late for you to go down now. Please." Guan Yulan didn't say anything. She swung her long sword and got into a battle stance. "Fine, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." A fierce look flashed across Xianxia's eyes. After seeing Guan Yulan, he had an idea in his mind. The mountain guarding elder also took a deep look at Guan Yulan. The latter was the adopted daughter of the Shattering Cloud sect's sect master. If she was injured, it would be difficult for him to explain it to the sect master. Therefore, he had to be more cautious in this battle to prevent any accidents from happening. Begin. As soon as the elder's voice rang out, Xianxia took a big stride forward. The deacons, mentors, and elders of the Shattering Cloud sect all held their breaths. Whether or not they could withstand Xianxia's first round of attacks was the key. However, to their surprise, Xianxia's approach this time was not the same as before. He wasn't going to defeat Guan Yulan in one go. Instead, he wanted to humiliate her. Xianxia instantly rushed in front of Guan Yulan and casually thrust his sword. His attack was so fast that Guan Yulan couldn't react in time. Rip! A crisp sound was heard. Guan Yulan wasn't hurt. Only her white robe was pierced by the long sword. Guan Yulan's face was cold. She could feel Xianxia's power. He wasn't someone she could fight against. However, when she thought about Hui Yuan and the other two's miserable state, a wave of anger surged in her heart. She raised her hand and attacked Xianxia. "Humph, you overestimate yourself. How dare you counterattack?" Xianxia snorted and dodged the attack. Rip! Another crisp sound was heard. Guan Yulan's robe was pierced, revealing her fair skin. Fortunately, it was only her arm. Yixian knew what Xianxia was going to do. Guan Yulan was injured and defeated. That was a small matter. But if she was stripped naked in front of everyone, it would be a big deal. How could Guan Yulan not know Xianxia's plan? However, with her strength, she did not have the strength to fight back at all. Rip! In the blink of an eye, Guan Yulan's arms were exposed. Her long sleeves turned into short sleeves. F***ck, how could Xianxia be so dirty? Damn it, how dare he do that to senior sister Guan? What a beast. Senior sister Guan, just admit defeat. The disciples in the stands couldn't stand it anymore. Although they were looking forward to it, they were still rational. Xianxia knew that if he stripped Guan Yulan naked today, it would cause public outrage. But who was he? He was a disciple of the Skycracking sect. Fan Yu had once broken the meridians of the Skycracking sect's by sect leader Zhou Tsung's disciple. Wasn't he still alive? He, little girl, how dare you stand so close to Yixian? I'll strip you naked and give you an appetizer. Xianxia's eyes flashed. He pointed his long sword at Guan Yulan's chest. **T. Guan Yulan's face sank. She knew that she wouldn't be able to dodge the sword. If Xianxia's evil plan succeeded, then she would lose all her face. The mountain guardian elder had already made his preparations. However, at this moment, he suddenly saw another figure charging at Guan Yulan. Swoosh! Xianxia's long sword stabbed out, but it missed. Guan Yulan, who was standing in front of him, suddenly turned into a shadow and was stabbed by him. Then, she disappeared. Guan Yulan's original body appeared on the other side. What? Impossible, how could she dodge my sword? Xianxia was shocked. He was about to succeed, but why did something unexpected happen? He turned around in shock and found that Guan Yulan was in a man's arms. This man was Yi Xian. After realizing Zhang Xiang's intention, Yi Xian was ready to make a move. He couldn't stand it anymore and broke the rules to save Guan Yulan. Yi Xian, what are you doing? Zhang Xiang asked in shock. He was in the middle of a battle. Yi Xian suddenly went on stage, which obviously broke the rules. At the same time, Li Haodong's expression changed. He shouted, "Sect leader Zhou, what's going on?" "This kid still made a move," Zhou Tsong said in his heart. Then, he said loudly, "The Shattering Cloud sect admits defeat." Zhou Tsong's expression didn't look good. Guan Yulan was the adopted daughter of the Shattering Cloud sect's sect leader. Her identity was special. Even if Yi Xian didn't make a move, the guardian elder would have made a move. No matter who made a move, the result would be the same. Admit defeat. The competition between the two sects had been held more than 10 times, but no one had ever admitted defeat. This time, Zhou Tsong's admission of defeat shocked many people. One had to know that Zhou Tsong did not admit defeat even when his disciples' meridians were broken by Fan Yu. Since you've admitted defeat, then let's forget about this matter. Li Haodong snorted and stopped pursuing the matter. He also knew of Guan Yulan's special identity. Just now, he was really afraid that the mountain guarding elder wouldn't be able to react in time and Zhang Xiang would succeed. Then, this matter would be blown up. After all, the Shattering Cloud sect still had a true spirit realm sect master. After Zhou Tsong's voice fell, everyone in the audience heaved a sigh of relief as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders. However, their attention was instantly attracted by another matter. What a fast speed. This Yi Xian's speed is actually faster than Zhang Xiang's? So he's that strong. We're saved. We're saved. Yi Xian can definitely defeat this ugly bastard. Didn't he take pills to advance? Why is he so strong? Someone asked. At this time, a nearby elder explained, taking pills to forcibly raise one's cultivation level is harmful to those with poor aptitude. However, true geniuses have extraordinary refining abilities, so the effects of pills on them are very small. This elder was Elder Bai Lai, the one who sent Hui Yuan away for treatment. After hearing his words, the disciples were enlightened. So Yi Xian, who they thought was trash, was actually a genius. However, they couldn't be blamed. After all, even the elder had misjudged him. A genius like him was 1 in a million. In the arena. Due to Yi Xian's forceful intervention, Guan Yulan was saved. Zhang Xiang's anger rose instantly. He was so close to succeeding and could have shredded all of Guan Yulan's clothes. Unfortunately, although he had accumulated a lot of resentment, Zhang Xiang didn't say anything. After all, Li Haodong didn't pursue the matter. Consider yourselves lucky, Zhang Xiang said as he retreated back to his seat. After what happened just now, he didn't dare to underestimate Yi Xian. It turned out that Yi Xian's strength had improved a lot in the past month. Yi Xian's speed really scared him. However, he was here to take revenge. How could he back down? You can go down first. I'll take care of him. Yi Xian said slowly as he let go of Guan Yulan's waist. Okay. Be careful. Guan Yulan's face turned red as she replied softly and ran down the arena. She was very confident in Yi Xian's strength. After the last mission at Blackwater Mountain, she had broken through a realm, but Yi Xian had broken through a total of 2 times. Furthermore, when she gave him the points, Yi Xian was already at the peak of the 8th level of the martial Dao. He was only 1 step away from breaking through to the 9th level of the martial Dao. This kind of strength was enough to beat up Zhang Xiang, who was in the 8th realm. It's finally your turn. Today, I will take revenge for what happened that day. I will cripple your meridians and then take care of the Shui family and your Yi family. Don't worry, I will take care of your women one by one. Zhang Xiang looked at Yi Xian with a ferocious expression. Don't worry. I will beat you until you can't even shout out your defeat. Yi Xian replied coldly. Previously, in the City of Gold, he had only taught Zhang Xiang a lesson. However, this time, he had the intention to kill. Zhang Xiang was too arrogant and his methods were ruthless. Yi Xian had to let him know that there were some people he couldn't touch. What arrogance! Today, I will experience the strength of the disciple of the Shattering Cloud Sect's vice sect master. After saying that, Xianxia rushed towards Yi Xian with his sword. Before the mountain guarding elder shouted, he had already made his move. However, the mountain guarding elder didn't stop him and just silently retreated. He saw that Yi Xian was ready. He could feel the murderous aura. Xiao! Xiao! The moment Xianxia moved, Yi Xian also moved. The two figures faced each other at an extremely fast speed. Not many people could see their movements clearly. They could only see a series of afterimages. Go, kill Xianxia. Senior brother Yi, kill him and let him know whose territory this is. Cripple his meridians. The entire martial arts training field suddenly burst into an uproar. Everyone was supporting Yi Xian. Xianxia's previous methods were too crude, which caused the crowd to be angry. Although Xianxia had broken through twice in a month, Yi Xian wasn't the same as he was a month ago. Currently, he was at the peak of the 8th stage of the martial path, which was one stage higher than Xianxia. Moreover, with the addition of the 100 Beasts bloodline and the wind-chasing leopard bloodline, he could catch up to Xianxia, who was using a 9th stage martial art if he used the 7th stage martial art, Netherworld Steps. If he used the 9th stage martial art, Heavenly Illusion martial art, he could instantly kill Xianxia. However, Xianxia was so arrogant. He injured Hui Yuan and the other two and almost tore Guan Yulan's clothes. How could Yi Xian let Xianxia lose so easily? Boom! The two figures came into contact and in an instant, a violent muffled sound rang out. The two figures on the stage suddenly stopped. Yi Xian's fist had already landed on Xianxia's abdomen. The entire crowd went silent. Instant kill? No, not yet. Xianxia could still move. Die. Xianxia was hit by the fist and felt his stomach churn. However, he still stabbed with his sword. At such a close distance, it was impossible for him to hurt Yi Xian. I told you, I will beat you until you can't even shout out your surrender. Yi Xian's cold voice suddenly rang in Xianxia's ears. Following that, the latter felt a sharp pain in his throat. It was as if his head was hit by a rock. Kacha! With a crisp sound, Xianxia's body flew out horizontally. A pool of blood floated in the air. His throat was hit by Yi Xian's fist. It was so painful that he couldn't speak. This was after Yi Xian showed mercy. Otherwise, this punch would have been enough to break his throat. Xiao! Without waiting for Xianxia to react, Yi Xian rushed out again. This time, he didn't use his fist, but his finger technique. 8th stage martial art, Heavenly Crippling Finger. In an instant, Yi Xian's hands were like a machine gun. They flashed rapidly. Every time they landed on Xianxia's body, Xianxia would let out a painful whimper. The Heavenly Crippling Finger was a martial art from the Shattering Cloud Sect. Although it wasn't very powerful, this martial art was very special. It recorded some other things. 6. 18. 36. 54. 72. The Heavenly Crippling Finger had a total of 72 fingers, which corresponded to 72 parts of the human body. These 72 parts were not fatal, but they could bring intense pain. Under normal circumstances, a martial artist could withstand up to 36 fingers, but there were not many who could withstand up to 54 fingers. It was extremely rare to be able to withstand all 72 fingers, and Xianxia was one of them. I didn't expect your willpower to be so strong. Let me do it again. Seeing that Xianxia was still standing unsteadily, Yi Xian's eyes narrowed. His body flashed as he performed the Heavenly Crippling Finger on Xianxia's body again. Xianxia was in so much pain that he wanted to scream. However, his throat was injured, so he could only whimper. Woo, woo, if Xianxia's gaze could kill, Yi Xian would have died 100 times. However, a gaze could not kill. Still not unconscious? Get lost. Xianxia's willpower shocked Yi Xian. However, the latter also understood that Xianxia was able to hold on until now because of his deep resentment. Yi Xian was still angry, so he performed the Heavenly Crippling Finger on the same spot again. This time, it was the third time. Xianxia endured the pain and crazily stabbed at Yi Xian's afterimage. However, not a single one of his swords hit him. All of them missed. He was furious. After the third time, he was still standing on the stage and did not fall down. His entire body had been shot into a sieve by the finger force. His clothes had been dyed red, and a thick smell of blood spread out. It was very wretched. I'm too lazy to beat you up. Get lost. Yi Xian suddenly remembered that Xianxia was only the fourth person in the sky-splitting sect. There was a stronger opponent waiting for him. Hence, he had to conserve his spiritual energy to avoid any accidents. Pung! He kicked Xianxia in the stomach. There were several wounds on the latter's abdomen. After being kicked, blood immediately gushed out like a fountain. Plop! Xianxia drew a parabola in the air and landed on the ground. His long sword fell beside him. Although he had cultivated a 9th grade movement technique, he could only use it to suppress Hui Yuan and the others. Against Yi Xian, he was completely powerless. If we weren't in the arena, you would already be a dead man. Yi Xian coldly snorted in his heart and slowly walked towards Xianxia. He didn't want to beat him up again, he just wanted to go down. Although the heavenly crippling finger was not fatal, there were still a few spots that were very important to a warrior. Xianxia had been rotated by the heavenly crippling finger 3 times, and several of his meridians had been severed. His future training would be very troublesome. Yi Xian wins. The mountain guardian elder looked at Xianxia, who was groaning and bleeding on the ground, and immediately announced. Yi Xian's footsteps were neither fast nor slow. When he passed by Xianxia, he also quietly said a few words. Although Xianxia couldn't speak, he could still hear it. When he heard this, his expression immediately changed and a murderous intent appeared in his eyes. Yi Xian gradually walked away. At this moment, Xianxia mustered all his strength to get up. He picked up the long sword that had fallen on the ground and rushed towards Yi Xian. The long sword was filled with a large amount of spiritual energy. This sword was aimed at Yi Xian's heart. If it hit, even Yi Xian would die on the spot. Be careful. Guan Yulan hurriedly shouted when she saw Xianxia suddenly get up from behind Yi Xian. Not only that, but all the disciples in the arena also stood up and shouted. These 2 words echoed throughout the entire training grounds. Be careful. However, before these 2 words could be heard, a figure flew out and landed at the edge of the arena. To be precise, it landed in front of the sky-cracking sect's ace, Fan Yu. This figure was Xianxia. However, at that moment, his eyes were wide open and his expression was stiff. A large hole had been blasted into his left chest. Xianxia was dead, the entire arena fell silent. It was dead silent. Injuries were inevitable in the competition between the 2 sections. However, this was the first time someone had died. Fan Yu from the sky-cracking sect touched the blood on his cheek and took a few steps forward to check his injuries. He then shook his head. How foolish. I fell into his trap. After saying this, Fan Yu smiled at Yi Xian. Yi Xian was strong enough to be his opponent since he could smash a person's heart with 1 punch. He wasn't very interested in this match, so he had been resting with his eyes closed under the stage. But now, his interest was piqued. Senior brother Zhang. Xiangxiang's body lay quietly at the edge of the arena. The other 3 people from the sky-cracking sect immediately rushed over. Li Haodong and the elders of the sky-cracking sect also stood up from the eastern stands. Even Zhou Tsang and the others did the same. This scene happened so quickly that even they didn't expect it. Who would have thought that Xianxia would suddenly attack Yi Xian with a sword after announcing his victory? Stinking brat, I want you to pay with your life. Suddenly, a figure flashed out from behind Li Haodong. He directly jumped down from the 10-meter-tall viewing platform and quickly charged towards Yi Xian. He was Xiangxiang's master, Hu Sun. The moment Xiangxiang died, Zhou Tsang knew that he was in trouble. However, there was still an expert from the sky-cracking cloud sect in the arena. He immediately shouted, Guardian Elder, stop him. Hu Sun saw that his disciple was dead and wanted Yi Xian to pay with his life. However, at this moment, the Guardian Elder suddenly rushed forward and stretched out his withered right hand. Bang! Although Hu Sun was also in the 10th realm of the martial path, he was still weaker than the guardian elder, who was at the peak of the 10th realm. Therefore, he was forced to take a few steps back. Get out of my way. Looking at the withered elder, Hu Sun's face darkened. He knew that this elder was an expert from the Skycracking Cloud sect, second only to the sect leader and the vice-sect leader. Your Excellency, what do you want to do? The guardian elder looked at Hu Sun and asked slowly. Of course I want to kill that stinking brat and avenge my disciple. Hu Sun gritted his teeth and answered. That won't do. The guardian elder didn't waste any time and rejected him directly. Then you can try. Without saying anything, they immediately started fighting. In an instant, Hu Sun started attacking the guardian elder crazily. At this moment, some of the elders from the Skycracking sect on the eastern platform were waiting for Li Haodong's instructions. This was the first time that a death had occurred in the competition between the two sections. It was up to the vice-sect leader, Li Haodong, to decide what to do. Sect leader Zhou, you have guts. How dare you kill a disciple of the Skycracking sect? Li Haodong was the vice-sect leader and had an extraordinary status. He still maintained his rationality. When Yixian was ambushed, it was out of Zhou Tsong's expectations. His heart almost stopped beating. Fortunately, Yixian was fine. Otherwise, he would have immediately ordered Li Haodong and the others to be killed. Careless? Sect leader Zhou, do you think I didn't see it? When that kid passed by Xianxia, he said something to provoke Xianxia to ambush him. Li Haodong said. When the surrounding people heard this, they were stunned. As expected of a martial artist who was half a step into the true spirit realm. He actually noticed this. One had to know that not many people present saw it. This is indeed true. But sect leader Li, how do you know what Yixian said? Zhou Tsong revealed a smile. Although this incident was caused by the Shattering Cloud sect, the Shattering Cloud sect was in the wrong. Then I'll listen to what he said. Li Haodong was actually not very sure. When Yixian spoke, his expression was as calm as water. Perhaps it was because Xianxia couldn't bear the humiliation and Yixian exposed his back. That was why he wanted to ambush him. Elder Hu, stop first. Li Haodong shouted and jumped down with the others. Hu Sun was exchanging blows with the mountain guardian elder. He was shocked to find that even if he split into 3 bodies, he probably wouldn't be able to do anything to the mountain guardian elder. Sect leader, you have to avenge my disciple. Hu Sun saw that there was no hope for him to break through. He immediately rushed to Li Haodong's side with snot and tears. Let's not talk about this for now. Li Haodong snorted. Under the vigilance of Zhou Tsong and the others, they first went to check Xianxia's body and found that he was already dead. Then, Zhou Tsong called Yixian over. Why did you kill him? Li Haodong asked directly. However, he also used some tricks to ask this question. Senior, you must have seen what happened just now. Xianxia launched a sneak attack on me first. I panicked and threw out a punch, accidentally killing him. Yixian wouldn't foolishly say that he intended to kill Xianxia. He immediately explained what happened. Yes, this was all part of his plan. He deliberately lured Xianxia into ambushing him. However, as long as he didn't admit it, what could Li Haodong do to him? Then what did you say to him just now? Li Haodong continued to ask. Yixian lightly smiled and said, this brat only said one sentence. If you do too much injustice, you will die. Are you sure? Li didn't believe him. Yixian must have said something to provoke Xianxia to ambush him. For example, of this word stand up and kill me if you of course. Of the words as of his words. Of heavens was but. And of the of li sss of but ss li xs of s and li ji. Tsssss of sss. Was. Xianxia's death was in vain. Brat, I'm going to kill you. At that moment, Elder Hu of the Skycracking sect suddenly charged at Yixian with a claw. How dare you? A cold voice rang out as Elder Hu was sent flying. However, the person who sent him flying was none other than the vice-sect leader of the Skycracking sect, Li Haodong. This time, the Skycracking sect was in the wrong. It wasn't worth it to start a war between the Skycracking sect and the Shattering Cloud sect just to avenge Xianxia. If a fight really broke out, none of them would be able to leave the Shattering Cloud sect. After all, there were thousands of disciples here. Apart from that, there were also deacons at least in the 8th realm of the martial path, instructors at the 9th realm, and elders at the 10th realm. Just Zhou Tsang and the mountain guarding elder were enough to make them suffer, let alone the others. Sect leader. Husun was surprised. The Skycracking sect was much stronger than the Shattering Cloud sect. They didn't need to be afraid of the Shattering Cloud sect. Elder Hu, it was Xianxia who launched a sneak attack. He deserved to die, Li Haodong said as he gave Husun a look. Although Xianxia was dead, there was still Fan Yu. With his strength in the 9th realm of the martial path, he could definitely avenge Xianxia. Wasn't this a good thing? When Husun saw Li Haodong's look, he suddenly understood. If Fan Yu dealt with Yi Xian, they could avenge Xianxia and avoid a war between the two sections. What was the difference between turning a martial artist into a cripple and killing him? As long as Yi Xian was crippled, the Shattering Cloud sect would definitely abandon him. When that time came, wouldn't he be at the mercy of others? However, they still had to face another problem. Would the Shattering Cloud sect accept the challenge? Sect leader Zhou, are you still going to fight the 5th round? If not, our Skycracking sect will have 6 consecutive victories. Li Haodong suddenly turned around and asked. Zhou Tsang was now hesitating. The 5th round was definitely very dangerous. Moreover, Fan Yu might very well torture Yi Xian at all costs. Yi Xian was a very important part of his plan. If Yi Xian died or was crippled, his plan would have to start all over again. Fight, of course we'll fight. Before Zhou Tsang could start, Yi Xian suddenly took a step forward and said. What a joke. As long as he defeated Fan Yu, he would be able to obtain 300 million taels of silver. With these 300 million taels of silver, he would definitely be able to break through to the mid-stage of the 9th realm of the martial path. Yi Xian, you. Zhou Tsang was shocked. He believed in Yi Xian's talent, but this Fan Yu in front of him wasn't someone to be trifled with. If Fan Yu hadn't been in the Skycracking sect all year round, he would definitely have secretly captured him. Master, I will be careful. Yi Xian said solemnly. Zhou Tsang furrowed his brows. He really didn't want to let Yi Xian fight. Even though he would be able to obtain 1 billion taels of silver, if anything happened to Yi Xian, his losses would be even greater. All right. Zhou Tsang nodded in the end because he had decided to personally guard the stage with the mountain guardian elder. He definitely couldn't let anything happen to Yi Xian. Haha, sect leader Zhou is really courageous. Let's go. Li Haodong laughed loudly as he led the group to the bottom of the stage. Then, he said a few words to Fan Yu. Zhou Tsang also gave the mountain guardian elder a look. Yi Xian was the Shattering Cloud sect's hope, and even more so, his hope. Nothing must happen to him. The others also slowly walked down the stage. Be careful. Guan Yulan reminded him and left as well. As a result, there were only 3 people left on the stage. Yi Xian, Fan Yu, and the mountain guardian elder who was acting as the referee. I didn't expect you to have already reached the peak of the 8th realm of the martial path. No wonder you were able to kill junior brother Zhang. However, if that's all you have, you should get off the stage. If I were to attack, you would definitely be crippled. Yi Xian looked at Fan Yu and said slowly, we'll know who's going to be crippled after we fight. Also, your smile is very fake. Can you stop smiling? I'm getting goosebumps. Hearing this, the smile on Fan Yu's face froze and was replaced by a ferocious expression. Since you want to follow in your senior brother's footsteps, I'll fulfill your wish. Fan Yu did not want to waste time with Yi Xian. He glanced at the guardian elder. Let's begin. The guardian elder announced. Whoosh, as soon as he said that, Fan Yu's hands turned into claws and instantly turned into a cheetah. He pounced on Yi Xian. His weapons were his hands. He wanted to use these hands to break all of Yi Xian's meridians. So fast. Fan Yu's speed shocked Yi Xian. He was at least twice as fast as Xianxia. This Fan Yu is really something. His speed is so fast. Yi Xian's heart sank. Fan Yu's speed was comparable to his explosive thunder step speed. However, the current him possessed a ninth-grade movement technique martial art. In an instant, Xian also exploded with speed and came into contact with Fan Yu. Boom! In the arena, the air billowed and dust filled the air. Even the guardian elder could not see clearly. However, the surrounding disciples suddenly cried out in alarm. "Senior brother Yi, kill him. Yes, kill him and let our shattering cloud sect win this time. Beat him until he's crippled." The disciples had already acknowledged Xian's position. They waved their fists and shouted, as if they wanted to see the world burn. However, Zhou expression was not so good. He did not expect such a thing to happen at the beginning. What if Xian was crippled by Fan Yu during this period of time? However, the competition had just begun. Was he going to admit defeat? At this moment, the sound of spiritual energy colliding came from the center of the dust-filled arena. Boom! 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 The muffled sound was like thunder. The people below the arena held their breaths. They could no longer see with their eyes. They could only listen with their ears. Zhou hurriedly gave the guardian elder a look. After the latter understood, he slapped the arena. Suddenly, a gust of wind whistled in the arena and swept the dust away. The dust was blown away by the wind. Two figures came into everyone's sight. But when they saw the situation in the arena clearly, they were so shocked that they couldn't speak. To hell, one figure was retreating back while the other was attacking. Who was being beaten? Of course, Fan Yu. Good, beat him. Beat him to death. Good job, senior martial brother Yi. Kill this smiling brat. Revenge for senior brother Yang's name Xianxia. The atmosphere of the audience instantly rose to a whole new level. All the disciples were screaming at the top of their lungs because this time, the Shattering Cloud sect was going to make a comeback. Impossible, Fan Yu is in the 9th level of the martial path. That kid is only at the peak of the 8th level of the martial path. How could Fan Yu be beaten back? Below the arena, the experts from the Heaven-Splitting sect were completely shocked. Although some of the people they brought to the Heaven-Splitting sect were not ranked, Fan Yu was different. He was the first disciple of the Heaven-Splitting sect. However, this first disciple was being attacked crazily. He looked like he was going to die. This kid's physique is extraordinary. He must have tempered his body. It must be. Li Haodong exclaimed. Martial artists who tempered their bodies had stronger physiques than ordinary people. However, those who tempered their bodies had extremely strong willpower. Such people were also 1 in a million. Boom! In the arena, Fan Yu was suddenly punched by Xian and flew 10 meters away. Fan Yu, is this all you've got? You're 1 level higher than me. It turns out that you're just a paper tiger. Xian did not follow up with another attack. Instead, he looked very disdainful. This was not the first time he had challenged someone of a higher level. He had originally thought that Fan Yu had some strength. However, he had never expected that Fan Yu would be as shy as a kitten in front of him. Fan Yu also did not expect that Xian's strength would exceed his expectations. He did not have the slightest advantage at the beginning of the 9th realm of the martial path. Xian, I want you dead. At this time, Fan Yu suddenly shouted and rushed up again. His right hand had already turned into a claw. However, the spiritual power condensed on it made Xian's expression freeze. A grade 10 martial technique? Xian was shocked. Fan Yu's aptitude was not bad. He had actually managed to learn a grade 10 martial technique at the beginning of the 9th realm of the martial path. Oh no, Xian, dodge quickly. Zhou, who was below the arena, shouted involuntarily. Fan Yu's cultivation level was already 1 level higher than Xian's. Now that he had the boost of a grade 10 martial technique, Xian would not be able to withstand it no matter what. The mountain guarding elder was already prepared to make a move. However, at that moment, he saw Xian suddenly smile. Hence, he paused for a moment and decided not to make a move. A grade 10 martial technique? You have to hit me first. Xian's lips curled up slightly. In an instant, the strength of his spiritual power increased by 1 level. That's right. At this critical moment, he had devoured the treasures of heaven and earth hidden in the devouring space. These treasures had allowed him to break through. Ninth realm of the martial path. Now, he was at the same level as Fan Yu. They were both at the ninth realm of the martial path. Most importantly, after a martial artist broke through, their physique and spiritual power would increase exponentially. However, Yi Xian had broken through a major bottleneck. He had broken through from the peak of the 8th realm of the martial path to the 9th realm of the martial path. Hence, the increase was even greater. His current speed had far surpassed Fan Yu's. Yi Xian, die. At some point, Fan Yu had leaped into the air. Suddenly, he made a grabbing motion with his right hand. 5 streaks of cold light flashed and instantly pierced through the arena. However, the scene of Yi Xian's body being torn apart did not occur. Yi Xian had already left before his attack arrived. What? Fan Yu's face was filled with shock. What his claw attack had swept past was actually Yi Xian's afterimage. Most importantly, Yi Xian's original body was already waiting for him below. Crawl. Fan Yu finally landed on the ground. At this moment, Yi Xian took a big stride forward and circled behind him. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Yi Xian's cold voice rang out. In the next instant, Fan Yu felt a sharp pain in his arm. He instinctively looked over and saw a shocking scene. His left hand had been twisted into a fried dough twist. Crack, before he could react, another pair of hands had already locked onto his right hand. He watched helplessly as his right hand turned 180 degrees, followed by 360 degrees. That was not all. 360 degrees was only half of it. 720 degrees. Crack. 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 End of chapter 87. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.